What's up? Ghost Fictions is here, and we're back again. This is the first part of a story where Izuku inherited 2 quirks and married Momo. Izuku Midoriya, he was an unlucky one. He was born without a quirk until he met All Might and his mentor, Nana Shiruma. They give him their half quirk called One for All. And thus, he also received one more quirk from Nana called Painrance. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations. Now let's get into part 1. Izuku Midoriya, walking down on the alley as he was heading back home. He was thinking about what his idol, All Might, just said to him. "You can't become a hero." The voice of All Might, in his true form, kept repeating on his head all over and over again. He was just expelled by the pro heroes because of his recklessness when he tried to save Bakugo, or Ka-chan he prefer. Maybe Ka-chan is right. I should just give up on being a hero. Why? Because there were no quirkless heroes. So, he decided to head to Dagoba Municipal Beach Park, making sure nobody was watching him. But unbeknownst to him, All Might spotted him and was about to call him out but saw that he was taking a different route. "MH. Where are you going, young future hero?" He whispered, and he began to sneakily follow him, trying not to make him know that he was following him. After a while, it was evening as Midoriya was sitting on a broken tire. He was looking at the sun going down. Nobody come to this place because this place was known for the large amount of garbages that was dumped or washed on its shores. Izuku didn't know why he wants to come here, maybe because he wants to be alone, and since this place was filled with ton of garbages that nobody wants to visit, he thought it was a perfect spot for him to clear his mind. He looked at the trashes and garbages. Maybe the world is sending him a message, telling him that his dream was garbage, unwanted and a waste of time, just like it was. His eyes lost all the hopes of becoming a hero. He looked at the mountain of garbage before him and compared it to his own life. No matter what he did or how hard he tried, he wasn't going to be a hero like All Might, because he was just going to same old deck of the useless. You should just give up. There's no way a quirkless guy can become a hero. You should just give up. A quirkless loser like you can never been a hero. A shit nerd as yourself can never be as awesome as I am. I'm sorry, but you can't be a hero if you don't have a quirk. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, Izuku. You can't be a hero. Midoriya got up and crashed to his knees, and he screamed in grief and agony. Why he was born without a quirk that crushed his dream. The years of bullying, ridicule and torments was flowing inside of his body, and he continues to scream and punch a refrigerator. He winched at the pain and his fist was red, but he continues to scream and began to punch the refrigerator with tears streaking down on his cheeks. Why? Why? It's not fair. It's not even fair. Why I was born without a quirk while everyone does. He continues to punch and scream while All Might, in his muscle form, watched Midoriya, sad for the boy that he was born quirkless. Why can't I have an amazing like everyone else? The metal bent slightly as he continues to hit the same spot. His fist aching and bones inside his hand were shaking with every punch he threw, and blood were leaking from the small cuts on his right fist. Why can't I be like everyone else? He continues to strike the refrigerator with all he got. The pain was traveling inside his right hand but still continue. Why I can't be like them? Why I can't save people without a quick? The dent becomes bigger and deeper while All Might began to walk toward him, and Midoriya pulled his fist back and squeezed his buttocks. Why can't I be a hero? What happened next would forever change the boy's world. Just before Midoriya threw his final punch, his whole arm starts glowing and emitting sparks, with red-colored, vein-like streams coursing throughout his right hand, and he punched the refrigerator, sending it about 1 kilometer. This caused Midoriya snap out of his grief state and stare at the ocean. Gah! Midoriya winched loudly at the pain as he looks at his fist. The knuckles were red and were bleeding a lot. His entire right hand was light red and he was shocked. What the was that? My quirk. It would appear so. All Might shouted from behind, recovered back from his shock state, and Midoriya looked behind and saw his idol. Hey All Might! He screamed in shock. The numbness and pain in his hand was forgotten when he stared at the hero. Why are you here? It thought you were surrounded by reporters just until now, he said, and All Might just laughed. Ha! Getting away from them is a piece of cake. Why? Because I am All Might. He and his flexing was cut off when he turned back into his true form with a smoke and spout out blood, and Izuku screamed in fright. The mood was instantly killed when All Might wiped away the blood from chin. As I was saying, yeah, it looks like you've got a quirk after all, kid, but that quirk is getting same as mine. All Might said, and Midoriya raised curious eyebrows. What do you mean? The quirk I possess, a quirk that is like a sacred torch that can pass down from one bearer to the next. The quirk it possesses is called One for All, he said and continues. That reminds though. I never give you my power when I first met you. Do you steal it or something? Or it was given by someone else? No, that's not possible. Kid, have you seen a woman with black hair and gray eyes give you her hair to eat? Midoriya nodded, which All Might eyes widened in fake shock. He knows who gave the boy his power. A woman about 35 years old had a mole below her right cheek, and straight dark hair that hung just below her shoulders, which she kept styled in a partial bun with the rest of her hair down, along with 2 strands framing her face. Her clothes consisted of a dark sleeveless bodysuit with a high collar, yellow gloves and boots, a belt with an angular buckle, and a white cape. She was standing at 6 feet 2 inches feet and inches. Heh, that's some expression you do, Toshinori. Let's see how it'll turn out. The woman name was Nana Shiruma. Flashback. Nana awoke from her sleep as she punched open the metal box that was trapping her inside as she got up, realizing she was naked and spotted her costume on a white desk. It was dusty, but she dusted it off and wears it. She shook around and saw what it looks like an abandoned lab. How long have I been unconscious from my fight against All for One? Meh, it could be 2 weeks or something. Wonder how Toshinori and Gran Torino is doing. Man, they must be so worried I was dead or something, she exclaimed and began to walk her way out of here. She noticed the files that her name on it, so she decided to read it. She opened it and read the paper. Nana Shiruma. Age: 31. Gender: female. Quirk: One for All, Painrance. Status: deceased. Year of birth: 1991. Year of death: 2012. Nana dropped the file. Her face was showing pure shock. She was dead but now alive. What the hell? She whispered, and she sat down on a chair and put her finger on her chin. Okay, I passed the ember to Toshinori, which I can assume that right now his embers of One for All is already at its potential. Same with mine, since I give all my quirk, but a little tiny ember was still inside. So after 9 years my quirk is already reached through its potential. That give me the idea. If I could give 50% of my One for All and my other quirk, Painrance, to him or her, and having convinced Toshinori to give he or her his One for All, then it could be good. Nana stood up as she had a wide smile on her face. If she could at least find the next 9th user that doesn't posse's One for All yet by Toshinori, then she's going to give him or her, then she would convince Toshinori to give he or her his hair to them to eat. Alright, all I need is to find someone worthy to possess mine and Toshinori quirk. Flashback 2. After Nana saw a green-haired boy with freckles on his cheeks jump in to save a spiky ash-blonde boy, and All Might save them and defeated the sludge villain. She saw that Toshinori saw him as his face was full of shock, disbelief and surprise while he was interviewed by the reporters. Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, he said in a low tone as he ran toward her and bridal-style carry her, which caused her to blush furiously. What are you doing, Toshinori? She shouted in anger as Toshinori was jumping on one building by another. He landed and put Nana on the ground as he turned back into his true form and hugged Nana, who hugged back. How are you alive? He whispered in disbelief, and she chuckled into a low tone. I'll explain the story. After hearing the story, Toshinori was relieved and shows Nana his injuries against All for One. She was clearly horrified by this. She giggled at the thought when she offered Toshinori her hair to obtain One for All, and his reaction was hilarious. She then explained her plan, and Toshinori agreed to help her to give the boy that All Might wants him to inherit. He doesn't know his name, but he knows where he was. Flashback ended. Young man, I come with thanks, a correction, and a suggestion. All Might said before continuing. If you hadn't been there, if you hadn't told me about your life, I would have turned into a guy in a bodysuit who was all talk. Thanks. This can't be. It was my fault in the first place. I got in the way of your work, and I said those impertinent things even though I'm quirkless. Midoriya said and turned to his right side a little in shame. That's right. It was because it was none other than the timid, quirkless you at the scene that I was able to act. Midoriya stopped and looked at him. Top heroes have stories about themselves during their school days. Most of their stories have one thing in common. Their bodies moved before they had a chance to think. Midoriya gasped slowly and quietly, and the air blew them a little before he looked down and began to sob and grip his fists as he remembered his mother's words. I'm sorry, Izuku. I'm sorry. Midoriya slowly grabbed his chest and gripped on it as he was holding back his tears and gritting his teeth. That was true for you too, wasn't it? All Might said, and Izuku nodded. Why yes. He brokenly said, and he closed his eyes and released the tears as he fell to his knees. The words that he wanted his mother to said were, "You can become a hero." As Midoriya continues to sob while All Might was standing, he looked at her as he sent a thumbs up to Nana, which she thumbs back, and he looked back at Midoriya and he shrugged his shoulders. "You are worthy to inherit my power," All Might said. Midoriya stopped crying and sobbing as he looked up on All Might before his pupils and iris were gone, and tilted his head to his right side. He childishly said. "Inherit your power. But I just got half of your power by someone," he said quietly, and All Might burst out laughing and had his head on his left side. "What's with that face? It's just a suggestion. The real show starts after this," he said before he walked toward him and stopped and put his right hand on the air with his index finger open while other fingers close. "Listen, young man. You need to decide." He then pointed the index finger on him. "Whether or not you will accept 50% of my power," he shouted while blood shooting out of his mouth, and Midoriya had a confused face. What is All Might saying? He thought as All Might wiped away the blood on his chin. "I'm talking about my power, kid. Like I said about One for All. The tablets called it superhuman strength. And a boost. And I constantly dodged the question during interview with a funny joke. Because the symbol of peace, All Might, had to be a natural born hero. But young man, I will tell you the truth like I told you about a minute ago," he said as he moved his head up and arms open. "My quirk was passed on to me like a sacred torch," he confirmed, and Midoriya's right eye was a bit big while his left eye small. "It was passed on to you." "That's right. And now, it is your turn." Midoriya back immediately got up. Wait a minute, it's true that your quirk is something hotly debated as one of the world's greatest mysteries. So much so that not a day goes by when I don't see someone talking about it online. But he then began his muttering hobby as his eyes were swirl, confusing what is happening. "You always start with denial, huh?" he said before his head then moved to his left side. "Nonsense." Which Midoriya snapped out of his muttering and looked at All Might. "Warehouse. I may hide a lot of things, but I don't lie." He opened his hands. The power to transfer power. He then moved his left arm and opened his palm. "This is the quirk I inherited. High palm glow multicolored. I was crowned with One for All," he said as the glow got brighter. "One for All," he whispered, and All Might nodded. "That's right. One person cultivates the power and passes it on to another person, who also cultivates it and passes it on. It is the crystallization of power that spins together the voices of those who needed help." The glow began to vanish and All Might grip his fist. With a courageous heart. Why are you giving me something so great that I already had it? I have been looking for a successor. And then I thought it would be alright for you to inherit my One for All. You are just a quirkless hero fan, but you were more heroic than anyone else back there." Midoriya's eyes began to water. "Never mind. Well, it's up to you. Though," he said and pat his head. "What'll you do?" Midoriya gripped his knees, already made his decision to accept All Might's own One for All. He got up and wiped away his tears as he had a determined face. "I'll do it." All Might smirked. An immediate reply. "That's what I thought you'd say," he said before he waved his hand, signaled Nana to come as she walked toward them. "Also, this was part of the plan. 'Cause we already know that you'll accept it," All Might said, with a funny smile, and Midoriya's face went blank. "What?" he quickly said as he felt a touch on his left shoulder, and he turned around and saw Nana, grinning. "Hey. Good to see you again." Midoriya screamed in fright as he falls on his back, with bubbles appear on his mouth, and eyes swirled. He was unconscious from the surprise as both One for All user sweat drop. "Oops. I haven't tried that in a long time, so yeah?" Nana sheepishly laughed and All Might nodded. "I've forgotten to ask you. How are you not old?" All Might asked, wanted to know how Nana was still at 35 while he was 40. "Well, they sort of do some experiment on me with the age quirk that made me younger, hoping that you would have a small piece of One for All," she said, scratching her right chin, and All Might's face went blank. "I'm shocked," he whispered, and Nana giggled before she knees down and began to slap Midoriya's left cheek, repeatedly and softly. Hey. She saw his eyes began to open a little and we stopped and put his hands on her knees. "Warehouse. Hi. Nice to see you awake. Midoriya's eyes shot open and his face was red as he instantly got up and bowed repeatedly. SSS sorry F for making you wait. Hey, it's alright. She then got up and she took out her hand for a handshake. Sure, you've heard of me before, my name is Nana Shiruma. Midoriya shyly shake her hand with his head down because his entire red was blushing. I know your name, Izuku Midoriya. Now. He stopped blushing and looked at her as they let go of their handshake. Meet us at Dagoba Municipal Beach Park, early morning. 2 days later, early morning, Dagoba Municipal Beach Park. Izuku was trying his best to pull an inch on a fridge that All Might and Nana was sitting on together, as he was gritting his teeth in frustration and grunting loudly. Hey. This is such a comfy fridge to sit on. All Might, in his muscle form said, and Nana nodded before Izuku falls down, letting go of the ropes that was attached around the fridge. If you could move it even a little, it would be a little easier, Nana said as she closed her eyes and leaned against All Might's chest. Well yeah, I mean, you weigh 274 kilograms, right, and Nana weighs 71 or something. No. I lost weight, so I'm only 255 kilograms now, in this form, and Nana is 121 kilograms. Nana nodded before she lifted up her black t-shirt, revealing 8 rock-hard abs before she lifted down. She was just wearing a black t-shirt, white pants, white socks and yellow boots. Midoriya sighed in relief before he looked around. Anyway, why am I dragging trash at the beach park? Midoriya asked, and All Might chuckled and he pulled out his red smartphone and began snapping some photos of him. It's cause, you know, you're not a proper vessel. Midoriya's eyes began to shooting out tears as his face was panicked. What you're saying now is the opposite of what you said before. His knees was on the ground as he put his elbows on the ground and screamed while Nana and All Might got off the fridge as All Might continues to shot photos. I'm talking about your body. He stopped screaming as he looked at All Might and he put back his phone to his pocket. Me and Nana Quirk, one for all, is the fullest physical ability of many people gathered into one. An unprepared body cannot inherit it fully, he said before an image of Midoriya's limbs exploded. The limbs will come off and the body will explode. The limbs will what? He screamed in terror and he furiously shook his head. Then, I'm picking up trash to train my body. All Might nodded and thumbs up. Yes, he said before Midoriya's face slowly turned into fear. Wait. I just used one for all 2 days ago. So that means... Calm down, cutie. I have another quirk called Painrance. This quirk allows me to endure pain. Plus, the more I felt pain, it'll strengthen my body and afterwards to endure more pain. It's like the combination of painless and endurance. Also, this quirk can strengthen up your bone. Midoriya nodded. And since I given you 50% one for all in Painrance by making you eat my hair, you should able to use the power without taking a massive and yet dangerous injuries. But let's put that aside. After some research on the internet yesterday, he walked toward the fridge while Nana was drinking her ice orange soda. I discovered that part of this beach park's coast has been like this for many years. He was in front of the fridge as he used his index finger knuckle to touch it, which it causes the fridge side to have deep and big dent. Midoriya got up and looked around. Yeah. For some reason, because of the currents, objects drifted here a lot, and people take advantage of that to hide their illegal dumping. The local residents don't come near here either. Heroes these days are all after the showy stuff. Originally, being a hero meant doing volunteer service. Even if people called that boring or whatever. You can't waver from those roots. All Might said while he slowly pushed the fridge to the ground as Midoriya watched in awe by the sheer power of All Might. Then the fridge was destroyed, same with the pile of trash that was behind him, sending out winds and the sun hitting on them. You will restore the horizon for this whole section. He then looked at Midoriya. That is your first step toward becoming a hero. Midoriya gasped a little as he looked around. My first step. Clean. This. All of it. Midoriya said in shock and he got up. Midoriya, you want to go to UA? Right. Nana said and Midoriya nodded. Yes. Because it's where All Might went. So if I'm going to go, I thought it would definitely have to be UA. You're a go-getter fanda. All Might laughed and Midoriya chuckled before All Might looked at the sun that is about to come out. But I've told you this before, it's not something you can do without a quirk. It's sad, but that is what the reality is, and UA's is the hardest hero course to get into. In other words, he was cut off when Midoriya finished what he said. In 10 months until UA's entrance exam, I have to complete my vessel. All Might turn around as he had a pages of paper of his hand. That's where this comes in. I came up with this. Aim to pass. American Dream Plan, he said as he gave Midoriya to read all the papers. After 9 months of hell, All Might and Nana both step out of the red car as Nana was wearing a gray t-shirt, black pants, black boots and black jacket. They heard Midoriya scream as they look up and saw Midoriya screaming and roaring and were completely godsmacked by the mountain of trash he is standing at. The beach was so clean that you could describe it as one of the beautiful beach in the world. Hey. He even cleaned outside of where I told him to. Seriously. There's not even a speck of dust left. Seriously. He finished in just 9 months. More than perfectly. All Might said in shocked and awe as Nana was completely surprised that Midoriya was able to clean this in 9 months. It would take at least 2 years to clean the whole section of the beach. Oh my. Goodness. All Might shouted happily as he turned into his muscle form as Midoriya began to wobble and falls down, but All Might caught him. Good work, my boy. All Might praised the tired boy who gave him a weak smile. All Might. I did it. Yeah, you surprised the heck out of us, you entertainer. He then put Midoriya down. Teenagers are amazing, he said before he take out his phone and show Midoriya the picture he took when he began his training. It's you 9 months ago. He said as he observed Midoriya's transformation. He had hard 8 abs and sleek muscles and he was covered in sweat. You did good. You really did. The mirage of it is finally a bit visible, but you have certainly become a suitable vessel. All Might said as Midoriya looked at his fist. I feel like I'm cheating. All Might raised his eyebrows in curiosity. You did all this for me. Tears of happiness were forming on his eyes. I'm too blessed, he happily said as All Might just chuckled. What were you saying after all this time? It was your own hard work. All Might pat his back and Nana pat his head as 3 of them were smiling. We'll have to those leaky eyes of yours. Now, it's time for the award ceremony, Izuku Midoriya. All Might said before he pulled one strand of his hair. This is something I once told. Something that you receive because you're lucky and something that you are given because you are recognized are different essence. All Might said and Midoriya watched in awe. Take that to heart. This is the half of my power that you earned because of your own effort. Midoriya's eyes were beaming with determination as he would be ready for whatever life throws at him. Eat this. Silence filled the atmosphere as Nana was trying her best not to laugh out loud. This reminds her of the time where she gave All Might her hair to eat, and not to mention. Never mind. All Midoriya could muster was, huh, he said in fright and disbelief, and All Might chuckle and scratch his back, sheepishly. It doesn't really matter what it is as long as you can take in my DNA. It's too different from what imagined. Now, just eat the damn hair. Come. Midoriya screamed in fright as he was forced to swallow All Might's hair. After a while, his face was full of disgust as All Might and Nana were trying not to laugh. It's been 2 hours since Midoriya ate All Might's hair as he was wearing a different clothes, which was black t-shirt, dark blue pants, white socks and red boots. Alright, how do you feel, young Midoriya? All Might asked and Midoriya weakly give him thumbs up. Never been better. All Might laugh. Now, if you got injuries like bad ones, then a friend of mine is coming here to make sure you won't be in pain for a while, he said as the old lady walked down the stairs. This is Recovery Girl. Her quirk can heals people. Midoriya nodded as he looked at his fist. Now, remember how you unleash Nana's one for all. Squeeze your buttocks and yell this in your heart, smash. Give it a try. Midoriya nodded. His right hand starts glowing and emitting sparks, with red-colored, vein-like streams coursing throughout his rigged hand, and yelled at the top of his lungs and heart. Smash. Midoriya punched the air, which sends out powerful shockwaves that shot across the ocean, traveling about 40 kilometers, as the shockwave created 6 large walls of water that speared out into the sky, creating a rainbow of colors, and walls of water lingered into the air for a moment before crashing down, send a tidal back to the beach. All Might, Nana and Recovery Girl watched in awe. Gah! Midoriya winched loudly and painfully as he could felt the bone inside his right hand is breaking. If he uses it for the second time on his right hand, then it would have broke. Midoriya. Are you alright, kid? Nana said, worried as Midoriya turned around and revealed his hand. It was red like the first time he uses Nana's one for all, but inside of his bone crack and one more smash, his hand is done for. MMH. It looks like it worked, but the power of one for all break the bones inside of your hand a lot. All Might said as Recovery Girl healed his hand with her quirk by kissing his hand. Midoriya moved his right hand around and could felt his right hand is now alright, but he felt tired. Oh yeah? I forgot about her quirk. If I move then it would make me very tired, Midoriya said tiredly. But don't use it too much, kid, Recovery Girl said, and they look at him. If you would use one more smash on the injured arm then I'm afraid that your right hand will shattered. If Nana didn't give you her first quirk then your hand would have been shattered by now. Midoriya nodded before he thanked her. However, if you too much then I think it'll help you don't felt the bone crack when you use 100% if your body is able to endure that kind of pain, Recovery Girl said, and they nodded. But for now on, I think you should try using 5% of your power or 1%. Nana said, and Midoriya look at his fist and grip it. The entrance exam is starting in next month. I suggest you to try to use 1% of its power. After 1 month later, Midoriya closed the alarm as he looked at the clock and realized it was 6:51 a.m. He had to be there in 7:50 or otherwise his dream goes boom. He immediately got out of his bed but ended up hitting his face with a loud thud which causes Inko to burst open the door and panicked when she saw that Izuku's face was on the ground. Mom. Get my clothes and breakfast ready. I'm going to be late. Inko then did what he asked as Izuku got up and touched his nose. It wasn't bleeding or broken, which was a good thing. He went to the bathroom, brushed his teeth and take a hot shower, as quick as he can. He wears his junior school uniform as he step out of the bathroom and eat his breakfast, which is a milk, cereal and apple. He clean his empty bowl of cereal and glass of milk. Are you going to be alright? Inko said, worried about Izuku's safety. Why yeah. Darn it, I'm gonna be late. Gee goodbye, Mom. He said before he opened the door and closes it as he began to run to the Tatooine station. Oh God. I should have known that next time never, ever train during night. He thought as he arrived at the Tatooine station and after 20 minutes of waiting to arrive. He stepped out of the train and began to run as fast as he can. He was on the street and he couldn't use one for all since he could only use 100% of its power, and that will break his legs and not to mention the fall. Suddenly, a white limo on his right side hit him which sent him to the ground and the car stopped as Midoriya was holding his right leg. Man, that was painful. It wasn't broken or anything. It was just a bruise and a teenage girl with a mature physique for her age, which her age is same as Midoriya. She has cat-shaped, onyx-colored eyes and long black hair. Her hair is normally tied into a spiky ponytail, and she has bangs on the right side of her face. Yayarosa P.O.V. As soon as our limo hit a green-haired boy, I immediately got out of the car and went to check if he was alright, or maybe I saw that he was rubbing his right leg, which I assumed that that's the place where we hit him. My butler, or my dad's brother, Kim, was on guard and was having a bad feeling about this. Of course, given to our history, this isn't the first time that we hit someone. It has been like a lot that I couldn't count how many we hit, or they jump on us so far. They would clutch on their injured leg, which was perfectly fine and no bruises. They would blame us for it, and she us for money. Even they asked me to repay them for a date, which Kim handled them with extreme style. The boy stood up and grunted in pain and I bowed, like I always do in this situation. I'm so sorry that we hit you with our car. Kim sighed before he grabbed the family card from his jacket pocket and was about to escort me back to limo. Sigh. Why can't I just met a good person? Jiro has always been my best friend, but others don't want to be my friends. Maybe it's because of my wealth and looks. It's always like th. I am so sorry. I turned around in shock when I saw the boy bowed to me. I was flabbergasted. This never happened before. Oh God. I wasn't paying any attention, and why you had to stop? Why your car? Wait, the car. Is there any damages on it? I'll repay you. The boy or man bowed again as I was completely surprised by this. The limo's fine, man. The boy sighed in relief before his eyes widened. WW, what time is it? Kim pulled his sleeve and checked. What time is it? 7:41. The boy face immediately panicked as he bowed again. I'm so sorry that I wasted your times. He then run, but this is the first time that someone ever apologized to me, except Jiro. She did apologize to me when she made mistakes. Wait. I stopped him, which he stopped and looked at him. He is in such hurry. I can get you a ride. The boy smiled but shook his head. And nah, I can get to UA. So can I go? I smile. I'm going to UA. Too, hop in. It'll be quicker if you have a car. I said sweetly, and the boy hesitated but gave in as me and him went inside the limo and Kim went inside and drive to UA. I'm Momo Yayarozu. What's your name? I Izuku Midoriya. He said, still shy, which piqued my interest. Anyway, why are you shy? You never talked to a girl before. He blushed even redder, and I hate to admit, but he's cute. And adorable, a bit handsome I guess. But he's definitely cute and adorable. I guess so. I giggled before I closed my eyes and smiled happily. Well, it'd be bad luck if you fail, right, Izuku? After a while, we arrived at UA. As we both step out of my car and Kim drove off. He walked inside of the UA until we stop. Out of my way, Deku. He then turned around and I turned to see who it was, revealing a boy, about his and my age, ash blonde spiky hair, red sharp eyes, and was wearing the same clothes as Midoriya but had a light yellow scarf wrapped around his neck. Ka-chan, Midoriya said, and I look at both of them. Are they friends? Don't stand in front of me. I'll kill you. He growled at Midoriya, which made me realize that they were not friends at all, and Midoriya had a panicked and scared face. In the morning. Oh, let's both do our best. He just ignored him and went past us. I suddenly realized that he was Katsuki Bakugo, the one who was captured by the sludge villain 10 months ago. Are you guys friends or rivals? I said, completely confused and did situation. Oh. He was used to be my childhood friend until he started to abuse and bullying me ever since his quirk appeared. He said before we walk again, but he accidentally tripped. He stopped falling and was in midair as I saw a young girl of short height and petite build, with fair skin that is prone to blushing, big round brown eyes, and shoulder-length brown hair which sports 2 long locks beside her face and a short bob at the back. She also has micro bangs which sweep to her left. Are you alright? She asked, and she helped Midoriya put his feet on the ground as she touched her fingertips. It's my quirk. Sorry for using it without asking. But it's bad if you fell, right? She said in a sweet tone, and she put her hands together. Aren't you nervous? Let's do our best. See ya. She then walked away as I look at Midoriya, who had a blank face. -3 RDP, V. After a while, everyone was now at the exam orientation room with President Mike telling the rules which. As for now, everyone is at the entrance exam with Midoriya wearing a green jumpsuit with big red boots, and he was looking around, saw many people. He was actually very nervous. During the 1 month, he was trying so hard to use 5% of one for all but couldn't, and sometimes injured himself when he accidentally used 100%. He then spotted the girl that helped him on school gate as he was about to greet her and thank her until a hand grabbed his left shoulder, which he stops and then around, and saw the guy who was at the exam orientation. That girl appears to be trying to focus, he said, looking at the girl before he looked at him. What are you doing here? Are you taking the entrance exam to interfere with everyone else? The boy with dark blue hair and glasses said, and Midoriya waved his hands. No, of course not. Midoriya said as everyone was talking about him. Okay, start. President Mike shouted on the mic as everyone looked up to see him. What's wrong? There are no countdown in real fights. Run. The die has been cast, you know. Huh. Midoriya then looked over the group and noticed that they were running. What? I'm behind already. He then run to catch up with them. I'm behind. Calm down. It's fine. He thought until a 1P or 1-pointer burst through a wall and Midoriya stopped as the 1P attacked him. Even without using his quirk, Midoriya dodged the 1-pointer and sent a jab at its eye, breaking it, and Midoriya grunted and his fist was a bit bruised and he front kicked it from its back. It made a little dent on it. Suddenly, a laser went through the 1-pointer, destroying it into pieces by a blonde guy with a weird smile. Thanks for distracting it, he said, and Midoriya looked at her, surprised. A laser? Merci. We made a good team. But I don't will meet again, he said, and winked at Izuku before he ran. Adieu, he shouted, leaving a confused Midoriya. We won't meet again. Wait a minute. He stole my point. 6 minutes and 2 seconds left. Oh no. He then began to search for any pointers left, but all he found was nothing more than destroyed pointers. Points. I need points fast. HR thought as he stopped and gasped in surprise when he saw everyone was destroying a lot of pointers. He saw Yaoyorozu creating a sword as she slashed apart a 2-pointer head, and she gasped for air. That's 34 points, she said between pant before she began to find another pointer. She was wearing a gray t-shirt, black short-sleeve jacket, black leggings, red boots, and black fingerless gloves. The number of enemies is decreasing fast. Oh no. Until the ground began to shake as everyone stopped and looked what is happening and saw that it was a 0-pointer. It crushed a building with its massive hand and rocks began to fall as Midoriya was in fear. Isn't it a bit too big? he thought as the zero-pointer punched the ground, sending shockwave at everyone who was covering their eyes. Midoriya collapses but on the ground as everyone began to run away, while Midoriya was frozen in fear. The boy with the glasses looked at Midoriya before he continues to run. He wanted to help him get up but he decided to stick to his plan. He felt sorry for him, but he already chose his answer and Midoriya tried to get up and run. This isn't funny. I have to run away. I'll get the point as I run. Shoot, 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 I'm still at 0 points. Less than 2 minutes left. President Mike shouted on the mic and Midoriya gasped in surprise. 2 minutes. He shouted as he remembered the training. It'll be wasted. Everything All Might and Nana gave me will be wasted. He thought as he had rears on his corner. He stopped when he saw the nice girl at the school gate had a rock on her legs and tried to push them out, and she grunted. Izuku got up as he began to lift up the rock and the girl pulled her legs out. She looked at him. Thanks. Let's get out of here, come on. She said before she runs. Midoriya accidentally fall down again, and the confidence inside of him was gone when he fell. Oh wow. Midoriya stopped dead on his tracks as he slowly turned around, seeing Momo's legs was trapped under the rocks. Her face was saddened that everyone left her behind to die as Midoriya's eyes glow green. It'd be bad luck if you fail, right, Izuku? Izuku immediately got up, rushing toward the zero-pointer, as he realized his body is moving on its own. There is absolutely no merit in taking on that foe villain, but that creates the opportunity for it to shine brighter. As his legs starts glowing and emitting sparks, with red-colored, vein-like streams coursing throughout his legs and he jumped highly, causing the ground to make a massive and huge dent on it. Momo looked at him and gasped in shock, including everyone that was watching and everyone in the room who was watching Izuku look a bit surprised while All Might had a smile on his face. Then, he gripped his right fist as his right hand starts glowing and emitting sparks, with red-colored, vein-like streams coursing throughout his right hand which causes the sleeve to torn apart from the sheer power of One for All. Squeeze your buttocks, All Might said, and yell this inside your heart. They both said as soon as Midoriya about to punch the zero-pointer face and he screamed at the top of his lungs and heart. Smash. Izuku punched the zero-pointer face which causes nearly all his head destroyed from the power of One for All, as the body began to explode. Everyone looked in awe and shocked and All Might grinned widely. That's right. It rises to the surface. The most important qualification of a hero. The spirit of self-sacrifice. Izuku's right hand was red, not like the last time which was a bit darker red and could felt his right hand bone cracking a lot. 1 minute left. Midoriya gasped in surprise. He totally forgot about that when he was in rush about only saving Yaoyorozu. He looked down and saw how high it is as he began to fall down. His legs bone also crack a lot, but can still use them except it'll break the bone more if he walks. Just as he was about to hit the ground, the girl with brown hair slapped his left cheek, which made him float and Yaoyorozu create a cotton sheet bed with her last energy. Release, she said before Midoriya landed on the cotton sheet bed and the one-pointer that she was laying at, she covered her mouth and began to puke out. Rainbow. I'm saved. Are Yaoyorozu and the girl alright? He thought as he looked at the exhausted Momo and the half-awake girl. Phew. I'm so glad. He slammed his left fist on the ground. And, thanks you too. He began to crawl to touch the one-pointer. If I can just get 1 point. Time's up. Izuku stopped as tears leaks down on his eyes, before he went lose conscious from the pain. Much to Momo's surprise, she tried to get up, but couldn't because of the exhaustion. After that, everyone was looking at Midoriya who was still unconscious. Who was that guy? He suddenly jumped at the obstacle. He seemed to have a reinforcement-type quirk, but that was unusual. But if he had such an amazing quirk, what kind of life did he live that made him so jumpy? Maybe he was acting to trick others. But it doesn't look like he gained anything from doing so. Anyway, there is no mistake in that he's an amazing guy. They're missing the point. Didn't they see? He then looked at Yaoyorozu who was still exhausted. He jumped out to save that girl. He looked at Midoriya. He was aware of the remaining time, his own safety and the points he needed to pass. And even so, he did not hesitate at all. He gripped his fist in frustration. If we had not been in an exam, of course, I would have done the same. He stopped and realized something as he put his finger on his chin. Wait. Exam. Of course. Wait a minute. After a while, Recovery Girl came and healed Midoriya's wound and 1 week later. Midoriya had a small smile on his face, his iris were gray while his pupils were gone, He was looking straight dead into his cooked fish while Inko was totally worried. Izuku. 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 Midoriya snapped out of his creepy way and looked at his mother, whose face was worried and scared. Hey, are you alright? Why are you smiling at the fish? She asked while sweating nervously. Oh, sorry. I'm fine, he said and began to eat his lunch. After that, he was sitting on the couch, holding his smartphone, and was gazing back to his thoughts. The door was immediately open when his mother began to crawl on the ground repeatedly. Izu. Izu. Izuku. She shudders and pulled out a letter with red UA logo on it. It's here. It came. It's here. Inko was outside of her son's doorstep as she was walking back and forth. Midoriya looked at the letter before he ripped it apart, since it was hard to rip, and a small device fell on his travel as it shows a video. I am here as a projection, All Might said, and Izuku screamed in surprise. All Might. He then looked at the letter logo and looked back on the projection. Wait, this is from UA. Right. What? I had to do some paperwork that took some time, so I couldn't contact you. He coughed before he bowed. I'm sorry. Actually, I came to this town to work at UA. Midoriya gasped in surprise. All Might is working at UA. All Might nodded before a finger poked him on his left side as he began to talk with the one who poked him, which he apologized for the guy and looked back at Midoriya. Even though you passed the written exam, you got 0 points on the partial exam. Of course, that means you didn't pass. I knew that, but... He gripped his knees and looked down in shame. It's so frustrating. If that was all there was to it. Midoriya looked up. I'm an entertainer, as well. First, take a look on this video, he said, and pressed the remote control start, and it shows the video about Momo and the nice girl who opened the door and walked inside and saw President Mike. Excuse me, Momo said on the video. Momo and the nice person. These two young ladies came to negotiate directly in person after the exam. Negotiate what? Well, keep watching to find out. The person with curly hair and freckles called Izuku Midoriya. Kind of plain looking, Momo said while scratching her cheek. It's me. Is it possible for us to give him some of our points? We heard him say. If I could just get 1 point. So we thought that he was still at 0 points, the nice girl said. What the hell can you? At least the points he lose because of us, she said. There was absolutely no reason for you to put yourself in danger. He saved me from death when everyone left me to die. Please, 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 please give him some of our points, Momo begged as she had her eyes closed tightly, and Izuku got up as the video paused, showing All Might looking at the TV. In addition to now having a quirk, your brave actions spurred others to act. Midoriya smiled and looked down. He was proud that he made the right decision to save Momo. The entrance exam the other day was not graded only on villain points, All Might said, and turned around and made a X on his arms. Even if you asked to, you cannot give him your points, President Mike said, and he patted Momo and the nice person head. Anyway, there's no reason to give him any female listeners. How can a hero course reject people who save others to do the right thing? Call that lip service. Bring it on. That is a job that requires one's life to put that lip service into practice. Rescue points. Midoriya's eyes widened in surprise and face full of shock and disbelief. And they're given by a panel of judges. It's the other basic ability we at UA look at. His eyes widened and expression increased more when he saw his rescue points. Izuku Midoriya, 81 points. Momo Yaoyorozu, 54 points, and Ochiko Uraraka, 46 points. You 3 pass, he said as tears of happiness were in the corner of Midoriya's eyes. That is too crazy. All Might looked at the camera and took out his hand. Come, young Midoriya, he said, and Izuku released all the tears he's been holding back. This is your hero academia. Momo Yaoyorozu, she is now sitting down on the dining table with her family. She was lost in thought about the guy who saved her. Izuku Midoriya, after he got his acceptance letter, he went to Dagoba Municipal Beach Park to meet up with Nana and All Might. They congrats him on his acceptance, and they talk for a bit until it was ruined when All Might turned into his muscle form to tell him that he can control one for all, and he destroyed an empty can, which caused a young couple to chase after them. After Momo was done eating with her family, she was at her room, sitting down on her chair, and was searching if she could give him any gifts. If he hadn't saved her, then she would have been dead for now. He sacrificed his legs and right arm and his life to give hers. She is now worrying about him. She just wants to find him and ask him if he is okay, and probably get his phone number. She wanted to know Izuku more. She already made friends with the girl that Izuku also saved, Izuku Midoriya. Suddenly, she heard a text from BR phone as she stopped looking for items on the internet and opened her phone, revealing to be Kyoka Jiro. Kyoka, hey Momo. What were you doing? Where were you when the exam was over? Momo, it's complicated. Kyoka, oh okay. Anyway, just be careful, alright? I don't want you to get hurt when you nearly died when that 0-pointer. Never mind. Momo, I'm okay now. Also, I made a friend. Kyoka, really? Who is the lucky person? Momo, her name is Izuku Midoriya. I met her when someone saved both of us. We became quick friends. I also heard if she had a love interested in the guy who saved us, but she said no because she saw him as her hero and savior. Kyoka, squeak. OMG, you are in love. Momo, what? No, I'm not. I'm just saying, why am I even bothering talking to you? I just wanted to buy some presents to that guy. If you even dare about saying I'm in love with him, then I would force you to go to the nightclub all by yourself while you're getting hit by males, and possibly being raped. Kyoka, fine. I won't talk about it. I think you should create that toy of yours, the one you made when you were a kid. Momo, think about it. It does sounds good, but she is scared that what if Midoriya thought that it was some doll and give it to someone else? Momo, I think I'll try. Kyoka, maybe I dunno, a good food or whatever. I'll see tomorrow. Bye bye, Momo. Momo, K night. She closed her phone and covered her face. Her face was bright red, probably embarrassed what Jiro just said to her. Damn it, she thought, a bit frustrated and embarrassed. Once she was done blushing, she is just reading books since she likes reading books. She grabbed her glass of chocolate milk and drink. She out the glass on her table and continued to read. She is also listening to music, which was a peaceful one. She stopped reading when she heard her phone ringing. She grabbed it and saw the screen. It was from Kyoka, but wasn't she already asleep? She was confused but answered it. Hello? Momo. Open the damn door. She shouted on the phone, which Momo had to cover her right ear, and she realized that it was raining and Jiro was outside. After a while, Jiro was shivering. Likely she was cold after she had to take trains and things to get to Momo's house or mansion. Why are you doing here? I thought you were sleeping. Kyoka sheepishly chuckled before she took a sip on her hot chocolate drink. WWL. It's because my parents bought us to a museum but it was closed, and we had to take shelter when our car juice is out. We need to separating do I thought it'll be a best chance to get to your house. Do you mind if I stay here for a short time? I need to call them that I'm at your house. Momo nodded and Jiro smiled before she drank all her hot chocolate. Izuku, do you have tissue? Yeah. And your handkerchief? What about your handkerchief? Your hanky. I have it. I'm going to be late. I have to hurry. Izuku got up when he finished tie his sneakers and was about to step out the door. Izuku. Inko cried out and Midoriya looked at her. Clearly he was in a hurry. What is it? Inko had a smile on her face and slight blush of embarrassed. You're really cool. Izuku blushed from the praise as he smiled. I'm off, bye. He said before closing the door. After a while, he was running down the halls as he was looking for class 1, which was his classroom. Apparently he had a hard time figuring out where his class was since he was late and UA was really huge and big. There it is. He was at the doorstep of class 1 as he was shocked to see the huge door. The elite chosen from the huge number at the exam. He nervously said before he think about Bakugo and the scary guy wearing glasses, and he shake his head furiously and began to open the door. I hope I'm not in the same class as the scary people. Don't put your feet on the desk. The dark blue hair boy scolded Bakugo. Huh. Bakugo said, pure arrogance inside his voice, smiling cockily. Don't you think that's rude to the UA upperclassmen and the people who made the desk? Nope. What junior high did you go to, you side part character? Bakugo said, and Midoriya's face went blue. The top 2. Izuku though has the glasses but began to speak. I attended semi-private academy. My name is Tenya Ilda. Semi. So you're a damn elite, huh? Looks like I'll have fun crushing you. Crushing. That's very cruel. Do you truly aim to be a hero? Tenya asked, shocked as Bakugo tsk in annoyance, and they both noticed Midoriya. You're. Everyone then looked at Midoriya, who began to panic. Oh, good morning. I am from semi-private academy. My name is. I heard. Can you stop and look at Izuku, a bit surprised? I'm Midoriya. Nice to meet you, Hilda, he awkwardly said. Of course you did. Midoriya, you realize there was something more to that practical exam, right? Midoriya looked at Hilda, confused. I had no idea. I misjudged you. I hate to admit it, but you are way more better than me, Hilda said with a hint of frustration, and Izuku's sweat drop. Sorry. I actually didn't realize anything. Izuku. Izuku was met with a hug from Momo as she buried her face on his shoulder, which caused him to blush very, very red. Oh my gosh. Are you alright? What happened? She realized what she was doing and she let go of the hug, instantly, as everyone in the class was bewildered. Anyway, are really alright, Izuku? I was too worried that I couldn't even slept, she asked, worried as Izuku was trying to speak. Why yes. I am alright. Are you sure? Because. Never mind, I have a present for you, but I'll give it to you during lunch. Midoriya nodded, still shy as ever. Oh, that curly hair. You're the plain-looking one. Izuku Midoriya. Uraraka said from his behind as he turned around and saw her. It's the nice person, he thought, surprised. You passed, just like President Mike said. Of course you did. Your punch was amazing. She then began to show how Midoriya was punching as Izuku's face was bright pink. Oh, well, it was thanks to you going to speak with him directly that I, Huh. How did you know about that? Oh, that's because. Meanwhile, Bakugo was glaring at Izuku, remembering the time when he was accepted into UA. How dare he defy me? Something's definitely up. He then looked at the window. I wonder if today's just the entrance ceremony and orientation. I wonder what our teacher's like. Aren't you nervous? Go somewhere else if you want to play at being friends. A tired and scruffy voice said from their behind as Izuku's eyes widened and they stopped as Uraraka turned around while Momo peeked through the door, seeing man in a yellow sleeping bag. This is the hero course, he said, and he drank a juice box and everyone were horrified to see. Something's here. Midoriya, Hilda, Uraraka and Momo thought as the man stood up and opened his sleeping bag. It took 8 seconds before you were quiet. Time is limited. You kids are not rational enough. He stepped out of the sleeping bag. He is a slender and tall man with messy, shoulder-length black hair that partially hangs in front of his face and half-open black eyes, ragged black outfit that consists of a long-sleeved shirt and matching pants that tuck into his boots. He also wears a utility belt and a gray scarf. A teacher. Which means that person's a pro hero too. But I've never seen a hero who looked that worn out before. Izuku thought, curious. I'm your homeroom teacher, Shota Aizawa. Nice to meet you. Homeroom teacher. Everyone thought except Midoriya. Shota Aizawa. Why do I feel like I heard of that name before? It's kind of sudden, but put these on and go onto the field. Meanwhile, All Might in his true form was reading about the UA teachers, and he began to read about Shota Aizawa. A Quirk assessment test. Everyone shouted, surprised. But what about the entrance ceremony? The orientation? If you're gonna be a hero, you don't have time for such leisurely events. UA's selling points is how unrestricted its school traditions are. That's also how the teachers run their classes. You kids have been doing this since junior high too, right? Physical fitness tests where you weren't allowed to use your quirks. The country still uses average taken from results from students not using their quirks. It's not rational. Well, the Ministry of Education is procrastinating, he said before he turned to Bakugo. Bakugo, you finished at the top of the partial exam, right? In junior high, what was your result for the softball throw? 67 meters, he said as Aizawa throws him a softball. Then, try doing it with your quirk. You can do what want as long as you stay in the circle. Hurry up, give it all you've got, Aizawa said, and Bakugo began to stretch his arms and legs. Then, well, I'll add a blast to the pinch, he said before the usual bored face and turned into insane rage as he threw the softball with his quirk. Die. Midoriya said, confused. Know your own maximum first. Then, the softball landed as the device on Aizawa's hand made a beep sound. That is the most rational way to form the foundation of a hero. He turned around and showed them the device, which was 705. 2 meters, and everyone gasped in shock. 705. 2. Seriously. A boy with blonde hair and black lightning-shaped stroke. What's this? It looks fun, the girl with pink skin said excitedly. It looks fun. Huh. Everyone look at Aizawa. You have 3 years to become a hero. Will you have an attitude like that the whole time? He said before he formed a smirk on his face. Alright. Whoever comes in last place in all 8 tests will be judged to have no potential at all and will be punished with expulsion. Huh. Aizawa, huh? Young Midoriya will be facing a lot of suffering in these tests, All Might said as he put his hand on his head. Punished with expulsion. Oh no. This is bad. In all 8 tests. I can only use 1 for all only at 1% when Nana taught me so. But I might accidentally use 100 or 0 since I didn't know how to use 1%. I can't know how to control it. We're free to do what we want about the circumstances of out students, Aizawa said before he lifted his hair up, revealing a grin on his face. Welcome to UA's Hero course. A huge test on the first day of school. What am I going to do? Last place will be expelled. But it's first day of school. No, even if it wasn't the first day on school, this is too unfair. Uraraka shouted and everyone nodded except some like Bakugo, Midoriya and Yaoyorozu. Natural disasters, big incidents, and selfish villains going insane. Calamities whose time or place can't be predicted. Japan is covered with unfairness. Heroes are the ones who reserve the situations. If you wanted to talk with your friends at McDonald's after school, too bad. For the next 3 years, UA will do all it can to give you one hardship after another. Come on. Go beyond, plus ultra. Overcome it with all you've got. Alright, demonstration's over. The real thing starts now. The first test is 50-meter dash. The first one is Tenya and a girl with dark green hair called Tsuyu Ajiri, Ilda Win. The second is the boy that Izuku met called Yuga Aoyama and the girl with pink skin called Mina Ashido, Ashida won. The third is Ochiko and a guy with tail called Mashireo Ojiro, which he won. The last is Bakugo and Midoriya. Midoriya used 1 for all 1%, which Bakugo beats him at 4.13 while Midoriya tops on 5.16. Bakugo was glaring at him while Aizawa was looking at Midoriya. It was now grip test as Izuku held the grip test and used 1 for all 1% on it, which it calculates to 181 kilograms. The person with duplicate arms called Mizo Shoji got 540 kilograms. The person with cylindrical tape dispensers called Hanta Zero asked him if he a gorilla or octopus, which a person that looks like a kid with purple-like balls on his head called Minoru Mineta said that octopus is sexy. Like seriously. What was with that kid? Think the standing long jump and repeated side steps or whatever that calls same, but Midoriya passing the standing long jump. The final test is softball throw. Uraraka throws the softball as the device couldn't calculate how much scores Uraraka get. So, Aizawa turned around and then the device, revealing the scores to be infinity. An infinity. Everyone including Bakugo, screamed in shocked. That's amazing. She got an infinity. Kaminari said, and it was Midoriya's turn as he began to channel 1 for all 1% on his right hand as Aizawa iris glow red and Midoriya throw the softball. It only 48 meters, which made Midoriya eyes widened in shocked. I was definitely trying to use it just now, what? He whispered in disbelief and Aizawa's scarf began to float. I erased your quirk. Midoriya turned to his left side and gasped in shocked. Aizawa was sending him an intimating look and his hair was waving upwards. That entrance exam was definitely not rational enough. Even a kid like you was accepted. Aizawa coldly said. Erased my quirk. Midoriya gasped in shocked when he saw the yellow goggles. I see. You can erase other people's quirk just by looking at them with your quirk. The erasure hero. Eraser head. Eraser head. I don't know him. Ojiro said, putting his finger on chin. I've heard of him before. He's an underground hero. Ajiri said while All Might was leaning against the wall. He doesn't like media attention because he says it hinders his work. That's right, young Midoriya. He and I don't get along. All Might said in his muscle form as Aizawa continues to glare down on Midoriya, who was still in shock what just happened. From what I saw and tell, you can't really control your quirk, right? Do you intend to become incapacitated again and have someone saved you? That's not my intention. He was cut off when Aizawa's scarf wrapped around his body and dragged him to him face to face. Whatever your intention, I'm saying that's what those around you will force to do. In the past, there was an oppressively passionate hero who saved over 1,000 by himself and created a legend. Even if you had the same reckless valor, you'll just be decked and turned into a useless doll after saving one person, like how you saved Yaoyorozu. Izuku Midoriya. With your power, you can't become a hero. He then let go of Midoriya and his iris turned back to normal to close his eyes. I've returned your quirk. You only have one turn for the ball throw. Hurry up and get it over with. he said before walking away, and Midoriya's head was down and disappointed. It looks like he received some advice. Probably just to him he's expelled and kicked out of here because he's a quirkless nerd with no potential. What should I do? He's asking me to pull off one for all like how I did in the entrance exam. Even so, my own one for all is currently on the same potential with Nana's and All Might's one for all, and not mention that I can damage my hand to do so while they couldn't because they mastered it. Wait. If I can't use my hand then? Combine. Nana said that Painrance can strengthen my body if I take in many pain. I know. Midoriya thought, and his eyes beaming with determination, and Aizawa sigh and disappointed and drop his eye dropper on his die eyes. Zero potential. He thought, and Midoriya reared back his hand and began ready to throw the ball. It's just as Aizawa said. Aizawa raised his eyebrows a bit. At this rate, there's no way I'll become a hero. Hey, are you freaking serious? All Might said in a hush's excitement. I have to work a lot harder than other people. That's why, with all my strength, I'll do what I can right now. Then, he channeled one for all in his fingertip and yelled at the top of his lungs and heart. Smash. The moment the ball left his finger, a large and massive shockwave blasted it off as it propelled the ball at high speeds, and the wind nearly blew everyone away from their feet. Everyone's eyes were widened and shocked and jaws hanging out as the ball sailed down and hit the ground. The device beeped as Aizawa looked over it, and his eyes widened in surprise. 31 kilometers. He said, and everyone gasped in shock. Mr. Aizawa. Midoriya said, and Aizawa looked up from his device, and Midoriya gripped his wrist. I can still move. Izuku said with a grin, and Aizawa grinned himself. This kid. He marveled for the first time in a while. He felt a little excitement, and was proud to be proven wrong. I came here because I was worried, but what the heck, young man? You can still only control 1% of one for all, but you also couldn't become incapacitated. So, you propelled the ball at the last point of contact by sending the power of one for all at your fingertip, minimizing the injury while maximizing the power. What the heck, young man? All Might grinned even wider, as he looked at the brave face of his successor, and endured the slightest pain because of Painrance. You're so damn cool. Holy crap. Zero shouted. He got 31 kilometers. That's insane. Way to go, Izuku. Both Uraraka and Yaoyorozu cheered. His fingers swollen. Ilda said and put his finger on his chin. There was the entrance exam, too. He sure have a weird quirk. It's not very stylish. Aoyama said while Bakugo was stunned, his body shaking and looked with wide eyes and mouth hanging open and sweating bullets. What's with that quirk? Everyone's quirks manifest by the age of 4. This is unthinkable. But in reality, he thought before snapping out of stunned state as his eyes full of anger and fury, and his blood boiling in anger. Oi, what is the meaning of this? Bakugo growled, and he creates explosion and dashed toward Midoriya. Hey! Tell me what's going on, Deku, you damn bastard! Izuku screamed in fright. Before he could get any closer, a band of cloth quickly shot toward him, and Bakugo was instantly stopped and his quirk was shut off. What the hell? These cloth are hard. Bakugo said and slowly turned around, seeing Aizawa activating his quirk. They're weapons for capture made out of carbon fiber woven together with metal wire made of a special alloy. He said as his hair was flowing around him, a gross look on his face as he was able to stop the boy in time. Geez. Don't keep making me use my quirk over and over again. I have die eyes. Then everyone was stunned. It's such a wasted, since he had an amazing quirk. He then let go of the cloth and his quirk deactivated, but still keep glaring at Bakugo. We're wasting time. Whoever's next, get ready. Midoriya. Midoriya looked at him when he moved away from the angry Bakugo who was just standing there. Here, he said, and throw him a roll of bandage. Go bandage your finger by the tap over there, and once we're done, go check on Recovery Girl. He said and turned to Yaoyorozu. Go help him, since you were so concerned for him. Yaoyorozu blushed slightly, and Aizawa gestured everyone to follow him, and Midoriya went to Yaoyorozu as she led him to the taps while he was blushing and muttering how close she to him. A little while ago, he was just a goddamn pebble on the dam of the road. A pebble. On the damn side of the freaking road. Meanwhile, Izuku and Momo were near the taps as she was helping to clean his finger. The blood trickling down on his fingernail as the water mixed with the blood and washed down on the drain, and Izuku could felt Momo's soft touch on his finger. Did this always happens when you use your quirk? She said, breaking the awkward silence, and Midoriya raised a curious eyebrows. Pardon. Do you always injure yourself when using your quirk? She asked, and Midoriya nodded as she began to wrap the bandage around his finger. How much did it hurt? Oh, like, I don't know. A bus crashed on my finger when I accidentally fall down on the road. She giggled from the joke and Izuku blushed furiously. She was so damn cute and beautiful. That's original. But how much did it hurt? No jokes this time. It hurt a little, you see. I have 2 quirks. One is the one I saved you from the faux villain and the softball throw, and the second one where it helps me endure pain. The pain can also strengthen my body, he said, and began to flex his injured finger without showing any signs of pain. See, it doesn't really hurt at all, he said, and continues to flex, but the look on her face, she seems concerned about hearing it, but also confused. Strengthen your body. Midoriya blushed before he began to shuddering. It's like my second quirk takes pain, right? Then the pain will transfer it to my body and my physical abilities will increase. Like if I do running and without stopping, then it would increase my speed and stamina or whatever. I don't really know what to say since it just manifested 11 months ago, Midoriya said. Oh, so that's why the boy called you a quirkless. So, when he called you Deku, was that an insult or something? She said, and Midoriya smiled sadly. Yeah. It's a name he calls me when we were kids. It means useless or good for nothing. But it's okay, I get used to it, and it doesn't bother me that much. Yaoyorozu felt a bit sad for him. When his quirk was manifest and I found out that I was quirkless, nobody wants to be my friend, since I'm quirkless. I haven't been with human society for the past 11 years, besides my mom who is supporting me. Now, she was even more sad for Midoriya as she placed both her hands on his shoulders. Well, I don't think you're useless, she stated with a serious look on her face as he looked back at her with shock. Useless. Person wouldn't have able to save me from the faux villain a month ago. I can defeat that faux villain with my quirk, but I was trapped under the rocks, so I couldn't. And you are far from being good for nothing. Otherwise you wouldn't have able to beat that Bakugo's high score like that. I don't want to know what he sees about you, but from what I've seen, I think you're pretty amazing, she said, and Izuku could only stare at her and mute it all. Well, you're all patched up, Momo said, and she stood up. I have to finish my softball throw. Come on, let's go, she said, and began walking away, and Izuku could stare numbly at her. Wanna know something? Uraraka suddenly said from his behind, surprising him as she smiled brightly. I actually really like the name Deku for you. It gives me this never give up kind of vibe, you know, she happily said, and Izuku nodded slowly. Thanks, Uraraka. She nodded before running back to Momo, telling her about that he changed his Deku name. This is the best day of my life, he thought as he remembered how soft and gentle Yaoyorozu's hands was, while All Might watched in amusement. Pfft. You were strong and brave, but you are still completely shy around girls. How amusing of you, All Might said, holding back his laughter. After that was over, Uraraka kept calling him Deku except Yaoyorozu. She agreed the name, but she is already stick to the Izuku Midoriya name, so there's no point of stopping her. Everyone is given with endurance tests, seeing how much their body could handle, which all the tests is same. Starting with sit-ups, however, Midoriya's mind was somewhere else as he continues sit-ups, blissfully unaware what is around him. Okay. I didn't expect that software throw to be that powerful. Hey. The first I'd done it was at Dagoba Municipal Beach Park. Hey. MMH. I somehow agree that Uraraka will keep calling me Deku because I couldn't care less. Momo can call me my real name or Deku, whatever she wants to, but I totally agree with her, since that if she keeps calling me Deku and I felt weird and dumb all of a sudden. Hey. He snapped out of his thoughts and looked up to see Aizawa and everyone staring at him. You can stop now. It's Uraraka's turn, he said as he noticed that his sit-ups had gone beyond anyone else's. He blushed at this and switched place with Uraraka. Next was push-ups. Yeah. I totally agree with Momo. Because when she calls me Deku, I felt really weird and uncomfortable when she calls me that. And not to mention that she sounds weird when she say it. He thought as he was unaware that everyone was staring at him as he continued to mindlessly push himself up and down while everyone had stopped. Bakugo growled as he watched the boy continues his exercise without bending a sweat on him. Who the hell does he think he is? I'll show that little damn punk. He growled angrily and tried to match with Izuku's set. But after 15 minutes, he became too tired and had to stop. His hands and legs were shaking furiously and could felt his bone rattling inside. It could crack any second if he keeps doing it, so he gave up. He collapsed on his body and all he could do was glaring at him who was still loose in train of thoughts, unaware of what was happening. "Oh! Stop that, you freaking nerd." His yell managed to break him out of thoughts, and he realized he had done it again. The final test was the endurance run, as Izuku once again going back to the train of thoughts as he ran around the track. Yes, I agreed with Momo. When Uraraka says it, I felt good, but when she says it, I felt completely weird and uncomfortable when she calls me Deku. It could be her voice or something. Besides, I felt okay when she say my real name. So, Ka-chan and Uraraka calling me Deku is fine, which Yaoyorozu isn't. I wonder how UA's lunch is going to taste like. It could be good. God, I'm hungry since I only ate one toast with butter and 1 cup of milk because I was in a hurry. I hope that they have katsudon or pork cutlet bowls here. Aizawa and the others just stared at Izuku, who continued to run around the tracks. His train of thoughts was distracting him as he didn't realize that everyone else had long since stopped, and he was still going and going. What the hell is wrong with this guy? Is he a monster or something? Zero asked, and he and the others just stared at him as he keeps running around the tracks and his run becomes faster. Wow. I've never seen such stamina as this. Truly, I really underestimated him. Ilda said, and he waved his arms about. Well, I think it's pretty cool. Look how long he go. It's so awesome. Uraraka said as Ashido just grinned. Makes you wonder how good his stamina is elsewhere. She said as everyone looked at him, confused except some. What do you mean? Jiro asked, and Ashido smirked. I mean, if he can keep going like this in a test. How long do you think he can last in a bedroom and bathroom? She said with eyebrows wiggling as all the girls pondered that, then blushed furiously. Momo blush was more redder than then since a weird image popped on his head. Where did that come from? Momo thought, embarrassing as Mineta instantly fell on his knees and gripped his head. Midoriya, you lucky bastard. You're already popular with girls. He screamed, and all the boys weirdly watched him, and Aizawa had enough and wrapped his cloth around him, stopping his running. Okay, knock it off. If you keep going then we'll be here all day and night. He said in his usual monotone voice, and Midoriya flushed. Sorry. Meanwhile, All Might could only grin widely as he was behind a building, watching him. Haha. You never cease to amaze, young Midoriya. He thought with pride, but he was kinda jealous of Midoriya and what he just thought. Shit. I'm getting too old. After a while, they've already finished the endurance test as they gathered together. Meanwhile, Bakugo was glaring at Midoriya, not bothering looking at Aizawa. Alright, I'll quickly tell you the results. The total is simply the marks you got from each test. It's a waste of time to explain verbally, so I'll show you the results all at once. The person with the lowest score will be expelled. He held up the device as a hologram chart appeared as it posted everyone from number 1 to number 20. Izuku looked up as he searched for his own name. He got number 10 and Uraraka was just below him. She got number 11 while Momo got number 1. The last one who is going to get expulsion is not other than Minoru Mineta. He looked over at the kid, and saw tears at the corner of his eyes. Midoriya sighed sadly as he looked at his right fist. Remember what All Might said. I'm not cheating, this was from my hard work, I know it. I'm not cheating, it was just my hard work. Besides, I wouldn't be surprised if Sensei is not going to expel him, since what kind of teacher would expel a student on first day in school? Midoriya thought as Aizawa shut off the chart. Oh, by the way, I lying about the whole expulsion thing. A deadly silence fell over the group as Achiko and Ilda stared at the man who is now having the biggest shit-eating grin on his face. It was rational deception to draw out the upper limits of your quirks, he jokingly said as Yaoyorozu sighed. What? Achiko and Tenya screamed in shock, and Midoriya chuckled sheepishly while rubbing his neck. I knew it. Midoriya thought, surprised that he got it right. Of course that was a lie. It should have been obvious if you just thought it through. Yaoyorozu said while everyone was looking at both Tenya and Achiko, and Mineta passed out from happiness and relief as Aizawa began to walk away. Now that is over, we're done here. There are handouts with the curriculum and such in the classroom, so when you get back, look over them, he said and gave Midoriya a slip of paper. Have the old lady fix your finger in the nurse's office. Can't have students going back home injured, he said, and Izuku nodded. Aizawa, you liar. Aizawa stopped and noticed All Might. You were here the entire time. A rational deception, you said? Nice joke, but April Fool's was last week. I've seen your records. You punished the whole class of last year's first years with expulsion. You cut those you judged to be without potential without hesitation. For a man like that to take back his words. He then pointed his index finger at him. That must be because you also felt young Midoriya's potential, right? Also, he said and turned to him, with a smile. You seem to be supporting him a lot, are his favorite love child or what? All Might flinch at this. Is that how a teacher should be acting? He continues to walk away. His potential was not zero. That's all it was. I will always cut those off without potential. There's nothing crueler than letting a dream end midway. So, you're being kind in your own way, huh, Aizawa? But we don't really get along after all. After a while, everyone was heading back home while Midoriya was tiredly walking back home. Man, I'm so tired, he tiredly said until a hand grabbed his shoulder, stopping him as he turned around and saw Tenya Ilda. Ilda, is your finger healed? Yeah, thanks to Recovery Girl, he said and showed him his healed finger. I can't just keep getting help from others. I have to hurry up and learn to control my power. Midoriya thought when he remembered that he'll be dying if he keep using this. I was taken in by Mr. Aizawa. I even thought, this is the best of the best. And such. I didn't think a teacher would encourage us with a lie, he said and crossed his arms. I thought Ilda was scary, but he's just earnest, Midoriya thought. Hey, you two. Going to the station. Wait for me. Uraraka voice said from there behind which they stopped and turned around. Uraraka. You're the Infinity Girl, Ilda said as Uraraka smiled. I'm Ochako Uraraka. You must be Tenya Ilda, and hey, Deku. Wait, I heard that Bakugo said that your name, Deku, was an insult. Ilda sighed and put his hand on his chin. Well. Uraraka changed it so, yeah? Midoriya said and he rubbed his neck and Ilda nodded as the three walked to the station. Hey Izuku. Wait for me. They stopped and turned around, seeing Momo running them with a smile and Midoriya blushed madly which Uraraka didn't caught him blush but Ilda did. Is he in love or something? If not then why he's blushing? Maybe a fewer. No, he wasn't red to me when I saw him. Ilda thought as Yaoyorozu stopped and put his hand on her knees, catching for air before getting up. So, you guys are going to the station, right? Izuku stopped blushing and nodded. In that case, can I join you guys? My butler said that he was busy with my mom and dad with something so I have to take the station to went back home, she said and scratched his head. Sure, you can come with us, Izuku happily stated as Momo froze on her spot, completely stunned by his smile. Mother. Damn it. That smile. She thought before snapping out of it as the four went to the station, talking. Meanwhile, All Might was at the staff office, sitting down on his chair and looking at his hero costume. You don't have time for relax, young Midoriya. The real thing starts tomorrow. Next day, everyone was waiting for All Might as they were in the class, while Midoriya was probably in thought how to control One for All and Yaoyorozu was trying to look at the window but couldn't because she sometimes took some glance toward Midoriya. I am. All Might boomed which Midoriya snapped out of his thoughts and looked at the door, with excitement and joy on his eyes and All Might burst open the door. Coming through the door like a normal person. He finished which made Midoriya's sweat drop and everyone in awe. It's All Might, Kaminari said and Kirishima gripped his fist. Wow, he's really is a teacher. That's a costume from the Silver Age, isn't it? Ajui said. Its style is so different it's giving me goosebumps. I teach the hero basic training. It is a subject where you train in different ways to learn the basics of being a hero. You'll take the most units of this subject. Let's get right into it. This is what we'll do today, he said and pulled out a card. Combat training. Combat. Bakugo shouted, with excitement on his voice and Midoriya gulped. Training, he whispered. And to go with that are these. The walls slid open which multiple cases lined inside, all of them had number 1 to number 20. Costumes made based on your Quirk registrations and requests you sent in before school started, he said as everyone got up and grabbed their cases and Izuku grabs his. After a while they were at the ground beta while All Might was waiting for them at the entrance, and one by one people began to step out of shadows, revealing their costumes. They say the clothes made the men, young men and ladies. Be fully aware. From now on, you are heroes, he said and began to obverse everyone's costumes. That's great, everyone. You all look awesome. Now, shall we begin, you zygotes? He said. These are my mother's feelings. What'll I wear if not this? Even if it's not the most convenient or state-of-the-art, it's fine, he thought and he stepped out of the shadow, revealing his costume. This is my costume. Oh, Deku. Uraraka said as she approached him, and Midoriya blushed when he realized the costume she was wearing was a skin-tight costume. That looks so cool. Really down to the earth, she said before Midoriya covers his mouth and Uraraka scratched his head, embarrassment. I should have written what I wanted. Mine ended up being a skin-tight costume. It's embarrassing, she embarrassingly said, and Mineta thumbs up to a random direction. The hero course sure is the best, he said with a blush, and Midoriya stopped and looked at him. Geez. Such a perv, Midoriya thought. Midoriya. Is that your costume? Momo said, and Midoriya turned to the direction as his eyes widened and mouth hanging open. What the? Momo blushed slightly, and she chuckled softly. WL. Do you like it? She said. Her blush got redder and deeper, and Uraraka could only watch with pure adorableness on her eyes. Man. They're so cute. Achiko screamed on her head, and Midoriya nodded slowly. Why yeah. Never mind, he shouted, and Momo nodded while his body was redder than Kirishima's hair and his ears shoot out steam. All Might suddenly look over his costume as he observed it, noticing that there was something on the boy's costume. The long ears on his head, the painted-on smile on his face mask were all features like his own. He turned to his left side, releasing a chuckle, and his body shaking, trying not to laugh, and he covers his mouth. So obvious. Now, it's time for the combat training. Listen here, the situation is that the villains have hidden a nuclear weapon somewhere in their hideout. The heroes are trying to dispose of that. The heroes need to catch the villains or get the nuclear weapon back in the allotted time. The villains need to protect the nuclear weapon for the whole time, or catch the heroes. All Might said, and he pulled out a yellow box. Teams and opponents will be determined by drawing lots. They're being decided so haphazardly. Ilda asked, and Midoriya looked at him. Pros often have to create makeshift teams with heroes from other agencies, so maybe that's why. Midoriya said. I see. The discernment to look ahead. Please excuse my rudeness, Ilda said and bowed. It's fine. Let's do this quick, All Might said as he began to pick teams. Wow, this must be fate. I'm counting on you, Deku, Achiko said happily, and Midoriya turned around, still nervous and shy as ever. Damn it. Seriously, Izuku Midoriya. You have to speak properly. I know I never been in contact with human society, but come on. I have to do this or else. The first teams to fight will be these guys, he said, pulling out 2 balls from the box. The white one is hero while the black one is villain. The white one is Team A while the black one is Team D, which made them gasp in surprise. Team A will be the heroes, and Team D will be the villains. Everyone else, let's head toward the monitor room, All Might said, and everyone began to follow All Might. Midoriya looked at Bakugo, who was glaring at him. Midoriya was feeling nervous since he is to battle against his bully, but much to Bakugo's surprise, Midoriya shot him a determined look, no fear or nervousness on his face, and Bakugo grit his teeth in pure anger. Villain team, go in first and set up. In 5 minutes, the hero team will break in, and the battle will start. Yes, sir. Young Ilda, young Bakugo, learn to think from the perspective of the villains. This is pretty close to a real battle. Go all out. Don't be afraid to get hurt. If things go too far, I will stop it, All Might said, and Ilda nodded while Bakugo glared and snarled at Midoriya. Yes, sir, Ilda said as he went inside the building, and Bakugo gripped his fists in anger and rage. Clearly he was pissed that Deku dared to challenge him like that. Even if this is a training, it pains me to become a villain. So our job is to protect this thing, he said, and he used his knuckle to touch it. It's papier-mâché. Oh, Bakugo said, and Ilda turned to see him. Deku has a quick, right? You saw that extraordinary strength, right? It appears to hold a lot of risks though. However, you seem to be especially really angry when it comes to Midoriya. What did you mean that Midoriya was quirkless? Did something happen to him? Ilda asked, and Bakugo gripped his fists even tightly. Did he dare to trick me like that? That damn nerd. It's a lot of work to memorize the building's floor plan. But All Might I just the same as when he's on TV. Unlike Mr. Aizawa, it looks like there's no punishment, so we can relax in. Whoa. You're not relaxed at all, she shouted when she realized that Midoriya muttering until he snapped out of his muttering habit. Well, it's because we're up against Ka-chan. And there's Ilda too, so I feel like I need to be on guard. I see. Bakugo's the one who makes fun of you all the time, right? Midoriya nodded before stand up and put on his mask. This time, I don't want to lose to him, again and I'll take every words I said back," he said in Achiko's smile. "A fated battle between men, huh?" she said, which Midoriya waved his arms around. "Oh, sorry, this isn't your problem, Uraraka." "It is. We're a team, aren't we? Let's do our best." Uraraka cheered and Midoriya nodded with a smile. "Now let's start the indoor person-to-person combat training with Team A and Team D." All Might shouted on the mic as Midoriya and Uraraka began to sneak inside of the building. "From what I can tell for sure, Ka-chan will likely come after me while Ilda will be on guard. I can't do this recklessly. I need strategies. I think right now I'm not going to use one for all unless emergency," Midoriya thought. "Okay, everyone, you all should think as well," All Might said and everyone nodded. "Young Midoriya, here you are no more than just a single student. I'll grade you strictly, without playing favorites," All Might thought as he turned on the sound which everyone can heard and they watched the monitors. They sneak into a window. They began to see if they can find the nuclear weapon. Midoriya leaned against the wall and peeked through to see if Bakugo was there. He wasn't as they continued to walk. "I can only control 1% of One for All, and after taking and endure the backlashes of One for All, I'm sure that I can take his explosions without receiving a critical damages. If I use 100% on anyone, it'll kill then," he thought, and his mind flashed back to the destroyed zero-pointer. He shuddered to think what would happen on a living person. "We just have to do it with Painrance and my abilities and Uraraka's zero gravity. I need to use my head. Those notes on indoor battles in tight spaces. Remember." His train of thoughts was cut off when he felt the presence of light and heat as Bakugo jumping on the corner, his palms already superheated, and thrust his hand toward them. "An ambush," Mineta shouted in the control room. "Get down," Midoriya shouted as he tackled Uraraka out of the way as the explosion rocked the hallway. The burnt smell of cloth and hair as Midoriya realized part of his mask was destroyed. "Uraraka, are you alright?" Midoriya said and got up as Uraraka also got up. "Why yeah, thanks to you, Dedeku." She saw the half mask which worries her. "It was nothing," he said, and Bakugo swung his left arm, blowing away the smokes and glaring down on Midoriya. "Deku, don't dodge, you piece of pebble," he growled angrily, and his eyes showed the intent to kill Midoriya. "I knew it, he'd come for me first because I'm his main target." "What the heck? A surprise attack? That wasn't manly, Bakugo," Kirishima shouted, and he punched his left palm, and everyone watches. "A surprise attack is a strategy, too. They're in the middle of a real battle right now," All Might said while crossing his arms. Midoriya avoided it. "Awesome," Ashido cheered. "There goes Bakugo," Kaminari said, surprise. "Hey, you have been using me, haven't you? That flashy quirk of yours. How long have you been hiding it from me? Answer me, Deku, you damn bastard. I'm going to beat you like my sandbag," Bakugo yelled with rage as he prepared to right hook Midoriya. Izuku instantly reacted as he grabbed Bakugo's arm, shocking him, with enough time for Bakugo to even register what the boy did. Izuku pulled him over his shoulder and slammed him to the floor, hard. Bakugo let out a gasp of air as his back was slammed on the floor. Everyone in the control room was shocked as Midoriya glared at Bakugo, who was slowly getting up or grunting in pain. "Ka-chan, you usually started with a big right swing. How much do you think I've been watching you? I wrote an analysis for all the heroes I thought were amazing in my notebook. The notebook you blew up and throw away," Midoriya said as he gripped his fists. His eyes showed no fear but pure determination, and there was no tears. "Now my Deku isn't always going to mean useless. Katsuki Bakugo, my Deku means you can do it," Midoriya shouted. For the first time, he used Bakugo's real name instead of Ka-chan. Achiko stared in awe as everyone in the control room heard what they say. Bakugo got up and opened his palms. Deku, you were always scared, but now," he growled and created explosion from his palm. "That's what I hate about you," he shouted with fury on voice. Meanwhile, everyone gulped nervously when they saw that Bakugo lose his temper as Yaoyorozu gripped her hands on her chest. "Izuku, please be okay," she thought, hoping that Izuku will be alright. "Hey Bakugo, give me status." "What happened?" Ilda said on their communication earpiece. "Shut up and defend the damn thing. I'm really freaking angry right now," Bakugo angrily replied. "I'm not asking about how you feel." "Hey, he hung up on me. Darn him. Going off on his own like that. What is wrong with that guy?" "Geez," Ilda said, frustrated. Okay. Bakugo is really going real crazy. You should stop him, sir, before he really kill him, Kirishima said, completely not liking what's going to happen next. I'll think about it. Young Midoriya should have no problem handling with young Bakugo. If he could, then all he gotta do is use this capture tape. All Might said and pulled out the roll of capture tape to show them. Once you wrap this around your opponent, like for an example, if they uses it on their leg, it shows that you've captured them and they can't continue. The time limit is only 17 minutes, and the heroes don't know where the nuclear weapon is located, right? The girl with only boots and gloves called Toru Hagakure. Her quirk is invisibility. Yes, All Might said. The heroes are clearly at a disadvantage here, Ashido said. Heroes should be able to turn the tables on whatever predicament they're in. Besides, didn't Aizawa tell you too? You know dash. Here we go dash. Plus ultra. Everyone shouted with their left hand on the air. Monsieur, Bakugo is dash, Aoyama said, and All Might turned to the monitors. Bakugo fired an explosion on his back to get in close with Izuku. Bakugo sent a left kick on Midoriya, who blocked it with his hands. Come on, Deku. Use that quirk of yours. Bakugo growled, but shocked to see the capture tape about to wrap around his leg. If it wrapped, he's out, which he retaliated by creating explosion from his right palm and thrust it toward Midoriya's head before he could finish it. Midoriya let go of the capture tape and dodged the incoming right swing with explosion. That guy's amazing, a man in yellow bodysuit said. His name was Rikido Sato. He's not even using his quirk fighting against the guy who finished first in the entrance exam, Siro said, completely amazed. That was close, young Midoriya. You nearly had him. You were always good at reacting quickly in a crisis. He spent years writing his notes and internalizing them. His knowledge is now playing off as it propels him forward. All Might as Midoriya got up and got into a defensive stance. Deku, Uraraka said, and Midoriya smiled. I'm alright. We need to find the nuclear weapon fast. Oi Deku, don't ignore me, Bakugo shouted as he sent an explosion again as he dashed toward Midoriya, who grabbed Uraraka's left wrist, and they both ran. Damn it. Come back here, Deku, Bakugo shouted as he tried to chase after them, but they disappear and he growled furiously. I can't get too close to him as easily anymore. Not to mention that Uraraka is with me. We need to get to the nuclear weapon. But I need a plan to distract Ka-chan from keep going after me, Midoriya thought. Deku, you have a plan, right? Uraraka asked, and Midoriya looked at her. I don't know, but I think there's one, although I think it's completely stupid, he said, and Uraraka raised curious eyebrows. Why's that? My plan was that I'll distract Ka-chan while you go find the nuclear weapon. Once you find it, tell me where it is, so I'll fire off my quirk on the ceiling and you'll use your quirk to make the rocks float and distract Ilda and you'll retrieve the weapon, he said as they leaned against the wall. Well, I agree with you. We need a plan, fast before we ran out of time. Hey, you tricked me, didn't you? Was it fun tricking me all this damn time? Bakugo screamed, echoing on the hallways, which Midoriya gasped, and they ran. Huh. You've gotten a flashy quirk there, didn't you? Try and get me with it, Deku. He then created explosion on both his palms. 'Cause I'm better than you. Holy crud. He's really, really angry. It's scary, Siro said. I heard from young Midoriya that young Bakugo thinks well of himself, but this is too much. All Might thought as they watched Bakugo blast the door into ashes, and his face shows nothing more than anger and fury. I need to think of a plan. He completely ignores Uraraka and now after me. If they were going to send an advance guard, it would have been better to send Ilda, who has more mobility, and I'm sure Ka-chan knows that. That means he's running wild on his own, and the two of them aren't working together, because of Ka-chan wanted to defeat me. In the first place, put chance of winning our lowest if we have a head-to-head battle with those two. If Uraraka and I both went to the hideout, that's what would happen, and even if the two of us stayed here to fight Ka-chan, we're in danger of running out of time. No. It's too risky to use the plan that I explained to Uraraka. I don't know if I can beat Ka-chan or not. The backlashes of One for All is amazing because I can take many of his explosions though. It's fine. As long as me and Uraraka can get to the nuclear weapon, I can do this. I was nearly close beating Ka-chan though. If I can at least capture him, then it's going to be fine, Midoriya thought, and heard Bakugo scream. Where are you? Come out, you damn coward. Sigh. I wonder how long it would take for the heroes to come. I hope that Midoriya is alright. Judging by the tone of his voice, he doesn't even care about protecting this thing. All he wanted to do was to defeat Midoriya, He is a true villain in this test, so then I must also devote myself to being a villain. That's right. I used some of my time to carry all the stuff away in this room if Uraraka came. If I didn't move all the things away, then I would have been in a disadvantage. I think I should have probably go instead of Bakugo. It's getting boring and boring here. Ilda said as he sighed again and began to laugh darkly. I am extremely evil. BWA ha ha ha. Everyone in the control room sweat drop as they watch and listen to Ilda while Midoriya and Uraraka was trying to hid away from the outraged Bakugo. He's taking this very seriously. Yaoyorozu said, and everyone chuckled slightly. Deku, you do have a plan, right? Midoriya nodded before he got up and gripped the capture tape. I do. And we're not going to lose this fight. Until, suddenly, they heard a sound and turned around, seeing Bakugo glaring at them. They're fully loaded, he said. Ka-chan. Why won't you use your quirk, Deku? Are you saying that you can win even without using your damn quirk? Are you underestimating me, Deku? He growled with an angry grin as eyes shows insanity and anger. I'm not scared of you anymore, he said, determined as Bakugo grit his teeth in anger before it turns into a wide smirk. With your stalking you already know, but my quirk, explosion, lets me secrete nitroglycerin like sweat from the sweat glands on the palm of my hand and make it explode, he said and pulled out the cover and grabbed the pin. If they made this way, I asked, then these gauntlets will store the nitroglycerin inside them, and… heh. Don't tell me that's… All Might thought, shocked as he grabbed the mic. Young Bakugo, stop. Are trying to kill young Midoriya. All Might shouted and everyone gasped in shock. If I don't hit him, then he won't die. He growled and pulled the pin as the massive and powerful explosion going straight toward Izuku and Ochako. No. Izuku used his body to shield Ochako as he was taken by the blast, and everyone in the control room covered their mouth. Holy shit. What the hell happened? This was supposed to be a test, not a murder. Kirishima shouted, not believing that Midoriya just saved Ochako, again by using his body to shield her. Young Midoriya. Young Izuku. Much to their surprise and shock. Midoriya was breathing heavily. He got up with his back only burned a little. That hurt a little, Ka-chan. You gonna have to try harder than that. Izuku screamed as Bakugo just grinned and create explosion from his palms. Didi Dekiyu. Ochako whispered in horror and Midoriya looked straight into her eyes and smiled. I'm so glad that you are okay. Go, we don't have much time left. Bakugo grit his teeth. Hey. Don't ignore me, you damn nerd. But… go. I'll get you later. He thumbs up to her, and she looked in awe. He saved her, again. She smiled and got up as she began to head to the 5th floor. Hey Bakugo. Answer me, what's going on down there? Explain yourself? Ilda said on the earpiece while Uraraka finally arrives at the nuclear weapon room. She immediately dashed toward the weapon. Ilda stopped as he began to rush toward Uraraka, preparing to grab her. I won't let you, hero. He shouted as Uraraka touched her fingertips together, and she began to float. She can make herself float now. He whispered and Uraraka grinned and touched her fingertips together again. Release. Ilda then used his quirk, engine to catch the weapon and move it to a different spot, which made Uraraka scream and began rolling down on the floor as she got bit by the wall, making her helmet fall off and her eyes swirled. Man. That's dizzy? She whispered. Your quirk is not a threat if you cannot touch anything, so I take everything on this room out of here. It's foolish, hero. I'll hold out until time runs out. Hee hee ha ha ha. Ilda said, heavily as Uraraka laughed while saliva shooting out of her mouth. He's taking this very seriously. She thought before stopping. He laughed and got up. Deku's trying so hard, thought. He took that blast from me so I could retrieve the weapon. I will not give up. Come at me, Deku. Bakugo shouted as he dashed toward Midoriya, who was talking with Uraraka on the earpiece, saying that they only have about 7 minutes left. Midoriya stopped as he rolled to his right side, dodging the incoming explosion from Bakugo. He got up and got into a defensive position, and Bakugo launched himself toward Deku. Use your quirk, Deku. Bakugo tried kick Midoriya's head, but Midoriya blocked it with both his hands and he grabbed his leg and slammed him on the ground. He grunted in pain before getting up with the explosion and fired an explosion straight into his stomach, sending Izuku to a wall. Izuku groaned in pain as he got out of the wall and gripped his fists. Why won't you use your quirk, Deku? Bakugo shouted in anger and Izuku took a step back. Dang it. I can't just stay here and fight Ka-chan while Uraraka is trying to retrieve the weapon. I need to. His thought was cut off when Bakugo right swung his left arm. He gasped of air and collapsed on the ground. Okay, that really hurts though. Sir, you need to stop Bakugo. Look at him. He nearly killed Midoriya and Midoriya nearly sacrificed himself to save that girl. Bakugo's really going crazy, Kirishima said as Momo nodded. Yes, I agree. Sir, Izuku nearly sacrificed himself to save me, and now he's doing it, again to save Uraraka and even used his own body to shield her from the blast. Yaoyorozu said, surprising everyone that Midoriya nearly sacrificed himself, she and Uraraka. They are right, I'm sorry, young Midoriya. I knew how much you wanted to win but… Young Bakugo, the next time you use that, I'll stop the fight immediately, and your team will lose. All Might said in the mic, shocking everyone in the control room. Huh. To attack on such a large scale inside is inviting the destruction of the stronghold you should be protecting, not to mention that you nearly killed both young Midoriya and young Uraraka. That is a foolish plan for both heroes and villains. So I have no choice but to disqualify. Why? Don't. All Might stopped saying as he looked on his successor, shocked, including everyone else. Don't stop. I want to win. I want to become the #1 hero and save everyone with a smile. I refuse to give up. All Might, please. I can do this. Midoriya said as All Might put down the mic and he sighed heavily then smiled widely. Young Midoriya. You never cease to amaze me from anything. He thought. Alright, but I'll stop the match if young Bakugo uses that again. All Might said as Izuku smiled and his eyes now beaming up with determination and Bakugo screamed angrily and charged toward Midoriya. Fine then. We'll just have to settle this with our fists. He shouted but Midoriya began to charge up 1% on his legs as he dashed away to find Uraraka. Bakugo stopped and his face landed on the floor. He got up and took up his nose. It was bleeding a little as he glared at the running Midoriya. That damn pebble. Izuku arrived as he went inside the room. Both Uraraka and Ilda stopped and looked at Midoriya. Deku. You're alright. She happily said and Ilda gripped his fists. Damn it. However, I will not give up so easily, he said while holding the weapon. Oh gosh. This is bad, Ka-chan will likely be here in just a few minutes. Midoriya thought before he heard the sounds of loud footsteps approaching him, fast. Oh Deku. Don't you dare run away from me. Bakugo shouted and fired a large explosion at him, again which sends him to the wall, and he got up with a groan. Bakugo. Are you an idiot? You nearly killed him. Ilda shouted in anger and Bakugo glared at him. Shut up. He growled as Izuku gripped his fists. I should stop them. Before things get worse. All Might thought, gripping on the mic. Man. That Midoriya is so good. Siro said, amazed how Midoriya was able to withstand many of Bakugo's explosions. It's likely that his quirk allows him to endure pain and such. A boy with white hair on his right side and red hair on his left side, gray eye on his right side and turquoise eye on his left side. His name was Shoto Todoroki. Now that you say it, but I think how he managed to survive that blast form earlier was his quirk, Kaminari said, with sweat of nervous on his face. Izuku. He told me about his two quirks, the one he can endure pain, and the second one. Don't tell me he's going to use it, she thought. Why won't you use your quirk, Deku? Bakugo growled as he pulled out Midoriya's capture tape, shocking the green hair boy. How did you? I snatched it off when I blast you. Now tell me, Deku. He then destroyed the capture tape and grinned. Why the hell won't you use your damn quirk? Are you underestimating me? Bakugo shouted in pure rage and anger. He destroyed his capture tape. Ashido shouted in shock. Bakugo, you're not giving Midoriya a chance, huh? Momo whispered as she gripped her fists. Damn it. Why am I so worried for him? No. Izuku said and Bakugo growled. You've been like this ever since we were kids. Have you been underestimating me like this since then, you bastard? That's not it. If I used it then I can't handle the impact. I want to beat you. I got tired of being your sandbag. So, that's why, I will become a hero. Izuku shouted with pure utter determination on their eyes. Don't look at me like that. You damn nerd. They both shouted and charged toward each other. Everyone in the control room were now panicked. Izuku channel 1 for all through his right hand as his right hand starts glowing and emitting sparks, with red-colored, vein-like streams coursing throughout his hand while Bakugo's right palm began to create explosion as it got superheated. Sir. Stop them. Kirishima begged and All Might grabbed the mic. Both of you, Estio. Uraraka. Hang on to something. He stopped as Uraraka nodded and hugged a pillar. Detroit. he said on his heart, and Bakugo screamed as he yelled at the top of his lungs and soul, and the explosion about to made contact. Smash! Midoriya punched the air while blocking the explosion with his left hand as the ceiling was instantly destroyed by the power and massive shockwaves. Ilda was trying to support himself to stand up as he collapsed. Uraraka then slowly walked toward the device as she jumped up and touched her fingertips together. She went past Ilda and took up her fingertips together, again. Our release, she said as Tenya tried to grab her shoulder, but it was too late as Uraraka landed on the weapon with a smile. Retrieved, she shouted, and Ilda's eyes widened in horror. No. The weapon. His yell echoes through the building as Bakugo's head was up. That's what. From the start you were. He slowly looked down while gritting his teeth. You are underestimating me, aren't you? Bakugo shouted. I wasn't actually going to use it. Because I was scared if I use it, I might kill someone with it. And not to mention, my body can't handle the impact. Midoriya slowly said, and he felt the bone inside of him crack, while Bakugo's expression started to change. Mr. Aizawa said so too? But this was all I could think of. When Midoriya finished his sentence, he looked at Bakugo as his expression was changed into fear, shocked, and disbelief, and Izuku collapsed, still conscious but tired. Everyone in the room had a shock expression on their face. They could felt the powerful shockwave even they were underground. Momo sighed in relief as she looked at Izuku's light red hand. All Might grabbed the mic and began to speak. Who won? Hero team wins. What the heck? The losers are practically uninjured, and the winners are on the ground. Kaminari whispered as they looked at the exhausted Midoriya and the puking Uraraka while Ilda was making sure if she was okay. They lost the battle, but won the war, huh? A person with bird head said. His name was Fumikage Tokoyami. This is a training though. Ajiri said as All Might watches as his successor sat down on the ground, panting while holding his right hand. I have to say, young Midoriya, I'm impressed. You hesitated to not to use the dumb plan that you said. Midoriya chuckled and All Might help him got up. Whether or not, I'd point out that who did horribly was young Bakugo. It may seem to be that you thought what you did was reckless, but what I seen is heroic. True heroes lay down their life for others, which is what you did for young Uraraka. All Might praised as he grabbed his shoulder and Midoriya smiled. So, me, Ilda and Uraraka did. Great, he said, and All Might thumbs up. Yes. But for now let's patch your hand first before we went back. After this test is over, we shall went to see Recovery Girl. Midoriya nodded. Alright, he said, and All Might shift his glance toward Bakugo, who's still wearing that fear expression. How about you go first while I'll check if young Bakugo is okay? Midoriya looked at Bakugo as he saw that he was still in fear. He felt a wave of guilt hit his chest but nodded as he went back to the control room. Am I right? Deka predicted it. On top of that, he received no critical damages from my strongest explosions and had found a way to win the test. What's this feeling? Why am I shaking? I never felt this newfound feeling before. I am not scared. I'm not scared over Deku. Does that mean? Even if we fought all out, Deku would completely beat. He thought as he began to breathing rapidly and could felt fear taking over his entire body. He completely lose to Deku, the quirkless nerd he always bullied. He kept breathing rapidly and heavily and could felt that he would be unconscious in a second. He stopped when he felt All Might's hand place on his shoulder. Come back, young Bakugo. It's time to review the results. Whether you win or lose, looking back and learning from your experience is a part of life. All Might said, but Bakugo was still wearing that fear expression. Izuku stepped inside the control room as he was immediately greeted by Yayorozu, who she was glaring down on him since she was taller than him. Her arms crossed and Midoriya gulped nervously and he nervously smiled. HHA, why Yayorozu? What, you looking? All he received was a slap across the slap by Yayorozu. It wasn't hard but a soft slap. Why you idiot? She screamed as Midoriya took a step back in surprise. You seriously have to risk your life again? What the heck is wrong with you? You could at least push Uraraka on the hallway so that you and her won't get hit by the explosion, but what the heck was that about? She shouted and Midoriya waved his left hand in surrender. Sorry. I'm really sorry. He said and bowed, which Momo sighed before creating a bandage and grabbed Izuku's right hand. He winced at the sudden pain as his bone cracked a little. Gee, gentle. We're not exactly at nurse's office. She giggled softly and gently applied the bandage around his hand. Sorry what I said back there. I was frustrated, that's all. She said and Midoriya blushed, which everyone noticed the blush while Minato was on his knees screaming. "WL. No problem, I guess. Are you going to be nervous and shy every time you talk with a girl, not to mention a girl you already know for a few days?" she said with a smirk, and Izuku buried his face on his left arm, totally embarrassed what she just said. "There, all done," she said as Izuku's right hand was wrapped around in bandage. "Thanks, Momo," he said, still shy, and Yaoyorozu smiled before she out her hand on his right shoulder. "Just promise me that you will learn how to control your second quirk, alright?" she said, and Midoriya smiled brightly, which an arrow pierced through her soul. "Stop with that smile, Midoriya. I promise." "Ha! Do I smell romance in the room?" All Might said from Izuku behind as Izuku screamed and turned around, blushing, including Yaoyorozu, who looked away and covers her face with her right hand. It's not All Might." All Might just laughed. "Well, even if I say that to everyone, the MVP for this battle was young Ilda and Hero Team," All Might said, surprising Ilda. "Wait, why Ilda?" Uraraka asked, curious. Well, why is that? Does anyone know why I said young Ilda was in the MVP?" All Might said, and Yaoyorozu raised her hand. From watching the match, it appears Bakugo acted on his very own because of an obviously personal grudge. And as Mr. All Might said earlier, it is foolish to launch a large-scale attack indoors. If Midoriya wouldn't have shielded Uraraka, then not only Midoriya can survive from the blast, but it would have probably ended up Uraraka being dead, or on a critical condition. Ilda had prepared for his opponent's arrival and assumed it would be a fight over the weapon, which made him last in responding to the final attack. She said, and Ilda felt blessed as he gripped his chest and had a funny grin. The Hero Team won because of Midoriya's bravery to not acting recklessly and use the foolish plan like he said. The damage he caused was not a problem. If he would have used the plan, then it would have caused the building to collapse on them because of the shockwaves, and they might probably died by the collapsing. Uraraka also did fine by buying her time for Midoriya to come. She immediately tried to get the nuclear weapon first, and kept doing it so she could let Midoriya arrive. If she would have used the pillar and the debris over the place, it would have considered that she would also be in with Bakugo. She finished, and everyone looked at her while All Might was shaking. She said, "More than I expected." "Well, young Ilda also has parts of him that could be more relaxed, but well, that was absolutely correct, young Yaoyorozu," All Might said, and thumbs up to Yaoyorozu. "We should always start with the basics to develop depth of learning. We must strive to devote ourselves wholeheartedly. Otherwise, we cannot become top heroes," she said with her arms on her hips. "Alright everyone, let's change locations and start the second match. Tackle this training after thinking about what we just talked about," All Might said, and everyone nodded. "Yes, sir." Meanwhile, Bakugo was looking down on the ground. His eyes were dull and wasn't in fear but in wonder. He looked completely lifeless, and Midoriya looked at him, sadly, and approached him. "Ka-chan," Midoriya said, and Bakugo looked at him with his dull eyes before he walked away, not want to talk with him, and Midoriya looked at the now different Bakugo. But he'll snap out of it when school is over. Why? Because he's Katsuki Bakugo, the guy who is always angry as hell. After a while, Todoroki and Shoji is playing as heroes while Hagakure and Ojiro are villains. Ojiro stopped stretching his body and looked at Hagakure as she began to take off her gloves and shoes. "I'm going to get serious. I'll take off my gloves and boots too." "Oh, okay," he said before he looked at the other side and scratched his cheek. "Hagakure, that's the correct decision as an invisible person, but that's not great for a girl, morally speaking," Ojiro thought, and Hagakure dropped her gloves and boots. "You can't look okay," she said, her invisible face blush. Embarrassment still was invisible. "I can't see you even if I tried," Ojiro said. "Now, let's start the second indoor person-to-person combat training match. Ready, start?" All Might said as Shoji used his double arm to turn it into an ear before it turns into mouth. One in the hall on the north side of the 4th floor. The other is somewhere on the same floor. They're barefoot. Then his other double arm turned into a mouth. "The invisible one is coming to ambush and capture us, huh?" Shoji also and Todoroki began to walk. "Go outside. It's dangerous. I'm sure our opponents intend to fight in a defensive battle," he said before his right palm sent out a frost as he touched the wall, and the walls slowly become ice, including he ground by using his right leg. "But that doesn't not matter to me." Then, the ice starts to get faster, as the whole building is covered in ice, and Shoji went outside and saw that the building is frozen in ice. "Oh wow. My feet." Hagakure shivered as she could felt the cold on her feet. "This quirk is Ojiro said as he heard footsteps and got in a defensive stance. Shoto stepped inside the room with his left robot eye, or whatever that call, glowing red. You can move if you want, but the skin on your feet will come off, so you won't be able to fight your best, he said, and Ojiro growled and Todoroki just walked past him. Everyone in the control room was shivering from the coldness except Tokoemi and Bakugo. He did not cause any damage to his teammates, or the nuclear weapon. On top of that, he weakened the enemy, All Might said while shivering from the cold. He's so strong, Kirishima shouted as Bakugo watches with disbelief. Todoroki touched the weapon which made the hero team wins and Ojiro sigh in frustration and grip his fist. Then, the temperature in the room began to rise as the ice was quickly vaporized into water. Heat, Ojiro said, shocked, and the building was hot. It's hot, Hagakure said while jumping up and down. Sorry. The difference I-out ability was too great. WL. Sato said amazed. What's up with that quirk? Kaminari said nervously. As expected of someone who got in through the entrance exam easily. Ajui said. Alright, everyone gather round for a review of the second match. Next, we will begin the third match. All Might said, and Bakugo grit his teeth. Yes, sir. After a while, the training was down as they were at the exit point with Midoriya next to All Might. Good work, everyone. We didn't have any major injuries other than young Midoriya's right hand bone crack. Everyone shivered when they heard the snap in the control room and Midoriya sheepishly chuckle. You guys took this on very seriously. You all did a good job for your first training, he said, and give them a thumbs up. To have such a proper class after Mr. Aizawa's class, Ajui said as the picture of Aizawa giving them his grin flashed their head. It's kinda anticlimactic. She finished and everyone nodded. We're free to have proper classes as well. Well then, I must brought young Midoriya to the nurse office to heal his injuries. Change and return to the classroom, he said before taking off in high speed, surprising Midoriya who was left behind as he began to run. Wait for me, All Might. My hand is still not recovered. He shouted and increased his speed and used 1 for all 1% to catch up with him. All Might and Midoriya are amazing, Kaminari said, amazed at how fast Midoriya can run and All Might's speed. So cool, Mineta said, and All Might looked over at Bakugo. Young Bakugo is a mass of pride, and there's nothing more fragile than a heart that's swelled to bursting. As his teacher, I must counsel him well, he thought before steam came out of his face. But right now, he immediately grabbed Midoriya as he arrived at the staff room and he pushed the open button as they went inside and the door closed behind them with All Might panting heavily. If I teach a class. The steam came out of his body as he transformed back into his true form. I barely have enough time. Shit, he thought while panting heavily. Hey, are you alright, All Might? Midoriya said, and All Might breath in and breath out as his breathing becomes slower. I'm alright, but let's go, quickly, because I think your hand will crack again any minute now, he said and nodded as they went to Recovery Girl office. The school had just begun, and he's already been in here 3 times now. Why didn't you stop him, All Might? Recovery Girl angrily said, and All Might rubbed his chin. I apologize, Recovery Girl. What are you apologizing to me for? On top of his total exhaustion, he was just here yesterday. I can't treat him all at once. I did first aid treatment already, and this time his bone cracked a little. The first time he uses it was his whole bone was broken. So after the 4 is finished, we can only wait for his body to heal slowly overnight. Geez, I know he's your favorite adopted child and that you passed your powers to him, but doesn't mean you should spoil him. She scolded at him, and All Might rubbed his back embarrassed. He isn't my adopted kid. There is nothing I can say to that. Because I wanted to consider his feelings, I tried to stop the training match, but he refused to let me call out the match. Even so. Will you please not talk about 1 for all so loudly? He said as he put his index finger on his mouth when he finished his last sentence. Yes, Mr. Natural-born hero. Mr. Symbol of peace. My injury and this form of mine are common knowledge among the UA teachers and a certain group of pros, but the secret of my quirk, including Nana, 1 for all, is known only to you, the principal, my close friends, and young Izuku. I know it's not like you want to rest on your laurels at the top, but being a natural-born hero, or the symbol of peace, really that much important? She asked. If I no longer am, then the superhuman society will be seized by evil. This is the responsibility of those of us with this power, he said as the angry look on her face turned into a smile. If that's the case, then it's even more important for you to learn what it means to guide someone, she said, and All Might nodded. Yes, ma'am, he said as he looked at the sleeping Izuku. After a while, Midoriya slowly opened his eyes as he looked at the clock on the walk. It's late afternoon, he whispered quietly. Are you awake, boy? She said, and Midoriya gasped in surprise. He then stepped out of the office and remembered what Recovery Girl said to him, and he sighed deeply. I ended up skipping my afternoon classes. Man, Mr. Aizawa's gonna wrap me in those bindings again, HR thought as he arrived at his class and opened the door. Oh hey, Midoriya's here, Kirishima shouted, which everyone looked at the door, seeing Midoriya at the door without any bandages on his arms. Good work, Kirishima praised as he, Sato, Ashido came toward him while Aoyama watches. Man, the way you were saying during the match, but you were fired up and so manly. I can't believe you fought evenly with Bakugo, who was first in the entrance exam while Todoroki was in second, Kirishima said. You did a very good job dodging and enduring his explosions, Ashido said. You guys did that in the first match, so the rest of us give it our all, too, Sato said. You were far from elegant but dash. Aoyama was about to say but off by Ashido. You did a good job dodging, Ashido said while jumping up and down. HHH. Midoriya said, confused and surprised as his cheeks was pink. Hey, I'm Eijiro Kirishima. We're all going over the training together right now. Kirishima greeted and pointed at Zero. I'm Henta Zero. I'm Yuga Aoya. He was once again, but off by Ashido. I'm Mina Ashido. You did a good job dodging, she said, and Ajiri came behind her. I'm Tsuya Ajiri. Call me Tsu, she said. I'm Rikido Sato. You and nice to meet you guys. I'm Mineta said. Where the heck did you pop out from? Kirishima asked, and Aoyama introduced himself into Midoriya. You did terrible in the training, Sato said while Fumikage Tokoimi was sitting atop of his desk. You guys are too loud, he said and closed his eyes. Tokoimi, Ilda said while rushing toward him. That desk is not a chair. Get off the desk, he said, waving his arms around. It's not that big a deal, is it? Jiro said. WH-. What's with those hands anyway? Ojiro said, pointing at his hands. You people. I cannot condone actions that disrespect the desks the great men and women who are our upperclassmen once used. You're too loud. Ilda never wavers, does he? Midoriya thought as Jiro walked toward the sleeping Yayorozu, who had her face buried on her hands, and Jiro gently shook her. Wah, she tiredly said, and Jiro pointed at Midoriya. He's here, she said, and Yayorozu immediately got up, accidentally made her chair fall down on the ground. Yayorozu, don't push out the chair that harshly, Ilda said again, and she sheepishly chuckled before she walked toward Midoriya. Anyway, I forgot to give you the present that I said yesterday, so here, she said, her face red, and shove a red box on his chest, and she walks back to her desk embarrassedly as she pack her bag and immediately dash out of the room. Thanks, I guess, Midoriya whispered before he took a glance at the box. It had a letter wrote on it. Dear Izuku Midoriya, sorry that I run away without telling you anything. I was really embarrassed. So sorry that I ran away. This is the present for saving my life. Yayorozu. Midoriya blushed slightly as he chuckled, and everyone saw the note and read it. Man, you were also awesome that you defeat that faux villain at the entrance exam, Kirishima said, and Midoriya smiled and thanked him. He decided to open that later. Hey Uraraka, wanna grab a bite to eat sometime? What do you like? Kaminari said as he was holding books on his hand with Uraraka looking at him. Machi dash. Wait, Deku, she didn't help your injuries, Uraraka said, and she ran toward him. Oh, it's because the injuries aren't so bad and how much stamina I have. He stopped saying when he realized Bakugo wasn't at his desk. That reminds though. More importantly, where is Ka-chan? He said, and Uraraka looked at his desk and sighed sadly. We all tried to stop him, but he went home just now without saying anything, she said before Midoriya panicked and looked for a place to hide Momo's present that she gave him. You, Kirishima. Can you please hold this for me until I got back? I need to find Ka-chan. Kirishima nodded before he grabbed the present, and Midoriya immediately dashed out of the room to find Bakugo. Alright. I'm not going to tell him about One for All since I promised All Might, so I'll tell him about Painrance, he thought before he saw Bakugo walking away. Ka-chan. Bakugo stopped and turned around. Huh. He said, his face was annoyed, and Midoriya stopped. Alright. Let's do this. There's one thing I have to tell you. My quirk just manifested 11 months ago, after the sludge villain incident. He said, and Bakugo looked at him. What? I don't know what happened, actually. But my quirk allows me to endure pain. Then it transferred the pain into my body to strengthen my body, so that's why I was able to endure your explosions. He said as Bakugo was shaking in anger. I've still got a long way to go. That's why. I will defeat you with my power. He said and looked at Bakugo, who had blank expression at first, which made Izuku realize he screwed up. I just came to tell him I didn't trick him. What am I? Meanwhile, Yaoyorozu was speaking on them through a bush. Oh gosh. Please don't be mad, Bakugo. She whispered. What the hell is this? What are you trying to do, make me out to be more of a fool than you already have? Huh. He said and turned around and lowered his head. His hair was covering his eyes. What are you trying to say? Today, I lost to you. That's all it was. That's all. As I watched the ice guy, I thought, I can't beat him. He said, frustrated as he gripped his hair. Damn it. I ended up agreeing with that ponytail girl said. Damn it. Damn it, damn it. He shouted, and Yaoyorozu realized that he meant her. Hey, you too, Izuku. He growled, revealing his face, which there were some tears on his eyes. I'm just getting started. You here. Here, I will become number one. He shouted, and Izuku could only watch in surprise that Bakugo used his first name, and he nodded, determined before Bakugo turned away and wiped away his tears as he began to walk away. You won't best me again, bastard. He said, and Midoriya sighed in relief. There he is. All Might with blindly speed, which made Izuku's face hit the ground. Yum. He then grabbed both his shoulders. Bakugo. Just so you know, pride is important. You definitely have H abilities to become a pro. You still have a lot of dash. Let me go of me, All Might. I can't walk. I'll become a hero that surpasses even you without you telling me. He growled, and All Might let go. Huh. Right? He said, and Bakugo began to walk away. Well, he's gotten over it. Damn, it's hard being a teacher. All Might thought. What was that? Mina asked, curious what was happening down there. The fated battle between men. Uraraka said, pumping her fists. It looks like Midoriya was just giving excuses one-sidedly, though. Azuri said. Oh, young Midoriya. What were you talking about with young Bakugo? All Might asked, curious. I told him about Nana's quirk, Painrance. Oh, that's alright. At least you didn't spoil out the second quirk you have. He said and laughed. Why yeah. After his conversation with All Might was over, he was about to went inside the school until he heard a muffled sound. His curiosity perked up as he went to see who it was and revealed to be Yaoyorozu, looking at him. Oh well. I'm busted. She sheepishly said and got up. Hey Midoriya. Hey. Why Yaoyorozu? She giggled and grabbed her bag. Well, I'm heading off now. See ya. She said, and Midoriya stopped her. What was in the present? Better find it out yourself. She said before Izuku nodded and went inside the school and went back to class 1A. Hey, Kirishima, where's the box? Midoriya dissed Kirishima give him the box as everyone was packing up their bag and ready to go home. Midoriya opened the present and saw a Matryoshka doll that resembled as he in a dark chocolate. The Midoriya Matryoshka doll was atop of the dark chocolate, and Izuku smiled but also blushed. Meanwhile, Jiro smirked when she saw that Midoriya was blushing. Oh boy, she is ready for teasing Yaoyorozu in the next day. When Midoriya was at the entrance of UA gate, he was surrounded by many reporters as he was sweating. What is going on? He thought, trying to figure out what is happening. Hey you. How are All Might's classes? A female reporter asked. Excuse me, I have to go to the nurse's office. Midoriya nervously said before dashing away to the nurse's office. Can you tell us about what the symbol of peace is like as a teacher? She said to Uraraka, who was surprised. What he's like? He's very muscular and very tall. What do you think of All Might as a teacher? She asked Hilda. He made me recognize and knew that he attended an educational instruction. Tad is the best of the best. Of course, his dignity and character go without anything, but we students are constantly able to see his humorous side. It is a unique opportunity to help went about bring a stop directly from one. He said, and everyone was bored. Excuse me. Can you tell me about All Might Dash? Oh. You're the one who was caught by the sludge villain 11 months ago, she said, surprised to see Bakugo after that sludge villain incident, and he grit his teeth. Stop it. He growled at the reporter. You about All Might? The female asked Aizawa while she had a sly blush on her face. Wow, you're scruffy. What's your deal? She nervously said, and Aizawa had his usual tired face. He's not on duty today. You are disturbing the classes. Please leave, he said while waving them to leave as he walks away. I would like to speak directly with All Might Dash. I feel like I've seen him before. Don't you think you're too scruffy? I can't even believe All Might was able to work as a hero with all this. Aizawa thought, wondering how All Might was able to work like this. Hey, just a little time is fine. Just let me see All Might Dash, she said and began to toward the entrance. Ah, idiot. An alarm get off as the entrance gate was immediately shut by iron gates. What the? It's the UA barrier. That's what we call it. That is lame. What the heck is that? If someone tries to get in without a student ID or a pass to enter, he said and pointed at the red light. The security system kicks in. Apparently, there are sensors all over the school. What the heck? They think they're so high and mighty. They could at least give a brief comment, she angrily said while putting her hands on her hips. Seriously, we've been here for 2 days, and they still won't say anything, the male assistant said, unbeknownst to everyone, a person with messy blue hair, wearing a black long-sleeved t-shirt and black pants including a red sneakers while there were a hand on his face was watching them. Good work on yesterday's combat training. I saw the video and results. Bakugo, you're talented, so don't act like a kid, Aizawa said while looking at Bakugo who looked away. I know. And Midoriya. Midoriya look on the ground when Aizawa calls his name. You break your bone a little again, huh? You can't keep saying that you can't help it because you can't control your quirk. I don't like saying the same thing over and over again. As long as you fix the control issue, there's a lot of things you'll able to do. Midoriya's face instantly light up with a smile. Feel a sense of urgency, Midoriya. Yes, sir. Now let's get down to homeroom business. Sorry about the late notice, but today I'll have you, he said while everyone thought one thing. Take another special test. Much to their surprise, it wasn't. Decide on a class representative. It's actually a normal school activity. They thought with a sigh of relief. I want to be the class rep. Pick me. Me too. I want to do it too. It's a job made for M-. I'll be the leader. My manifesto is for all girls' skirts to be 30 centimeters above the knee. Let me do it. Me, damn it. While everyone was voting to be the class rep including Bakugo, except some just keep quiet like Midoriya who chuckles sheepishly and raise his hand a little, just close to his shoulder. Silence, please. Hilda shouted, which everyone went quiet. It is a job with the serious responsibility of leading others. It is not a job for just anyone who wants to do it. It is calling that requires the trust of those around you. If we want to use democracy to decide on a true leader, then we should hold an election to choose one, he said while raising his hand the highest as his body was shaking, probably from the stress of holding up his hand the highest. Your hand is raised the highest. Everyone shouted, surprised. Why did you suggest that? Kaminari asked. We haven't known each other for that long, so how can we have trust or anything? Azuri said, putting her index finger on her cheek. If that's the case, and everyone votes for themselves, Kirishima said, and Ilda stopped raising his hand. Don't you think that is precisely why whoever receives multiple votes here can be truly considered the most suitable person? He said and looked at Aizawa who was already in his yellow sleeping bag. What do you think, Mr. Aizawa? I don't care, as long as you decide before homeroom is over, he said tiredly and fall down. Thanks very much, Ilda said while Midoriya was looking at him. I feel like Ilda should be the class rep. I mean, I sort of think that someone will likely choose me to be the class rep because of the combat training. Kirishima said so that I was fired up, but the truth is, I'm always nervous and shy because I haven't been with human society for 11 years. He thought, nervous about that he's going to be chosen as class rep. He was literally begging that he wasn't chosen. However, his whys crashed to the ground as he was chosen to be class rep while Momo was chosen to be vice president. Why? Midoriya thought as he began to internal screaming and everyone was looking at him. Why Deku? Who the hell voted for him? Bakugo shouted angrily. Well, it's better than voting for you. Cyril said with the sweat on his face, and Bakugo glared at him. What did you say? Meanwhile, Achiko was whistling innocently and looking away as she was sweating because she was the one who voted for Midoriya. It'll be scary if Bakugo finds out, she thought while Ilda was gripping his fists. I knew that would happen. That is only to be expected of a person's calling, he whispered in frustration as he was also the one voted for Midoriya. You voted for Midoriya, huh? Yaoyorozu said as everyone was looking at him, surprised. But you wanted to do it too. Why choose Midoriya? Sato asked, and he sighed and looked at Midoriya, who was panicking and lost in thought. Because he's amazing, I learned something from him. So, I thought that it'd be best if he was the class rep instead of me, he said and sighed for the second time, which caused Midoriya to snap out of his thoughts and look at Ilda. I appreciate your actions, Ilda, but I think you should be the class rep instead of me. Everyone looked at Midoriya, surprised that he is already giving up the class rep to Ilda. Why? Ilda asked, surprised, and Midoriya pumped his fists and smiled widely. Maybe I know that you are perfect for this job instead of me, who hasn't been with human society for 11 years. I already know that Ingenium is your brother. How you admire him, so I thought maybe you being the class rep will learn something from it, he said, and everyone could only watch the boy in shock that he hasn't been in contact with human society for 11 years. That explains why he is always nervous and shy around people, including the ones he knew, Yaoyorozu thought. Midoriya, Thanks. Then, the class rep is Ilda, and the deputy class rep will be Yaoyorozu, Aizawa said, still in his sleeping bag, and collapsed to sleep again while Ilda was smiling at Midoriya except Yaoyorozu, who was lost in thought. There are a lot of people today, too, Uraraka said, as she was sitting with Midoriya and Ilda. That's because everyone in the hero course, support course, and management course meets in the same place, Ild said as Uraraka ate her rice. Man, the rice is so delicious, Uraraka said as her mouth was melted from the taste. Question is, how did you know that I was the younger brother of Ingenium, and I admire him? Ilda asked to Midoriya, and his face flustered. Well, I spent a lot of time looking up on pro heroes. I even have a book that the heroes I think was cool was in the book. Your brother happens to be one of them, Ilda. And the reason I said you admire him because of your personality, how you dash. He was cut off when Ilda interrupted him. Okay. I know. I'll explain to you. He is a likable hero who honors the rule and leads people. I set my sights on being a hero because I want to be like my brother, he said with a smile, surprising the two. This might be the first time we've seen you smile, Ilda, Uraraka said, which surprised Ilda. What, really? I smile, he said happily. About Ingenium dash. Midoriya was cut off when the alarms began to kick in, which surprised everyone. An alarm. There has been a level 3 security breach. All students please evacuate outdoors promptly. I repeat. The voice said, and Ilda asked the Perron next to him. Hey, what's level 3 security? It means someone is trespassing on school grounds. I've never seen anything like this in the 3 years I've been here. You should hurry too, he explained before getting up and run. Don't push. Wait, I'm falling. I said don't push. Ow. What's going on all of a sudden? Uraraka asked as they were pushed by many people. As expected of the best. Everyone reacts quickly in a crisis. They're so quick that it's causing a panic, Midoriya said until a hand hit his head, causing him to fall down. Oh shoot. Midoriya, Deku. They both shouted as Midoriya was near the class and saw the press. That's the press, Midoriya shouted, which caught Ilda's attention as he went to saw if Midoriya was right. Give us all might. He's here, isn't he? The female reporter asked angrily. We told you, he's not here, President Mike said, but they weren't taking it. If you give us one brief comment, we'll leave, one of the reporters shouted, and Aizawa put his hands or them all leave. If you guys get one comment, you'll want another. That's just how you are, Aizawa said as President Mike leaned over to him. They're illegal trespassers, you know. You should call them villains. You think we can beat them up? President Mike said in a quiet tone. Don't do it, Mike. They'll write up a bunch of half-truths about you. Let's wait for the police, Aizawa said, and President Mike clicked his tongue in annoyance. I wonder what it was, but it's just the media. Everyone calm down dash. Ouch. His face was pushed onto the windows. Few are the teachers. Are they busy trying to deal with everything? Ilda thought as they heard Kirishima and Kaminari shouting. Everyone stop. Slow down. Slow down. Kirishima shouted, and he and Kaminari was about to push into the ground. What the heck? They both shouted before hitting the ground. Is there anyone here who knows everything's fine, besides Midoriya? No one had noticed. Everyone's panicking. His thought was snap out when he heard Uraraka scream. Uraraka. Ilda shouted as she tried to reach him. Ilda. Ilda began to walk his way to Uraraka. What would Midoriya, or my brother, do in this situation? He thought before an idea popped on his head. Uraraka. He shouted and stretched his hand to Uraraka, who looked confused. Make me float, Uraraka. He explained as Uraraka nudged her way a little and touched his hand, which Ilda began to float. A place in everyone's line to sight. He pulled up his pants sleeve and his engine from his calves pop out. Engine boost. He shouted as he began to fly in midair, but instead of a propeller levitate, his body was spinning to the exit. Wix's surprised Midoriya, Kirishima, and Kaminari, and Midoriya cried out his name. Then, his body was met with the wall as he grunted in pain. Be concise, clear, and bold. Everyone, everything's fine. Ilda shouted very loudly, which everyone stops pushing and look at his direction. It's just the media. There is nothing to panic about. Everything's fine. This is UA. Let us act in a way befitting the best of the best. Kirishima and Kaminari look at each other and sigh in relief as they heard police sirens. Goodbye, bad mass media. President Mike shouted while waving his hand goodbye to the reporters. After a while, 4 people could be seen at the entrance. They were Midnight, 13, Recovery Girl, and the principal, Nizu. How were the ordinary members of the press able to do something like this? Nizu said as they look at the destroyed iron gate. Someone instigated this. Did someone evil slip in, or was it intended to be a declaration of war? Meanwhile, Mount, Lady and Kamui Woods are having a hard time saving hostages from Trapezius headgear. Listen, heroes, don't come after me. If you do, I'm gonna kill this rich family here. He angrily said as Mount, Lady growl. It's fine now, family. A voice called out, which Mount, Lady gasped in surprise. Missouri smash. He shouted as he strikes Trapezius headgear with a powerful chop which knocks the villain unconscious, and All Might was already holding the hostages. Why? Because I am here on my way to work, he said, and put down the family until he heard a voice. A hit and run. Which he turns around with sweat rolling down on his cheek. It'll be bad if I'm late, but... He then jumped up high as he is heading toward the direction of the sound. I've gotten a bit slower. After me and Nana gave young Midoriya half one for all, my powers have been weakening a little. On top of that, after forcing myself that time, the time I can spend in that form has gotten shorter than before. Nana felt this too. Our one for all is weakening, like, right now we are on 50%. Even if he is a very suitable vessel, he's still only a 15-year-old boy. I have to pull myself together. He thought as his fist went through the car's engine, stopping the thieves. Someone's barricaded themselves in the neighboring town. One of the witnesses said, which All Might immediately went to that direction. Now, it was 12:50 p.m. For today's hero basic training, it's turned into a class with 3 instructors, All Might and me, and 1 more person. Aizawa said, surprising everyone. Turned into. I wonder if it's a special case. Midoriya thought. Excuse me. What'll we be doing? Zero asked, which Aizawa pulled out a card that spelled rescue. Disasters, shipwrecks, and everything in between. It's rescue training. Rescue. Looks like it'll be a lot of work this time, too, Kaminari said, looking toward Ishido. Right. Idiot, this is the duty of a hero, he said from Kaminari behind, and he pumped his fists. My arms are ready to rumble. No one can beat me in water, ribbit. Hey, I'm not done. You can decide if you want to wear your costume or not this time, Aizawa said before pressing the remote control as the walls slid open, revealing their cases. Because there are probably costumes that limit your abilities, too. The training will take place off campus, so we're taking a bus, he said before walking away. That's all. Start getting ready. After they changed into their costumes. You're wearing your PE clothes. Where's your costume? Uraraka asked as she noticed that Midoriya was the only one wearing his PE costume. They got ripped up during the combat training, so I'm waiting for the support company to fix it, Midoriya said while Mineta was looking at Uraraka's ahem, which Yaoyorozu pumped her fists and punched his head, and Ilda used whistle blower to get everyone's attention. Class 1A, gather round. Form 2 lines by your student numbers in order to make boarding the bus go smoothly. Ilda shouted and continues to blow the whistle blower. Ilda's going at full throttle. Midoriya though, and he and Uraraka sweat drop. Shoot. I didn't think it'd be this type of bus, Ilda said, completely embarrassed as the bus wasn't the usual bus he knows. There was no point, huh? Ashido said. I say whatever comes to mind. Midoriya. Ajui said, and Midoriya flustered. Yes, Ajui. Call me Tsu, she said, and Midoriya nodded, still shy. Your quirk is like All Might's. Oh. Crap. Huh. Why you think so? But I'm. His face was panicked as he was trying to find answers. Wait a sec, Tsu, All Might doesn't get hurt when uses his. They just kind of look the same, Kirishima said, which Midoriya sighed in relief. But it's nice to have an augmenting type quirk. You can do a lot of flashy stuff, he said as his left hand becomes hard and edgy. My hardening strong against others, but unfortunately it doesn't look like that much. I think it's really cool, Midoriya said, and Kirishima looked at him, a bit surprised. It's a quirk that can pass as a pros. A pros, huh? But you have to think about popularity as a hero too, you know, he said before his hardening hand turns back to normal. My naval laser is pro level in both flashiness and strength, Aoyama said, and Ashido placed her hand on his shoulder. But it's not great that it gives you a stomachache, Ashido said, which Aoyama shivered. Well, I'm curious though. Midoriya, what was with that quirk during the combat training, you know, the one where you survived Bakugo's blasts without receiving that much injuries? Kirishima said, looking at Midoriya as he looked at him before looking at his right fist. I have two quirks, actually. The first one is called Painrance. It's a quirk that stored pain and strengthened my body. It also helps me endure many injuries. It also can strengthen up my bone. The second quirk is called Superpower. It's basically a power that increases my physical abilities into its maximum potential. The drawback was that, whenever I used it, it would ended up breaking my entire body. But thanks to Painrance, it'll only crack the bone inside of me a little, he said, amazing everyone. That's very awesome, Midoriya. But if Aoyama is talking about flashy and strong, it's gotta be Todoroki and Bakugo, though, huh? Kirishima said, which Bakugo looked at them for a few seconds before TSK in annoyance and look away. Bakugo is always mad, so he doesn't seem like he'll be popular though. This comment from Ajui immediately caused Bakugo to be angry as he stood up. What the hell? You wanna fight, you frog punk? He shouted angrily, which made Jiro stop looking at her and look at him, surprised by the sudden outburst. We haven't known each other that long, but it's amazing that everyone already knows your personality is crap steeped in sewage, Kaminari said, and Bakugo turned to him. What's with that vocabulary, electric bastard? I'll kill your ass. As they keep arguing. Ka-chan's being teased. I can't believe what I'm literally seeing. That's you, eh? For you. Midoriya thought as he was gripping his hair, couldn't believe that Bakugo was getting teased by everyone. What a vulgar conversation, Yaoyorozu said, putting her hand on her mouth, and Uraraka giggled. She was sitting next to her. But I like stuff like this, too, she said before she smiled. I want to tell you about something. Something that is bothering me for a while. Yaoyorozu then looked at her, wondering what she wanted to say. Do you like him? As soon as Uraraka said that, Yaoyorozu's entire body went red as she waved her hands around while Uraraka was watching her with her innocent eyes. WWWH what? And no. We're just friends, that's all. She shudders and Uraraka chuckled before looking away. Maybe. We're here. Stop messing around, Aizawa said as the argument was settled. Yes, sir. After 13 introduced itself to everyone in step in the UST, 13 started to explain its quirk, black hole, and explained everyone that its power can kill people easily and told them that their quirk it to help people, not use them for themselves, which everyone cheers. Alright then, first dash. Suddenly, the lights around us gone out and a portal appear, which Aizawa's eyes widened a bit in shock and surprise as he turned around and saw the same person from the UA entrance appear as many villains step out of the gate. Gather together and don't move, Aizawa said. 13. Protect the students. What the heck is that? Kirishima said, looking at the villains that is coming out of the black and purple portal, which everyone looks at his direction. Is this like the entrance exam where the lessons already started? Don't move. Everyone flinched as Midoriya looked at Aizawa, and then surprised to see that he put on his goggles. Those are villains, Aizawa explained, which everyone gasped in shocked. What? Villain, Kaminari said in surprise. No way. There's no way they could get into a hero's school, Kirishima said, and Yaoyorozu walked past Midoriya. Teacher, what about the trespasser sensors? She asked, and 13 turned to her. We have them, of course, but did they only appear here, or around the whole school? Either way, if the sensors are not responding, that means they have someone with a quirk that can do that. An isolated area separated from the main campus during a time when a class is supposed to be here. They might be fools, but they're no dumb. This surprise attack was carefully planned with some sort of goal in mind, Todoroki said, and everyone looked at him before looking down on the villains. 13. Start the evacuation. Try calling the school. These villains even had something to counterattack the sensors. It's possible someone with radio wave type powers is interfering. Kaminari. You try contacting the school with your quirk too, Aizawa said as Kaminari nodded. Yes, sir. I'm leaving it to you, 13. Aizawa said before he jumped into the fight and started to battle many villains, easily overpowered them with his quirk and abilities. Then, they began to run as the purple and black mist appeared before them, which Aizawa cursed that he blinked and the mist guy was able to stop the students and 13 from escaping. Nice to meet you. We are the League of Villains. It may be presumptuous of us, but we invited ourselves into the home of the heroes, UA High School, in order to have All Might, the symbol of peace, take his last breath. I believe All Might should have been here. Has there been some kind of change? Well, this is neither here nor there. This is the part 1M to play. The mist villain said 13 was about to use Black Hole until Bakugo, and Kirishima jumped toward the mist villain and attack him, which Bakugo's explosion caused smokes to appear. Did you consider that you'd get beaten by us before you did it? Kirishima shouted. Oh dear, that's very dangerous. That's right. Even if you are students, you are an excellent golden eggs, the mist villain said. No. Move away, you two, 13 warned Bakugo and Kirishima. My job is to scatter you all and torture you to death, he shouted, and he began to send everyone to a different location. Holy cow of nature, Midoriya shouted as he was about to crash to the ground, which he did. He groaned in pain and he realized that he was at the mountain zone. Oh man. That wasn't hurt but… Ugh. Midoriya groaned as he flopped his chest on the ground. Wait. Whose voice was that? He said when he heard a scream. Until, his back was met with a heavy weight as he screamed in surprise before it happened, again. His back was so done that it like he was just a 50 kilograms kid got squashed by two 100 kilograms guy. Midoriya, Yaoyorozu suddenly said when she realized she and Jiro crash onto his back as his face was full of pain. Gigi, get off of me. His shouted, which they instantly got off of his back, and Yaoyorozu bowed. I am so sorry. Yeah, me too, sorry, Midoriya. Jiro apologized and she also bowed, scratching his head, and Midoriya held onto his injured back. I am fine. Just surprised, he said before getting up with a groan, and they stopped bowing. This is the mountain zone. Where's the others? Yaoyorozu said, and they shrugged their shoulder. Who knows? Maybe they're still in here, Jiro said as she plugged her earphone jack on the ground. Suddenly she heard footsteps coming toward them. Guys, someone's coming. Is it the students? Yaoyorozu asked, but Jiro shook her head. I think it could be villains. How many? Midoriya asked and began looking around. I don't know. But I think it's about 20 or something. Then, the villains appear, which there were 20 of them, as Yaoyorozu made a bojutsu for herself and a sword for Kyoka. Hey. What about me? Midoriya asked, and they look at him. Can you literally use a weapon? I'll try. Good luck, cause you're the puncher, Jiro said before she rushed toward a villain and clash on, including Yaoyorozu, and Midoriya growl in frustration. Dang it. Oh well. Maybe next he. His thought was cut off when a villain punched his back, which he growled in surprise, and he uppercut the villain's jaw, which made him send to the ground, unconscious. Guess I won't need to use it, he whispered before he blocked the villain's punch. He kicked his torso, then sent a front kick at the villain's chest, sending the villain to the wall. Damn it. Kyoka growled as she plugged her earphone jack inside her boots, which sends out a powerful heartbeat and vibration at the villains as they held onto their ears. Suddenly, they heard a loud electric blast, which they looked at the direction. They saw a bunch of villains were on the water, unconscious, and Kaminari was also in the water, but… he dumbly said as he was giving the air both thumbs up while his face was funny. Ajiri used her tongue to grab him while she was in mid-air with Mineta being hold on her hand. Yaoyorozu. Midoriya shouted when he noticed a villain behind her, readying to slash her apart with a large sword as she turns around, shocked to see this as her body was frozen. Midoriya tackle her out of the way, which the blade immediately slash onto the ground. Midoriya and Yaoyorozu dodged the incoming slash. "Why, you're alright?" Midoriya asked, and she nodded. "Yes, it was thanks to you, Midoriya," she said before she picked up her bojutsu and Midoriya into a defensive stance. "Come here, you little brat." The villain with sword shouted and tried to slap Midoriya, but he dodged and roundhouse kicked the villain's face, which sends the villain to a random wall. Man, how did he get so good in fighting? Both the girls thought, shocked that Midoriya was able to knock out many villains in a second while they had to take forever. "Yaoyorozu, create a slingshot and a flash grenade for me," Midoriya shouted as he dodged an incoming kick from a villain. She did what he asked and gave him the items. He put the flash grenade on the pocket before pulling the pin, and fired it at the villains. "Cover your eyes," he warned as Kyoka and Momo closed their eyes tightly and the flash grenade exploded. Blindly, all the villains and Midoriya began to take down one by one with 4 punches and kicks. After the two girls opened their eyes widened in surprised and shock when they saw that 10 villains were knocked out while there were 10 mores, but 21 more villains came. They glanced toward Midoriya's fists as they saw that the knuckles were red. "Dang it. I can't knock them out one by one, there's too many of them," Midoriya said as he and the two girls circle each other. "Kyoka, can you blast them off with your earphone jack?" "Even if wanted to, I can't hold them that long, Yamamoto," she replied as Izuku had an idea. "I have a plan, but Yaoyorozu may not like it." "No, don't tell me," Yaoyorozu said, shocked when she realized what he was planning to do. "That's a very foolish plan, Midoriya. We can't risk it. I wasn't planning to take them out with one superpower. I'll use my finger. Here's the plan. We'll make them into a circle, then Jiro will keep them there with her quirk, and I'll finish all of them with my finger," he explained. The two hesitate at first but nodded their head. "I can make them all follow me, and I take many hits because of Painrance," he said before he began to run around while some villains chasing after him and some followed Jiro and Yaoyorozu. Once they got them into a circle, Jiro immediately plugged her earphone jack on her boots, which sends out heartbeat and vibration at them, as they were frozen in the spot. Midoriya jumped up with all his strength as he removed his left glove as his middle and thumb finger starts glowing and emitting sparks, with red-colored, vein-like streams coursing throughout his fingers, and he screamed on the top of his lungs and his heart. Smash! He flicked his fingers and fired off power shockwaves that Yaoyorozu had to make a shield for Jiro and herself. The villains screamed before the shockwaves were gone, showing that the entire villains were unconscious. Midoriya winced as he felt his bone on his fingers crack a little. Midoriya, are you alright?" Yaoyorozu asked as she created a roll of bandage. She knees down and began wrapping the bandage around his two injured finger. Why yeah. I'm a dash. He stopped when he accidentally glanced toward her bosom. "Be bad, Izuku," he thought before slapping his face. "What's wrong?" she asked when she heard a slap and Midoriya waved his hand around. It's nothing. I accidentally look at your bosom." That was he turned from Momo to blush as Jiro was looking at Midoriya, suspicious what is happening. "We should find the others before another group of villains arrive." They stopped blushing when Jiro said that as they nodded. They left the mountain and saw Ajiri and Mineta, including the dazed Kaminari who keep thumbing up. "What happened to him?" Kyoka said while covering her mouth as she was trying not to laugh out loud. "Well, Kaminari said that if he used his quirk too much then he would become a huge idiot," Ajiri said as Kaminari keep thumbing up and keep saying, "Yay," or "Wea." "Poor Kaminari. His quirk is strong but wasted like that," Midoriya said, a bit surprised at that. "Hey, isn't that Mr. Aizawa?" Mineta said as he pointed at Eraserhead, taking out many villains until the hand villain dashed toward him. Aizawa's elbow hit his stomach, which they smiled, until they were shocked to see that the hand villain's left hand was at his elbow before his elbow's skin started to crumple. Aizawa kicked him away and he knocked out 3 villains that tried to attack him. He was panting heavily and grabbed his cloth. "You're so cool. You're so cool. Hey, Eraserhead. I'm not the final boss," he said before the large black humanoid monster was behind him. He grabbed Aizawa's head and slammed him to the ground, his goggles flying away and blood shooting at the sky as everyone was watching in horror. Mr. Aizawa," Midoriya whispered as they watched as the monster keeps smashing Aizawa's face into the ground, creating a small crater. The monster grabbed his injured elbow and snapped at it, Aizawa groaned in pain. You can erase quirks. That's real wonderful, but it's not very impressive. In the face of overwhelming power, you might as well be quirkless. He said. Aizawa looked at the black villain. He activated his quirk, but the black large villain break his left hand, deactivating his quirk. It's like he's breaking a twig. Aizawa thought before his head was grabbed by the villain, and slammed his face into the ground. Oh my gosh. I can't look at this. Yaoyorozu whispered as she turned away, closing her eyes and covering her mouth. Tamura Shigaraki. The black and purple said, appearing next to the hand villain known as Shigaraki. Kurojiri, did you manage to kill 13? Shigaraki said to the mist villain known as Kurojiri. I put 13 out of actions, but there were students that I was unable to disperse, and one of them was able to run away. Huh. Shigaraki growled as he began to scratch his neck. He began to scratch his neck roughly and quickly while growling in anger. Kurojiri, you. If you weren't a warp gate, I would have crushed you to pieces. Shigaraki said as he stopped and sighed in frustration. We can't win against dozens of pros. It's game over. Man, it's game over this time. Let's go back home. Shigaraki said before Mineta started to cheer, but he didn't know was that he was grabbing Ash's right boob, which they were at the water. Mineta was drowning by Azui, who didn't care at all. I have a bad feeling about this, Midoriya. Azui said, still not bothering to pull out the drowning Mineta. Yeah. For them to simply retreat after doing all this. He said. Oh yeah? Before we leave. He said before he turned to them. Let's smash some of his pride as the symbol of peace. In the matter of split second, he was in front of them as his left palm thrust toward Azui's face. Everything was in slow motion. Midoriya looked at the hand as he remembered about how Shigaraki made Aizawa's elbow skin crumpled, and he pictured of that by switching it with Azui. He stopped as his palm nearly touched her face. Damn it. You really are cool. He said as they looked at the direction he's looking at. Aizawa was activating his quirk to erase Shigaraki's quirk. Erase her head. The black large villain known as Nomu, which was mentioned earlier, slammed his face to the ground, hard as Midoriya instantly jumped up, thrusting his hand back. Let go of her. Midoriya shouted, which Shigaraki looked at him as Midoriya channels one for all into his right hand. Smash. He shouted before a massive amount of wind pressure hit Shigaraki. My arm's not broken. Midoriya thought as he realized his right hand wasn't injured at all. He looked up and saw Nomu, blocking his smash with his stomach, which it had no effect on Nomu. You must be confused why Nomu wasn't injured by your smash. His quirk is shock absorption, one of his many quirks. But your smash. Are you a follower of All Might's? If you are, then I'm glad that Nomu would get to kill you, he said, as Nomu grabbed his right hand, immobilizing him as he raised his hand, getting ready to slash him. Until, suddenly, the door of us broke into pieces as loud footsteps was heard throughout us. Everyone glanced toward the destroyed door, revealing to be All Might. He wasn't smiling, but his face was full of anger as he stomped on the ground. It's fine now. Why? Because I am here, he said as he ripped off his tie. All Might. Mineta cried out. Ribbit. Azui said in awe. All Might. Midoriya said in shock, including Yaoyorozu and Jiroa. Oh hey. Looks like we're getting a continue. I've been waiting, hero. You trash of society, Shigaraki said, and All Might throw away his suit. In a blink of a second, All Might disappear and knock out many villains. He grabbed the unconscious Aizawa and he sighed, sadly. Sorry, Aizawa, he said before turning to Shigaraki and them. His right eye glowed bright blue as he was alright holding Midoriya, Yaoyorozu, Jiro, Mineta, Azui, and Kaminari. The hand on Shigaraki's face fell off. Huh. Mineta said, surprised. Everyone, go to the entrance. I'm leaving Aizawa to you. He's just unconscious. Hurry. All Might ordered and they nodded. Azui and Mineta carried Aizawa while Jiro was helping the dazed Kaminari to walk to a right direction. It's no good. It's no good. It's no good. I am sorry, father. Shigaraki weakly whispered as he grabbed the hand and placed it back on his face as his breathing calmed down. He hit me as he was saving them. It's the violence of a government official. He's fast, as expected. I can't follow him with my eyes. But not as fast as I thought he'd be. I guess it's really true after all, he said and turned to All Might with an evil grin. That he's getting a bit weaker. All Might, you can't. That brain villain took one FO dash. He took a punch that didn't break my arms, but he didn't receive any injuries. He's gotta be Dash. Young Midoriya. He stopped Midoriya as he turned around, flashing his usual trademark smile and do a pose to him. It's fine, he said. Midoriya smiled a little and nodded as he and the others walk away, leaving All Might to deal with Noma. Carolina, he said as he dashed toward Shigaraki with his arms made into an X motion. Noma, Shigaraki said as Noma appeared in front of him. Smash. All Might shouted as he cross-slashed Noma, but it didn't have any effect on it like Midoriya said. Noma looked at him and tried to squash his head with his hands, but All Might ducked down, clearly a bit surprised. It seriously has no effect at all, huh? He said and threw a punch at Noma at his stomach. The attack landed on his stomach, but Noma was still fine and tried to grab All Might. In that case, Dash, he said and threw a punch at his face, which he did the same thing again, but with his right fist. Noma screeched and tried to grab him, but All Might dodged. It doesn't work on his face either, huh? He landed with his feet as the Noma rushed toward him as he jabbed his stomach. It doesn't work because of shock absorption. In order to cause damage to Noma, it would be most effective to slowly gouge out his flesh. Whether he'd let you do that or not is a different issue though, Shigaraki said, and All Might dodged a punch from Noma as he went behind him. Thanks for telling me that. Then, he wrapped his arms around Noma's stomach and preparing to suplex him. If that's true, then it's easier for me. He then suplexed Noma to the ground, as it exploded, blowing out smokes. Hey. How did he make a suplex look like an explosion? All Might's on a whole nother level, Mineta said. Even though he's a rookie teacher who can't teach without looking at his notes. Ajui said as Midoriya looked at the dust. He couldn't see what happened due to the dust. Wait. Jiro stopped as she turned to the dust, including everyone. The dust was cleared, showing All Might gritting his teeth in pain as his left stomach began to bleed when Noma gripped his weak spot. Were you trying to keep him from moving by sticking him in the concrete? You won't be able to stop him like that. Because Noma is as strong as you are, Shigaraki said, and All Might growled, which he chuckled. This is good, Kurogiri. It's an unexpected opportunity, Shigaraki said as Kurogiri's portal began to close slowly and Noma gripped his weak spot even deeper. Ouch. That's my weak spot. Stop it. All Might thought as he let go of the suplex and tried to move away Noma's left hand that was gripping on his weak spot. What power did this guy have? This is your first offense. You'd better prepare yourselves. HR growled and Shigaraki began to scratch his neck slowly. Kurogiri. I do not like blood and guts overflowing within me, but I would be happy to take in someone as great as you. You are too fast to see with the human eyes. Restraining you was Noma's job. And then, when your body is halfway in, to close the gate. He said before an image of All Might body cut into half by the gate. And tear you apart is my job. Oh no. This feeling is similar to THR1 where I rushed to save Ka-chan. I have to save All Might. There's still tons of things I want you to teach me. Midoriya thought as he felt his body moving by itself. He wasn't thinking about stopping, he was only thinking about saving his All Might. Midoriya. Momo cried out as Izuku continues to run toward All Might. All Might. Why, young Midoriya? What are you? All Might thought, surprised, and Midoriya jumped toward him, trying to get his out of the gate, but Kurogiri appeared in front of him. How foolish, he said before opening a portal as Midoriya's hand was sucked into the gate. Suddenly, someone grabbed Midoriya out of the gate and an explosion hit Kurogiri, revealing to be Bakugo. Move out of my way, Deku. Bakugo shouted as he tossed Midoriya away and he looked at Bakugo. Bakugo grabbed the metal body on Kurogiri and slammed him to the ground. Take that, Miss Bastard. A path of ice was heading toward Noma as the ice began to froze his legs then the left hand. He's frozen. All Might thought as the one who did it was not other than Todoroki. All I heard was that you all are here to kill All Might, he said in his usual monotone voice. He controlled it so that the ice stopped just before it reached me. Thanks to that, his grip is loosened. All Might moved his hand away and got out of there, holding his bleeding stomach. Kirishima jumped toward Shigaraki, with his right hand hardened, and he screamed, attempting to hit Shigaraki with his hardened hand, but Shigaraki dodged it. Damn it. I didn't get to show off. Stopped acting so stuck up, foggy nobody. The symbol of peace cannot be killed by the likes of you all. They glare at Shigaraki. Midoriya's eyes had a little tears inside, but he wiped them off. Yayorosa and the others run toward him and Yayorosa punched Midoriya's shoulder, softly. You dimwit. Do you know how worried I was when you left? she said, angrily, and Midoriya sheepishly chuckled before his face turned to determination. We'll talk about that later, but for now, we got a situation to do. They nodded and glared at Shigaraki. Tsu, Mineta, I want you two to take Aizawa to the entrance. You two have to stay out of this. Midoriya asked as Ajiri and Mineta nodded before they walk away to the entrance, with Aizawa still unconscious. Everyone. Uraraka said as she noticed Ajiri and Mineta carrying Aizawa. Wait, isn't that Tsu? She said while pointing at their direction, which everyone look at the direction she is pointing. Hey. Hey. Achiko. Hey, help us out. He's really heavy. Mr. Aizawa. Let's go help them. Sato said as they went down to help them. I'll leave this to All Might. 13 said, which Ashido look at it. When the other teachers get here, get to a safe place. Oh, okay. As they keep glaring at Shigaraki, who was scratching his neck with his right hand, and he stopped then sigh in frustration. Kurojairi, our exit and entrance, has been overcome. We're in a pinch. Shigaraki said as Bakugo chuckled menacing and glare at Kurojairi with a wide grin on his face. You careless bastard. You're just what I thought you'd be. Only certain parts of you can turn into a misty warp gate. The fog gate covered your actual body, right? Back then. If you were completely made of mist and physical attacks couldn't touch you, then you wouldn't have to said. That was close. Bakugo said, and Kurojairi growled, attempted to get up, but Bakugo made a small explosion from his palm that was gripping on Kurojairi's actual body. Don't move. If I feel like you're moving suspiciously or an inch, then I'll blow your ass up so bad that you won't be moving for the next month. He said, still having the evil grin plastered on his face. That isn't very hero-like at all, Kirishima said with sweat rolling down on his cheek. In addition to capturing them, they're all uninjured. Kids these days are amazing. They made the League of Villains look bad, he said, slightly impressed before he turned to Noma. Noma made himself went back to his body, which made Todoroki gasp on surprise, quietly as Noma's frozen hand and leg broke, but still moving. Even though his body's broken, he's still moving. Get back, young Midoriya and everyone. All Might said as Noma's hand and leg began to regenerate quickly, which All Might got up. What? His quirk wasn't shock absorption. I didn't say that was all he had. This is his super regeneration. Noma has been modified to take you at 100%. He's a super efficient human sandbag, Shigaraki said, and everyone got into a defensive stance. But first, we need to get our gate back. Everyone gasped in shock when they realized what he meant. Go, Noma. In an instant, All Might used his body as he pushed Bakugo out of the way, which caused him to send to a wall. The shockwaves also blow everyone away. Ow. All Might. Midoriya shouted, and he looked at he destroyed wall, which everyone looked at his direction, seeing All Might. He protect that arrogant brat, huh? Geez. Do you not even know how to hold back? He said between panting. It was to rescue my companions. I had no choice but to do it. I mean, earlier, that plain-looking one, he said, pointing at Midoriya, which everyone looks at him. He was about to punch me with everything he had, you know. Violence for the sake of others makes it admirable. Isn't that right, hero? You know what, All Might? I'm pissed off. I'm pissed at this world that categorizes the same violent acts as heroic or villainous, deciding what's good and what's bad. Symbol of peace. Ha! You're just a device to repress violence. Violence only breeds violence. The world will know this once we kill you, Shigaraki said, and All Might wiped away the blood on his mouth. That's very preposterous. The eyes of white-collar criminals like you burn silently. You just want to enjoy this yourself, don't you, you liar? He's already figured me out. It's 3 against 7. Ka-chan already exposed the fog's weakness. These guys are too crazy, but if we back up All Might, we can push them back, Kirishima said as he hardened his hands. No. All Might said, which they look at him. Run away. You would have been in trouble if I hadn't done anything earlier, right? Todoroki said. That was a different story, young Todoroki. Thanks. But it's fine. Just watch as a pro gives it everything he's got. All Might, you're bleeding. Besides, time's dash. He realized what he was about to say, so he stopped as All Might gives him a thumbs up, which means everything is going to be fine. Noma, Kurojairi. Get him. I'll deal with the children myself. It's true that I barely have a minute left. My power has been declining a bit faster than I expected. All Might thought, gripping his fists. Now, let's finish this and go home. Shigaraki said as he lunged toward the students. But I must do this. Hey, we've got to do this after all. Why? Because I am. He thought as he began to use 100%. The symbol of peace. In a second, All Might charged toward Momo with blindly speed as they punch each other fists, creating a massive and powerful shockwave. Damn. Hey, you talked about his shock absorption yourself earlier, didn't you? Shigaraki said as he landed on the ground. Yes, I did. All Might replied as he sent a punch at Momo's stomach before they sent out a fast barrage of punches. Everyone was trying to get their balance because of the shockwaves that was blowing everything away. A head-on fist fights. WL. I can't get near them, Kurojiri said as he was knocked back due to the shockwaves. If your quirk isn't shock nullification but shock absorption, then there's a limit to it, right? All Might shouted before his punching got faster and stronger, which it causes the ground to have a large crater. Momo punched his weak spot, which All Might grunted at the punch at his weak spot. His iris glowed bright blue. Made to fight me. If you can withstand me at 100%, then I'll force you to surrender from beyond that. Then, his punch got even more faster and stronger, which some of punch hit Momo's face. He's bleeding while giving it his all. He's not swinging randomly. Every single hit. Midoriya thought as he remembered the time All Might used Detroit Smash on the sludge villain as his eyes widened. Is more than 100% of his power. All Might punched Momo, which sends him to the forest, and All Might jumped toward him. A hero. Can always break out of a tough spot. He grabbed Momo and tossed him to the ground, creating a large crater as he landed down. Hey villain, have you ever heard these words? Go beyond. Plus ultra. All Might shouted as he channeled one for all and punched straight toward Momo. The punch creates shockwaves on Momo, which caused him to launch out of the building as the ground began to vibrate. Is this a comic book? It's like he nullified the shock absorption. His brute strength is too much crazy. What insane power. Does this mean he rushed at him so fast that he couldn't regenerate? So this is the top. Is this the world of pros? All Might. I really have gotten weaker. In my prime, 5 hits would have been enough, he said before getting up and placed his hand on his chest, and his usual trademark smile appear on his face. But it literally took more than 200 hits, he said, proudly, which Midoriya smiled a little as steam began to coming out of his body. And now, I'm out of time, he said and turned toward Shigaraki and Kurojiri. Now, villains. I'm sure we'd all like to end this as soon as possible, he said as Shigaraki began to scratch his neck furiously. Hey, what's going on? He's not any weaker at all. Did that guy lie to me? What's wrong? All Might said, which Shigaraki stopped scratching his neck. You're not coming. You said you'd clear this or something, right? Come and get me if you can, he said and glared at Shigaraki with his right glowing bright blue iris, which Shigaraki stepped back in fear and gasped in horror. All Might, Bakugo said in awe. As expected, it looks like there is no need for us to fight, Todoroki said as they sigh in relief. Midoriya. We should get out of here now. It'll be worse if we end up getting taken hostage instead, Kirishima said, and Midoriya realized something. No. He's bluffing. It's almost lost under the cloud of dust, but I can see the steam-like substance that comes out when he transforms. All Might is. Izuku though in horror. I can't move anymore. That Noma thing was too strong. Frankly, if I move even one step, I won't be able to keep up this bluff. I'll go back to my true form. Just a little more. Well, what's wrong? Hesitate. If I can stall for just a little longer. All Might thought as Shigaraki roughly and furiously scratched his neck. If only I had Noma. That guy would have been able to go up against him without thinking about anything, Shigaraki angrily said. Tamura Shigaraki. Please calm yourself. Look carefully. I see that he was definitely weakened from the damage of Noma's attacks, Kurojiri said, which Shigaraki stopped, and they looked at the students. Besides, the children appear to be frozen in fear. We still have underlings who can be used. There are likely only a few minutes left before the pros come. If you and I work together, we still have a chance of killing All Might. Yeah. That's right. We have no choice but to do it. I mean, we have the last boss right in front of our eyes, Shigaraki said as the other villains that were awake began to approach them. All Might will do something about the main bad guys, Kirishima said as he hardened his hands. Let's go help the others, he said as Yaoyorozu created a pull, in a defensive position, and Jiro ready to plug her earphone jack on her boots. But Todoroki turned to Midoriya. Midoriya? Todoroki asked. I'm the only who knows. That mist guy is probably more dangerous. All Might has most likely gone past his limit. If the mist guy toys with him, I'm sure. Midoriya thought as Shigaraki began to run toward him. You're coming, huh? This is revenge for Noma. He shouted with pure rage and anger in his voice as he jumped up, getting ready to disintegrate him into ashes. Geez, holy shit. Hurry. Everyone hurry. Midoriya channels one for all 100% on his legs as he jumped toward them, feeling his bones crack a little, which surprised everyone that he disappeared in a blink of the eye and saw Midoriya was now nearly in front of the main villains. He's fast. Shigaraki thought, and All Might look at his successor in surprise and shock. I'm the only who knows the predicament he's in. Midoriya. Kirishima and Yaoyorozu said loudly. There. The hidden part of his body. As long as I aim at that, I can blow him away. He then channels one for all on his right hand, preparing to strike Kurojire's hidden body. Get away from All Might. Until the portal appear in front of his face as Shigaraki's hand appear in front of him. I won't fall for that again, boy. Kurojire shouted and Shigaraki began to giggling uncontrollably. Izuku couldn't believe it, he failed everyone. A gunshot was heard and it went through Shigaraki's hand. Are they here? All Might said as the shooter were revealed to be Snipe, who began to shoot bullets in different locations. This attack? Jiro said and everyone looked at the gate. Could it be? Sorry everyone. Sorry we're late. I gathered all who were immediately available. Nizu said, his voice was heard. Ilda. Uraraka happily said. I, Tenya Ilda, Class 1A representative, have now returned. Ilda shouted as the villains began to attack. Present Mike TSK and activate his quirk. Yeeewa. His quirk knocked down the ones that was running up the stairs and even sending some of the villains into unconscious. Ectoplasm opened his mouth as he fired ectoplasm from his mu, which they turned into clones of himself that began to fight off the villains. Split up and protect the students. Yes, sir. Ah man, they're here. It's game over now, he said and turned to Kurojire. Shall we go home and try again later, Kurojire dash. He was cut off when Snipe's bullet went through his left hand and both his legs, which made him collapse to the ground, and Kurojire used his mist to block the bullets as Snipe kept firing bullets. Someone whose quirk can capture them all from this distance. Snipe said, keep firing the bullets at Kurojire. Me. 13 said, and Snipe stopped. Tamyara Shigaraki. Kurojire shouted, he was about to make a gate for them, but it was cut off when 13 opened all of its fingers at Kurojire. I may have failed this time, but I will kill you next time. Symbol of peace, All Might. Shigaraki growl. All Might wiped away the blood on his chin as he and Kurojire disappear. The rest of the pros defeated the villains. Dang it. I wasn't able to do anything. Midoriya said, clearly shame and upset that he didn't do anything. That's not true. All Might said, which made Izuku look up at him, showing half of his true form. If it weren't for those few seconds you bought me, I would have been killed. You saved me again. He finished, and tears of joy were threatening to escape. All Might. Izuku sobbed as he released the tears, and smiled widely. I'm so glad you're okay. If this many pro heroes have gathered here, then it looks like they did not attack the whole school, Todoroki said while putting his hand on his neck. Midoriya. Kirishima and Yaoyorozu shouted as they were running toward Midoriya, who was laying down on the ground, wiping away his tears. Oh, Yaoyorozu and Kirishima. Are you alright? Kirishima asked. Young Kirishima, young Yaoyorozu, I applaud your concern for your friend. But wait, he'll find out. Crap, wait. Damn it. Move, All Might. Shit. All Might thought furiously as he tried to move his body, but failed, which Midoriya noticed it. Kirishima, Yaoyorozu, wait. Midoriya said as they stopped, looking very concerned as Cementos appeared. We want to make sure that all the students are safe, so please gather in front of the gate. We will deal with the injured here. Cementos said, which they smiled widely, glad that their friend is gonna be okay. That makes sense. Roger that. Kirishima said as he and Yaoyorozu went back to Bakugo and Todoroki, who was just looking around at us. Hey, he said to gather in front of the gate. All Might and Midoriya sighed in relief and All Might collapsed, putting his tight hand on his knee. Thanks. You saved me, Cementos. All Might said and Cementos nodded. I'm a fan of yours too, Cementos said. Let's get you to the nurse's office while keeping you hidden. But man, you act recklessly every time, huh? If it didn't act recklessly, I would have been killed. That was how strong the enemy was. All Might said as he glanced toward Midoriya. Kurohige and Shigaraki arrived back at their bar. Kurohige put Shigaraki on the ground. Ouch. Damn it. I was shot in both arms and both legs. We lost completely. Even Momo was defeated. All the underlings were defeated in an instant. Those kids were darn strong. The symbol of peace was healthy. He growled and looked up on the computer. You were wrong, Master. No, I wasn't. We were just not prepared enough. Yes, we underestimated then. It's good that we did it under that cheap League of Villains name. By the way, what about Master and my joint creation, Momo? He was not retrieved. He was blown away. What? More precisely, without coordinates to his precise location, I could not find him, even with my warp. I did not have time for that, Kurohige said as he gripped his mist fists in anger. After all we did to make him as powerful as All Might. Well, I suppose it cannot be helped. That's unfortunate. Power. That's right. There was one child who was as fast as All Might, Shigaraki said as he began to remember about how Midoriya was fast. Oh. Another voice said through the computer. If he hadn't gotten in the way, he angrily said and scratched the wooden ground. We might have been able to kill All Might. That brat. That damn brat. He growled angrily and screamed in frustration. Of course, you have regrets. But this was not a futile exercise. Gather the elite. Take all the time you need. We cannot move freely, which is why we need a symbol, like you. Tamura Shigaraki. Next time, how the world that you are to be feared. 16, 17, 18, 19. The detective known as Naomasa Tsukachi said as he looked at the paper. Everyone's fine except that boy's both legs bone were crack. He said. Ojiro. Hagakure placed her hand on his shoulder which he looked at her. I heard you were fired up this time. Well, I use hit and run tactics. Where were you at, Hagakure? At the landslide zone, Todoroki was super strong. She exclaimed, pointing at Todoroki who was looking at a different location. Well, I'm glad you're okay. I almost freeze her. That was close, or otherwise I would have turned into a villain. Todoroki thought, his face still no emotion. Where? Do you think I was? Aoyama asked the other who was talking which they completely ignore him. I see, so the people you fought were also just hooligans. Tokoyami said. They underestimated us cause we were kids. Kirishima said. Where dash? So it was All Might who put the hole in the dome after all. Siro said. That's some crazy power. Sato said, and Shoji nodded. Yeah, as expected of All Might. Shoji said, using his mouth instead of his double arms. Where do you think I was? He said and placed his hand on Ajui's shoulder. Where? It's a secret. All right, let's have the students return to their classroom for now. Naomasa said. We won't be questioning then right away, right? Detective, what about Mr. Aizawa? Ajui asked which Tsukachi pulled out a phone from his jacket pocket, and he called the doctor who was taking care of Aizawa. Comminuted fractures in both arms and a fascia fracture. Fortunately, there does not seem to be any serious brain damage. However, his orbital floor has been broken into small pieces, and his eyes may suffer from its aftereffects. The doctor said before hanging up. That's what he said. Tsukachi said. What about 13? Ashido asked, worried. 13 has been treated. The laceration from the back to upper arm was bad, but 13 will survive. They sigh in relief. All Might will also survive. Recover Girl's healing is enough to treat him, so he's in the nurse's office. Deku. What about Midoriya? Tenya and Yayorozu asked which Tsukachi looked at them, confused. Midori. Oh, his condition wasn't that bad compared to Aizawa and 13, but the treatment in the nurse's office is enough for him, too. He said with a smile and everyone sighed in relief. Oh, that's good. Uraraka happily said. I'm glad he's gonna be alright. Tenya said and looked at Yayorozu who nodded. Yes, he had taken more damage than that. She said. Now, go back to your classroom. Tsukachi said and everyone nodded. Sansa, I also have some business in the nurse's office. I'll leave the rest to you. Tsukachi said to the cat-like guy who gave Tsukachi a salute. Yes, sir. It's a cat. Not a dog, huh? After a while, they found Noma that All Might defeated and send him out of us. Everyone was walking back to their classroom, while All Might in his true form and Midoriya was in Recovery Girl's office. Because of the situation this time, I can't really scold you. I'm not sure, but I think I might have shortened the time limit of my hero form again. I think it was a little or whatever. I hope I still have at least an hour. All Might said, and Midoriya glanced toward him. All Might, Midoriya said, and All Might got up. Welp, it can't be helped. These things happen, he said. Izuku looked at him sadly, thinking that it was his fault until his eyes widened, almost forgetting to tell him. By the way, All Might, when I aimed a smash at that Nomu, I didn't felt my bone cracking. All Might looked at his surprise, but his mouth began to leak out blood which made Izuku sweat a lot. Really? What's the difference? All Might asked, wiping the blood off his chin. Difference. The biggest difference between that and the one for all that I'd been using was it. It was the first time I tried to use this power on a person, Izuku said, and he looked at his right hand. Looks like you succeeded in putting on the brakes unconsciously. That reminds me. I think right now, with the backlashes you had gotten from One for All, was that I think you can control it at 20% or 25%. If you go beyond that, I think you'll felt your bone cracking soon. But I think you should use 5% first before adding percentage to it. All Might said, which Izuku nodded, until they heard the door slide open. Excuse me. All Might, it's been a while, Tsukachi said, removing his hat, and All Might spout out blood. Tsukachi, you're here too, All Might said, surprised. All Might, is it all right to show that form? Yeah, it's fine. Why? Because he's Naomasa Tsukachi, my best friend in the Force. All Might introduced and Tsukachi chuckled. Hey, what's with that introduction? Sorry to cut to the chase, but All Might, can you give me details about the Vil Dash? He was cut off when All Might speak. Wait. More importantly, are all the students okay? What about Eraserhead and 13? Other than that boy, only a few students had light injuries, and the 2 teachers are in stable condition for now, Tsukachi said, which they sigh in relief. I see. All Might said, relieved that everyone was going to be okay. If you 3 heroes had not risked your lives, then the students would not have survived, Tsukachi said with his eyes closed. You're wrong about one thing, Tsukachi. He opened his eyes and looked at All Might in concern. The students also fought and risked their lives. Have there even been any first years who experienced a real fight so soon, survived, and learned to fear in the world of adults? The villains did something very dumb. This class is strong. They will become strong heroes. I am very certain of that. All Might said, and everyone smiled. He looked at Midoriya and gave him a thumbs up, which he nodded. After a while, it was nighttime as he said farewell to Recovery Girl, and he began to run back to Tatooine Station, hoping that he doesn't worry his mother that much. He stopped when he saw Uraraka, Hilda, and Yaoyorozu waiting for him. Hilda and Yaoyorozu both were leaning against the statue. They noticed him, and they smiled widely. Deku, Uraraka happily said, and Izuku blushed that his friends were waiting for him that long. You guys have been waiting for me that long, Midoriya said, surprised while walking toward them. Yes, Midoriya. We cannot leave our friend behind, so me, Uraraka and Yaoyorozu decided to wait for you, Hilda said. Well, we're glad that you're okay. How's your legs? Yaoyorozu asked. I'm feeling pretty much the same as ever, he said, which they chuckled. Anyway, I was thinking about maybe we should go eat something together. We'll call our parents if they agree with that, Yaoyorozu said, which they nodded, and called their parents if they can go eat, which they agree, while Inko said that she left some leftovers for Izuku, so he can eat with his friends. Alright, since our parents said yes, any ideas where to go? Yaoyorozu said as they began to walk out of UA. Maybe we should try that new restaurant they just opened up at Dagoba Municipal Beach, Midoriya suggested, which they agree, and went to Tatooine Station, going near Zurifu, Japan. This is a follow-up report on yesterday's incident at the UA rescue training facility where Hero Course students were attacked by villains. According to police investigation, the criminals call themselves the League of Villains, and have been plotting to kill All Might, who has been a teacher at UA since spring of this year. Police have arrested 72 villains, but they still do not know whereabouts of their ringleader, the female reporter said on the TV. In an unknown apartment, an old man wearing a hero costume, which was a full-body monochrome suit along with a yellow cape, a belt with the letter G on it, very thick yellow gloves and boots, and a dark domino mask which resembles 2 diamonds, as there was a letter on the table, which said, Greetings. It feels like it's just around the corner. As for you, sir, I hope that this letter finds you well. Since Spring Z I have been a teacher at UA. high school and have taken on the task of guiding the next generation. I thought to find someone worthy to inherit half of my power among the most promising students aiming to become heroes. However, before I took up my post at UA, I met a young man. Even though this young man had no quirk, he rushed toward the scene in a situation where pro-heroes, including myself, hesitated, using what power he had to try to find a way out of the situation. He may not have had a plan in mind at the time. Even so, he ran. I feel like I relearned from that young man the essence of what a hero must have in order to be worthy to be a hero. That is why I told him, "You can become a hero." I proposed to transfer half of my own quirk to him. The power to cultivate it by one person, who passes it on to Anathers, who also cultivates it and passes it on. The crystallization of power that spins together the voices of those who need help with a courageous heart, one for all. The young man inherited both half of my power, including Nana's half of her one for all and her other quirk, Painrance, without any hesitation, and underwent training to be accepted into the hero course at UA High School. Even as he struggles with his new quirk, he kept giving his all to make it his own. I'm very proud of him. I don't like to toot my own horn, but I do not regret passing on half one for all to him at all. However, I am still inexperienced as a teacher. The day may come when I must trouble you, my old teacher. I am counting on you when that time comes. Please take care of yourself as the seasons change. I will continue to keep you updated on my circumstances. Sincerely yours, Toshinori Yagi. That's all it wrote as the old man sit down on the couch, looking at the small TV while taking a bite on his taiyaki. The boy acknowledged by Toshinori. Huh? He said as the door opened, revealing to be Nana, in her hero costume, carrying a bag full of foods. So, let's wrote a letter to Toshinori that will be training the kid in 1 week before the sports festival starts. Can't let him always get the backlashes every time he uses one for all, Nana said as she placed a bag full of foods on the table. Okay, he'll be surprised when he saw you are here, the old man said, and Nana giggled. Yes, now better send the letter to Toshinori or otherwise the kid will probably only do normal workouts, she said as she handed him a blank letter for him to wrote and a pen for him to write. Alright. Let's get this over with. After they spent their one day without school since it was temporarily closed, everyone was inside of Class 1A. Hey, did you guys watch the news last night? Hagakure said. Yeah, Ojiro said. Did you see how everyone in class was on screen for a second? I didn't stand out at all, she said, and Shoji nodded. That's true, Shoji said, using his mouth, which surprised Ojiro. It's hard to stand out looking like that, huh? He said. But man, all the channels made a big deal out of it, Kaminari said, putting both his hand behind his head. I was surprised, Kirishima said, and Jiro sighed. Can you really blame them? The pro-hero course that keeps pumping out pro-heroes was attacked, she said. Who knows what would have happened if the teachers hadn't come when they did, Sero said, putting his chin on his hands. Stop that, Sero. Just thinking about it's make me wet myself dash. Shut the hell up. Be quiet, you grape-ass hair scum. Bakugo shouted in rage, which Mineta stopped and fall of his chair while Midoriya was surprised by the sudden outburst. But man, All Might was great. He pushed back those crazy strong villains. Yes, his strength is worth wondering at. Everyone. Morning homeroom is about to start. Stop talking and take your seats. Ilda shouted as everyone was already sitting down. We're already in our seats. You're the only one who's not, Kirishima said, and Ilda went back to his seat, gripping his fists in embarrassment, his body shaking and biting his teeth. Shoot, he cursed. Don't worry about it, Uraraka said, and give him a thumbs up. Tsu, who's? She stopped when she was about to fall off her seat, but Ajri grabbed it before she fall. Gonna teach homeroom today. Well, Mr. Aizawa is supposed to be in the hospital recovering from his injuries. They heard the door slide open, which they stopped talking and looked at the door. Morning, everyone. Mr. Aizawa, you're back too soon. Everyone shouted in shock and surprise as Aizawa's entire face and arms were completely covered in bandages. You're too much of a pro. Man. That's so manly. So you're alright, Mr. Aizawa? Ilda asked while raising his hands up. Can you really call that alright? Uraraka said with a sweat drop. My well-being doesn't matter. More importantly, the fight is not yet over. Fight, Bakugo said, and raised curious eyebrows. Wait, don't tell me, Midoriya said with eyes widened, clearly realized what Aizawa mean. The villains again. Mineta quietly screamed while gripping his head as he was shaking furiously. The UA Sports Festival is coming up in 1 week. That's a super normal school event. Everyone screamed. Wait a minute, Kaminari said while putting his hand on Kirishima's right cheek, making him unable to speak. Is it really okay to have a sports festival after the villains snuck inside? Jiro asked. What if they attack us again or something? Apparently, they think of it as UA, showing that our crisis management system is solid as a rock by holding the event. Security will also be strengthened to 5 times that of previous years. Above all, our sports festival is a huge chance. It's not an event to be cancelled because of a few villains. Aizawa explained. By that's a good reason, isn't it? It's just a festival of sports. Mineta said, terrified, which Midoriya turned to him, surprise. Mineta, you've never seen the UA Sports Festival? Of course I have watched it. That's not what I meant. Our sports festival is one of Japan's biggest events. In the past, the Olympics were called a festival of sports, and the whole country was crazy about them. As you know, with reductions in scale and population, they're now a shell of their former glory. And now, for Japan, what has taken the place of those Olympics is the UA Sports, Aizawa said. Of course, all the top heroes around the country will be watching, Yaoyorozu said, which Mineta turned to her as she pumped his fist. For scouting purposes. I know that. After we graduate, it's typical to join a pro agency as a sidekick, Kaminari said with a thumbs up to Jiro, who wasn't looking. A lot of people miss their chance to become independent after that and become eternal sidekicks, though, Jiro said and glanced toward Kaminari. Kaminari, I feel like you'd be one of them. Since you're dumb, she said, which Kaminari gripped his fist. Shut up. Of course, joining a famous hero agency will get you more experience and popularity. Time is limited. If you expect to go pro, then the path to your future will open up at this event. 1 chance a year, a total of just 3 chances. No aspiring heroes can afford to miss this event. If you understand that, then don't slack off on your preparations and start training in 1 week before it started. Yes, sir. Homeroom is dismissed. After it was lunchtime, Cementos slid open the door and walked back to the staff office. Even though all that stuff happened, I'm getting really excited, Kirishima shouted and pumped his fists to the air. If we put on a good show and stand out, we'll have taken the first step to becoming a pro, Siro said, walking toward them. It was worth coming to UA. We will only receive a few chances. We cannot afford to miss this, Tokoyami said as he was sitting atop of his desk. You're lucky, Shoji. Your bronze stands out on its own, Kaminari said, and he was sitting atop of his desk, with Yaoyorozu and Jiro looking at Shoji. There's no point if I cannot show them my usefulness. I think you'll stand out too, Jiro teased as she put her hand over her mouth, hiding her snickering, and Kaminari glared at her. Everyone's so into it, Midoriya said. Wait, you're not? We have enrolled here to become heroes, so of course we would get fired up, Ilda said while standing up. Ilda, you have a unique way of getting fired up. It's weird, Azuri said, and she was holding her lunchbox. Midoriya, you don't feel the same? Ilda asked. Of course I do. But Midoriya lose his work and he lower his head and sigh sadly. I don't even know if I can win this, he depressingly said, and Yaoyorozu came over him and placed her hand on his shoulder. Well, I think you can control your power if you don't give up. She smiled and he looked at her, a slight blush on their face. Gosh. I am fallen. Deku, Yaoyorozu, Ilda. Uraraka called out, which the 3 looked at her, a scary aura around her. Let's do our best at the sports festival, she said, menacing. Uraraka, your face. It's... Midoriya nervously said as they were concerned what just happened to Ochako. What's the matter? You don't look carefree at all, even though that's what your name means, Mina said, which Mineta slowly blushed. PM. Mineta was cut off when Azuri used her tongue to slap him so hard that he fall down on the ground. Everyone, I'm gonna do my best, she shouted, pumping his right hand to the air. Yeah. I'm gonna do my best. Why yeah? What's wrong? Your personality's all over the place, Kirishima said awkwardly. Now that I think about it, I never asked Uraraka why she wants to become a hero. After a while, they were outside. Uraraka, Midoriya said, which they stopped and looked at her. Yes, she replied and turned to him. Why did you decide to come to UA and become a pro hero? he asked, curiously, which Uraraka began to rub her head. Because I want to become a hero for money. Now they were surprised. Yaoyorozu was also with them. For money? You want to become a hero for money? Yaoyorozu asked, which she nodded. To boil it down simply, yes. Sorry, it's such an unwholesome reason. You three have such admirable motivations, it's embarrassing, she said embarrassedly. Why? How is having a goal to support your livelihood not admirable? Right. But it's unexpected, Midoriya said before Uraraka sighed. My family owns a construction company, but we haven't gotten any work at all, so we're flat broke. This isn't really something to tell others people, though. She explained, which Hilda, Midoriya and Yaoyorozu out their finger on their chin. Construction. Ida whispered, which Midoriya finally realized and looked at them. With her quirk, if she gets licensed, then it'd bring costs way down, right? She could make any raw material float. They wouldn't need any heavy equipment. Right. That's what I told Dad when I was little. But, she said before remembering her dad, she gripped on her skirt. I'll definitely become a hero and make money. She had a determined face and she looked at them with it. And let my parents take it easy. She finished, which made them surprised until Hilda started to clap his hands into the air. Bravo. Uraraka, bravo. 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 Suddenly, they heard All Might's laugh, which Hilda stopped. Young Midoriya is here. All Might shouted and pointed at him, which their eyes widened. Hey All Might. What's the matter? Lunch, he said and took out a light blue lunchbox. Wanna eat together? He's like a maiden, Uraraka said while spilling out saliva. How about it? He asked again, which Midoriya looked over Yaoyorozu and Hilda, who nodded to him as Midoriya walked toward him. I'd love to. I wonder what's going on. As soon as Midoriya went with All Might, they were at the cafeteria, waiting in line. I wonder what All Might wanted with Deku, Uraraka said to Yaoyorozu and Hilda. I heard that when All Might was attacked by villains during the Usj incident, he rushed out alone to help. Perhaps it's about that. Oh yeah? And remember what Ajui said back on the bus. Hilda said they remember that Ajui said that Midoriya's quirk is like All Might. The boundless power they both have are similar, too. So maybe All Might has taken a liking to him. Man, he's so amazing, Hilda said, which the two girls nodded. Unbeknownst to them, Shoto was looking at them. All Might. And Izuku Midoriya. Only about 1 hour, Midoriya said, shocked and surprised, and All Might in his true form put the hot water on the teacup. Yeah. That's the limit to how long I can use my power now. I overdid it too much. That Momo was a tough opponent. And it hurt. Back then, I can maintain my muscle form for 5 hours, so it just decreased 50 minutes of it, he said. About that. Sore. Midoriya's words were cut off when All Might laughed while spilling out blood. You don't have to apologize. Man, we really are alike, you and me, All Might said and wiped the blood off his mouth and gave Midoriya a cup of tea. Have some tea, All Might offered, which Midoriya thanked him. More importantly, about the sports festival. You still can't regulate one for all, can you? What'll you do about it when the sports festival started? All Might asked, which Midoriya shrugged his shoulders. I don't know if I can pull off the same thing I did back at Usj. Can Nana teach me how to control it? Midoriya asked. Nana said that she was busy with something that she doesn't tell me about it. Now drink up or else it'll get cold. Oh, thanks, Midoriya said before All Might got up and went toward the window, looking outside while Midoriya was sipping down his tea. Frankly, I don't have much time left as the symbol of peace, All Might said, and Midoriya looked at him, surprised. No way. And some of those with built-up villainous intent are starting to realize. Midoriya stood up in shock and All Might turned to him. Me and Nana granted our power because I want you to succeed me. You still feel free the same as you did back then, don't you? All Might asked, which Midoriya shot him a determined look and nodded. Yes. Then, the time has come for you to show that. The UA Sports Festival is something pro-heroes. No, the whole country is watching closely. A big event. That is what I brought you here to talk about. The next All Might. The fledgling symbol of peace. Izuku Midoriya. All Might said, serious as his eyes were glowing bright blue. I want you to tell the world. I am here. I am here. But how? Midoriya said, lowering his head down. You know the sports festival system, right? All Might asked, walking back to the couch to sit. Yes, of course. The support, business, general studies, and hero courses come together and fight through preliminary games of different types by class year. The students who make it through face off in the finals. It's a round-robin tournament divided by grade. That's right. In other words, you can sell yourself with everything you've got, All Might said, pointing at him. Right. When Midoriya bluntly said that, All Might spout out blood and fall off his couch, surprising him, which Midoriya realized his mistake. I mean, what you say is absolutely correct. After that, he began to mumbling about stuff. No one's better at spouting nonsense than you, All Might shouted while shooting out blood. Nonsense, Izuku said, confused, which All Might turned to him. Those who are always aiming for the top, and those who aren't. That slight difference in attitudes will have a big impact once you go out into society. I understand how you feel, and this is more for me than for you. I won't force you. However, I hope you won't forget how you felt back at the beach park. After a while, they were about to go home but was met with a horde of students waiting at the doorstep. Warehouse. What's going on? Uraraka shouted in surprise. What business do you have with Class A? We can't get out. What did you come here for anyway? Scouting out the enemy, small grape fry. Bakugo roasted while walking, which made Mineta pointing at Bakugo in shock and disbelief that he called him small fry. We're the ones who made it out of the villain's attack. They probably want to check us out before the sports festival, Bakugo said, and he stopped, glaring at everyone as they could felt the aura around him. Anyway, you bastards, there's no point in doing stuff like that. So out of my way, extras. Stop calling people extras and vulgar words just because you don't know them. Ilda angrily scolded at Bakugo, who scoffed. I came to see what the famous Classa was like, but you seem pretty arrogant. A guy with messy indigo hair which sticks out said, making him way to them. Are all the students in the hero course like this? He said, which Bakugo's face began to get angry, which made everyone panicked. Ha! Seeing something like this makes me disillusioned. There are quite a few people who enrolled in general studies or other courses because they didn't make it into the hero course. Did you know that? The school has left those of us a chance. Depending on the results of the sports festival, they'll consider our transfer into the hero course. And it seems they may also transfer people out. Scouting out enemy, you say? At least to say that even though if you're in the hero course, if you get too carried away, I'll sweep your feet out from under you. I came with a declaration of war, he said. This person's bold too. Everyone thought. The mystery guy and Bakugo continues to glare each other until they heard a shout. Hey, I'm from Class B next door. I heard you fought against villains, so I can hear about I. Don't get so full of yourself. The guy with long gray hair said, his teeth is also razor-sharp teeth like Ejiro, which everyone thinks he's another bold person. If you bark too much, it'll be embarrassing for you during the real fight. He shouted, again, which Bakugo ignore him and walk into the crowd. You're ignoring me, dimwit. Wait a minute, Bakugo. What were you gonna do about all this? It's your fault that everyone's hating on us, Kirishima said, angrily, which he turned to him. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter as long as you rise to the top, he said before Midoriya gasped in surprise and the people move out of the way to let Bakugo leave. Damn it, you bastard. The guy cursed at him as Kirishima gripped his fist and shed out tears of manliness. Damn. That's so simple and manly as hell. You said it. The top, huh? There is truth in that. Hang on, don't be tricked. He just made more pointless enemies. That's right. We'll just be at a disadvantage st the sports festival. As they continued to argue, Midoriya was standing there in shock, and he remembered the time where he and Bakugo become a rival, the time he said he was getting started. Midoriya turned around as he saw the memory of himself, back at the beach where he succeeded his training. He saw himself on top of the pile of trash, screaming. I hope you won't forget how you felt back at the beach park. He was snapped out of it when he felt a hand touch his shoulder, which he looked to see who it was, revealed or be Yayorozu with Jiro, looking at him. Hey Midoriya, you're alright? You were staring out the window like you seen a ghost, Yayorozu said, which Midoriya chuckled. No, it was just a memory. Meanwhile, All Might was at the staff room, walking around, doing absolutely nothing. He had his blazer off. All Might. There's a letter, Cementos said, which All Might look at him. Oh. For who? Midoriya. He said, which All Might look at the computer. Really? Who is it? His eyes widened in shock, surprise and horror when he realized who this person was. This person is He immediately transformed into his muscle form and dashed out of the room, leaving everyone confused. Hey, isn't that All Might? Someone from the crowd shouted as they looked at the direction, seeing All Might running toward them. Oh crap! Everyone out of the way! They shouted as they got out of the way. I am here. In a bizarre position. All Might said, which surprised everyone. What's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry? Midoriya said, which All Might give him a follow me. Hand. Come with me for a moment. Alright. After that, they were at the hallway of the toilet. Getting straight to the point, you've got a letter from a hero that wants to train you before the sports festival starts. What? Really? Midoriya said in shock, which All Might nodded. Yes. The hero's name is Gran Torino. He then turned to Izuku. His face was full of terror and sweating bullets. He was a teacher at UA. For only 1 year. The man who was my homeroom teacher. He explained, which Midoriya had a wide smile and his expression was full of excitement. Nana is currently living with him. He knows about One for All, too. In fact, he and Nana probably asked for you because of that. Someone that amazing is? He said, pumping his fists until he realized something. Wait, there was someone else who knew about it, Quirk. So that's why I haven't seen Nana ever since that entrance exam. Izuku said. Gran Torino was a sworn friend of Nana. He retired a long time ago, so I forgot to count on him. All Might said as a memory of Gran Torino, in his younger age, looking at him under the shadows as All Might's legs started to shake furiously. Was it because I wrote of you when I sent him the letter? Or because he couldn't just stand by and watch my inadequate teaching? If he went so far as to use his old name to make a letter? It's scary. Too scary. Stop trembling, legs. All Might whispered in terror as he slapped his left thigh as Izuku watched in fear. All Might seriously shaking. Midoriya thought, fearfully as All Might's legs continues to shake even more. Anyway, it is my duty to train you, but since he and Nana wants to train you, you should go to work to your heart's content TTTTTT. All Might slowly gave Midoriya the address of his apartment, which his entire body was shaking furiously. Just how scary is this guy? After a while, he packed his clothes inside his yellow backpack and told his mom that he is left for training. She agrees with it as he said farewell to her. Soon, he was at the bullet train, heading toward the direction All Might gave him the paper. A hero that even All Might is afraid of, huh? Midoriya thought as he arrived at Yamanashi Prefecture and stepped out of the bullet train, he began to went toward the address. Gran Torino. I've never heard of him, but I'm sure he's an amazing person. Nana is also there. After he found the address, which was a building's looks run down and abandoned. Windows are broken out and pieces of the building are falling off. Above the front door, there is a sign that says, "Welcome." That is falling off. The building is also surrounded by a tall fence and gates. The address matches the one on the map. He thought before knocking the door, it was open, so he opened it. I'm here from UA High. My name is Izuku Midoriya. Nice to meet you. He stopped when he saw someone on the ground, bloods on the ground and his organs spilled out as Midoriya screamed in fright. He's dead. Then, the person had perked up. I'm alive. He's alive. Izuku then sighed in relief, relieved that this person was still alive. Oh man. When I was carrying a sting of sausages with ketchup poured over them, I fell. Gran Torino said, wiping the ketchup on his costume away as his body was shaking. That's too easily misunderstood. Who are you? I'm Izuku Midoriya from UA. What? I'm Izuku Midoriya. Who are you? Gran Torino asked again, which Izuku realized he just got screwed up. See crud. He's All Might's teacher and Nana's friend. I knew he would be pretty old, but this is. Gran Torino collapsed on his butt, still holding a cane. I wanna eat something. He asked. Eat? Izuku questioned, which Gran Torino looked at him. Tashinori. No, that's not me. I'm Izuku Midoriya. Izuku corrected, but Gran Torino still had that expression, which Izuku chuckled sheepishly and take his phone out of his blazer's pocket. Excuse me, I'm going to make a phone call. Izuku said before he turned around, dialing All Might's number. Anyway, I should let All Might know about the state of this guy's in. He thought and was about to press the call button until he heard a familiar voice. Izuku. Midoriya turned around. Surprisingly, it was Nana, wearing a black tank top, white sweatpants with black side stripe, red socks and yellow slippers. Nana. Midoriya said in surprise, which she giggled and waved at him. Heya. Nice to see you again, kid, she said as Gran Torino got up. So I guess you two already met. Wait, what? Izuku whispered, which Gran Torino chuckled, and he took off and blindly speed, which Midoriya tried to see where he's at. But no avail, as he was at a top front door. The wall had a small crater on it. Now I want you to fire a one for all at me, you zygote. Nana told me about the problem you've been dealing. He's called the symbol of peace and the number one hero. But that justice-obsessed All Might is worse than a novice when it comes to teaching. Gran Torino said, no longer the one Izuku talked to when he first entered. Now, shall we begin, you zygotes? He's using the same praise. The way they play dumb is the same too. This person must be All Might's teacher, after all. Izuku thought. I can't stand watching how you're gonna use your power when the sports festival starts, so me and Nana will teach and train you. Now, put on some random clothes and we'll begin. Gran Torino said, which Midoriya smiled widely. I look forward to working with you and Nana. After that, he put on his dark green t-shirt, black shorts, white socks and his usual big red boots. He also wears a black short-sleeve hoodie. Alright, I'm all set, Izuku said. Then do it, Gran Torino said as Nana backed away and she was drinking a can of soda. Is this really okay? Honestly, there isn't more space. If I fire at 100% by accident, your body wouldn't able to take it, sir. Good grief, you're such a chatterbox, Gran Torino said before he breathed in and disappeared like last time, which caught Izuku off guard. I'm losing patience, he shouted and kicked Midoriya's back, causing him to stumble. That wasn't hurt, but it hurt just a little thanks to Painrance. We're having a real combat? Izuku asked, surprised, and Gran Torino laughed before he landed on the microwave, which was broken by the sudden impact. You couldn't see my true strength with that hit earlier. I can't believe the ninth holder of one for all is such a wet blanket. All Might is a real novice, he said before doing it again. He landed a powerful punch on his back, which Izuku grunted in pain. He's too fast. Is his quirk a speed quirk? His back was hit, again by Gran Torino's kick. No, that's not it. Under these circumstances where there's no place to hide and no openings, rather than carefully figuring out where he is, I should keep him from moving, he thought before he tried channeling 5% on his right hand. Imagine the egg not breaking inside the microwave. He felt his right hand surging with power and waited for a perfect strike. He's passed behind me twice. He turned around. Then. Analysis and prediction, huh? Smash. Midoriya tried to grab Gran Torino, but he dodged it much to his surprise. But you're stiff. And there's discord within your mind, he said, and he grabbed his face and slammed his head on the ground. That's why it turned out like this. Dang it. I thought I had you for sure. That's it. Your admiration for All Might and sense of duty are like shackles, Gran Torino said and poked his left cheek. Shackles, he whispered, and Gran Torino got up. It's true that you need to get stronger fast. But time and enemies won't wait until you get stronger. Your thinking one for all is more special than it is, he said before walking away. Then, what should I do? Midoriya said while getting up. Think about the answer yourself. I'll go buy some grub. I'll leave the cleaning to you. Then, he went outside. My admiration for All Might is a shackle. After a while, Midoriya was in front of the broken microwave, putting his finger on his chin while staring at the microwave. My admiration for All Might is a shackle. Even though I understand how to use it, there's a discord in my mind. I'm thinking one for all is more special than it is. Is that what's making my movement stiff? What does stiff mean in the first place? Thinking about it another way, what makes my movements flexible? Flexible. Izuku's face brightened up when he realized something. I know. He placed his hero analysis for future notebook on the table and began to write. I've been thinking about one for all and the smash as a special move. I saw it used up close. Why didn't I notice? That's right. Quirks are part of your body. I need to think of one for all more evenly. That's it. I see. While he keeps wiring down, Nana watched, impressed, while Gran Torino was behind the door that wasn't open. His thinking is flexible. You found someone pretty good, Tashinori. All Might. Everyone was training except. Well, Mineta was just in his room, waving at the TV while holding a trophy. Yayaro's on her room, reading books, which is a training for her creation Quirk. It was nighttime, which both Nana sleeping on the couch while Gran Torino was at his room, sleeping. ZZZ. He is sleeping, right? Izuku thought with sweat rolling down on his cheek. The first day, he ended up just testing me. We didn't do any training. And after coming back from buying food, he went to sleep. Izuku then went outside of the room, and he opened the door. Gran Torino. I didn't get any hits when I searched his name. A UA teacher for just 1 year. There are a lot of mysteries about him. He closed the door and walked down the street, no people or sound. I need to think of one for all of my own quirk, more evenly. What Ka-chan and the others can do as naturally as breathing, I still felt the need to use in a conscious way. If I can use my power at 5% or 20% like breathing, movements like that won't be impossible. Mr. Aizawa and Kirishima said so, too. If I can master my quirk, there's a lot I can do. He thought and walked inside of the alley. First off, using it instantaneously and intermittently. Alright. It's a matter of getting used to it. Even with just 5% or something, I should be able to cross this distance. If I can go jump, 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 then it'd be really cool. He said and crouched down, channeling 5% on his legs. Imagine an egg not breaking in the microwave. He then jumped up, but instead of a landing, his face was met with the wall. Well, I knew this would happen. He thought before crashing down on a pile of garbage bags. I need to brace myself and cushion my arms. Which means, from the second jump, I'll need to put power into my arms and legs. But if I don't do it quickly, then I might break my bones when I fall down on the ground instead of the garbage bags. It'll take too long to visualize like I usually do. He got up with a determined face. Alright, one more time. He did it again, but the results were same over and over again. His face was met with the same wall again, and again, and again. He grunted in pain, surprising a couple that was passing by. Faster. Faster. He shouted and jumped again, but his face was met with the same wall again, which was non-stop. What's that? The woman asked, surprised, and they heard a loud thought. Which they thought it was a brutal fight between someone. Let's go. We shouldn't get involved with their fight. The man said as they ran away. Dang it. Faster. After a while, both Nana and Gran Torino walked down the stairs, already bathed as they spotted Izuku. Morning. What's? Nana trailed off and Gran Torino finished her word. Wrong. They saw that his face was bruised and tired, also stress. I was training on my own yesterday and got a little too caught up with it. I tried to digest what you said to me and put it into practice, but I have a long way to go. Izuku said, which Nana giggled, before heading toward the fridge and grab a bottle of milk. It's your first time trying it, so that's only to be expected. It can't be helped. It's hard to get that kind of thinking from All Might. Since he was able to use it normally from the start, I taught him in a different way. His only redeeming feature was his body. Gran Torino said before he walked toward the kitchen, leaving Midoriya joyfully and excitingly. All Might as a student. What was he like? Gran Torino looked at him and looked up. Oh. It was nothing but practical training for him. He said as the memory or him, punching All Might's stomach so hard that he vomited before he uppercut him, which Midoriya was shaking in fear. That's why he was so scared of you. I couldn't reach him half-heartedly because he was the man entrusted to me by Nana, who I thought had passed away during her fight against a powerful villain. His comment made Nana sigh and Izuku confused. What? A villain who defeated Nana? That sentence really made Gran Torino and Nana surprised. She dropped the empty plastic bottle of milk, wearing a shocked expression, including Gran Torino. Until they heard a knock on the door. Delivery. Oh, I'll get it, Midoriya said, walking toward the door. You haven't told him about the villain that destroyed your stomach, Tashinori. Nana thought, surprised that he hasn't told Midoriya about a villain that once ruled over Japan. Thanks for your hard work. Midoriya thanked the delivery man. He closed the door as they take the box out, which was revealed to be the same microwave that Gran Torino accidentally destroyed yesterday. A microwave. For some reason, it broke in yesterday. So I used expedited delivery, Gran Torino said, patting the microwave. I can't tell if he's serious or faking it, Midoriya thought, which Gran Torino turned to him. Alright, kid. We're gonna eat those frozen taiyaki I bought yesterday. Get ready. We're having taiyaki for breakfast, Izuku asked, surprised that they were gonna have taiyaki for breakfast. I like sweets, he said, standing up, walking toward the table. Anyway, make me some coffee, okay? Nana said, which Midoriya nodded, and he does his thing. To use one for all like I'm breathing. Thinking about it objectively, I have to catch up to the feeling everyone else had 15 years to cultivate. Time waits for no one. At this rate, in order to draw out more than 5% of my power, I'll need as long as it'd take to build up my body. Midoriya whispered before he snapped out of his thoughts when he heard the microwave made a ding sound. Yeah, this is it. Get it while it's hot, Gran Torino said, excitedly, and he was drooling and clapping the table like a kid. My time is limited. What should I do? Midoriya said, handing the hot coffee to Nana and putting his plate and fork on the table. Thanks. Also, you can use one for all at 20% due to that the backlashes of 100% you received, so after taking that much backlashes, your bone is now stronger than it was previously was. Nana said, sipping down her coffee a little before her eyes widened. This coffee is very good. Where did you get this? Nana asked, curious and surprised when she tasted the coffee. Oh, hey, why the long face? Gran Torino said before grabbing a taiyaki. For now, just eat a piping hot taiyaki and... He bite down the taiyaki. Much to their surprise, it was stone cold and Gran Torino was shaking due to the coldness that went through his teeth. It's cold. What? No way. I microwaved it on defrost though, Midoriya said before Gran Torino removed the frozen taiyaki off his mouth. Are you an idiot? You stuck a huge plate in, didn't you? He got up and pointed at the microwave. If you force a plate in like that, it won't turn, so only part of it will get hot. He then turned to him. Is this your first time using a microwave? He growled angrily at Midoriya, who began to sweating while Nana chuckled and drank her coffee, reading a newspaper. Oh, ours wasn't the turning type. I'm sore. He was cut off when he realized something as his hands bright up. I've got it. Gee, Gran Torino. He grabbed a taiyaki and showed it to him. This taiyaki is... me. No, it's not. Are you okay? Maybe too much caffeine in your system? Gran Torino asked, curious except Nana, who smiled. So, you finally get it, huh, kid? She thought. Oh no, that's not what I meant. He said and put the taiyaki back on the plate. It's just I get it now. Up until now, I've insisted on using one for all. Using it when I need it, in the place that need it. Like flipping on a switch. But with that, my reaction time got slower and slower with the second and third moves. If that's the case, then I should have turned the switch on throughout from the beginning. He explained before his entire body starts glowing and emitting sparks, with red-colored, vein-like streams coursing throughout his entire body. Imagining the heat that used to only be in one place, spreading throughout my whole body, Izuku said while channeling one for all throughout his entire body. It didn't take him long to figure that out. Gran Torino thought, impressed. In my whole boy, continuously. To the upper limit of what my body will allow, 5%. He said before his eyes and body start to glow with a green, electric aura. To visualize a taiyaki in a microwave is really boring. You okay with that? All Might's already said. That's fine, Izuku said, trying to move his body as Gran Torino threw away his wooden stick. Can you move in that state? He said with a grin. I don't know. Wanna give it a try? Yes. To keep one for all going throughout your whole body. If you can move while maintaining that, then you'll be completely different when the sports festival starts. Now, what will you do? Gran Torino asked as Midoriya was trying to move his body. Gran Torino took out a time watch. We'll start with 3 minutes. He pressed the start button. 3 minutes. Try getting a hit on me in that time, he said while stretching his body before he disappeared like last time, but this time, even more faster. He kicked his back, which Midoriya grunted. Crap, he dodged, Izuku said as he was desperately trying to find Gran Torino, but his speed was too fast for his eyes to follow. Pathetic. If you can't even react to this, then you won't able to save those that could be saved, he said from his behind. Midoriya turned around and his head was kicked by Gran Torino's hits, which he stumbled back. Someone extolled as the symbol of peace would be able to get over this wall in a jiffy, he said as Midoriya tried to spread one for all throughout his entire body. One for a. He was cut off when Gran Torino punched his left cheek, deactivating the process. It'll take time to get it going through my whole body again. A single hit doesn't pack much punch, except 20%, but he's too fast to follow with my eyes. Then, I just need a little, he thought before he hid under the couch. Come on. Don't be stupid. I can still see you. You won't be able to but time like that. He launched himself at the zone for all. The zone for all was launched at him, which he jumped away from it. Midoriya active one for all and spread it throughout his entire body. Now, you were trying to get me to stop moving, huh? You got me, Gran Torino said as Midoriya jumped up, and he got ready to slash him. One for all. Full cowling. He tried to slash Gran Torino, but he dodged it, which sent air pressure on the empty cans that collapsed. Heh, almost. From behind. That's the same as last time, kid. Gran Torino thought and tried to pin Midoriya on the ground. Much to his surprise, Midoriya disappeared above him. He landed on the ceiling and jumped down, getting ready to grow him. Smash. Gran Torino dodged it, surprising him. He can dodge this. Izuku thought before Gran Torino headbutt his stomach, sending Izuku to a wall, deactivating full cowl, and he collapsed in the ground. 3 minutes. Gran Torino said and stopped the timer. Dang it. It's hard to keep it going. I've still got a long way to go. No, you were able to attack me when I was unguarded through analysis and prediction. You think about a lot of stuff normally, don't you, kid? Gran Torino said and turned away. Just since yesterday you've already changed a lot with just one attempt. He wiped away the blood off his left cheek that had a small scar. You made me dodge seriously for the first time in a while. This kid might become a monster, he thought, looking at Midoriya. Alright, now you've got to get used to it. Let's keep going. Yes, sir. Please. But before that, now that I think about it, we still haven't had breakfast yet. Gran Torino said, which Nana glanced toward the taiyaki on the table. Much to her surprise, the taiyaki was on the ground. Oh shit. We haven't. So go heat up the taiyaki again. He cheerfully said and walked toward the table. Nana stepped away, revealing the taiyaki on the ground, which made Gran Torino's face went upset. They fell. I'll go buy more. After he got out of the apartment, he was running down the street, feeling that he'll do good when the sports festival started. I've still got a long way to go, but I could see the light. One for all. Full cowling. I'll definitely make it my own. It was the 6th day of Midoriya's training. The next day would be his final day before heading back home, to meet his mother and bath, eat, and heading toward the sports festival tournament. Come on, Midoriya. You gotta do better than that. Nana shouted as she dodged a 20% full cowl punch. She punched his stomach so hard that caused him to gasp for air. He deactivated full cowl and clutched his injured stomach. Oh wow. How much percent did you use? Midoriya painfully said, still holding his stomach. Meh, about 50%. She shrugged, which Midoriya got up, still holding his stomach. Giving up already? You should know better, kid. No. I'm not giving up. I want to win. I want to become the #1 hero. I want to save everyone with a smile. In order to do that, I must work harder than anyone. Come at me with everything you've got, Nana. He shouted, determination on his eyes, and Nana watched in amazement. Tashinori is right. This kid is amazing. She thought before she smiled widely. Alright, don't hold back. She lunged toward him, which Midoriya active one for all. Full cowl 20% as they thrust their right hand back. They punch each of these hand, which creates shockwaves. They were at a park which no one was there. Nana grabbed his hand and tossed him at a tree. Midoriya crashed onto the tree and he grunted from the pain. He got up and dashed toward Nana, which she charged up 74%. Midoriya was about to dodge the incoming punch, but much to his surprise, Nana uppercut the air instead of him, which the shockwaves hit him and he groaned in pain. He collapsed on the ground, deactivating full cowl 20%. We'll call it a day. You did very well. I'm sure that you will win the sports festival, she proudly said as she helped him get up. Why yeah, it appears so, he weakly said before he winced at the pain on his stomach. Still hurt? No, but that shockwaves I took was painful. She sighed before bridal style carry him, making the green hair boy to blush. I'm carrying you because I overdid it. Sorry. She apologized. No. I got too excited when I finally able to activate 20%. Midoriya said, and they both laughed. Midoriya. Have you ever liked someone? The comment really made Midoriya blush furiously. He was not ready for this answer. If I tell you this. Please don't tell anyone. Nana nodded. It's Yaoyorozu. Who's Yaoyorozu? She asked. Now she was really curious about who this lucky girl was. Maybe I'll tell you later when we get back. He shudders and Nana giggled. Alright. Let's go back. Gran Torino bought us some pizza. It was now the end of his day with Gran Torino and Nana, as he was outside, wearing a white t-shirt, black pants, white socks and his usual big red boots. It was also 4:45 a.m. since the tournament starts at 8:05. It was only a short time, but thanks for taking care of me. Midoriya said as Nana smiled and nodded, but Gran Torino just yawned due to waking up so early so he could said farewells to him. Sure, call us if you had a problem, Nana said as she leaned down and kissed his forehead. And good luck with the sports festival. The kiss immediately made Izuku blush so red that steam came out of his ears. Alright, he said before stopped blushing. Anyway, I don't feel like I did anything I need to be thanked for. Your training ended up great, Gran Torino said. Midoriya wants to argue with it, but he shook it off. He nodded. Also, you need to remain calm when you activate it, or else it'll cause a strain on your arm. I'm sure you already know this, Gran Torino said, and Izuku nodded, again as they smile. See you around. Gran Torino turned around and was about to open the door until Midoriya stopped him. See, can I ask you one last thing? I thought it was rude, so I never got a chance to ask. I could never find a good time for it, but Midoriya trailed off, which annoys Gran Torino while Nana looked concerned. Hurry up. I want to eat taiyaki, Gran Torino shouted. Even though you're really strong and even trained all might, the name, Gran Torino, is almost unknown. Is there a reason for that? The face of annoyance turned into concern. Oh, that's because I was never interested in working as a hero, Gran Torino said, which surprised Midoriya. What? I had a goal in the past that required me to be able to use my quirk freely. That was the only reason I got my license. It'd be better to hear more about this from Toshinori. That's all. Be well and good luck, he said. Yes, sir. Thanks very much. Excuse me, Midoriya thanked as he walked away. The greatest hero, huh? You're completely different in appearance and personality, but he certainly is just like you, Toshinori. The man chosen by Nana. And the one that man chose to inherit One for All. All Might thought before he decided to test something out on this kid. Kid, Gran Torino called out, which Midoriya stopped and turned to him as he went back to the time where he fooled Midoriya. Who are you? You're asking now. Well, I'm Izuku Midoriya. He stopped when he finally realized what Gran Torino means. He wants to know about his hero name. Up until now, he doesn't like this name, but Uraraka changed it for him. I'm Deku, Midoriya said as they grinned and waved him good luck. Good luck, Deku. I'll be watching you on TV, Gran Torino said, and Midoriya smiled widely. Let's watch over him together, Toshinori. Until the day you pass into history. Until the day the name, Deku, is celebrated as the symbol of peace. After he got back home, greet Inko and do his normal stuff. He went to UA and changed into his P uniform, which everyone was wearing it as he was minding his own business by doing push-ups with Mineta on his back, adding a little weight. Man, I wanted to wear my costume, Ashido said, completely wanted to wear her costume. To keep everything fair, we can't, Ojiro said while stretching his arms. I wonder what the first round's gonna be, Sato asked. No matter what comes, we have no choice but to deal with it, Tokoemi said while sitting down on the chair and crossing his arms. Shoji nodded. Hey, Midoriya sure is ready, Jiro said as everyone turned to Midoriya, who was constantly pushing up and down with Mineta shouting at him. I wonder what Deku was doing during weekends, Uraraka wondered. Could be that he was training, Yayarosa said, glancing toward Midoriya. Suddenly, the door opened, revealing to be Ilda. Everyone, are you ready? We will be entering soon, Ilda said, which Mineta hopped off his back and Midoriya got up, cracking his knuckles. Midoriya. Midoriya turned to his left side, seeing Todoroki approaching him, which got everyone's attention as they looked at them. Todoroki. What is it? Izuku asked, wondering what Todoroki wants. Ever since the Ust incident, they hadn't talked at all. Looking at things objectively, I'm stronger than you, Todoroki said, which Midoriya was surprised at this. Huh. Yeah. But All Might has his eye on you, doesn't he? I'm not trying to pry about that. But I'm going to defeat you, he explained with his usual dull face, which Kirishima got up and approached him, not liking the situation. Oh. Is the best in the class making a declaration of war? Kaminari said, clearly interested as Kirishima placed his hand on Todoroki's shoulder. Hey. Why are you picking a fight all of a sudden? Not now, we're about to start, Kirishima said, but Todoroki knocked his hand off. We're not here to play at being friends. So what does it matter? He coldly stated and walked away. Todoroki. Todoroki stopped and glanced toward him. I don't know what you're thinking when you say you'll defeat me, but of course you're better than me. I think you're more capable than most people. Looking at it objectively. Midoriya, you probably shouldn't talk so negatively. But everyone. The students from the other courses are aiming for the top with everything they've got. Izuku said as he remembered the time where he explained to All Might. I want to become the greatest hero. I can't afford to fall behind. I'll be going for it with everything I have, too. Midoriya said with determination on his face, and Todoroki nodded. Yeah. Hey. Pay attention, audience. Swarm, mass media. This year's high school rodeo of adolescent that you all love, the UA Sports Festival, is about to begin. Everyone, are you ready? President Mike shouted on the mic as everyone cheered loudly. It's time for the students to enter the first year's stage. Then, all of the class when it came out of the tunnel, with Izuku being the first one to enter. He could felt the determination and confidence on his heart. He was ready to win this tournament. I want you to tell the world. I am here. Roger that, All Might. Midoriya whispered. The UA Sports Festival. The huge battle where fledgling heroes sharpen their swords once a year. Anyway, these are the guys, right? The miraculous new stars who overcome enemy attacks with their hearts of steel. Hero course, Class 1A, right? President Mike boomed as Midoriya looked around, noticing there were a lot of people he expected. Man, there are so many people than I imagined it would be. Izuku said, slightly surprised. Will we be able to give our best performance being watched by so many people? This is also part of the training required to become a hero. Ilda said, which Midoriya nodded and stopped looking around. Man, he's going overboard with that praise. I'm getting nervous. Aren't you, Bakugo? Kirishima said. Bakugo moved his head up, revealing a smirk. No, I'm just getting more into it. Bakugo said, a bit sinister. They haven't been getting as much airtime, but this class is also full of talent. Hero course, Class 1B. Next up, General Studies Classes C, D, and E. Support course, Classes F, G, and H are here too. And Business course, Classes I, J, and K. All of UA's first years are here now. President Mike finished as Midnight appeared on the podium. Time for player pledge. Midnight shouted as everyone in the tournament had a blush on their face, because of the beauty of Midnight. Oh, this year's chief umpire for the first years is the R-rated hero, Midnight. Someone said as Midnight flipped her hair back with a smile. What about the principal? The principal is at the third year stage every year. What is MS? Midoriya wearing? Kirishima asked, nervously as Kaminari nodded. That's an R-rated hero for you. Kaminari said. Is it okay for her to be at a high school even though she's R-rated? Tokoemi said and Mineta thumbs up. Yes. Quiet everyone. Representing the students is Katsuki Bakugo from Class 1A. Everyone from class A turned to Bakugo in surprise as Bakugo went toward the stage. What? It's Ka-chan. Midoriya asked. That guy did finish first in the entrance exam. In hero course. A student from the general studies classes sneer at them as they were glaring at every Class 1A and they sweat drop. Right. Izuku said and Siro sigh. It's obvious she hates us. Siro said and Kaminari glare at Bakugo. Yeah. And it's all Bakugo's fault that everyone's hating on us. Kaminari said angrily. Bakugo was near the mic as everyone were waiting for his pledge. I pledge that I'll be number one and that's all, scumbags. He said, which everyone from Class 1 already knows it. I knew he'd do that. They shouted as everyone started to boot at him. What the heck? Stop messing around. Don't be so full of yourselves, Class A. You sludge bastard. Why are you doing something so disgraceful? Ilda shouted angrily as Bakugo turned to them. At least become a nice bouncy step for me to jump off of. He said boredly and stick out his tongue at everyone. How overconfident can you get? I'll crush you. Tetsu shouted. Go suck at it, extras. Bakugo roast, which everyone's screams got louder. Confidence. No. The old Ka-chan would have laughed while saying that. Midoriya thought as Bakugo walked down the stairs and went past him, not before glancing toward him and bumped his shoulder. He's driving himself into a corner. Getting the rest of us caught up in it is just like Ka-chan, though. Midoriya thought before everyone went quiet and the game starts. Now let's get started right away. Midnight said with a grin. Every year many drink their tears here. Now, here is the fateful first game. She said as the chart began to spin. This year it's this. The game revealed to be the obstacle race. An obstacle course race, huh? All 11 classes will participate in the race. The course will be the outer circumstances of this stadium, about 4 kilometers. Our school's selling point is freedom, she said before she licked her lips. As long as you stay on the course, it doesn't matter what you do. Now, take your places, everyone. All Might. I want you to tell the world. I am here. As long as I can keep at 5% or 20%. I can win this. That's why I have to go beyond. Please watch me. Start. Soon as midnight finished, everyone immediately ran into the tunnel that leads outside. Okay, here's the play-by-play. Are you ready to do the commentary, Mummy Man? Present Mike said to Aizawa, who was still bandaged and sitting next to Present Mike. You're the one who forced me to come. Let's get started right away, Mummy Man. What should we pay attention to in early stages? This part right now. As Midoriya tried to activate full cowl, he was constantly getting pushed, which makes him unable to focus on channeling one for all throughout his body. Man, this is bad. I can't activate full cowl if I keep getting pushed like this. Midoriya thought as he tried to nudge his way out of this, except Mineta, because his entire body was constantly getting kicked by everyone. I see. This means, from the start, it's already the first shifting. Suddenly, the entire tunnel turned into ice, which Todoroki made his way out and create an ice path for him to go. Sorry, but as everyone tried to get out of the ice that their feet was stuck into, Bakugo used his explosion to fly, including Oyama with his naval laser. Yaoyorozu create a long pole to jump up. Naive, Todoroki, Yaoyorozu shouted. I won't let you get away so easily. You half-and-half bastard. Bakugo screamed as he increased his explosions. You got me with that once. You won't get me again, Ojiro said while jumping on the ice with his tail. Whoa, that was close, Ashido said as she was skating the ice. Now's my chance. Midoriya channels one for all throughout his entire body. He decided to use it at 20% as he jumped up high, already heading past everyone that was trying to catch up with Todoroki. Let's just say that everyone was really surprised and shocked when Midoriya went past them in a second. All Might eyes widened as his successor finally was able to use 20%. What was that? Kirishima shouted when they saw Midoriya jumping, outpacing everyone. What's with that speed of his? What has he been doing these 1 week? Yaoyorozu shouted as Midoriya went past her. Training, Midoriya said as he jumped again. I've outwitted you, Midoriya. How pathetic. Mineta shouted as Midoriya turned around, saw Mineta was on the air. Wait, Mineta. How did he get here so fast? Midoriya thought before he looked on the ground, seeing Mineta's hair ball on the ground. Of course. Take this. My special attack. Midoriya deactivated full cowl because he wasn't at the ice anymore. Gra. He was immediately cut off when a one-pointer hit him, causing him to fall on the ground, which surprised Midoriya. Holy crap. Mineta. Izuku called out, but he realized that Mineta's face was on the ground. He turned around and saw a lot of 0-pointers. Targets found. Lots. The foe villains from the entrance exam. Obstacles she shown up suddenly. Starting with the first barrier. Robo Inferno. Present Mike shouted as both Todoroki and Midoriya was standing each other, looking up on the 0-pointers. Aren't those the 0-pointers from the entrance exam? Kaminari shouted, terrified. So, this is the 0-pointer you destroyed back at the entrance exam, right, Midoriya? Todoroki said, still looking at the 0-pointers as Midoriya nodded. Deku. Uraraka called out as they noticed both he and Todoroki was there. Instead of looking at them, he gave them a thumbs up before his body and eyes start glowing green, electric aura. He dashed toward one of the 0-pointers before it struck, but Midoriya jumped up so high that he began to jumping on it. The entire 0-pointers were frozen by Todoroki, who stomped his right foot, and the ice launched toward them as he ran past the 0-pointers while Midoriya landed on the ground, deactivating full cowl. He stopped them. Between their legs. We can get through. I wouldn't if I were you. I froze them when they were unbalanced. Todoroki said as one of the 0-pointers began to fall down. They'll fall over. Todoroki from Class 1A. He attacked and defended in one hit. How elegant. Amazing. Not to mention Midoriya from Class 1A, who swiftly jumped on them and got past of them. Smart. These two are the first one through. It's, practically unfair. Present Mike said as Aizawa watched, but surprised by Midoriya's sudden movements. So he finally controlled his quirk, huh? Impressive. So you've gotten past of me, huh? Well, I won't let you. Todoroki launched a pillars of ice at Midoriya, who was surprised and dodged, but ice was stuck on his right foot. Dang it! Midoriya growled as he watched Todoroki run past him. Todoroki attacked and froze Midoriya in place. How clever is this boy? President Mike shouted as Midoriya used 1 for all 5% on his right foot and the ice broke. Then, he saw that many students got past of him as he ran. He saw Bakugo glaring at him, while snarling as he used explosion to went past everyone. Midoriya saw armor that one of the 0-pointers Todoroki defeated. He picked it up and put it on his back with a rope. He used full cowl at 20% and run, outspeed everyone, which he noticed that Bakugo increased his explosions. Deku! He shouted before Midoriya jumps. Suddenly, he saw a cliff which he landed and stopped full cowl, same with Bakugo, who glared at him first before looking at the cliff. Oh? How about a race? Bakugo shouted with a dark grin, but Midoriya was sweating nervously in bullets as everyone was at the cliff, hesitating. WL. Speak up, nerd. Alright. Let's see who will get number 1. Midoriya said before activating 1 for all. Full cowling at 20% and Bakugo palms began to sweat more, and he creates explosion. Yaoyorozu and the others watch in awe as Midoriya jumps over them, one by one while Bakugo was flying from the explosions. I'll kick your ass, Deku! Bakugo shouted and Midoriya smiled widely. Todoroki made an ice pads for himself as he already finished the cliff. He was at the landmine field and he was looking down, trying not to step on the landmines. Damn it! Bakugo went past Midoriya, who was surprised as they were at the stairs. He deactivated full cowl, and Bakugo ran past him. Midoriya ran without using full cowl. Judging by Bakugo's expression, he used his quirk too much as he was clutching on both his arms, gritting his teeth in pain and anger. He was getting slow because of the heavy armor he was carrying. Everyone had already outspeed him due to the heaviness of the armor. No joke, but Izuku felt like that this armor weighed about 200 kilograms or something. First place is already there. Dang. This armor is a bit heavy, but it's really hard to grab since it's big. Izuku thought and saw many people wanting past him, even though he tried to activate full cowl, but he couldn't since he was relying on the armor he was holding. I see. This is an obstacle that puts those in the lead at a disadvantage. Trying to make it entertaining, huh? Todoroki thought as he heard many people got stepped on landmines and their scream. Suddenly, he heard an explosion that made him turn around. This doesn't affect me, Bakugo said before he went past Todoroki. Bastard, don't declare war to the wrong person. Bakugo screamed. As he thrust his left palm at Todoroki, he dodged. And now, we've got someone new in the lead. Rejoice, mass media. It's the kind of development you guys love. President Mike shouted. Builder tried to run his way through the landmines, but failed as an explosion made him fall on his back. Hey, the rest of the pack is also speeding up. However, even as they push and pull at each other, can the top remain in the lead? Todoroki and Bakugo continues to try to attack each other with either ice or explosion. Midoriya stopped as he was at the landmine field and glanced toward the two fighting, trying to take the first lead. It's far, but I at least know that my plan will likely work, he thought as he began to dig out many landmines. Jiro and Yaoyorozu passed him, but they took 2 glances at him, wondering what he was doing. Although, they wanted but continues so they could win this race. Digging up landmines. What were you doing, Midoriya? Yaoyorozu thought, but turned around when she heard Midoriya speak. I'm gonna borrow your idea, Ka-chan, he shouted before he covers himself with the shield and about to jump on the landmines, which has about 20 of them or something. Yaoyorozu realized what his plan was as she creates shields for herself and Jiro. A loud explosion was heard which the two stopped fighting, as they used their arm to block the lightness and shockwaves. Everyone was only the same as they look at the explosion, wondering who the hell did that. There's a huge explosion in the back. What's with that force? Achiko grunted as she noticed someone was coming out of the explosion. As she looked up and saw it was Midoriya, she gasped in shock. It's Deku, she said, which Yaoyorozu and Jiro looked up, their eyes widened in shock as the flying Midoriya was on a 0-pointer armor. What? Toshinori screamed, including President Mike. Was it an accident, or did he do that on purpose? Class A's Izuku Midoriya is in hot pursuit with that blast. Surprisingly, instead of landing, he went past Todoroki and Bakugo, taking the lead with the blast still on, surprising everyone. Actually, he's taken the lead. President Mike explained and everyone cheered loudly for the broccoli-haired boy. I flew just like I planned, but there's still so much force. And I can't find a spot to land because I'm still not at the finish line. Bakugo jumped up and fired explosions to speed himself, avoiding the minefields. Deku. Don't you dare go ahead of me! Bakugo shouted, angrily, and Todoroki made an ice path as he ran. This'll give those in the back a path. But I don't have time to worry about what's behind me, Todoroki thought, a bit frustrated. The two formerly in the lead have stopped trying to slow each other down, and are chasing a common enemy. They've stopped fighting. The fight's not over yet though. What are you saying? Midoriya began to lose balance as he was about to land it on the ground. Oh crap. I'm about to land it and losing speed. That's not surprising. Thinking about the time I'd lose landing, there's no way I'd be able to take back the lead. Dang it. Grab hold of that chance you hit to get in front of these two, and don't let go. Midoriya placed his foot on their shoulder, gripping on the armor tightly. If I can't take back the lead, then I can't let them get ahead of me. He slammed the armor on the ground, with all his strength on it as the ground exploded, making Midoriya to take the lead as he rolled on the ground. Instead of laying there, he instantly got up and ran. Midoriya swiftly blocks those behind him. Would you believe it? He cleared the minefield in an instant. Both Todoroki and Bakugo got out of the smokes and chased after Midoriya, who entered the tunnel, and Bakugo used explosion to increase speed in Todoroki, creating an ice path. Eraserhead, your class is simply amazing. What have you been teaching them? I did do anything. They got each other fired up on their own. The sound of explosions and the ice forming. Midoriya ran faster than last time as he could saw the light out of the tunnel. UA. Sports Festival, first year stage. Who could have predicted the developments at the beginning or thus conclusion? Right now, the first person back in the stadium is not other than Izuku run out of the tunnel. Izuku Midoriya's made a huge splash. As soon as President Mike finished it, everyone in the pros burst into cheers for him. Aizu. Inko cried out of joy as her eyes were shooting out tears of joy. As everyone was cheering for the green-hair boy, Izuku looked around the tournament, looking for someone he wanted to see. He spotted the person which was All Might, who had a wide proud smile as Izuku smiled widely, pumping his right hand. All Might nodded. This sports festival is a competition where they have to aim for the top, even if it means defeating their friends and classmates. Modern heroes depends a lot on their popularity, so they need to have that desire to be above all the others. At your core, you are a hero who wants to help others. That is why me and my successor chose you, but I thought that was also your weakness. Toshinori thought as Midoriya breath in and breath out, and All Might clap his hands together. I was literally worrying over absolutely nothing. Sorry. Your crybaby personality is changing a little. Not that much, a tiny little though. All Might heard the business course began to talk about Midoriya's quirk, his enhanced mobility and speed. That business course. They still never a bit, huh? All Might thought before he sit back on his seat. Meanwhile, Bakugo was panting heavily, clutching his left hand as he was growling in pain. He glanced toward Midoriya, who was looking at his right hand. His expression wasn't angry or frustrated, but rather dull. Ever since that talk, he's been getting nightmares about the time when they were kids. The abuse and taught, where he told Deku to commit suicide, the nightmares, they show him about Izuku commit suicide. He would always get up, wondering what the hell was happening. Was it that he wants to form a friendship with Izuku again? Or was it that he just respect him a little? He shook his head and walked away. Shoto had his hands on his hips, catching his breath. And now, they're finishing one after another. We'll mock a list of the results later, but for now, good work. Todoroki looked at Midoriya, he turned and walked away. Deku. You were so amazing. Uraraka said from his behind, snapping him out as he turned to Uraraka, who was slowly running toward him with an exhausted face. Uraraka. First place is amazing. That's so frustrating, dang it. Uraraka said, gripping her fists in frustration. I can't believe I fell behind with this quirk. I still have a long way to go. Hilda quietly said in shame, as he looked at Midoriya. Midoriya. Midoriya turned around and saw Yaoyorozu, walking toward him with Jiro. They both look exhausted and tired. Yaoyorozu, Jiro. Midoriya waved at them, which they waved back. Yo, that was pretty amazing. Jiro said, which Midoriya flushed up. I was very surprised back there. I actually thinking that you had a plan when me and Jiro spotted you digging up on the minefields. But, wow. Why up? Thanks. Midoriya said with a bright smile. An arrow of love pierced through Momo's heart as she turned away, gripping her chest while blushing furiously. That damn smile. Deku. Bakugo growled as Midoriya immediately turned to him. He was glaring at him, which Midoriya gulped nervously. I'm screw. Come over there for a sec, I talk to you, now, you damn nerd. Bakugo said as he walked away, which Midoriya nodded to them, and he follows Bakugo. They were facing each other as Bakugo kept glaring at Midoriya. He was feeling very nervous, so he broke the intense silence. "So, what did you want to talk about?" Midoriya asked, Bakugo out his hand on his hair, ruffling them. I gotta say. Sorry for an ass to you back then." Midoriya's eyes widened in surprise and shock, and Bakugo continues. "What I'm trying to say here is, I'm going to kill myself after this. I have a talk with my mother a few days ago. I told her about my nightmares, about you doing what I said to kill yourself. Which you freaking did," Bakugo said, and Midoriya watched in pure shock. "She said that? Look, you stupid-ass brat, you wanted to be friends with that kind boy, again, and apologize to him about your mistakes. At first, I thought she kidding with me about that bullcrap talk. But days pass on, I realize what she said was true. Damn." Bakugo's calm face turned into rage. "What the hell am I saying? You know what? Screw it. Tomorrow, come over to my house so I can crush you on video games. Bring your mom too. My old hag wants to talk with her," Bakugo angrily shouted, stomping away angrily. Those words made Izuku stood there in shock. He couldn't believe it. His long rival apologized to him. Suddenly, he walked to him and faced toward him. "Let me explain this. I'm still going to an ass to you, a little, who knows? Maybe I'll start opening up to you a little. And now, here's the final question," Bakugo said, his hands in his pockets and Midoriya gulp, waiting for his answer. "You like that ponytail girl, aren't you?" It's been 10 seconds when Bakugo said that as Midoriya's entire body went super red and steam coming out of his ears, which Bakugo smirked a little before walking away. After a while, they were doing cavalry battle, which Midnight explained the entire rules. She explained the points as they look up on the number 1. And since Midoriya won the first place, he'll get 10 million points. Midnight said, which Midoriya's eyes widened in horror, his blood froze. 10 million. Midoriya screamed in fright. 10 million, huh? Shinso said, turning at Midoriya. Midoriya felt all eyes on him as their eyes flashed red, which made Midoriya mind into blank, Midnight smirk. "That's right. Good luck, number 1," she said, cracking her whip. As Midoriya's chest began to pound, fastly, and Midnight finished the entire rules. "Now you have 15 minutes to build your teams. Start." She finished and everyone moved away from him, and Midoriya put his right hand on his chin. "Points don't really matters me. But I'm worried about teaming up with somebody. I think that they're afraid that they'll probably lose because of my 10 millions. Not to mention, after I declare war on Todoroki in the waiting room, I felt like that everyone is starting to become rivals. So, Hilda and probably Yaoyorozu is out for me. Maybe Uraraka. I mean, she will probably agree or not. But I have to find someone to be on my team, or otherwise I'll get kicked out." While he was thinking, he didn't know was that Yaoyorozu was approaching. "Alright. You got this, Momo. If I team up with Midoriya, then there's a slight chance that I'll pass with him. All we need to do is play smart. I hope he accepted," she thought. Before a hand grabbed her shoulder, she stopped and turned around. The hand was from Todoroki. "Todoroki. Yaoyorozu, I want you to be on my team," he asked, in his always unusual monotone voice, which surprises her. I already wanted to ask Midoriya that I want to be on his team, but I'm sorry, Todoroki, but I don't know," she said before turning away. "You'll fail if you team up with him." She stopped and looked at Todoroki, with Hilda and Kaminari watching her. "You can't always rely on your savior, Yaoyorozu. I know you want to be on his team, but I won't force you, your decision." She hesitated at first. She looked sadly on Midoriya, who was rejected by Ojiro, leaving him panicked. Nobody wants him due to his points. So, everyone will likely come after his 10 millions. She gripped her fists. Todoroki is either right or wrong. She actually has feelings toward the green hair boy. She grit her teeth and rubbed his left arm with his right hand. I'm sorry, Izuku," she thought, before she nodded. "Alright. I'll join your team. As I freaking expected this. Nobody wants to be on my team. It'd be better if I just give up and handed someone the 10 millions. No one has any confidence in me. I'm totally screwed." "Deku," Uraraka called out as Midoriya slowly turned to her. "Let's be a team." Then, his eyes began to shooting out tears. "Uraraka. Is it really okay? Everyone will probably be after me because of my stupid 10 million points. Midoriya said, disbelief as he keeps shooting out tears. Uraraka was sweating bullets because of the sudden tears. If we run away the whole time, then you'll win, right? She asked, and Midoriya stopped crying. I think you're overestimating me, Uraraka. Like I would. She said and flashed a bright smile. Anyway, it's better to team up with people you get along with. She happily said as Izuku felt his heart being squeezed and his face went ugly. What's the matter? You look ugly, you know, she said, surprised. Oh, it's nothing. Thanks for being on my team, he said, and Uraraka happily nodded. Anyway, we should find more people to join us. How about Ilda? She said while pointing at Ilda, which Midoriya nervously shook his head. I don't think so. I think he and Yaoyorozu is on Todoroki team. So, we gotta find another person, he said before a female from the support walked toward him. As I thought, this is very great. You stand out, the person said, which Midoriya and Uraraka turned around. Team up with me, 1 million. Who are you? I am Mei Hatsum, from the support course. Oh, that weird person from back then. Uraraka said, and Hatsum nodded at her, doesn't care about what she said about her as she turned at Midoriya. I don't know you, but let me use your position. She's honest. If I team up with you, then I'll inevitably become part of the team everyone's watching most, right? If that happens, then my super duper cute babies will inevitably be seen by the big companies. That means, in other words, that those big companies will see my babies. Wait a minute. Babies and big companies. What are you saying? Uraraka said, but Hatsum ignored her and showed Midoriya her equipments. The support course develops equipment that helps heroes deal with their quirks. I have a ton of babies, so I'm sure you'll be able to find out that you like, she said before Izuku's nervous face turned into realization. She could actually be very useful. Do you have a flamethrower in your case? Midoriya said, with a glint of hope, and she nodded before pulling out a flamethrower bracers out of the case. Alright. You're in, Izuku excitedly said, which Hatsum grinned widely. But Deku, why do you need a flamethrower bracers for? Uraraka asked, curious as Hatsum also gave them a copied air jet backpack. Because, he said and turned toward someone, before walking toward him. I pick you, Tokoyami. Tokoyami looked at him, and nodded. Very well, we shall talk over there. While Hatsum was putting on the jetpack on Midoriya, Uraraka putting on the boots that Hatsum was wearing, which allows her to fly, Midoriya was explaining his plan to Tokoyami, who looked surprised. You want to lower the temperature on your flamethrower bracers, then the flames will turn into colder flames that will be enough darkness for Dark Shadow to get stronger, so our defense will increase. Tokoyami said, which Midoriya nodded, as he smirked. That might truly work. I can control Dark Shadow a little, even though it can be difficult to control, but I can handle it. Try using me. After 15 minutes was over. Yes. Dark Shadow said, excitedly. Uraraka. She looked at Midoriya. Yes. Hatsum. She grinned and nodded. Tokoyami. He nodded. Yeah. Let's do this. I chose you three because Jay thought it would be the most stable formation. Kaminari, you'll be the left wing, keeping the enemy away with your electricity. Yaoyorozu, you'll be the right wing. You are in charge of insulation and assisting with defense and movement. Todoroki said, but Yaoyorozu didn't heard him because she was looking at Midoriya's direction. Her eyes were focusing on Midoriya as he noticed that she looked slightly sad. Ilda, you'll be in front as the main course of mobility and physical defense. Yaoyorozu. She snapped out of it and looked at Todoroki. Did you heard what I said? She paled a little and shook her head. You'll be the right wing, charge of insulation and assisting with defense and movement. He explained, again as she nodded. So you will attack and create diversions with ice and fire, then, Todoroki. Ilda said, and Todoroki looked at a random direction, glaring at someone. No. In battle. I will never use my left side, he said while glaring at the number 2 hero, the flame hero. Endeavor. 3, 2, 1. Start. Midnight finished as everyone began to dash toward Team Midoriya, instantly. It's basically a battle for the 10 million points. Midoriya, I'll take that. An attack without delay, huh? The fate of the pursued. Tokoyami said. Fate. Make your choice, Midoriya. Of course, our move is to run away. I won't let you. Tetsu shouted before the ground on Team Midoriya started to get soft as they started to sink in them. Uraraka. Hatsum. Turn your faces away. Midoriya shouted, and they moved away their faces as Midoriya pressed the red button. They were now in the air. He flew. Damn support course. Tetsu shouted, as everyone follows them. Jiro. Hagakure said, and Jiro nodded. Jiro launched her earphone jack at Team Midoriya. I know. Dark Shadow block it, sending the earphone jack back at Jiro. Tokoemi. Good. Dark Shadow, keep watch over out blind spots. Uraraka, make me float, but keep a grip on me. Midoriya ordered, and she grinned widely. You're the boss. This plan is an escape route in case if someone did break their barrier. Team Bakugo was looking at Team Midoriya, and Bakugo scoffed. Figured that Deka had a master plan. He said with annoyance on his tone. What do we do? The 10 million points is out of our reach. It doesn't matter. Icy Hot had already taken the bait. He said as they watched as Midoriya fired flames on the ground in circle, which Todoroki was glaring at them. Besides, if Icy Hot somehow got the 10 million points, we'll hijack it from him. And look around you, he said as they look around. There's still plenty of gold mines for us to steal, he said with an evil smirk. Geez, and here I thought you want to get Midoriya's 10 million points, Kirishima said as they dashed toward a team. We made a truce, or what the hell you gonna call? I'm wasting my time, I engage on Deku, he said before he started to steal many teams' points. Meanwhile, Team Todoroki was having a hard time getting past the flames that was surrounding Team Midoriya. They immediately noticed that Dark Shadow was 5 times bigger than it was. Shoto tried to put out the fire with his eyes, but the flames come back. They can't just run into there carelessly, considered that Team Midoriya was still in the air. They have an infinity white flames, and one terrifying Dark Shadow. Yaoyorozu create a fireproof tarp and they strum in there, but was pushed back by Dark Shadow in an instant. Tenya couldn't use his special move known as Reciprocal Burst because it was suicidal. We have no choice but to strum in and get the 10 million points, Todoroki said, and they nodded furiously as Yaoyorozu creates many fireproof tarp. Ilda, get ready everyone, hold tight. They nodded as Ilda used Reciprocal Burst, as they break through the white fire walls. Much to their surprise, Dark Shadow lunged toward them. Kaminari used his entire electricity to stop him, but no luck as Dark Shadow back away, and Kaminari went into his dumb mode. Damn it! Todoroki cursed loudly as they watched Midoriya fired all of the white flames on the ground. It creates a wall of white flames. Even though he can just break through with a glacier, the glacier would just melt and increase the flames. We've enough points to get into the last round. So now, we just only had a minute before this match is done. Shoto grumbled as they look at Team Midoriya flying away. Watch out! Uraraka shrieked as they saw Katsuki flying toward them with his explosions. I'll be taking that. He screamed as Dark Shadow blocked his attacks. He growled as he was taken by his explosions. Ciro's tape wrapped around his wrist and dragged him back to his team. And time's up. President Mike shouted and everyone cheers. Now let's take a look. In first place, Team Midoriya. In second place, Team Bakugo. While his teammates was talking, Kirishima said that what they think about Bakugo's feeling, he already knows the answers as they glanced toward him. He was crouching down and screamed in frustration. In third place, Tetsut. Huh. It's Team Shinso. When did you come from behind? In fourth place, Team Todoroki. These 4 team. Uraraka was petting Dark Shadow who had a blush on its face. Will advance to the final round. All Might sigh in relief. Nana and Gran Torino smile, while Todoroki was glaring at Midoriya who was celebrating their victory. Now, we'll take an hour's break for lunch before we start the afternoon festivals. See ya. Hey Eraser, let's go grab food. I'm going to sleep. I'm tired. Everyone began to leave as Team Tetsu was still thinking what just happened. What happened? Before I knew it, we literally had 0 points, and it was over. Tetsu said, with dark clouds on their head, and water dripping on them. Could it be punishment? For taking the small one's points in such an indecent way? Ebara said, as Tetsu gripped his head in frustration, couldn't accepting it. How disappointing. Azui angrily said as she walked away from the depressed Minoru Mineta. She approached Uraraka and Mina. Mina, Achiko, congratulations. Azui said and they nodded. Speaking of which, where is that Izuku? Uraraka said as she, Yaoyorozu, Ilda and Azui glanced toward the faculty and student entrance. Todoroki was leaning against the wall, the shadow covering his right eye, showing his turquoise eye as Midoriya was looking at him, nervously. What is it you want to talk about, Todoroki? Midoriya asked, feeling nervous because they haven't talked when Todoroki called him out. If we don't hurry up, then the cafeteria will already be really crowded. Midoriya gulped, because Todoroki hasn't even said a word, all he does was just staring at him. I was overpowered. So much that I broke my pledge. He said in his monotone voice. He take his left hand out of his pocket and look at it. Kaminari Ilda Yayorozu Tokoemi Uraraka. When Dark Shadow ambushed us, I was the only one who was overpowered. Only me, who had experienced All Might's full power up close. What does that mean? Midoriya said, nervous sweat on his face. He must be talking about the Ust incident, where he jumped to save All Might from Shigaraki and Kurogyri. It means I felt something similar coming from you back at Ust. Midoriya's eyes started to show panic and nervous. Midoriya, are you perhaps All Might's secret love child or something? Okay, that comment really made him in shock. Sure, something Izuku see All Might as a father figure, not that much, just only 2 times. Secret love child. I see. So that's what he was actually thinking. He thinks that I'm All Might's adopted kid. Well, are you his favorite love child? Todoroki said, in his always monotone voice. And no. That's not true. Anyway, since you said that's not true, that means there's a connection between you and All Might that you can't talk about it, right? Todoroki said, which Izuku flinched and he closed his eyes. Endeavors, my old man. I'm sure you already know that he's been as the number 2 hero for quite a while, or forever. If you have something from the number 1 hero, then I have more reason to beat you, Todoroki said, opening his eyes. My old man has a very strong desire to beat All Might. As a hero, he won a name for himself with crushing force. Because of that, the living legend, All Might, is a great eyesore to him. Because he couldn't surpass All Might, he moved into his next and final plan, Todoroki said. What are you talking about, Todoroki? What do you mean his next and final plan? Midoriya said as Todoroki looked at him. You heard about Quirk marriages, right? Midoriya's eyes widened, realizing what Todoroki meant. That thing became a quick problem for a 2nd and 3rd generation after superpowers appeared. Choosing a spouse based only on strengthening your own quirk and passing it on to your children, forcing people into marriage. The old-fashioned way of thinking brought about by a lack of ethics. He is man with both accomplishments and money. He won over my mother's relatives and got a hold of my mother's quirk. He is trying to fulfill his own desire by raising me to be a hero to surpass All Might. Todoroki explained, and Midoriya quietly gasped in shock. It's just so damn annoying. I won't become the tool of scumbag like that. In all my memories, my mother is always crying. My mother said, your left side is very unsightly. As she poured boiling hot water on me. Basically, I picked a fight with you just to show him what I can do, without using my goddamn old man's quirk. No. I'll completely reject him by winning first place without using it, Todoroki said, anger on his voice now. Unbeknownst to them, Bakugo was leaning against the wall, listening to the entire conversation, as Todoroki walked away. I don't even care if you can't tell me how you're connected to All Might. No matter what you are to All Might, I will rise above you with just my right side alone. I apologize for wasting your time, he said. Midoriya hesitated for a minute, before he walked toward Todoroki. I have always been supported by others. Todoroki stopped and turned around. That was the case earlier, too. I am here because of the people who have supported me, Midoriya said as flashes of memories about the people who had supported him. Saving people with a fearless smile, the most greatest hero ever, All Might. I want to be just like him. In order to do that, I have to be strong enough to become number 1. My motivation might seem trivial compared to yours, but I can't lose either. I have to live up to the hopes of those who supported me. That declaration of war you gave earlier, I'll return that. I will defeat you too. Midoriya finished with a determined expression. Todoroki nodded a little before walking away. Midoriya. Yayorozu called out, which Midoriya turned to the direction of her voice. Yayorozu. He was cut off when he realized what she was wearing. What are wearing? Midoriya shudders as a blush creep on his face. Her uniform was changed into a cheerleader uniform. Well, Mineta and Kaminari said that Mr. Aizawa told us to wear the cheerleader uniform. Why is that? She asked, which Midoriya facepalmed. Damn Mineta and Kaminari. Perverts these days. Yayorozu. Mr. Aizawa didn't said that you all have to wear a cheerleader uniform. You guys obviously have been tricked by those two perverts, Midoriya said in a monotone voice, as Yaoyorozu's face darkened. What? Why, you heard it. I don't know if there's still time for you to change and warn the girls. Before he finished, Yaoyorozu dashed off to find the girls. Oh well, I gotta eat, since I'm hungry. Now that much is over, it's finally time to reveal the last game. But before that, there's good news for all of you who didn't make it to the finals. This is just a sports festival. So we prepared recreational games that everyone can participate in, too. We've even brought real cheerleaders from America to liven things up, President Mike said, before they immediately noticed something was wrong with Class 1A. Huh. President Mike and Aizawa said in unison. I'm sorry, everyone. Yaoyorozu thought, as she was the only one who was wearing her PE uniform while every girl was wearing their cheerleader uniform. Their face was also darkened. What the living heck are they wearing, besides Yaoyorozu? Aizawa said. What's the matter, Class A? What kind of fan service is that? President Mike shouted, as Yaoyorozu walked toward Mineta and Kaminari, who was giving thumbs up to each other. She creates 2 boxing gloves. Mineta. Kaminari. You sick of bastards. She growled in a menacing tone, which the 2 males stopped and nervously turned around, as their face was met with a very hard and powerful punch. I have to thank Midoriya later for warning me about you two's actions, she said in a disappointing voice as the 2 perverts collapsed on the ground, blood trailing down on their nose. Alright, everyone. Let's have fun competing in the recreational games. When that's over, the 16 from the 4 teams that made it to the final round will duke it out tournament style, one-on-one. The last round is a tournament where we fight one-on-one, huh? I'm gonna stand on this stage that I watch every year on TV, Kirishima said, pumping his fists, blood boiling in excitement. Was it a tournament last year? Ashido said, still wearing her cheerleader uniform since they can't just leave the stadium and change into their PE clothes. It's different every year, but there's a one-on-one competition every year. Last year, it was a sports Shambara match, Siro said. Now let's draw lots to determine the bracket. Once the bracket is determined, we'll have the recreational games and then stare. The 16 finalists can choose whether or not they want to participate in the recreation. I'm sure some of you want to rest or save your strength. Now, from the first place team. Midnight was cut off when Ojiro raised his hand up. Excuse me. I wish to withdraw, he said, shocking everyone that he is actually going to withdrawing. Ojiro, why? This is a rare chance for pros to see you. I barely remember anything from the cavalry battle until almost the end. I think it was that guy's quirk, Ojiro said, which Midoriya looked at Shinso, who looks away. I know that this is a great chance, and that it's very foolish to waste it. But everyone here competed by giving their all. I can't be up there with everything without knowing what really happened, he said, gripping his fist in frustration. You're worrying too much about it. You should just make sure you produce results in the finals, Hagakure said. If you're gonna say that, I didn't do anything either, Ashido said with a smile, and Ojiro covered his face with his right hand. That's not it. I'm talking about my pride here. I can't, Ojiro said, as Midoriya felt sorry for Ojiro, before the sad atmosphere changed. Also, why are you guys except Yaoyorozu wearing cheerleader outfits? Every girl's, except Yaoyorozu, sweat drop. Until, a guy called Nairanjiki Shoes from Class B is also withdrawing, which Kirishima shed out manly tears. Youthful talk like that is something I like. Shota. Ojiro. I accept your withdrawal, Midnight said, happily, which made everyone except the 2 sweats drop. She decided based on her tastes. Everyone thought, before, the people from Class B were also withdrawing, except Shiozaki and Tetsu, who he was giving his team a salute, making it 16 people. First round is Midoriya versus Shinso. Second round is Tokoyami versus Yaoyorozu. Third round is Tenya versus Hatsum. Fourth round is Todoroki versus Siro. Fifth round is Ishido versus Aoyama. Sixth round is Kaminari versus Shiozaki. Seventh round is Kirishima versus Tetsu. Eighth round is Uraraka versus Bakugo. The first round, huh? If both me and Tokoyami, or Yaoyorozu wins, then I'll have to battle either him, or Yaoyorozu. Before that, if I remember correctly, Shinso was. It's you, isn't it? Izuku Midoriya, Shinso said, which Midoriya turned around and realized Shinso was the one who declared war on them 1 week ago. Looking forward to the first match. Me. Midoriya was cut off when Ojiro wrapped his tail around his mouth, which Midoriya looked at him as Ojiro shook his head, making Shinso smirk and walk away. Ojiro, what's the matter? Midoriya asked. Don't answer him. It'll be longer than I expected. Come, Midoriya. Fought your way through and challenge me. I will defeat you with this hand. Todoroki thought. Huh. Uraraka. Bakugo said, confused who he is battling against. But Uraraka was shaking in fear that she was battling against one of the strongest people on her class. Are you by any chance Ilda? Hatsum said, approaching toward Ilda, who looked at her. Yes, indeed I am Ilda. Oh good. Actually. Alright. Let's leave the tournament aside for a momentary interlude. Let's have fun with the recreation. First is the scavenger hunt. There are some people leave the tournament to either rest, sharpen their senses, relax, to talk about strategies. Ojiro explained Midoriya about Shinso's quirk, brainwash, which it'll only break the control if he had a shock. After a while, Cementos created a stage for them to fight. Okay, it's pretty much done, Cementos said, which present Mike thanked him. Hey guys, are you ready? A lot's happened, but it's now come to this. A serious battle. You can only depend on yourself. Even if you're not a hero, you'll face lots of situations like that. You get it right? Heart, skill, body, wisdom, and knowledge. Use all of that to rush up. Present Mike shouted, as everyone cheers. Young Midoriya. Midoriya turned around, seeing All Might in his true form. All Might. You surprise me, you Nair. Listen. All Might said before turning into his muscle form. Meet me at the beach, tomorrow night. It's time for you to know about me and one for all. Midoriya stood there for a minute, before he nodded, and All Might smiled. Don't forget I've got high hopes for you. All Might said. Midoriya smiled and nodded as he turned around, and walked out of the tunnel. Audience. The finals that you've all been waiting for are finally starting. Match number 1. This guy had won both the obstacle race and the cavalry battle first place. From the hero course, it's Izuku Midoriya. Midoriya walked up the stage with a wide smile. Versus. Sorry, he hasn't done anything to stand out yet. From general studies, it's Satoshi Shinso. The rules are simple. Force your opponent out of bounds, or immobilize them. You can also win by making your opponent say, I give up. Bring on the injuries. Because we've got our very own recovery girl waiting on standby. Put your morals and ethics aside for a moment. But of course, anything life-threatening is full of crap. It's not allowed. Heroes should only use their fists to catch villains. I'll stop things if it go too far, Cementos said, sitting down on a chair, or whatever that call. I give up, huh? Midoriya looked at Shinso with confusion. He was actually about to activate full cowl. Shinso is also glaring at him, face darkened, a scowl on his face. This is a fight to test the strength of your spirit. If you know what you want for your future, then you can't worry about appearances. Ready. That dumb monkey was going on about his pride. Start. But don't you think he was really stupid and dumb for throwing away his chance? Shinso said, which Izuku was shocked before his face became full of anger, as he charged up full cowl. What the heck did you just say? Midoriya shouted, rushing toward Shinso who smirked. Suddenly, Midoriya stopped and froze there. I win, Shinso said, as Ojiro got up and gripped his head. I went through the trouble of warning him, too, Ojiro said, frustrated, as Uraraka, Yaoyorozu and Ilda stood up in shock. Deku. What in the world is going on? What's happening? Hey, what's the matter? It's the important first match. Liven things up. Midoriya. The match just started and he's completely frozen. He's got a blank look on his face and isn't moving a muscle. Is this Shinso's quirk? He didn't stand out at all, but could he actually be someone amazing? Hitoshi Shinso has gotten the better of Izuku Midoriya from the hero course. Who would have imagined this? Will the bottom really overthrow the top? You're lucky that you've been blessed, Izuku Midoriya. Now turn around and walk out of bounds. Shinso said, much to everyone's surprise. Midoriya turned around and began to walk out of the bounds. Huh. What? Midoriya's being so obedient. Deku, why? Uraraka said. If you go out of bounds, then you'll lose the match. Ilda shouted, waving his hand around in panic. That quirk is brainwashing. Both All Might and Yaoyorozu said, completely realized what kind of quirk Shinso had. Why, young Midoriya? You can't come here. All Might quietly shouted, while internally screaming. No. My body's moving on its own. It's like my head's filled with fog. No. Dang it. Stop. Stop. Even though Ojiro warned me. Crap. Damn it. Come on. Midoriya, snap out of it. Nana suddenly said, quietly behind All Might, who turned around in surprise. Nana. Gran Torino. What are you two here? I thought you two said that you are going to watch on TV. All Might said in surprise. We did. But we changed our mind. I want to see how the kid's doing. Gran Torino said, as they stopped their conversation and looked at Midoriya. Damn it. Midoriya remembered that he promised that he'll win for Ojiro. This. Quickly. Even though everyone is counting on me. In a place like this. Like this. Suddenly, his vision began to show 7 people, standing there on the tunnel, looking at him with their green-yellow glowing eyes. Midoriya noticed even All Might and Nana was also there, as his fingers began to move on themselves and power began to surging through his fingers on 20%. What is this? Midoriya thought, as his fingers was ready to shoot out the power. You probably don't understand, but even with a quirk like this, I have my own dream. Now lose for me, Shinso said. Just as Midoriya was about to step out of the bounds, his fingers fired off a powerful air pressure on the ground, making him snap out of the brainwashing. As he stopped, didn't step out of the bounds, and he began to breathing heavily. This is? Midoriya stopped Shinso's brainwashing. Everyone erupted into cheers. Midoriya. Ilda shouted in relief as he, Ojiro, Uraraka, and Yayarosa sigh in relief. I'm so glad he finally snapped out of it, Yayarosa said, before they sit back on their seats. Aizawa's eyes widened in shock. His fingers. Did he remove the brainwashing by itself? I noticed that his fingers moved by itself. How's that possible? Aizawa thought. Oh, that's too crazy, Ojiro said, relieved. How? You shouldn't be able to move freely. What did you do? Shinso shouted, completely shocked of how he managed to break out of his brainwashing. I'm the one who discharged my fingers. But I wasn't the one who moved them. What happened? People I didn't know came into my mind, and for a second, my mind was clear. Wait. Don't tell me. That was one for all. Passed on to me like a sacred torch. The people. The people who spun together this power. Did they save me? Is that even possible? What did you do? Shinso demanded, snapping Midoriya out of his thoughts. Even if I think about it now, I won't find the answer. Later. Thinking can come later. He won't answer. Did he figure out my secret? No, he should have heard from that monkey from the beginning. All I can do is make him talk again. Shinso thought, as Midoriya activate full Kala at 2%, and he dashed toward him. Say something. You can produce that much power just by moving your fingers. I'm so jealous. I felt the same way in the past. Thanks to my quirk, I've been behind from the start. Someone who's been blessed like you can't understand, can you? I do understand. But it's true that I've been blessed. Someone like you who was born with the ideal quirk. Someone who can reach your goal. I've been blessed by others. That's why. Midoriya then began to push Shinso out of bounds. Say something. Shinso shouted, and right hooked Midoriya's face, but he didn't show any pain or flinch, as he kept pushing him without any blood or bruises on his face. I can't lose either. You've got to be kidding. Shinso pushed him away, which Midoriya was near the bounds, and Shinso pushed his face. You get out. Until, Midoriya used the same move when he fought against Bakugo, as he raised the surprised eyebrows. I can't lose. Midoriya shouted. As he slammed Shinso on the ground, he gasped for air and everyone was shocked by Midoriya's movement. Shinso is out of bounds. Midoriya advances to round 2. Midnight said, and everyone cheers. After that was over, he meet up with All Might, Gran Torino and Nana at Recovery Girl's office. Because Midnight told me to go, it was just a small bruise. But she glared at him which he was forced to go. Alright, that is all, she said before giving him a candy. In the match with Shinso, I couldn't smile at all. Midoriya said, which All Might put his hand on his back neck. Well, his cries hit close to home for you, huh? All Might said. Was that a joke? Nana said, which All Might sweat drop. No. But that didn't mean I could lose. That's what it means to aim for number 1, right? Midoriya said, looking at All Might. Poor honey. You put some weird pressure on him again, didn't you? Recovery girl said, as she, Gran Torino, Nana hit his leg, making him groan in pain. It was necessary. Ouch. You two know that your punch packs a lot, right? All Might said to Gran Torino and Nana. He rolled his eyes and she giggled. Oh yeah, All Might, Nana? I had a vision. All Might stopped rubbing his injured leg, as he and Nana raised curious eyebrows. There were 7 or 8 people. I'm not sure exactly how many. But when it felt like my mind was filled with fog from the brainwashing, the vision appeared, as if to drive away the fog. It was like I was barely able to move just my fingertips for a moment. There was someone with eyes like you, too, All Might. And someone with Nana's hairstyle. Was it? The people who had inherited One for All who did it. Midoriya said, looking up All Might and Nana, as their bodies immediately shakes in fear and terror. Whoa, scary. What the heck? Both she and All Might said, terrified. What? I thought you two know about it. Midoriya said, completely shocked that she and All Might didn't know. No, me and All Might saw it before, in our younger days. Nana said, as they crossed their arms. It's a clear sign that you've got a better grasp on One for All. Nana said. What do you mean? I think it's like a trace of something they left behind in One for All. It's not something with intent that can interfere with you, and you can't interfere with them. In other words, that vision isn't what got rid of the brainwashing. It was that when you saw the vision, your strong emotions allowed you to overcome young Shinso's brainwashing for just long enough to move your fingertips, I think. All Might explained, which Midoriya scratched his head in confusion. That explanation's not satisfying at all, though. Hey, don't get too hung up about it. Most importantly, don't you need to go see who you'll fight next? All Might said. Midoriya's eyes widened, before he got up and opened the door. Thanks for very much. Welcome. Goodbye. When he left the room and closed the door, the room becomes silence. You were there too, he said. Nana said, turning to All Might. That's a good thing. When Midoriya arrived back to his classmates, he saw Ojiro giving him a thumbs up, which he replied back with a smile. Deku. We leave a seat for you next to Yaoyorozu. Uraraka said, which Midoriya nodded, as they watched as both she and Tokoemi step out of tunnel. Offense and defense in one body. The Dark Samurai accompanied by Dark Shadow. From the hero course, it's Fumikage Tokoemi. Versus All-Purpose Creation. From the hero course, it's Momo Yaoyorozu. Midoriya, what do you think about this match? Ojiro asked, as Midoriya grabbed his notebook and began searching for Tokoemi and Yaoyorozu. I think time will be the key. Time. If I'd pick Yaoyorozu, she right now would have created Flash Grenade, or even a flamethrower to weaken Dark Shadow. And is just as Mr. President Mike said, she is up against Tokoemi with Dark Shadow, offense and defense in one body. In addition, Tokoemi can bring out Dark Shadow with no time lag, so there's without a doubt that he will start with a preemptive strike. Midoriya said. If I create a shield that doesn't take much time and block Tokoemi's attack. If I just give myself enough time to make a weapon. Second match start. She gasped in shock, as Tokoemi stopped crossing his arms. Go, Dark Shadow. It said, as it rushed toward Yaoyorozu. Quickly create a shield. She created a shield, as she blocked Dark Shadow's strike. Next, a weapon. Her creation was cut off when Dark Shadow hit her shield again, making her step back. I can't collect my thoughts. Then, Dark Shadow hit her shield, which made her shield come off her arm. She created a shield again, but Dark Shadow strike her, which made her out of the bounds, unknown to her that she is already out. Yaoyorozu was confused why Dark Shadow stopped, but when she looks down, she realized she was out of bounds. Yaoyorozu is out of bounds. Tokoemi advances to the second round. Midnight announced, as everyone cheered, before Dark Shadow went back inside Tokoemi. Tokoemi bowed, showing his respect, as he turned around and walked away. An overwhelming victory. A completely overwhelming victory. Tokoemi's Dark Shadow. Could it be the greatest quirk ever? President Mike said, as Yaoyorozu stood there in shock. No. I couldn't do anything. She lowered her head, and began walking back into the tunnel, tears wailing up on her eyes. Nothing. I couldn't do anything like how Midoriya can do. I failed. Yaoyorozu quietly sobbed, and she covered her mouth with her right hand. Yaoyorozu. Midoriya sadly whispered. He could saw the sadness inside her eyes. She must be so frustrated. He said. Wait a minute. Was Tokoemi actually trying not to hurt her? Ojiro asked, which Midoriya nodded. You're right. She looks pretty sad and frustrated, he said, as they looked at Yaoyorozu, who was covering her mouth, and she went inside the tunnel. I'm going to see if she's already. Midoriya said, standing up. Oh. I'm coming with you. I'm best friend, you know. Jiro said, which Midoriya looked at her and nodded, as they went to find Yaoyorozu. Midoriya took a quick glance at his classmates, as he noticed the shit-eating grin on Bakugo's face. Oh my gosh, Ka-chan. Midoriya thought, embarrassed by his rival's actions. They found Yaoyorozu on the hallway. She was sitting on the ground, burying her face on her knees, and they could hear her quiet sobbing. Yaoyorozu. Midoriya called out. As she stopped and looked at him, she wiped away her tears, and tried to form a smile. Hi Midoriya, Jiro. What were you two doing here? Aren't you supposed to watch a Shido match? She said, a bit broken. We came here to see if you're alright. What are talking about? I am alright. She kindly said, but they knew she was lying. Momo, we know that you're lying, come on, tell us what happened. Jiro said, as they kneeled down, looking straight into Yaoyorozu's eyes. It's just that. I was frustrated and saddened, that I couldn't do anything, nothing. I just want to win like Midoriya. I even promised to myself that I want to make him happy by winning this battle. But I guess I kinda hoped too much that I couldn't just made a flash grenade, or probably a flamethrower. She said, surprising Jiro and Midoriya, as she shut her eyes, and sobbed quietly. Midoriya. Jiro nudged him, which he looked at her, as she leaned over his ear. Kissed her forehead, and said some comfortable words. She said, as Midoriya blushed furiously. What? Why? I heard that it's the best way to comfort a girl. No question, and Fry can do it. She growled. Midoriya hesitated at first, before he leaned over her forehead, slowly, shutting his eyes tightly. As Jiro pulled out her phone and began recording the scene. Midoriya's soft lips hit her forehead, which Yaoyorozu's eyes shot up in surprise, and she stopped sobbing. Then, her cheeks had a bright red color on it, as Midoriya immediately let his lips go, his entire body red. Sorry. I didn't mean to do that on purpose. It's just that. I'm already happy for you. It doesn't really matter if you win or lose. I am still happy for you. So please don't be sad. Midoriya shudders, he was smiling widely, as Yaoyorozu hugged him, tightly. Thanks, Midoriya. Thanks very much. Yaoyorozu softly said, and steam came out of Midoriya's ears. Alright, you two lovebirds, let's go back to see who won. Jiro said, already stopped her recording and put her phone back on her pocket, as the two immediately let go, their entire bodies were red. Stop it, Jiro. They both shouted in anger, which made Jiro snicker, as they walked back to their classmates. When they arrived, they saw Ilda and Hatsum step out of the tournament. Now, it's time for the third match. We're just going to keep rolling along. Rush headlong toward the top. It's like he's the epitome of the middle of the pack. From the hero course, it's Tenya Ilda versus fully equipped with sup items. From the support course, it's Mei Hatsum. He's up against the support course, huh? I wonder what kind of fight it'll be. I mean, what is that? Surprisingly, Ilda wears a jetpack that is probably from Hatsum. Ilda's also fully equipped with support items. Sato said. That's generally against the rules for those in the hero course. Those who must use equipment needed to petition beforehand. Midnight said, shocking Ilda. Oh, I forgot about that. Aoyama also wore a belt, so I thought it was fine. Ilda said, as Aoyama began to point at his belt. He submitted a petition. I humbly apologize. However, my heart was moved by my opponent's sportsmanship. Even though she has formed the support course, she said she wanted an even match since she made it this far. She said she wanted to fight fairly. So, she gave me this equipment. I did not think I could ignore her fighting spirit. Ilda shouted, as Midnight eyes widened in joy. Oh youth. She then squeaked in joy. Okay, I'll allow it. It's fine. Well, if they both agree on it, then it's within regulations. I guess. Aizawa said. Is Hatsum someone who'd say that? Could it be? Oh. No. Midoriya whispered in disbelief, which they look at him. What do you mean? Oh no. Midoriya. Yaoyorozu asked. Watch and see. Izuku replied. After 10 minutes later, Hatsum stepped out of bounds by herself. I've presented each and every last one of them. I have literally nothing to say, she said with a sigh of relief. Hatsum is out of bounds. Hilda advances to the second round. Midnight announced, as Hilda screamed in frustration. You tricked me, damn it! He screamed, as Hatsum turned around. I'm sorry. I merely used you. I hate you so much. Hilda's earnest, so she probably said some things that sounded good to get him on board. Midoriya said, as Uraraka got up and walked away. Todoroki stepped out of the waiting room, as he began to walk down the hallway to the tunnel. Midoriya won, huh? If I defeated Shiro, then Hilda. I'll battle him. Todoroki thought, before he saw someone leaning against the wall, waiting for him, as Todoroki glared at him. You're in my way, Todoroki said, glaring at Endeavor. You're acting very disgracefully, Shoto. Endeavor said, and Todoroki walked past him. If you used the power in your left side, you would have had an overwhelming victory in the obstacle course and the cavalry battle. Todoroki ignored him, and continues to walk. Stop this childish rebellion already. You have a duty to surpass All Might, Endeavor said, and Todoroki grit his teeth in anger. Do you understand? You're different from your siblings. You are the greatest masterpiece, Endeavor said, and Todoroki gripped his fists. Is that all you can say, you bastard? I will win and advance with just Mom's power. I won't use your power when I fight. Todoroki growled, his eyes full of hatred and anger, as Endeavor looked away from him. Even if that works for now, you'll soon reach the limits of that power. Next, it's the 6th match. He's good. But what's with that plainness he just can't get rid of? From Hero Course, it's Hanta Shiro versus taking 2nd, then 4th in the prelims. You're pretty strong, kid. Also from Hero Course, it's Shoto Todoroki. And now, for the 6th match of the finals. Ready, start? Well, I don't feel like I can win. Shiro stretched his arms, before he immediately fired tapes out of his elbows, as the tapes wrapped around Todoroki and he spun him around. But I don't feel like losing either. A surprise attack aimed to push high opponent out of bounds. Don't you think that was the best choice for this situation? Seriously, get him, Shiro. President Mike shouted, but unknown to everyone, Todoroki was glaring at Shiro. Sorry. Suddenly, the ground erupted into a giant glacier-like wave of ice, creating a powerful vibration that hit the wall. As everyone's eyes widened in shock, President Mixed Shades fall down. The tapes around Todoroki was ice, as he break them off, and approached toward the frozen Shiro, while Midnight right side was frozen. Don't you think that's too much? Shiro said. Shiro, can you move? Midnight asked, trembling because of the coldness. Oh, of course not. Ow. Shiro is immobilized. Todoroki advances to the 2nd round. Midnight announced, as everyone began to shout it. Don't worry about it. Sorry, I went overboard. Todoroki apologized, as he placed his left palm at Shiro's chest. The ice around him began to dissolve. He was also looking away from his hand. I was angry. After a while, Ashita won against Aoyama, as it was the 6th match. 6th match. The assassin from Class B. Pretty things have thorns, you know. From the Hero Course, it's Ibara Shiozaki versus Sparking Killing Boy. From the Hero Course, it's Denki Kaminari. Now we'll have a super flashy battle this time too. Please excuse the interruption. What do you mean by assassin? I have only to come find victory, not to take my opponent's life, Shiozaki said, looking worried. I am sorry. President Mike apologized. In the first place, I wish to enter UA high school not for wicked reasons, but for the salvation of others, she said, putting both her hands together. I said I'm sorry. My bad, okay. I thank you for your understanding, she said and bowed. Class B has people like this in it too, huh? Kaminari said with a sweat drop. She's got big eyes and a very pretty face, but it looks like she's really strong. I've got to discharge all my electricity here, huh? Actually, she's pretty, but she's also kinda cute. I've got to ask her out sometime, huh? Alright. Anyway, start. When this is over, wanna grab a bite to eat? I'll comfort you if you'll have me. 'Cause this match'll probably over in a second, Kaminari said, electricity cracking around his body. Indiscriminate shock 1.3 million volts. He shouted, as he slammed his palms into the ground, and waves of electricity dashed toward Shiozaki. She turned around, as her hair created a thorny vines barrier behind her, as the barrier blocked Kaminari's indiscriminate shock 1.3 million volts harmlessly, which Kaminari went into his yay mode. Then, his body was wrapped around in her vines, immobilizing him. It was decided in an instant. I'll say it once again. An instant. President Mike shouted. Shiozaki advances to the second round. Midnight announced, as everyone cheered loudly. Oh, I was able to make the most of the opportunity I was given, Shiozaki said. Man, Jiro said, scratching her back. What's that? Didn't he say he'd settle this in a second? That's really strange. He was defeated in a second, wasn't B? Class A is supposed to be better than Class B, so isn't that weird? I can't believe that Class A could be so useless and pathetic. Haha. He began to laugh uncontrollably at them, which one person was extremely pissed off, and one thing for sure. He literally shouted so loud that everyone was looking at him. What did you say, you useless piece of shit nugget ass-eating turkey pile of trash garbage golden freak ho asshole? Bakugo shouted in rage, as everyone looked at him, completely surprised at the sudden curse outburst. Momo froze there, as Kendo chopped his neck, knocking him out. Sorry. She apologized before everyone shrugged it. What was that freak just now? Every class thought, while Bakugo was fuming anger, and repeatedly saying many swears. Kaminari's Quirk was supposed to be strong, but Shiozaki is a strong opponent who placed 5th in the entrance exam. Vines, huh? I wonder if it's like Kamui Wood's Quirk. Binding types really are strong. I hardly ever see anyone break out. It'd be impossible to get close while avoiding all those vines, so you'd either have to tear them off or get through with brute force. Oh, but in order to keep you from doing that, she'd go after your hands first. While he was muttering, everyone was looking at him in surprise as they were sweating a lot because of his muttering, and Yaoyorozu giggled and smiled awkwardly. You just finished, but you're already thinking about countermeasures, huh? Yaoyorozu said, which Midoriya snapped out of his muttering, realizing what he was doing as he turned to Yaoyorozu. Oh no. It's just, this is pretty much my hobby. It's not every day I get a chance to see amazing quirks outside of those in our class, Midoriya said, which Yaoyorozu smiled even more. Oh right. I've been putting these together for everyone in Class A, too. For your creation, too. Midoriya then showed her a drawing of her, about her quirk, which her eyes widened in surprise. Izuku, you've been really amazing since I met you, but the sports festival is making me think that you're amazing all over again, Yaoyorozu said, before turning away, covering her face with her left hand, as Midoriya raised a curious eyebrows what she just said. Unbeknownst to everyone, except Jiro, she was actually blushed crazily. They noticed that Uraraka wasn't sitting next to Izuku, as Ilda, Yaoyorozu, and Midoriya got up, and they went to the waiting room too. Good work, Ilda. Oh, Uraraka. Their eyes widened in shock. You're not like yourself at all. Your brows all wrinkled. Ilda shouted in horror. My brow, she innocently said before she realized what they mean. Oh, it's just my nerves. Must have reached my brow, she said, scratching her head. Because you're up against Bakugo, after all, Yaoyorozu said, and Uraraka lowered her head. Yeah, I'm really scared. She then turned toward them. But after seeing a match like Ilda and Deku. Our match? Midoriya asked. Then next? Soon. She gripped her wrists. But well, I don't think even Bakugo would use a full-strength explosion on a girl, Ilda said. He would, Midoriya said, shocking everyone. Everyone's trying to become number one to make their dreams come true. Even if it's no Ka-chan, no one would think about holding back. You've helped me so much, Uraraka. That's why I thought maybe I could help you just a little. Oh, you heard that, Uraraka, Ilda said, turning toward her with a smile. Thanks, Deku. But it's okay. I already have a plan in mind. She got up and walked past them, stopping in front of the door. Everyone's trying their hardest to get to their future. That's why. She turned around, smiling nervously, and gave them a thumbs up. Let's meet in the finals. The two guys with the same quirks. Tetsu versus Kirishima. A head-to-head fist fight. The winner is. Midnight approached them, as she realized that both of them were knocked out. Both contestants down. It's a draw. In the case of a draw, after they recover, the winner will be determined by a simple contest, like arm wrestling, Midnight announced. While we wait for Tetsu and Kirishima to recover, we'll start the next match, President Mike said, as Bakugo and Uraraka image appeared on the screen. Next might be the most disturbing matchup ever, Azui said, as Jiro rubbed her right hand with her left arm. I almost don't want to watch this, she replied. Shivers ran down her neck. The eighth and last match of the right round. He was kind of famous in middle school. This isn't the face of a regular person. From the hero course, it's Katsuki Bakugo. Versus. She's the one I'm rooting for. From the hero course, it's Ochako Uraraka. You're the one that makes things float, right, round face. Bakugo snarl, glaring at Uraraka, who looks surprised. Round. She grit her teeth. If you're gonna withdraw, then just do it now. You won't get off with Justin. Ouch. Bakugo said. 8th match start. As soon as Present Mike finished, Uraraka immediately dashed toward Bakugo. Withdrawing isn't a choice, she shouted, as Bakugo opened his right palm. Then die. Kachan usually start with a big right swing. Here. Instead of a right swing, Bakugo launched an explosion at Uraraka, knocking her back. This is no good. Even if I knew about it, I couldn't react in time, Uraraka said, taking off her jacket, as Bakugo got into a position. I'll take care of you. He saw her, as he thrust his left palm toward it. Don't underestimate me. He exploded the jacket, which he realized it was not Uraraka, but her jacket. And she appeared behind him. Oh, she made her jacket float and send it over there. She did it in an instant too. If I make him float now. Bakugo immediately turned around and fired an explosion at her. She got up and rushed toward him. Too slow. Everyone watched in shock, as Uraraka kept running, taking Bakugo's explosions, without backing down. Suddenly, the crowd started to boo at Bakugo, until Aizawa snapped by explaining them that Bakugo was actually being careful of Uraraka, which he was making his explosions weaker. Not yet. She's still not down, Bakugo said, as Uraraka got up. It's about time. I think. Thanks, Bakugo. For not letting your guard down. She explained before she is about to touch her fingertips together. Huh. Bakugo said before looking up, seeing the debris he destroyed was in the air. Release. The debris immediately falls down, turning into a meteor shower, and she dashed toward him. Bakugo raised his left palm to the air, his right hand holding tightly on his left arm. His left arm crackles, before a massive and powerful explosion was fired off on the debris, making Uraraka that was about to make him float knocked back into the ground. Since you're friends with Deku, I thought you'd be up to something, Bakugo said, making Uraraka froze in fear. In 1 shot. Bakugo delivers a satisfying explosion. He blasts boldly through Uraraka's secret plan. Present Mike shouted, as Bakugo lowered his head, he sighed in relief. D-damn. That was close, he whispered, feeling a wave of pain on his left arm. Instead of laying down, she slowly got up, making Bakugo grin. All right, let's make this serious then, Uraraka. Bakugo shouted, rushing toward her, as she turned around and was about to make a first step. But suddenly she tripped and fall down on the ground, which Bakugo stopped, noticing the exhausted expression on her face. Uraraka's down. My body won't do what I want. Uraraka. She passed her limit a long time ago. Then, Uraraka tried to get up, but no avail. I also can still. I'll definitely become a hero. She stopped, as midnight went over her, before she sighed. Uraraka's out of commission. Bakugo advances to the second round. Midnight announced, as everyone cheers. After a while, Midoriya was walking down the hallway, gritting his teeth in frustration, as he opened the waiting room too. Instead of readying his battle against Tokoemi, he was met with a bandaged Uraraka. Oh man, I lost, she said, with a wide smile, and Midoriya standing there in surprise, mouth hanging up, and eyes widened. Huh. I got carried away at the end thinking I could do it, damn it, she said, and Midoriya approached her. Uraraka, what about your injuries? It's not that bad, right? Midoriya asked, and she nodded. Yup, recovery girl took care of me. It was only moderate healing so it wouldn't drain my stamina, so I've still got scratches and stuff, though. Man, but that Bakugo was really strong. Too strong, she said, gripping her fist in frustration. She stopped when she noticed Midoriya's expression. Are you really alright? I'm fine. Better than I expected. I mean, you immediately started looking ahead, Deku, and just because I lost doesn't mean I can lose, Uraraka said, noticing her phone buzzing that her dad was calling her. That's the draw from the 7th match of the first round, Kirishima and Tetsu. The winner of their arm wrestling match to decide who advances to the school round is. Then, the metal on Tetsu fist crack, which made him grunted in pain, loosening his grip, as Kirishima roared and slammed his fist to the ground. Winner, Kirishima. He advances to the second round. Yes. The one who won his ticket was Kirishima. Damn it. My metal fatigue. I should have eaten more iron. Tetsu winched in pain, holding injured hand as Kirishima extended his hand, which Tetsu looked up. It was a very good match, man. Kirishima said, sparkles around him, which Tetsu chuckled, before accepting the handshake, much to Midnight's joy. As so youthful. Now we've got everyone who's advancing to the second round. So, let's get started. Wow, already? Anyway, later. Midoriya said, as he was about to left the room, until Uraraka stopped him. Oh, sorry Deku. You weren't able to prepare at all since I was here. No, it's actually fine, he said, turning toward him, as she smiled and thumbs up. I'll be watching. K. Good luck, she said, which Midoriya thanked her, before leaving the room. When he left the room, Midoriya gripped his fists, as he could heard her sobbing and crying about losing her match, which her father comforted her, saying that he was proud. Isn't it obvious? There's no way she's not frustrated. Even so, I can't believe I said that I couldn't help. I couldn't do anything for her. Instead. I'll be watching. K. Good luck. She encouraged me again. He entered the tournament, as he went upstairs, seeing Tokoyami crossing his arms. First match, and the second round. The man who overwhelmed his opponent in an instant. From the hero course, Fumikage Tokoyami. Versus. He barely passed the first round. What kind of fight will he show us this time? From the hero course, Izuku Midoriya. Now, Tokoyami versus Midoriya. Start. Dark Shadow. Dark Shadow came out, as he rushed toward Midoriya. One for all. Full cowling 15%. Green, electric aura surrounded him, as he jumps up, avoiding Dark Shadow's strike. His fingers surging with power. Delaware Smash. Midoriya shouted, flicking his fingers, as a powerful shockwaves hit Dark Shadow, making the creature crash into the ground. Midoriya landed on the ground, and dashed toward Tokoyami. Dark Shadow got back, and tackled Midoriya on the ground, before gripping on his left hand, and throw him out of bounds. But Midoriya fired a 20% Delaware Smash on the ground, forcing him to stop. Damn it! Tokoyami cursed, before he decided to get serious, as anger boiled inside, and Dark Shadow roar, its body become bigger, and it roar. This won't be easy, Midoriya said, activating full call at 20%. Dark Shadow dashed toward Midoriya with a screech, as Midoriya channels one for all. Full call on his right hand. 20% Detroit Smash. Midoriya punched Dark Shadow's claw, as they both were struggling to overpower each other. Now this is called a fight. Both Midoriya and Dark Shadow are both trying to overcome each other. Who will win this battle? Suddenly, Dark Shadow's left claw was about to swat him, which Midoriya fired off a Delaware Smash on it, forcing Dark Shadow to stop. Dark Shadow screeched, its body become bigger than the one at the cavalry battle. Oh crap. Then, Midoriya was met with a powerful swat by Dark Shadow, sending him away. Midoriya proper himself with a Delaware Smash on the ground, as he was in the air. Go to hell, you brat! Dark Shadow shouted, rushing toward Midoriya, as they clashed on. After 7 minutes, both Tokoyami and Midoriya was panting, including Dark Shadow, as Midoriya had no choice but to use 100% Delaware Smash to make Tokoyami out of bounds. His thumb and middle finger starts glowing and emitting sparks, with red-colored, vein-like streams coursing throughout them, and Dark Shadow roar loudly, rushing toward him. Delaware Smash. Midoriya flicked his fingers, firing a very powerful shockwaves at Dark Shadow, who tried to block it, but no avail as it was knocked back on Tokoyami, and Tokoyami falls down on the bounds. Tokoyami is out of bounds. Midoriya advances to the third round. Midnight announced, and everyone cheers. Would you look at that? Midoriya defeated Dark Shadow. So, Dark Shadow isn't that invisible. Anyway, let's move on to the second match. Present Mike said, as Hilda and Todoroki image appear on the screen. Midoriya went to Recovery Girl's office, as he already felt his bones crack. Man, Tokoyami is strong, Midoriya thought, before he enters the room, and asked her to heal his fingers, which he did, as he doesn't need to wear bandage because it was just a simple crack. When he arrived back on the tournament, he saw that Hilda tried to make Todoroki out of bounds, but Todoroki frees his engines, then his entire body except his head turned into ice. Poor Hilda, Midoriya said, as he sit next to Yaoyorozu. Hey, your fingers are okay, right? Yaoyorozu asked, and Midoriya smiled and nodded, which she smiled back. I wonder how this battle turned out, she said, as they watched as Ishido and Shiozaki step out of the tunnel. After a while, Shiozaki ended up being the victor, by forcing Ishido out of bounds, as it was Kirishima and Bakugo's match. Hey, I noticed that you've been kinda down after your battle against Tokoemi. Is there something wrong? Uraraka asked. She was already here when Midoriya got back from Recovery Girl's office. Oh, it's because I'm up against Todoroki. Midoriya looked at Todoroki's direction. Surprisingly, he was staring at Midoriya the entire time with his dull eyes. Why is he staring at him for? I see. But there must be a limit how much he could use the ice on his right side. Like if you kept dodging the ice, then I think he would have frost on his right side. I saw it when he used that giant ice wall on Zero, Yaoyorozu said, which nodded and looked straight into Todoroki's eyes. All I need to do is keep on 20% to dodge the ice he fired, Midoriya thought. After a while, Midoriya was at the waiting room, relaxing his nerves, as no one but him was there. Hold on. Maybe I should try out 30%, Midoriya thought, before he activate full call at 30%, as nothing happened. Wait, what? Nana said that I can only keep up at 20%. So what the heck? His thought was cut off when Nana suddenly burst open the door. Izuku. Nana. What happened? Midoriya shouted in surprise, nearly had a heart attack as he was gripping his chest, hearts pounding fast. Sorry for the sudden outburst, but I completely forgot to tell you something, she said, and closed the door, before she and Midoriya sat down on the chair. As I was saying, you used your power at 30%, right? I activate full call at 30%, but I didn't feel my bones rattling. So, what is going on? Well, my mind kinda slipped up because you can use one for all at 50%, but if you do it at 55%, then you should felt your bones rattling. Nana explained, which Midoriya shoot her a deadpan look. Are you kidding me? She giggled and ruffled his hair. My bad. Anyway, you should get going. Your match is starting in 1 minute, she said, which they both got up and left the room. As they are walking down the hallway, a red and orange flame were in front of their view, as they realized. Endeavor. Midoriya shouted, which Endeavor looked at him. Oh, there you are, Endeavor said. Endeavor. What are you doing here? Midoriya said nervously as Endeavor approached him, which he backed away, and Nana preparing a defensive position around him. I watched your fight twice. You have a very wonderful quirk. You create so much wind pressure just by flicking your fingers. So, if we're talking about power alone, yours is comparable to All Might's, he said before glancing at Nana. That includes you too. I saw you defeating a villain with just a single soft punch, yesterday. Nana glares at Endeavor, as she wrapped her arms around Midoriya in a protective way. What are you? What are you trying to say to us? Anyway, I must go, Midoriya said, as he and Nana walked past him. Does he know about One for All? Midoriya quietly whispered to Nana, who shook her head. No. Tashinori said that he didn't explain One for All to Endeavor, she replied. It is my Shoto's duty to surpass All Might, Endeavor said, which they stopped. His match with you will be a very instructive test bed. Please don't disgrace yourself in it. Without using my damn old man's quirk. No. I'll completely reject him by winning first place without using it. That was all I wanted to say. I apologize for bothering you right before the match. Endeavor then walk away, not before Midoriya stop him. I am not All Might. That's obvious. That's obvious, right? Midoriya turned around, glaring at Endeavor. Shoto isn't you either, he said, and walk away. Okay, that went well, Nana said as they stopped. Good luck, kiddo, she said, and she leaned down and kissed his forehead, causing him to blush furiously. Just a good luck charm. It's not like I like you, or nothing, but I just like you as a friend. So save him, Izuku. Nana smiled, as Midoriya smiled widely and nodded, before he went inside the tournament. Thanks for waiting, everybody. The second match of the semi-final round is a big match. The man who won a huge victory in the first and second round literally left the audience frozen. From the hero course, it's Shoto Todoroki versus the man who defeated the invisible Dark Shadow and won. From the hero course, it's Izuku Midoriya. So you're finally here? Todoroki. Tokoemi, what do you think of this match? Ilda asked. It depends on whether or not Midoriya jumps in close to Todoroki. Yeah. What is Deka going to do about that ice? Watch carefully and prepare, Tamura Shigaraki. They may become obstacles to you one day. All for one said on the computer, as Shigaraki just scoffed while scratching his neck. Heh, that's a load of crap. At this year's sports festival, both have shown top-class performance. It's like two great rivals fighting against each other. Now, Midoriya versus Todoroki. Start. Go. Immediately, Todoroki send out waves of ice at Midoriya, who charge up full call at 50%. Delaware Smash. Midoriya flicks all of his fingers, as a powerful shockwaves hit the ice, stopping it as it shattered into big pieces, and he rushed at Todoroki. Todoroki fired another waves of ice at Midoriya, who disappear into the air, shocking everyone by his fast movement. As Midoriya fired another Delaware Smash at Todoroki, who shielded himself with the walls of ice. Damn it. It'll be hard if he keeps dodging like that, Todoroki thought, frustrated, as he fired another waves of ice. Detroit Smash. Midoriya punched the air with a jab, as he fired a powerful wind pressure on the waves of ice, shattering them, before the wind pressure hit Todoroki, as he was nearly out of bounds, but stopped when he made an ice wall behind him to stop. Whoa, it started, Kirishima said, as he appeared on Class A group. Kirishima, good job making it to the second round before you got defeated by Bakugo. Are you alright? Sero asked, and Kirishima nodded. Yeah, I'm alright, good battle, Bakugo, Kirishima said, but Bakugo kept a straight face. I'm going to kill you next time. I'd like to see you try. But man, you and Todoroki can both shoot off powerful attacks that cover a lot of ground. Like, bam. And you can do it with no time lag. TSK, I'm not just shooting them off. Don't underestimate him, Bakugo said, confusing everyone. Huh. If you overuse your muscles, the muscle fibers tear, and if you keep running, you'll run out of breath, he said before looking at his left arm. There's a limit to how much power I can produce, too. That's why I designed my costume so that I could fire blasts in excess of what my body allows without any risk. Quirks are physical abilities, too. They must also have some kind of limit, Bakugo explained. If I think about it like that, I guess that makes sense, Kirishima said. Well, that's lame of you, Bakugo, Kaminari said, which Bakugo glares at him. Shut it, Pikachu. The instant he said that, Kaminari's expression dropped into disbelief. Todoroki once again, and again, fired another waves of ice at Midoriya, who charged up Delaware Smash at 50% and fired at the waves of ice. Todoroki rushed toward Midoriya, his speed increasing because he was creating ice path on the ground. Midoriya fired another Delaware Smash at him, but Todoroki jumps up, avoiding the wind pressure, as he tried to punch Midoriya with his fist covers in ice, but Midoriya instantly dodged with blindly speed. Suddenly, Todoroki fired a waves of ice at him. When he dodged, his right foot stuck into the ground, making him panicked. Oh shoot. He's too close. Midoriya channels 1 for all 50% on his left arm, as he reared his fist back and punched the air, firing a Detroit Smash on Todoroki, who made an ice wall on his behind. Damn it. What are you exactly trying to do, Midoriya? Todoroki growled, as he pushed away the ice from his body and got up. Until, Midoriya noticed that his right side was trembling, the frost appeared on his skin, as Midoriya realized that Todoroki used his ice too much, just like Yaoyorozu said. Yaoyorozu is right. He's trembling because he used too much ice on his right side, Midoriya thought, before deactivated full cowl. But still, I'm stronger than you, I think. Thanks, Midoriya. That guy's face is clouded over thanks to you. Let's finish this, Todoroki said. Shit. I overused my right side. I gotta end this, quick. He fired a waves of ice at Midoriya, but suddenly he smirked. Where are you looking at? He fired a 60% Detroit Smash at the waves of ice, which the wind pressure was stronger than last time, as the waves of ice wall shattered into pieces, and the wind pressure hit Todoroki. He tried to stop himself from the sudden knockback by creating ice wall behind him, but no luck as he crashed through 3 ice walls, before creating a larger one as he stopped, he nearly close to the bounds. You bastard. What the hell are you trying to do? Todoroki demanded. You're trembling, Todoroki. Todoroki's eyes widened a little in surprise that he figured out his secret. Quirks are physical abilities too. There's a limit how much cold your body can take, isn't there? And isn't that something you could solve by using the heat from your left side? Everyone's fighting with everything they've got to win and get closer to their dream. To become number one. You want to win with just half of your strength. You haven't even put a single scratch or bruise on me, you know. So, come at me with everything you've got. Midoriya shouted, glaring at Todoroki, as he growled furiously. Young Midoriya. Shoto isn't you either. That boy. Midoriya. What are you planning? Everything I've got. You. Did my damn old man but you off or something? Todoroki growled, his face full of anger as he dashed toward Midoriya, but his movements was slow. Now I'm anger. He jumped toward Midoriya, attempting to punch him. Much to his surprise, Midoriya ducked down, his body and eyes glow electric, green aura. He punched right into Todoroki's stomach with his right fist at 2% as he was sent to the ground. As everyone gasped in shock. He got a hit on Todoroki. But man, this kid is very strong. Isn't he kinda familiar? I know that boy, he's from last year, during the sludge villain incident. Oh, now I know him. No wonder why he looks familiar. I hate to admit it, but this kid is powerful than the number 2 hero's kid. Todoroki began to cough, more frost appear on his body. Why? Todoroki fired a wave of ice at him, but the ice becomes slower and weaker because of the frost around his body. Midoriya easily dodged with full cowl at 5%, Todoroki approached him, but Midoriya fired a 7% Delaware smash at him, making him fly straight into his own ice. They watched as Todoroki tried to get in close to Midoriya, but Midoriya kept flicking his finger at him. This kid's too powerful. These two could already become a hero. A pro-hero said from the crowd. Should I stop him, Midnight? He appears to desperately trying to get in close to Midoriya. He doesn't care about the frost on his body. If he keeps up on this, he's going to die, Samantha said, as Midnight hesitated, but she let the match continues. Todoroki is being careless, he doesn't want to use the heat on his left side because of something. But man, Midoriya sure do find a way to control his power. It's stronger than I expected, and his movements are fast that Todoroki wasn't able to hit him. What is he doing? He should have already defeated Todoroki, Aizawa thought. All Might. I want to be like him. In order to do that, I have to be strong enough to become number one. My motivation might seem trivial compared to yours. Todoroki fired small waves of ice at him, due to the frost around his body is increasing. Midoriya jumps up, using full cowl at 5%, as he punched Todoroki's stomach, forcing him out of bounds, as Todoroki stopped by making ice barrier behind him. Why? Are going so far? Because I want to live up to everyone's expectations. I want to be able to smile and respond to them. To be an awesome hero. That's what I want to be, Midoriya shouted, as Todoroki froze. Shoto. That's why. Midoriya had but Todoroki, he had already deactivated full cowl, as Todoroki grunted in pain. Everyone's giving it all. There's no way I can know all of your circumstances, or your resolve. But for you to become number one without giving it your all, to completely reject your father. Right now, I think you should stop screwing around. Midoriya shouted, and Todoroki began to remember his past. Stand up. If you're down by something like this, forget beating All Might, you won't even be able to take the small fry villains. Please stop. He's only 5. He's already 5. Get out of my way, Ray. Mom. Suddenly, his entire right side slowly turned frost. Shut up. Just. Shut up. Todoroki growled. Midoriya charge up 2% smash. I don't wanna, Mom. I don't want to be like Dad. I don't want to become someone who bullies you, Mom. But you want to be a hero, right? It's okay to you to be one. As long as you have a future you feel strongly about. That's why I will win. Midoriya punched his stomach, the frost on his right side were shattered, but it keeps appearing slowly, as Todoroki was lost in his memories. Don't look at that, Shoto. They're from a different world than you. You have a job to surpass All Might. Then, Todoroki began to remember about the time his mother went crazy, poured boiling water on his left side, and starts to grow hatred on Endeavor. I will reject my old man's power. Todoroki, getting up, as Midoriya grit his teeth in frustration. It's your power, not his. Midoriya shouted, as Todoroki's eyes widened in surprise and realization. Yup, that's correct. Children inherit quirks from their parents. But the important thing is not that connection, but recognizing your own flesh and blood, recognizing yourself. That's what I mean when I say, I am here. You see. But you want to be a hero, don't you? It's okay for you to be one. Before I knew it, I had forgotten. You don't have to be a prisoner of your own blood. It's okay for you to become who you want to be. Finally, his left side started to steam, before it engulfed into scorching hot flames, as the temperature on the tournament becomes hotter. This is? The fire's here, Uraraka said, as everyone were sweating from the heat. In battle, I will never use my left side. He used it, Ilda exclaimed in shock. You made him use his left side. Young Midoriya, don't tell me you're trying to save young Todoroki. Toshinori though. Even though you want to win, Todoroki said, as the frost on his right side began to melt. Damn it. To help your enemy. Now which one of us is screwing around now? Midoriya gasped in shock. Now, do you still want to become a hero? Midoriya said, with a wide, yet excited grin, as Todoroki grinned to himself. Yes. Endeavor grinned in excitement. Sure. He excitedly shouted, the flames on his body blaze up. Huh. President Mike said, confused as Endeavor walks down the stairs, making everyone in the tournament looking at him, except he too combatant. Have you finally accepted yourself? That's it. Good. It all starts from here for you. With my blood you will surpass me. You will fulfill my desire. Endeavor praised, as unbeknownst to everyone except Midoriya, Todoroki smiled a little, and shed a tear, but it quickly evaporated because of his left side. Endeavor suddenly shouts encouragement. Such a doting father, yo. Wow. Midoriya whispered in awe, smiling widely. Hey, why are smiling? In this situation. You're crazy. Don't blame me for what happens next. Then, waves of ice appear behind him, his hair flying upwards, as his scorching hot flames blazing up. Midoriya's leg starts glowing and emitting sparks, with red-colored, vein-like streams coursing throughout his legs, as the sleeves was torn apart from the power. Midnight. If they keep going, it'll be bad. Cementos shouted, as he slammed his fists into the ground. Their bodies won't hold up, Midnight said, as she used her quirk, attempting to make the two falls asleep. Todoroki generated giant glacier-like waves of ice at Midoriya, as he lunged toward Todoroki with 100%. Try to get in close. And give him everything I've got. Come at me with your full power, Todoroki. Midoriya shouted, as he channels one for all 100% on his right arm. As Todoroki melted the glacier-like ice with his flames in 3 seconds, as he moved his left fist up. Midoriya. Thanks. He finished, before he fired the flames at Midoriya, and he thrust his hand at Todoroki, firing up power shockwaves and air pressure on him. Cementos created 5 walls, hoping that it would stop the attacks, as it was too late as the walls shattered into many pieces, creating the biggest and powerful wind pressure and shockwaves. What the? Midnight was blown away from her stage, as Shoji was holding Mineta's leg from being blown away. Holy crap. Mineta shouted. Yo, seriously. Kaminari said. What happened? Yaoyorozu said, blocking the air pressure and shockwaves with her arms. Both the shockwaves and air pressure stopped, as Cementos got up. Just because something is powerful doesn't mean it's good, but this is amazing, he said, and President Mike falls down his chair. What was that just now? What the heck is up with your class? The air that had been cooled thoroughly was suddenly heated up and expanded. That's what created this explosion. Just how hot was that? Geez, I can't see a thing. Hey, Midnight, who won the match? Midnight got up with a groan, as she rubbed the back of her head, until she gasped in shock. When the steam began to clear out, everyone gasped in shock and surprise, their eyes widened the same, including Endeavor, as they realized. Both of them were out of bounds. Todoroki was unconscious. As he falls down on the ground, Midoriya was on the wall, breathing heavily, as he was trying to figure out what happened. Both Midoriya and Todoroki is out of bounds. But Todoroki is knockout, Midnight said before printing her wiper on Midoriya. Midoriya advances to the final round. There were a long silence, before everyone erupted into cheers for the amazing fight. Midoriya just stood there, in pure disbelief, as he watched as Todoroki regain his conscience and Midoriya falls down, the bones inside his legs and right arm crack a little. Midoriya. Midoriya looked up, and saw Todoroki, looking down on him. Can you move? Todoroki asked, as Midoriya shook his head. Then 2 medic robots arrived with a stretcher, as they placed Midoriya on the stretcher, and Midoriya was carried away by the robots. And Todoroki began to walk back into his tunnel. When Todoroki went back into the tunnel he came out of, he was met with Endeavor, who was smiling at him. "You're in my way." "You're not going to say that," Endeavor asked. "You need to control your left side. You're just letting it all out, and it's very dangerous. But you have abandoned your childish tantrum and finally become a perfect upgrade of me. After you graduate, come work for me. I'll lead you down the path of the mighty," Endeavor said, extending his hand to him. "There's no way I can abandon anything. It's not something that can be so easily reversed. It's just, back then, for that one moment, I forgot about you," Todoroki said, causing Endeavor eyes widened in surprise as Todoroki walked past him. "Whether that is a good thing or a bad thing, whether it is correct or not, I need to think about it. I won't choose the path you took. I choose mine. I need to speak with Midoriya about something," Todoroki said, as Endeavor watched him leave. "Kiss." Recovery Girl kissed his right hand, as it healed. "There, that should do it," she said before wrapping the bandage out of his hand, and Midoriya looked at his hand, which was back to normal. "This time, I won't scold you, since you were finally able to control one for all," she said, as Midoriya smiled and nodded. Suddenly, the door burst open, revealing Hilda, Uraraka, Mineta, Azuri, Yaoyorozu, as All Might shoot out blood. "Midoriya, Deku. Are you okay? Gosh, you all scared me," All Might whispered before Uraraka looked on him. "Oh, nice to meet you." "Yeah." He waved them hello. "Hey everyone, what about the final match?" Midoriya asked, and Hilda answered him. "Since that the stage was destroyed, they're taking a break to repair it, and so you can rest a little before your match with Bakugo start," Hilda said, and Midoriya nodded. "That match earlier is scary, Midoriya. What pro's gonna want that?" Mineta said, as Yaoyorozu uppercut him. "Are you stupid, pervert?" Midoriya didn't receive any damages until the last moment. Yaoyorozu growled, which Mineta furiously nodded. "Well, at least I can rest for a bit, before my match with Ka-chan starts," Midoriya said, as he closed his eyes. "Midoriya." Everyone looked at the doorstep, seeing Todoroki. He changed his clothes into a new one. "Oh, Todoroki. Are you alright?" Izuku asked, as Todoroki nodded. "I just need a little healing, that's all," he said, as Recovery Girl kissed his cheek. His bruises were recovered and he thanked Recovery Girl, before grabbing a chair, and put it next to Midoriya and he sat on it. "I want to ask you something, if you mind?" Midoriya nodded, as Todoroki sighed. "Thanks for making me realize that my left side is my power, not my old man's," Todoroki said, in his usual monotone voice and dull eyes. "I'm glad that you finally realized it. So, that means you're gonna use your left side now?" "I'm not sure. Ever since our match, I've been thinking if I made the right decision. Whether to use it again, or not. I want you to tell me about it," Todoroki said, surprising Midoriya. "Todoroki. You made the right decision," Midoriya said, as there was a long pause before Todoroki got up. "Thanks for answering my question. Get some rest," he said before leaving the room. "Well, that was something of him," Yaoyorozu said, as she smiled and turned away. "Anyway, Todoroki is right. Midoriya needs some rest before his match with Bakugo starts." They nodded before leaving the room. After a few seconds, the door immediately burst open. "Holy shit. You alright, Izuku?" Nana shouted. "Geez, kid, you really have to go all out, huh?" Gran Torino said. Yeah, I'm alright." "Well, thank God, you have me so worried, kid." Nana punched his shoulder, softly, and Midoriya sheepishly chuckled. After a while, Midoriya got off the bed, as he and All Might, including Nana, was walking down the hallway. His match with Bakugo starts in 5 minutes. Gran Torino wasn't with them because he's going out for taiyaki. "All Might. You originally became a teacher at UA. To find a successor, right?" Midoriya asked, and All Might looked at him. "That's correct." "Why?" "Putting everything I had into the UA Sports Festival, I could physically feel everyone's strong emotions of not wanting to give in. So I..." Midoriya trailed off, as All Might answered him. "I know what we're gonna say. One for all is the crystallization of power. For those who have quirks. Take young Todoroki for an example. If he were to inherit it, then with the super strong on top of his half-cold half-hot, he would probably become a superhero. Then. But hey, you know, I was in fact quirkless too," All Might said, as Midoriya stopped and turned around in shock. "You were quirkless. It wasn't as rare as for your generation, but it was still uncommon. Nana had her Painrance quirk, But even so, she believed in me and gave one for all to me, and raised me to become a hero," Toshinori said, as Nana smiled and nodded. "Why you two never told me that?" "Because you never asked us. Even though I thought you would when me and Torino was training you," she said with a thumbs up. "All might. You were quirkless, too. Like me?" Izuku asked, clearly shocked and disbelief that his idol was quirkless. "Yeah. At first, I saw the old me in you. But you have gone beyond what I imagined, time and time again. There is something that only you can draw out." "I believe that," All Might said. "Now your match about to start. Get ready," Nana said, as Midoriya nodded, determination on his face, as he walked out of the tunnel. It's finally the last battle of the UA High School Sports Festival. The top of the first years will be decided with this one match. After fixing the stage, let's rumble. From the hero course, Izuku Midoriya versus. Also formed the hero course, Katsuki Bakugo. Now. Start. As soon as President Mike finished, Bakugo launched himself toward Midoriya, as Midoriya charged up full call at 25%, and Bakugo tried to strike him with a right swing explosion. Midoriya disappeared behind him, and punched his back. Bakugo growled, and blast his face with an explosion. Midoriya landed on the ground, before he flicked his fingers at Bakugo, who dodged the incoming shockwaves, by blasting himself into the air. Both of them grinned, and Bakugo lunged toward Midoriya, who used full call at 50%. When Bakugo attempted to grab his face, he disappeared behind Bakugo, surprising everyone, as Izuku tried to grab Katsuki's back jacket. But he turned around, and put both his hands together, and fired a massive explosion at Midoriya, who didn't have time to dodge, as he was struck by the powerful explosion. Instead of falling down, Midoriya grabbed Bakugo's jacket, making the ash-blonde teenage eyes widened. "What's with that movements?" Bakugo thought, before he was about to throw out of bounds, until he stopped by making explosion to proper himself. He launched himself at Midoriya, as Midoriya tried to grab him, but Bakugo used an explosion on his left side, before grabbing Midoriya's face and tried to throw him out of bounds. The same that he did, Midoriya stopped by using Delaware Smash on the ground. He decreased the percentage into 20. Both of them rushed toward each other, as Midoriya reared his right fist, Bakugo's right palm superheated, and both of them scream and punch each other face. Before they fall down on the ground, Midoriya instantly got up and grabbed Bakugo's collar and throws him out of bounds. Bakugo used explosion to stop himself, as he got on one knee, panting heavily. "Damn it. This is harder than I thought, even if I try to make Deku out of bounds." He would just flick his fingers to stop the throwing. Not to mention, we're fighting the same way all over and over again. Shit, I need to finish off that damn nerd, Bakugo thought, before Midoriya deactivated full cowl and fall on his knees. What? Looks like both powerhouse are now exhausted. Who will win this match? Midoriya or Bakugo? President Mike shouted, as everyone cheers for the broccoli boy. Wow, looks like Midoriya is putting up a real fight, Yayarosa said, as she looked at Uraraka and she looked back, then nodded. What do you think of this match, Ilda? She was cut off when they noticed that Ilda wasn't here. Hey, have you guys seen Ilda? Uraraka asked her classmates. Kaminari nodded. I heard him that his brother was attacked by a villain. So he's going to check him out on Hosa General Hospital, he said, which surprised everyone. You mean Ingenium? A villain got him? Ciro asked, and Kaminari nodded, remembering how Ilda's expression was full of worry and panic. Back onto the field, both Bakugo and Midoriya exchanged normal punches, as they punched each other face last time, before they collapsed, panting heavily. HH. Whoa, and never expected a useless nerd like you back then would pack a lot of punch, Bakugo said, getting up with an excited smirk, which Midoriya got up and smiled widely. See curious. Nah, come at me with everything you've got, Deku, you damn bastard. Bakugo dashed toward him, explosions appearing on his palms. Katsuki launched himself to the air and uses explosions to propel himself in a circular motion to create a tornado. Midoriya's right hand starts glowing and emitting sparks, with red-colored, vein-like streams coursing throughout his hand, as he reared his hand back. Going to break his right hand again. Howitzer. Impact. Detroit Smash. Both move collied, as it creates a massive and powerful shockwave, blowing everyone away, as Minato was crashed into a wall, when Shoji tried to grab him, again, but failed as everyone covers their view with their arms. Again. I can't see a thing. When the smokes were clear, both Bakugo and Midoriya was standing, their legs shaking, as they both look straight into their eyes. Midoriya winched in pain, as he starts wobbling for a second, before the most shocking thing happened. Bakugo starts to fall down, eyes closed, as he collapsed on the ground. And Midnight came over to check if he was alright. As Midoriya's eyes widened in shock, before he crashed into his knees in disbelief. Bakugo is knocked out. Which means Midoriya wins. Everyone erupted into loud cheers, including everyone from Class A. I won. I really won against Ka-chan. Midoriya whispered, in disbelief and shock, as Bakugo regained his conscience, getting up with a groan and look at Midoriya with a scoff. Alright, you won, just get over with it, you damn nerd. He growled, before standing up, including Midoriya. And now, all of the events have been completed. The winner of this year's first year UA Sports Festival is from Class A, Izuku Midoriya. After a while, everyone came down into the field. All of the first year events for this year's UA Sports Festival have been completed. And now, we will begin the award ceremony. Midnight announced, as the stage comes up, showing Midoriya in the first place, looking very nervous and shy, Bakugo in the second place with his face full of anger as he was biting his underlips, which made everyone's sweat drop, and Todoroki on the third place, looking calm. As Midnight winked at the cameras, which surprised Midoriya. Wait, is that for the media? Midoriya quietly said. Now, we will award the medals. The presentation of the medals will, of course, be by this man. Then, everyone heard All Might's laughing, as they smile widely and look up. It's All Might. I have brought the medals here, our very own hero, All Might. They both said, which everyone paused and All Might looked at her, bodies shaking but kept a straight face, as Midnight's sweat drop and look apologize. I talked over you, sorry. She apologized with a nervous smile. This year's first years are so lucky. They've got the number one hero watching them. And now the All Might, please present the medals, starting with third place. Midnight said, handling All Might a bronze medal. Young Todoroki, congratulations. Judging by your expression, you decided that you will use your left side. All Might asked, which Todoroki nodded. Yes, Midoriya's words made me realize. He said, it's your power, not his. I think I understand a little why you are interested in him. I wanted to become a hero like you. But I didn't think it would be right for me to be the only one to break away. There is still something I must settle, Todoroki said, surprising Midoriya, as All Might nodded and embraced him into a hug. The look on your face is completely different from before. I won't ask about the details. I'm sure that you will be able to do what you need to do, All Might said, patting him behind. Yes. Young Bakugo, congratulations. All Might, and tried to put the steel medal on him, but Bakugo refused. All Might, he growled, which All Might raised a curious eyebrows. I don't want it. It's frickin' trash. Bakugo shouted, eyelids were big and twitching in anger. Holy crap, his face is so amazing. Take this medal, okay. Think of it as a wound, so you never forget, All Might said. I said I don't want it, damn it. Now. He tried to put the medal on his neck, but Bakugo refused, which ends up on his nose. I told you, I don't want the damn thing. Then, the medal were put on his mouth, which All Might turn around with a sweat drop. I guess I nailed it. Now then, young Midoriya. Good job on winning the sports festival. Here, he said, and put the golden medal on his neck, as Midoriya grabbed it and looked at it with a smile. Thanks, All Might. All Might nodded, and hugged him, before releasing it and turned around. Well, they were the winners this time. But listen here. Anyone here could have ended up on these podiums. It's just as you saw. Competing. Improving each other. And climbing even further. The next generation of heroes is definitely sprouting. So, I have just one more thing to say. Everyone, please say it with me. Ready, go. Thanks for your hard work, plus Ultra. There were a long pause before everyone starts shouting. What? It should have been. Plus Ultra. There, All Might. Everyone shouted in unison, which All Might's sweat drop. Oh, well, I thought everyone worked hard. After a while, everyone changed their PE clothes back into their student clothes, as every student went back to class. Good work. So there will be no school in 1 week. Let your injuries rest. I'm sure the pro heroes who watch the sports festival will want to recruit you, but we'll consolidate everything and announce it once you got back from weekend. So rest well, and look forward to that. Aizawa said. Yes, sir. Next day, Todoroki put on his shoes and slid open the door. "Shoto, where are you going?" his sister, Fuyumi Todoroki asked as he turned to her. "The hospital." "What? All of a sudden? Why?" "Wait, Shoto, is it okay not to tell Dad?" "Yeah. Why do you want to see Mom now, after all this time?" "I'll be back." Ever since that day, I thought my presence would put pressure on Mom, so I never went to see her. I'm sure she continues to be bound by me. By Dad. That's why, in order to aim to become a hero again with this body, with everything I have, Todoroki thought, as he now at her doorstep, he hesitated at first, but accepting it, as he slid open the door. A beautiful woman with shoulder-length hair, white hair, and gray eyes was sitting on the bed, looking out the window. "Mom." The woman turned around, slowly as Todoroki approached her. "This is my starting line. That's how I fell," he thought. In the Bakugo household, everything was so peaceful and quiet, birds chirping, and flowers blooming, until... Dai. Damn germs. Bakugo screamed, while brushing his teeth angrily, as he continues to yelling. "Katsuki, don't wake up at noon and start yelling," his mother shouted, as Bakugo's yelling got even louder and louder. What a loud day for the neighbors. Izuku sighed when he put on his black t-shirt. Today he was going to Bakugo's house, which he felt that he shouldn't go, but he have to do, or otherwise he'll probably receive an explosion to the face by him, as he stepped out his door, wearing his black t-shirt, dark blue baggy jeans, white socks, then put on his red boots. "Ready to go?" Inko asked, as Izuku nodded, and they went to the Bakugo household. After a while, they were at the doorstep of Katsuki Bakugo house, as Inko knocked the door. "Katsuki? Check the door." Bakugo's mom, Mitsuki, shouted. "You do it, old hag. Right now, you useless crap." "Fine." Both Midoriya sweat drop. Are they always like this? They thought, before the door opened, revealing to be Bakugo, wearing a black t-shirt with skull logo, black pants, and white socks. "Oh, it's just Deka and his mom," Bakugo said, as Inko waved him. "Nice to see you again, Katsuki. I see that you and Izuku are good friends, right?" she kindly asked, but Bakugo immediately knew the aura around her. The same aura he felt around his mother. Yes, and Inko, I have been treating Deka well," Bakugo nervously stated, which Inko nodded and smiled sweetly, but Bakugo was wreaking havoc inside. Even though he is really violent, he is scared of his mother and Inko, because when he and Midoriya was 5, he hurt Midoriya so hurt that he was sent into the hospital. Of course, he was met with an angry Inko and Natsuki who punished him by making him eat a lot of fart candy. He turned around and walks away. "Anyway, come in," he said, sweating bullets. After we greet his mother, Bakugo led Midoriya to his room. He closed the door and glared at him. "Anyway, take a seat, you dumbass," he growled, as Midoriya gulped, before he sat on his chair and Bakugo hid on his bed. "So, what do you want to talk about?" "The old hag wants me to be friends with you again. So, I hate to say this. Wanna be friends again, bastard?" Bakugo said, which Midoriya's eyes widened in shock. "TSK, whatever, just forget I would be happy to be friends with you again, Ka-chan," Midoriya happily said, and smiled brightly. That Bakugo grabbed a sunglasses from his table and put on it. "Stop smiling, you're too bright to see in the eyes," he growled, which Midoriya nodded before their phone had a notification sound, as they check on it. "Pinky, hey everyone. Wanna have a class a hangout?" They looked at each other, before Bakugo rolled his eyes while shrugging his shoulders. Apparently, Mina and Hagakure made a class a group, so they could talk to each other. "Manly boy, really? Awesome, I'm in." "Tape guy, I'm in too." "Earphone Jack, me too." Everyone from class agreed to hang out, while Bakugo didn't reply. "Manly boy, hey Bakugo. Wanna hang out with us?" "Kinji explosion murder, fine, whatever." "Ice cream, sure, I have nothing to do anyway." "Yamamo, Midoriya." "Lems Mashimi, sure. Anyway, you're gonna wear in that?" Bakugo asked, and Midoriya nodded. "It'll take a lot of time for me to go back to my apartment and change," he said, as Bakugo sighed. "Get out of my room, nerd, I gotta change and go back to your house to change. I don't see you in that," Bakugo said, which Midoriya nodded as he left the room. After a while, Midoriya changed his clothes into a black pants, white t-shirt, dark green hoodie, black socks and his usual boots, while Bakugo wears a black chain jeans, red tank top, black hoodie, white socks, black sneakers and a black fingerless gloves. The clothes that Midoriya wears was from Bakugo's suggestion. As everyone decided to go to Dagoba Municipal Beach Park, there are some didn't come like Koji and Ilda. Ilda is still with his brother on the Hosu General Hospital, and Koji is still shy as ever. He is even shy than Midoriya. When he and the ash blonde hair teen arrived at the beach, they saw their entire classmates, talking and chatting, waiting for them. "Hey, Midoriya and Bakugo is here," Mina said as they turned to him, surprised that both Midoriya and Bakugo are walking together, his expression calm, not glaring at him but on the ground. Why is Bakugo with you? I thought he would be angry if you walk with him," Zero said, pointing at him, as he glared at Zero. "Shut up, tape face, me and the nerd are friends now, and I don't want to hear any of your crap out words," Bakugo said, annoyed, as they just nodded, not wanted to receive an explosion to the face by him. "Anyway, since that Midoriya and Bakugo is here, what are we doing here?" Yaoyorozu asked. "We're going to relax here, before we'll go to Kiashi Ward Shopping Mall," Ashido said, which everyone just nodded, but Midoriya was blushing. "Oh no. Hey, aren't those Class A? From the sports festival?" a person said, as everyone looked at them in surprise. "It is. Oh my gosh. It's Izuku Midoriya. The guy who got first place in the obstacle course, cavalry battle, and the one-on-one battle. I'm a huge fan." A woman squeaked, as many females approach him, likely that he was adorable and cute and wanted his autograph. "Damn it, Midoriya. You are already getting popular with girls," Mineta screamed, falling on his knees, and everyone watched in surprise, as Midoriya shyly signed their autographs. "I never know that Midoriya could be this popular," Jiro said in disbelief, and Yaoyorozu nodded her head. "True, because he won the sports festival, and got first place on every competition. Right now, I think that once weekend is off, he'll likely receive a lot of offers from heroes because of his quirks," Yaoyorozu said, but she actually feeling very jealous of the females that Midoriya was trying to get out there. "Jealous," Jiro teased, which Yaoyorozu blushed and turned to her. What? "No," she said before she turns away. "Excuse me, Mr. Midoriya." A young girl tugged his sleeve, which Midoriya nervously looked down, and saw the girl waiting for an autograph. "Can I have an autograph?" Midoriya smiled, and nodded, and signed the girl's autograph. And here I thought that Todoroki, or Bakugo would be swarmed by people, because Todoroki is Endeavor's son. But didn't expect that Midoriya was taking a lot of attention, Kaminari said, a bit jealous of him. After Midoriya was done signing their autographs, he was at the beach, without his hoodie on, and every male was shirtless, except the girls, who wears a swimsuit by Yaoyorozu creating the swimsuits for them. Midoriya sighed, as he was sitting on the sand ground, watching the sea and memories of him being here. The place where he started. "Yo, Midoriya. Come take your shirt off and swim," Zero said, and Midoriya and shook his head. "No, I think I'll just Come here, you shitty nerd," Bakugo shouted, as he forcefully grabbed Midoriya's shirt off, and he and everyone froze there in shock, and Midoriya shyly got up. "What the hell? You got 8 abs?" Everyone shouted, as the girls was blushing furiously, and they tried to look away Midoriya's 8 rock-hard abs and muscles, but failed. I never expected Deku would be this buff. Uraraka squeaked, as Yaoyorozu was in no better condition. Her entire body and face was bright red, her nose leaking down blood, and swirls on her eyes. Holy. Midoriya is so amazing, she said, and a wide smirk appeared on her face, before she fall on the water, which Jiro immediately caught her. How are this buff, Deku? Bakugo whispered, shocked and surprised, as he dropped his shirt on the ground, and Midoriya covers his face with his hands. Ah! Midoriya silently screamed, and Bakugo was just standing there, completely gobsmacked. He only had 6 abs and muscles. But he never expected that Deku would be this buff as hell. Normally, he thought he only had 4 abs and muscles. But gosh, he didn't expected this to happen. After they were done, they were now at Kiashi Ward Shopping Mall, wearing back their clothes, as everyone decided to leave both Midoriya and Yaoyorozu alone, while they go to see and buy some stuff, or whatever. What you wanna do? Midoriya asked, turning to Yaoyorozu. Wanna go to the arcade? She suggested, which Izuku nodded, as the two walked to the arcade. I have been meaning to ask you, ever since Bakugo took off your shirt. She asked, a blush appeared on her face, as Midoriya's eyes widened and blushed furiously. How did you get so ripped? I did tell you about Painrance, alright. Her eyes widened in realization, forgotten about the time when she and Izuku were at the taps, and him explaining his quirks. Oh, I see. When they arrived at the arcade of again, a lot of people were awed to see Midoriya was at the mall, and they took their opportunity to surrounded him and begged him to sign their autographs, as Midoriya does his thing, and Yaoyorozu watching with a sweat drop. You're pretty much famous now. After that long signing their autographs, Midoriya and Yaoyorozu step inside the arcade, as they play a gun game. When Midoriya looked at Yaoyorozu, he noticed how excited she was, which made it look cute, as he turns away, a deep blush on his face. His feelings for her are too darn strong. Hey Midoriya. Let's try that candy claw machine over there, she said, which Midoriya smiled and nodded. Yaoyorozu was struggling to get a candy with the claw machine, but no luck, as she groaned in defeat and Midoriya giggled. Let me try it, he said, putting a coin inside, as he successfully get candy, easily, which surprised her. How are so good at this? I sort of have a good eyes, I guess. Midoriya joked, which the two laughed. Unknown to them, Jiro and Ishido was there, looking at them. They look at each other, before they slowly stopped laughing, as Yaoyorozu leaned down a little, before stopping and Midoriya moved his head to her a little, stopping. As Yaoyorozu slowly leaned down to him, and both of them closed their eyes, and their lips were only 3 inches away, they could felt their fast breathing hitting on their lips. Holy shit. They squeak and then around, their entire face red, as Ishido and Jiro was looking at them. Jiro's jaws hit the ground and Ishido constantly squeaking. You two nearly kiss. Sorry. I lose them my cool. Midoriya apologized, feeling very embarrassed for doing that. It's alright, Midoriya. I didn't know what I was doing. My body moved by itself. Yaoyorozu said, as she covers her mouth, not believing what she just did. I'm in love. Both of them thought, looking away, looking very embarrassed, and a deep blush on their face. After they were done hanging out, they say their goodbyes, and it was raining. Which leaves us to Midoriya and Yaoyorozu. Midoriya couldn't get back to his apartment because the train is closed, so he called his mom. Hello? His mother said on the phone. Hi mom, can I stay at my friend's house tonight? It's now raining and the train is closed. Oh, sure. It's not a problem at all. Because me and Bakugo's mom are going on a vacation, so you won't be seeing me for 1 week. Okay, see you soon. Bye, honey. She hung up, as Midoriya sighed and turned to her, blushing crazily. My mom said yes. I can stay at your house. Midoriya said, which Yaoyorozu nodded, but in the inside, she exploded into happiness and joy. You can stay with me for a few days if you wanted to, she said, brushing her hair to her ear, which Midoriya froze there in shock, surprise and disbelief. Sure. I'll, be staying over your house for days. Midoriya shudders, a shy and embarrassed smile on his face, clutching his chest with his hands, which him look very, very adorable. That damn smile. Once they got to Yaoyorozu's house, or mansion you could say. She opened the door, which Midoriya were godsmacked how rich Yaoyorozu was. I knew why you were rich, but I didn't expect you to be this rich, Midoriya said, and Yaoyorozu giggled. So, I guess once I woke up, I went back to my apartment, packing up some clothes, and come live here for a bit. Yaoyorozu nodded, smiling at him, which Midoriya put on his hood, gripping on it and covering his eyes with his hood. Honey. Who is this? Yaoyorozu's mother said. Her name was Nagao Yaoyorozu. Oh. This is Izuku Midoriya, he's my best friend. And I asked him if he wanted to live with us for a couple days before he'll get back to his apartment. Yaoyorozu said, which Nagoya raised a surprised eyebrows. She looked a lot like Yaoyorozu, but she wasn't tying ponytail, her hair reached her back, and same onyx eyes like Yaoyorozu. Really? So you're that Izuku Midoriya? The one who saved my daughter at the entrance exam, and the one who won the entire sports festival yesterday. Yaoyorozu nodded, and Nagoya smiled widely and hugged Izuku, who was surprised. Thanks very much, young man. Thanks for saving my daughter, Nagoya said, and Midoriya nodded. Babe. What's with all the fuses? Nagoya's husband, Sakiyasa Yaoyorozu said, his eyes were tired, before he noticed Midoriya and glared at him. Who is this boy? What he's doing here? Sakiyasa ordered, which everyone could felt the aura around him. Dad? He's my best friend, and the boy who saved me, remember? Like I care, I want him out of my house. They gasped in shock, couldn't believe what Sakiyasu just said. Why? Did I do something wrong? Midoriya said, which Sakiyasu approached him, glaring down at him. First of all, I'm grateful that you saved my daughter. But you're a danger magnet, I've seen your records. You are nothing but a quirkless guy. And I don't like a quirkless people like you dating my daughter. Now leave, Sakiyasu said, which Midoriya stepped back, his hair covering his eyes. What the hell, Dad? Didn't you watch the sports festival? Yaoyorozu shouted, gripping her fists in anger. Don't shout at your father. I didn't watch it because it's a waste of my time. I won't let a quirkless people like him date my daughter. Sakiyasu growled, and he oushed Midoriya away. Now leave, you quirkless loser. Those words, the memories started to flood on his head, as tears were at the corner of his eyes. And Midoriya. I'm sorry, but could we tell? Yaoyorozu was cut off when Midoriya suddenly turned away, his tears hit on her cheek. Your father is right. I'm just a quirkless loser. He then stormed off, ignoring Yaoyorozu's begging. Midoriya, wait. She called him out, but he kept running and running, until he was at the gate. He charged up full cowl at 47%, and he punched the gate, sending a powerful wind pressure on it, destroying it into many pieces, as he disappeared. That stupid brat. Breaking the damn gate. I'll call the police. Sakiyasu growled. He was about to grab his cell phone, until Nagoya slapped him, hard that he was sent to the ground. What the hell was that for? Are you an idiot? Go watch the sports festival videos and you'll understand. Shut up. I don't want to see that quirkless brat on the damn stupid competition. As the two continues to argue, Yaoyorozu run out of her house, searching for Midoriya, as the green-haired boy falls down a building, his eyes leaking out tears of sadness, as the memories started to flash on his head. You should give it up. I'm sorry, Izuku. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You can't become a hero. You're nothing but a quirkless shithead. Come back here, Deku. You're a quirkless loser. Stop it. Midoriya begged, hitting the ground repeatedly. As he was at Dagoba Municipal Beach Park, it took him a while for him to be here, as Midoriya continues to sob. Why, young Midoriya? Midoriya looked up, seeing that All Might, in his true form, looking down at him. What happened? Are you alright? All Might asked, worried about his successor, as he kneeled down and Midoriya hugged him tightly. He called me a quirkless loser. Anger boiled on his blood. He could already feel that his muscle form wanted to kick in. But he refused. Who did it? Yaoyorozu's father. He said that he didn't watch the sports festival, and called me quirkless because of that. Midoriya sobbed, and All Might pat his head, and he buried Midoriya's face on his shoulder. Sure. It's alright, Izuku. I'm here. All Might's here, Toshinori said, as they heard a lot scream behind them. What the hell? Why are you crying, Izuku? Nana screamed. She knees down on Midoriya, and he looked at her with his teary eyes, making Nana hearts shattered. He's been called quirkless by Yaoyorozu's father, Toshinori said, which Nana immediately hugged him. He sobbed loudly, remembering all the 12 years of bullying and harassment. After a while, Midoriya's eyes were bloodshot, his body being carried by Nana, who bridal-style carried him, as she and Toshinori were walking to Midoriya's apartment. She was constantly saying down comfortable words to him, but he was really tired due to the stress. As she sighed. Oh look! Is that your apartment? Nana said, as Midoriya tilted his head a little, before nodding. Midoriya. They stopped and turned around, seeing that Yaoyorozu was running toward them, sweating a lot, as Nana glared at Yaoyorozu, who froze there. What did you want, brat? Izuku had enough of your father's shit-talking. Nana growled, and she looks down when Midoriya tugged her costume. Don't. She's alright. Nana stopped glaring at Yaoyorozu, as she allowed her to approach them. And Midoriya. Are you alright? Midoriya weakly smiled, and nodded. Yes. I can't believe that your father's a scumbag for calling my boy quirkless, Nana said, as they were at Midoriya's apartment, sitting down on the living couch. What? You're his mom. Nana giggled, and shook her head. Nope. But I see him as my child. He's so precious that I'll do anything for him, Nana said, looking at Izuku's room, who he had already sleep. I see. Anyway, about our conversation. What the hell actually happened? Nana asked, serious, as Yaoyorozu explained them the story, which made Nana furious and All Might upset. On the top of that, my father's been mean to me when my quirk manifests. His quirk is called Raj Fire. He can generate flames from his palms, but whenever he got angry, his flames becomes hotter and stronger. But instead of being born with his quirk, I was born with my mother's quirk, which is also creation. Yaoyorozu finished, and Nana cracked her knuckles. I'm gonna out that bastard in his place, Nana said. Even though he's my dad, I don't see him as a father figure, because he sometimes let his anger out on my mom, or me. Yaoyorozu exclaimed, which shocked them. Okay, he needs arrested, Nana corrected, which Toshinori and Yaoyorozu nodded. As the number 6 hero, who I'm about to take edge shot next, needs to solve this problem. Yaoyorozu's eyes widened in shock. Wait. You are a number 6 hero. What's your hero name? Yaoyorozu shouted, and Nana giggled. Calm down, Yaoyorozu. My hero name is called Silver Burst. It's a hero name that I randomly chose because I wasn't sure about hero name. The reason why I called it Silver Burst, because I have gray, electric aura when I used my quirk, Nana said, as she got up, channeling one for all throughout her entire body, as her eyes and body glows gray, electric aura. Whoa! Yaoyorozu whispered in awe, as Nana deactivated her quirk. The technique I used is called Max Intact. It's a technique that covers my entire body with my quirks. Wait. Quirks. Yup, I have 2 quirks. One is called Painrance, and the second is Superpower, Nana said before there was a long pause before Nana and Toshinori's face went blank. Nana. You screw us up. Oops. I guess. Warehouse. What? But those quirks are the same as Midoriya. What the heck is happening? Yaoyorozu said, putting her hands on her head in confusion. Do you think that we can trust her into keeping one for all as a secret? Nana quietly whispered to Toshinori, who shook his head. No. We can't let anyone knows about the quirk, Toshinori said, which Nana nodded. Before they explained that Midoriya inherit Nana's quirks, but the truth, she and All Might give Midoriya half of their one for all, and her quirk, Painrance. After a while, it was morning. As Midoriya opened his eyes, he got up and stretched himself with a yawn. He got off his bed and went to the bathroom. His eyes widened in surprise, as Nana and Toshinori were sleeping on his couch. Before he decided to look at his mother's room, as he silently opened the door, which his eyes widened even more as Yaoyorozu was on his mother's bed, sleeping peacefully. He checked the clock on his wall, which it was 7:47 a.m. The time he sleep is at 11:51 p.m., which Midoriya just shrugged it off, as he does his usual routine. When he arrived back to his apartment, and it was 10:45 a.m., he saw Nana and Toshinori, including Yaoyorozu, sitting on the dining room, eating breakfast. Welcome back, Izuku. Nana greeted him, which Midoriya smiled and waved at her. Hi, Nana. He shudders, before he went to take a shower. Okay, looks like today I'll go meet with you, father, Nana said with a sigh, and Yaoyorozu looked at her. Why? I wasn't meant to be rude, but why now? Because it's been bugging me ever since you told me about him abusing on you and your mother. God, I wondered if your mother's alright, Nana said before they stopped their conversation when Midoriya comes into the dining and eat with them. Once they were done, Nana puts on her gloves, and Toshinori was wearing the clothes he wears yesterday, which was a white t-shirt, black cargo pants, and brown boots. Yaoyorozu and Midoriya went with them, too, as Yaoyorozu wears a dark gray t-shirt, black jeans, white sneakers, and a blue short-sleeved jacket. Midoriya wears a black t-shirt, dark blue medium-length pants and his usual red boots. They were now at the destroyed gate that Midoriya just broke last night, as they walk inside, and opened the door as they heard shouting. So they went to check, which was at a field. Zacchaeus fired a stream of fire at Nagoya, who created a heat-resistance shield as she blocks it. Nana activate Max Intact, as her eyes and body glows gray, electric aura, and she dashed toward them, her legs surging with power. She kicked Zacchaeus in the cheek, sending him into a wall, as he groaned and got up, glaring at Nana. Oh my! If it isn't the number 6 hero. The rising hero. Silver Burst. Zacchaeus growled, which Nana frowned when she saw the burnt scars on Nagoya. Zacchaeus, you are under arrest for abusing your wife and daughter, Nana shouted, and Zacchaeus smirked. I'd like to see you try, he screamed, firing 2 balls of fire at Nana, who stood there, before she reared her fist back, and punched the air, firing a very powerful wind pressure on the fireballs, and it destroyed into pieces. Nana. Midoriya called her out, as she looked at him. Let me do it. I want to prove him that I'm not quirkless. Nana nodded, as she deactivated Max Intact, and appeared in front of them. Because she doesn't need Max Intact to gain speed, in fact, she could move the same way when she used Max Intact. Oh. Really? The number 6 hero is giving up already and let a quirkless loser like this shit for me to kill. That's so nice. Midoriya activate full call at 50%, the green, electric aura glows on his eyes and body, and the electric were longer, bigger and faster. Midoriya disappeared from the blink of eye. As he was behind Zakiyasu, he turned around and tried to burn him with his quirk. But Midoriya fired 3 Delaware smash at his stomach, causing the psychopath to send into a wall, creating a huge dent on it, before he stopped moving and fall down in the ground. The police came and arrested Zakiyasu, who was sentenced to prison in 38 years for abusing his family. As for now, Midoriya was at his apartment, watching movies with Yaoyorozu. After that incident, she apparently decided to stay at his apartment for 5 days before heading back to her house. She already had her suitcases here, and she is sleeping on his mother's bedroom. They were now watching a horror movie, as Midoriya was clutching onto his All Might hoodie, his hood up, and his face full of terror and fear. Since that he hadn't watched horror movie, he was terrified at the first sight. Yaoyorozu was actually calm, but amused at Midoriya. How are you so calm? Midoriya asked, completely terrified as Yaoyorozu giggled. First time. Midoriya nodded before he screamed and buried his face into his hoodie. Can we watch another movie? I guess so. She then switched to another movie, which was a zombie apocalypse movie, and Midoriya relaxed for a bit. Hey. Midoriya looked at her, he tilted his head a little, making him cute. If you're tired, you can rest on my shoulder, if you wanted to. Yaoyorozu shudders, her entire body red, and it took a minute before his entire body became crimson red, steam shooting out of his ears. What? Midoriya opened his ears, he looked up and saw that he was in fact sleeping on Yaoyorozu's shoulder, as flashes of memories appear on his head. Flashback. After they watched a lot of movies, it was 1:10 a.m. As they were watching a romantic movie that Ashio brought for Yaoyorozu to watch. As Midoriya felt the tiredness crawling on his back, as his eyes started to get heavy. Before he gave in, as his eyes were fully closed, and his head on Yaoyorozu's shoulder, making her blush furiously. Midoriya. She shouted, looking at the sleeping Midoriya. She was blushing a lot, her entire body red, as she had swirls on her eyes, not believing that this was actually happening. She looks at Midoriya. And she gotta admit it, JD, he looks so cute and peaceful when he sleeps. She bites her lips, feeling that she wanted to kiss him. As she leaned down and kissed his forehead, luckily he didn't woke up and she removed her lips off his forehead, turning off the TV as she looks away. I can't believe this is really happening. Why Yaoyorozu? Eventually, Yaoyorozu's eyes started to open, as her eyes widened, realizing what just happened, and she got up, her shoulder hitting Midoriya's jaw, resulting him knocking down on the couch. Hey, are you alright, Midoriya? She asked. Her face turned red and Midoriya just gave her a thumbs up, meaning that he was alright. After a while, both Yaoyorozu and Midoriya head to a cafe to eat breakfast, which was near Dagoba Municipal Beach Park, as Midoriya ordered some butter and sugar toast and hot chocolate drink, while Yaoyorozu ordered pancakes, toast and milk. Midoriya was wearing a black t-shirt, dark blue jeans and red boot, while Yaoyorozu wears a red tank top, white hoodie, black pants and black sneakers. So, how did you exactly got this strong? I mean, sure that back on the sports festival, you did pretty amazing against Tokoemi. But the way you fight against Todoroki, Bakugo, and my father, is just pure strong. What have you been doing on those weekend? Yaoyorozu asked. Well, I did say that I could increase the percentage of superpower. So the limit I could use is at 50%. Midoriya said, as their orders arrived. I see. Have you been doing martial arts? No, I use my own fighting style. They both eat their breakfast, and once they were finished and talk, they heard a loud explosion outside, which he and Yaoyorozu immediately rushed toward the scene. Seeing a villain with a water quirk on the sea, as the villain, which was male, firing a stream of water at a mother and son. Midoriya's instincts came, as he charged full call at 50%. In the blink of an eye, he grabbed the mother and son out of the way, and out then next to Yaoyorozu, as they look up, seeing Midoriya. Why? You're Izuku Midoriya. From the sports festival. The boy and Midoriya's hair covers his eyes, and he smiles widely. It's alright. I'll handle this. Even though I don't have my license yet, and the pros will arrive too long, I will defeat that villain. They watched in awe as Midoriya dashed toward the villain, who glares at him as Midoriya jumps up. 4 of his fingers charge up Delaware Smash as he flick his fingers at the villain, who tried to block himself with a shield of water, but the shockwaves went past it and hit the villain, slamming him on the water before getting up. He manipulated water into a dragon as it charged toward 2 couple, and they screamed, not before Midoriya appeared in front of them and punched the air, firing massive wind pressure on it, as the wind pressure hit the villain, causing him to scream and hit the water again. You too. Get out of here. They nodded before they walked into the crowd from the beach, as they watched as Midoriya fight against the villain. The pro hero, Kamui Woods, arrived at the scene, but stopped when he saw a familiar face battling the villain. Could it be? It is the boy who was from the sludge villain incident, and won the sports festival. Kamui whispered, as he sat on the roof, interested if the boy could win against the villain. Even if he didn't have a hero license yet. He saved the people that was still on the beach. He watched as Midoriya grab a civilian that was about to get hit by the villain's attack, and he out the civilian on the crowd, before heading back to fight the villain. This kid is something special, Kamui said, as Midoriya run up on the villain's water hand, before jumping up and yell at the top of his lungs and heart. Detroit Smash. He punched the villain's face, which the wind pressure hit the villain's face as he was sent into the sea, unconscious, and the water that he was manipulating was gone. Slowly, everyone started to cheers for Midoriya, as Kamui jumps down the scene, and Izuku look at him, as he restrained the villain with his quirk and Kamui approach him. Young man, even though you didn't have your license yet, I'm proud that you saved the people and defeated the villain by yourself. This villain is powerful. I have reports about him being on this beach, so I decided to investigate it. But you did very great. Someday, you'll become a great hero, I'm sure of it. Kamui praised as he extended out his hand, and Midoriya gasped and smiled as he shook Kamui's hand. After a while, the Dagoba Municipal Beach Park incident was revealed to public, and the video showing Midoriya saving civilians from the villain and defeated the villain, before Kamui talks to him, and they handshake. Some people started to call Midoriya as a true hero, even he didn't have his license. What he did was reckless for handling the situation without a hero license, but overly brave what he did before the pros could come. Now, Midoriya and Yaoyorozu were back to his apartment. Midoriya's face was blank, a smile on his face as they were watching the news about the reporters showing the video and talk about Izuku Midoriya. Inside, Midoriya was exploding in happiness and joy, but overly proud, and Yaoyorozu was sweating bullets because of the face that Midoriya was making. Are you alright, Midoriya? Midoriya snapped out of his daydream, as he embarrassedly nodded and scratched his head. I am fine. I'm just proud, that's all, Midoriya said with a shy smile, and Yaoyorozu smiled. Looks like some people started to admire you, she said, as they watched as the son that Midoriya saved, he and his mother, saying that one day, he wants to become like him, too. This is so embarrassing. And no, this is so great. I'm finally taking the first step of becoming a hero. Midoriya began to tears up, as tears of happiness were at the corner of his eyes. The apartment door burst open, revealing Nana and All Might, in his true form. Where's my little hero? Nana shouted, as she and Toshinori were carrying bags of food and drink, and she puts the bags on the ground, before hugging Midoriya, who released his tears and smiled widely. I'm so proud of you. What you did was foolish because of you not having a hero license, but what you did was great, Nana said, as she kissed his forehead. Young Midoriya, look. Looks like All Might send you a video, Toshinori said, as everyone looked at the TV, seeing a video that All Might was in. Haha. What this boy did was wrong, because he doesn't have a hero license. But what he did was absolutely great. True hero risks their lives for others, and this is what the young man did. The essence of true hero. The spirit of self-sacrifice. This young man will likely one day become the greatest hero, All Might said before the video ended. Thank you, All Might. Mid sobbed, as he hugged Toshinori, and he and Nana eyes widened in horror. Oh shit. Wait, what? All Might. Yaoyorozu said, confused, which Midoriya stopped sobbing as he realized the mistake. Oh. No. Midoriya let go of the hug, and waved his hands around, his face full of panic and nervous. It's nothing, really. I am here. Tashinori turned into his muscle form. As everyone stops, Yaoyorozu's eyes widened and mouth hanging open, and Midoriya's entire body froze. What the hell? Yaoyorozu shouted, as All Might transformed back into his true. Young Yaoyorozu, I find you trustworthy to know about my condition. Please listen carefully. He then sit down on the couch, looking at Yaoyorozu, as Nana sit next to him. Midoriya sit back next to Yaoyorozu. You cannot tell anyone about my current state. The teachers of UA knows about my condition, and not only the student who knows is only young Midoriya. But I shall tell you the condition I'm in. He then lifted up his shirt, and Yaoyorozu covers her mouth. Her eyes widened in horror when she saw the injury on All Might's stomach. This is an injury I received from a villain 5 years ago. Half of my respiratory organs were destroyed, and I lose my whole stomach. I've become emaciated from repeated surgeries and the after effects. Right now, I can only work as a hero in 1 hour a day. And the rest of time, in this form. Tashinori said, and he lifted down his shirt. You must not tell anyone, and I mean anyone. Even your friends, the teachers and young Midoriya knows my current condition. You cannot write this online, or even accidentally. You cannot tell the people you trusted, because if the words got out, villains will come to kill me. Understand? Yaoyorozu nodded, as she promised that she'll never tell anyone about the secret. I promise, I will not tell anyone about your condition, Yaoyorozu said, and All Might nodded. Oh, by the way, where is Gran Torino? Midoriya asked. He's still in his apartment. Actually, I've decided to live at Tashinori's place for a while, before heading back to his apartment, Nana said, and Midoriya smiled. Then, they spent a few hours talking. Weekends is now gone, as Midoriya was on the train, looking at his phone. Oh, it's Izuku Midoriya, a person said, which everyone on the train looked at him, as they were awestruck to see the boy. It really is him. The kid who won the sports festival and saved the people from the beach park. He's so cute and adorable. I just want to squish his face. He looks smaller than I expected. Man, he's the real thing. So cool. Do your best, hero. Everyone shouted, and Midoriya shyly smiled. I will. After he arrived at UA, he was walking to the entrance of UA, feeling all eyes on him with Yaoyorozu walking next to him, as they were holding their own umbrella on them. Good morning, Midoriya. Yaoyorozu. They turned around, surprised to see Ilda wearing a poncho and rain boots. Ilda. They shouted, and Ilda continues to run. Why are you two walking due slowly? We're going to be late. Late. There's still 6 minutes until the first bell, Midoriya said, as they run after Ilda. UA. Students should always arrive 10 minutes early, he said, as they were inside, and he and Yaoyorozu put their umbrella on the class box. Ilda. If it's about my brother, there is no need to worry. I apologize for worrying you and Yaoyorozu needlessly, he said, turning to them, before taking off his poncho, and walks away. When Midoriya arrived at his class, he was met with tons of questions. That was so awesome, Midoriya, Ashido said, and Midoriya's face was red. So manly? Kirishima shouted, pumping his fists. You were so awesome during the video, Sato said. Yeah, you literally defeated a villain that had escaped from heroes, Kaminari said. Man, even Kamui would praise you, Siro said. Thanks. Midoriya nervously smiled, as they went back to their seats. Aizawa opened the door. His face weren't covered in bandages, but his arms were still covered in bandages, except it was covered by his shirt, as he walks inside. Morning, he greeted. Good morning. Ribbit. Mr. Aizawa, your bandages are gone. I'm glad. The old lady went overboard with her treat. Anyway, let's went back to where I said during your break. Today we're having a special hero informatics class today. Code names. Today, you'll be coming up with hero names, Aizawa said. We're gonna do something very exciting. Everyone shouted before they were silenced when Aizawa's iris glows red, and his hair flying upwards, before he deactivated his quirk. This is related to the Pro Hero draft I mentioned the other day. The draft begin in earnest in the 2nd and 3rd years, after students have gained experience, and can become immediate assets to the pros. In other words, for them to extend offers to first years like you shows that they are interested in your future potential. These offers are often cancelled if that interest dies down by graduation, Aizawa said, and Mineta hit his desk. Adults these days, so selfish. So we'll have to prove ourselves once we get picked. That's correct. And here are the totals for those with offers. Midoriya, yours are probably the first time ever to get a lot of offers. Everyone, including Midoriya, raise curious eyebrows as Aizawa shows them the offers. Midoriya, 9,278. Todoroki, 4,137. Bakugo, 3,559. Tokoemi, 391. Ilda, 384. Yayorozu, 301. Kaminari, 268. Kirishima, 102. Uraraka, 68. Zero, 20. Yes. Midoriya got 9,278 offers from heroes since that he won the sports festival and solved the Dagoba Municipal Beach Park incident. So now in this year, all eyes are 100% on you, Todoroki and Bakugo. Aizawa said, as everyone's jaws hang open, including Midoriya. What? Midoriya's first, Todoroki's second, and Bakugo's third. Jiro whispered in disbelief. This probably the first time that someone got a lot of offers from heroes. Keeping these results in mind, whether or not anyone for you, you will all be participating in internships with pros. Internships. Yeah. At us, you already got to experience combat with real villains, but it will still be meaningful training for you to see pros at work firsthand. So that explains the hero name. Things are suddenly getting a lot more fun now. Well, those whose names are still temporary, but if you're not very serious about it, then the door slide opened. You'll have hell to pay later. Because a lot of hero names used by students become recognized by society, and they end up becoming professional hero names. Midnight said. Well, that's how it is. Midnight will be making sure if your names are okay. Because I can't do stuff like that at all. Aizawa said, getting inside his sleeping bag. In Shoto Aizawa's case. Huh. You haven't decided on a hero name yet. A young present mic to a young Shoto Aizawa. I don't want to be on the news, so I don't care what name I'm gonna have. He said. Alright. Then, you shall be a Racerhead. Present Mike said, pointing at him, which Aizawa thought about it. It sounds cool. I'll go with that then. Aizawa said. When you give yourself a name, you get more concrete image of what you want to be like in the future, and you can get closer to it. This is what it means when they say, names and nature do often agree. Like, All Might. For example. Aizawa finished, falling down on the ground. Okay, let's start presenting names starting with those who are ready. Midnight said, which surprised everyone, and it was Aoyama's first turn. Here I go. Shining hero. I cannot stop twinkling. Which means you can't stop my sparkles. He said, and everyone's face went blank and sweat drop. It's literally a sentence. It'll be easier to use if you take out the I and shorten the cannot to can't. See. Midnight said, removing the I and shorten the cannot to can't. You're right, mademoiselle. It's okay. Then I'll go next. Hero name. Alien Queen. 2. Are you trying to be like the xenomorph from the Alien movie? I wouldn't if I were you. Midnight said, completely terrified, and Ashito walked back to her seat, disappointed. Dang it. She said. Then may I go next? Azui said, raising her hand. Yes. Go ahead, Sue. Rainy season hero. Froppy. That's so cute. It seems very friendly. I like it. Midnight said, and the weird atmosphere changed back into normal as everyone began to cheer her hero name. Study hero. Red Riot. Kirishima said, showing his hero name. Red Riot. You're paying homage to the chivalrous hero. Crimson Riot, right? Well, yes. It's pretty old-fashioned, but the hero image I'm going for is Crimson himself. Kirishima said, and Midnight looked at him, impressed. You're bearing a name you admire, it'll come with that much more pressure. Kirishima pumped his fist. I'm prepared for that. Hearing hero. Earphone jack. That very good. Next. Tentacle hero. Tentacle. It's like a tentacle combined with some octopus. Good. Taping hero. Cellophane. Nice and simple. That's very important. Marital arts hero. Tailman. Your name reflected you body. Sweets hero. Sugarman. So sweet. Pinky. Peachy pink complexion. Stun gun hero. Charge bolt, combining. Charge. With. Lightning bolt. Oh, I feel tingly. Stealth hero. Invisible girl. That's great. Everything hero. Creati. Creative. Shoto. Why your name? Is that okay? Midnight asked, and Todoroki nodded. Yeah. Jet black hero. Tsukiyomi. God of the night. Fresh picked hero. Grape juice. Pop and Kichi. Koji didn't make a sound, so he just showed everyone his hero name, which was Petting hero. Anima. Okay, got it. King Explosion Murder. Bakugo said, which Midnight shook her head. You probably shouldn't use a name like that, she said, and Bakugo glares at her. Why not? You should be Explosion Boy, or Raj Explosion. Shut up, weird hair. Okay, my turn. Uravity. Uraraka said, and Midnight thumbs up. Sounds very stylish. Uraraka sigh in relief. Choosing hero names I'd going more smoothly than I thought it would. All that's left is Bakugo, who needs to rethink his, and Ilda. And Midoriya, right. Ilda was about to write down Ingenium, but choose not to, as he just put Tenya. You're using your first name too, Midnight said, surprised as Ilda walks back to his seat. Midoriya, are you ready? Midoriya nodded, as he went up to the front desk, and showed everyone his hero name, as their eyes widened in surprise and shock. Midoriya. Hey, are you really alright with that? You might be called that forever, you know. Yeah. At first, I didn't like this name until now. It means defenseless Izuku. But a good friend of mine changed the meaning of it, and that had a very huge impact on me. It made me extremely happy. For now, it changed into Defensive Izuku. This is my hero name, he announced, one word on the paper, which was Deku. Bakugo looked slightly surprised, while Uraraka exploded into happiness. And Yaoyorozu smiled. The atmosphere was pleased. Lord Explosion Murder. Okay, the atmosphere was ruined. No, that's still no good. Midnight deadpanned. After that, it was now lunchtime. Now that everyone's decided on their hero names, we'll go back to talking about internships. They will only last for a week. As for where you'll have them, those who had offers from pros will be given your own lists, so you can choose from those yourself. Those who didn't have offers will choose from among 40 agencies around the country that will be accepting our interns. They all work in different places and have different specialties, Aizawa said. For example, 13 would be focused on rescues from accidents and disasters instead of fighting villains, Midnight said, as she and Aizawa walk out of the classroom. Think carefully before you choose. Turn them your choices before the weekend. We've only got 2 days. Make your decision carefully. Dismissed. Then, he closed the door. Todoroki raised a surprised eyebrows when he saw Endeavor Hero Agency, as he decided to internship it, hoping that he would learn something from his father and control his left side. Midoriya took out his phone. As he went outside and dialed Nana's number, he waited before it called. Hello? Hi, Nana. Can I do internship with you in Gran Torino again? Oh, sure. Except that Gran Torino won't be doing internship with you, because he said that you will train under me now. I see. Yeah, meet me at his apartment, and I'll take you to my house to train and where you can rest. Wait, you have your own house? Why not an agency? I thought you are the number 3 hero, so shouldn't you had an agency? I know, but I don't like that kind of stuff, so me and Tashinori are the only one without an agency. Okay. Bye, I'll see you later. Bye, honey. When she hung up, Midoriya's body was constantly shaking, and nearly dropped his phone as his face was red. What the? He said before he saw All Might dashing toward him. Young Midoriya, All Might said in his muscle form. Have you decided on your internship? I was literally surprised when you have 9,278 offers from heroes. It's actually the most offers we've seen so far. Yes. I'm doing internship with Nana. All Might raised the surprised eyebrows. So, she's actually going to train you? Midoriya nodded, and All Might pat his head, which he smiled widely. I'm proud of you. Good luck. After a while, everyone were at the train station and some people even asked Midoriya for autograph, much to everyone's surprise that B was already getting popular. Alright. You all have your costume, right? Remember, you aren't allowed to wear them in public. Don't drop them or anything, Aizawa said, after Midoriya was done signing their autographs. Yes, sir. Ashido said happily, much to Aizawa's amusement. Speak clearly. It's... Yes, sir. Ashido. Yes, sir. Make sure you mind your manners with the heroes at your internships. Off with you now. Yes, sir. Everyone said, as they went to their internships. Todoroki looked at Hilda, walking away without saying anything. Hilda. He stopped and turned to Midoriya and Uraraka. If you ever feel hopeless, make sure you let us know. Vengeance isn't something a hero should do. We're friends, right? Midoriya said, and Uraraka nodded her head, as they watched as Hilda made a fake smile. Yeah. He said in a monotone voice, as he turned away, showing his true expression, which was full of anger, hatred, fury, and vengeance. After a while, Midoriya was back at Gran Torino's apartment, as he knocked the door, which Nana opened it with a yawn. Hey, ready to go? She asked, and Midoriya excitedly nodded and Nana smiled. Alright. Hey, Gran. I'm going out, see ya. Okay. Catch you later. As Midoriya was sitting down on Nana's car, which was a silver-color Ferrari, and they arrived at her house, which was a huge white penthouse with a massive and huge training field outside the penthouse. W.O. Don't you think it's a little too? Well, I ran out of ideas, so this is all I could think of. Now, put on your costume and meet me at the field. As Midoriya opened his room, which was a large white room with a black king-size tatami double bed, a large TV on the wall, a luxury bathroom, a closet, and a refrigerator, including a large balcony. Holy! Midoriya dropped his bags on the ground, completely godsmacked how Nana was so rich. Because she is the number 3 hero. I know she'll be rich when she is the number 3 hero. But this is so. Midoriya collapsed on the ground, his mind blowing off. Back to work. He then put on his costume, which has a few changes, and though some of the original aspects were brought over, it now looks sturdier and more combat efficient in appearance. His second costume is a dark green full-body jumpsuit with the same red boots and elbow pads. The knee pads have been extended to his legs and reach up to his thighs. His new gloves are tinted beige, and have blue stripes decorating them. His respirator is now metal, diamond-shaped, and has 2 holes on the top and bottom, left to right. I wonder if the support course are like handsome. Midoriya said, sweat rolling down his cheek, as he stepped out of his room and went to the field. When he arrived, he saw Nana in her costume, waiting for him, as she cracked her knuckles. Let's get started. So today, I'll repeatedly hit you while your Painrance will strengthen up your bones. So now you can't hit me, she said, which Midoriya's face went blank. What? In an instant, Nana knee kicked his stomach, which made him gasp for air, as she right hooked him, sending him to the ground, and he did what he said, as they spent the next hour. Then, Midoriya collapsed when Nana kicked his chest. This is so hard, Midoriya whispered, as he flopped his chest on the ground. This may be hard. But now you can increase the percentage to 52%. Midoriya head perked up, as he instantly got up. Really? Yup. The more you take hits, the more your bones strengthen up. If we can do this in 2 months, you should able to use 85%. Today's training is different, because I was actually going all out on you, so don't expect that it'll take faster than you think. It'll take slower. So now, let's start endurance training. The first endurance training, run 3 kilometers without stopping. Second, sit-ups. Third, push-ups. Fourth, weightlifting. Fifth, swimming without stopping. Sixth, crunch training. Seventh, pull-ups. Final, sparring. It was now 7:46 p.m. as Midoriya fell down on the ground, completely exhausted and tired. This training is more harder than the one All Might give me, Midoriya said, and Nana giggled, as she grabs his back, holding him up the air. Yup. You'll doing it, until your internship is over. Midoriya groaned, and Nana just giggled and kissed his forehead, making him blush furiously. See, could you stop doing that? No, I like to flirt with you, she bluntly stated, which Midoriya blushed and she burst out laughing. Anyway, let's get you fed up and rest. I see. You were the ones who attacked you, eh? And you want to add me to your little group? The hero killer, Stain said, and Shigaraki nodded. Yeah. Come on, you've got so much more experience as a villain, sir. What are you after? For now, I just want to kill the symbol of peace, All Might. I want to break and destroy everything I don't like. Damn kids like this, too? Everything, Shigaraki said, showing Stain the picture of Midoriya when he won the obstacle race. This kid is. Stain thought, a bit surprised. He did in fact saw the news about people calling the kid as a true hero for saving the water villain and defeated him. Heh. I was actually very foolish to be interested. You're the type of person I hate the most. Huh. They look at Stain, as he grabbed both of his blades. You want me to go along with your childish tantrum? What meaning is there in killing without conviction? He then pulled out his blades. Hero killer. Stain. The man who brought into spur Tamura Shigaraki's growth, since he only cares about destruction. However, this is too far. Master, is it all right to let this continue? Kurojairi asked to the computer that only has sound. It's fine. There's no point if we just tell him the answer. He should think about where he still needs to mature. Spur on his growth. This is what it means to educate. All for one said. As Stain lunged toward Kurojairi, he cut his sleeve, blood on his blade as he licked on it, and Kurojairi grunted when he was unable to move. Stain pinned Shigaraki on this ground, and he five his blade on Shigaraki's right shoulder, and he pointed the other blade on his throat. No matter what you want to accomplish, it is necessary to have conviction and desire. Those without it and those who are weak will have to wither it out. It's only natural. That's why it turns out like this. Stain said, and Shigaraki groaned. Ow. That's so rash. Kurojairi, take this guy back. Shigaraki growled. I can't move my body. It must be the hero killer's quirk. Kurojairi said. This society overgrown with fake heroes, where the world itself has lost its true meaning, and the criminals who wave their power around idly, should all be purged. He moved his blade to Shigaraki's throat, attempting to kill him, but Shigaraki stopped it by putting his right palm on it. Hey, wait a sec. Not this palm. I'll kill you. Then, the blade started to crumble, and it began to disintegrate, which shocked Stain. You sure do talk a lot. Conviction. I don't have anything like that. If I had to say, yeah, it'd be All Might. I feel like I really want to completely crush this damn society, where trash like that gets worshipped. Stain removed the blade when Shigaraki tried to disintegrate him, and he jumped away as he got up. Geez, my last injury was finally about to finish healing. Hey, we don't have a healer in our party, you know. Will you kindly take responsibility for this? Shigaraki said, scratching his neck. So that's who you really are. Huh. He stopped scratching his neck. It seems our goals oppose each other. However, we do agree on one thing, to destroy the present. Stop messing around. Go home. You said that I'm the kind of person you really hate the most, right? I was testing your true motives. People show their true colors when they're on the verge of death. It's different, but there is desire. A warped sprout of conviction living inside of you. How will you bud? It might not be too late to wait until after I've seen that to dispose of you. Whoa, you're gonna dispose me. Kurojairi, I don't want someone this crazy as a party member. Shigaraki said when Kurojairi can finally move. Tamura Shigaraki, he'll be a great asset if he joins us. The negotiations were successful. My business is done. Now return me to Hosu. There are still things I must attend there. Manuel pulled out his helmet, and sighed in relief, including Ilda. Well, with the whole city on alert, villains can't come out, huh? Manuel said, and walks away. I wonder. Ilda then took off his glasses. Hero killer. Stain. I knew immediately after I collected the information. In the 7 places he has appeared so far, he always injured at least 4 heroes. I don't know if there is a purpose behind that, or if it's just a superstition, but that's what always happens. In Hosu, Tensei is still the only one who was attacked. Tenya. I'm sorry. It's very likely that he'll appear in this city again. Come, I will kill you with these hands. Ilda thought, his eyes showing that he wanted nothing but to kill the hero killer. Now. Day 3, Midoriya tried to punch Nana with a 55% smash, but she dodged and front kicked his stomach, sending him into a wall, deactivating full cowl. Okay, let's stop for now, Nana said, stretching her arms. Put on your costume, we're going out to fight some villains. Why we're fighting some villains? Midoriya asked, curious to know why they stopped training, as Nana called out a Texi. If you only fight me, you'll fall in a weird habit when you're fighting against a completely different type. In fact, this is an internship. So of course you'll be fighting villains, she said. What you saying is right though. Hey, you've already experienced real combat against villains, right? We're either going to fight the small ones or the big ones, because you solved the beach park incident, she said, and they went inside the taxi. Because of the decreasing population in this area, the crime rate is pretty much low. The reason there are a lot of hero agencies in urban areas is that there is a lot of crime. and the higher the population density, the more trouble you'll eventually find. Around Shibuya, you'll find lots of small fights that break out a daily basis," Nana said, which surprised Midoriya. "By Shibuya, you mean the one in Tokyo. I didn't think I'd be wearing my hero costume in such a fashionable town," Midoriya said, completely surprised and shy. "Well, you wouldn't get to wear it if you weren't with a hero, right? Be happy that you'll get to display it on such a wonderful stage. Which means, we'll take the bullet train from Kofu heading toward Shinjuku." "Yes." As they were sitting down on their seats, they passed near Hosa City, and Midoriya was texting Yayorozu about her internship. "Midoriya, that gotta sucks." "Yayorozu, it is. All I need to do is just doing interview. We didn't do any hero-like work." "Midoriya, maybe you should have chosen other heroes. Why Iwabumi?" "Yayorozu, well, I thought if I do internship with her then I could sharpen my senses. But dang. Now me and Kendo are doing absolutely no hero work at all." "Midoriya, per you. Yayorozu, BTW, what internship for you did?" "Midoriya, have you heard about Silver Burst, the number 3 hero?" "Yayorozu, you mean the woman that was?" "No way." "Midoriya, yup. I'm doing internship with her." "Yayorozu, that's pretty awesome. I'm so jealous." "Midoriya, lol. Yayorozu, anyway, Iwabumi is calling me back to interview. Bye." "Midoriya, okay, bye." Midoriya sigh, as he leaned on the chair. Nana sleeping while crossing her arms. "Hey, look at that. That building just exploded," a person said. "Why everyone look outside of the window." "What's going on?" "A building exploded," Nana said, opening her eyes. "Passengers, please hold onto your seats." The train immediately stopped, causing Midoriya hit his head on the seat, including Nana. Suddenly, the wall burst open, a hero unconscious and a Noma appeared, making Midoriya's eyes widen in shock. "Noma," Midoriya said, as Nen activate max intact. "Get ready, kid." Midoriya nodded as he activate full cowling at 30%. Nana lunged toward the Nomu. She jump-kicked the Noma's jaw, sending him out of the bullet train, as Midoriya got out of the bullet train, and he and Nana was jumping on each building. The Nomu tried to swat her, but she dodged it and jabbed his eyes. They heard explosions, as Nana turned to Midoriya. "Izuku, check the explosions. Get people out of there." Midoriya nodded, as he ran and jumped toward the scene. When he arrived, he saw a bud exploded, with 2 Nomu, one being black and big, and the other have wings. "Tenya," Manuel called out, which surprised Midoriya. He saw a bus was thrown at Manuel, as he increased the percentage to 55%, as he appeared in front of Manuel and he used all his right fingers on the bus, launching 55% Delaware smash on the bus, destroying it. "Why, you're Tenya's classmate, and Izuku Midoriya. Hey, leave this to us. Find Tenya for me, and thanks for saving me," Manuel said, and Midoriya nodded, dashing off to find Ilda. "Where are you, Ilda?" Midoriya whispered, searching one by one alley. He looked at one of the alley, his eyes widened when he saw the hero killer, about to dive his blade on Ilda's head, as Midoriya charged up a 37% smash, as he jumped at Stain. "There you are," Midoriya said, as he punched Stain, knocking him back, as he put his blade on the ground, stopping the knockback, as he groaned in pain, holding his injured cheek. "Ouch. That hurts. Wait, that kid?" Stain realized the one who hit him was Izuku Midoriya. Midoriya. "I came to save you, Ilda," Midoriya said. "They talked about it on TV, that 60% of the hero killer's victims were found in places without many people. That's why I searched away formed the center of the commotion in the alleyways near Normal Hero Agency. I searched them all one by one. Can you move?" "And no. I can't move my body. When he cut me, I think it's his quirk. It's just as the commentators on TV guessed. So tasting of blood is how he activates his quirk." Midoriya then gasped in shock, realizing that native was there. "Midoriya, don't get involved," Ilda growled, and Midoriya turned to him, surprised. "This has nothing to do with you. The hero killer's mine." "Warehouse. What are doing?" "Ingenium. Your friend came to save you." "That's a great line, isn't it? But I have a duty to kill him. If we fight, the weaker will be killed. Now what will you do?" Stain said, and his eyes widened in fear when he saw Stain's eyes. He snapped out of his thoughts, as he sent his location numbers, when he saw running around to find Ilda. He took some of his time to write down information. Which it was like this. I've found the hero killer. I can't write much because I'm trying to find Ilda. Please meet me here. It may sound very stupid, but he was desperate of finding Ilda. Stop it. Run away. I told you, didn't I? It has nothing to do with you. If you say that, then heroes can't do anything. Like All Might said, meddling when you don't need to is the essence of being a hero. Midoriya said, in a defensive position, smiling determined, and Stain's eyes widened, before he grinned and Midoriya charged up full call at 20%, and dashed towards Stain. Good. No. If you get C. Suddenly, he went down Stain, avoiding the two blades, as Stain immediately turned around, tried to cut him, but Midoriya instantly charged up 55%, disappearing atop of him. 49% Detroit Smash. Midoriya hit Stain's head, causing his head to hit the ground, and Ilda's eyes widened. What's with that movement? His movements are different from the sports festival, Ilda thought, as Midoriya landed on the ground. They saw Stain got up with a grin, as he licked his blade, and Midoriya's eyes widened as he suddenly felt his body stopped. Warehouse. My body. No way. Midoriya said, and Stain looked at him. That was a very powerful punch there. It's not that you saw through my movements. You completely left my field of vision and maneuvered so that you would definitely be able to knock me out. He then walked toward the still immobilized Ilda. People who are all talk are a virus to this world, but you are worth letting live. You're completely different from these guys. Stain then pointed his sword at Ilda, whose eyes was full of fear. No. Stop it. Stop it. Just as Stain was about to stab him, a stream of scorching hot fire was launched at Stain, who jumped to avoid. One after another. There are a lot of people getting in my way today, Stain said, looking at the person with his left arm and head covered in flames. Midoriya. Thanks for letting me know. If you would have sent your location info only. You've made me late, Todoroki said. Todoroki, you too, Ilda said. The pros will be here soon. He then fired a waves of ice at Tain, before next was a stream of fire. I won't let you kill these guys, hero killer. Todoroki, you can't let him see your blood. I think he controls his opponent's actions by ingesting their blood orally. That's how he got all of us, Midoriya said, and Todoroki nodded. That's why he uses sharp blade, huh? I can keep my distance and... A knife cut his cheek, surprising him. Shoot. You have good friends, Ingenium. Stain tried to slash Todoroki with his sword, but Todoroki made a barrier of ice to block it. He looks up and saw another sword. Stain grabbed his collar, pulling close to him, as he tried to lick his blood using his long tongue, but Todoroki engulfed himself in flames, causing the hero killer to back away. He then fired a waves of ice at him, and Stain dodged. Why are you two? Please stop. I've inherited my brother's name. I have to do it. That guy's mine. You inherited it. That's very strange. Because the Ingenium I saw before didn't have that look on his face, though. You've got a lot going on behind the scenes in your family too, huh? Todoroki said, and Midoriya's eyes widened when he felt that he could move. Todoroki was about to use his left side, until two blades went through his hand, making him grunted in pain. You're pretty good too, Stain said, jumping down on native. Midoriya charged up full cowl at 60%, as he felt his bones rattling. He lunged at Stain and grabbed his head, before slamming his into the ground, creating a small crater, as Midoriya jumps up, tossing him into the air, and he fired 10 Delaware Smash on Tain, making him eyes widened as he was hit by 10 powerful shockwaves. Midoriya landed down and deactivated full cowl, before Todoroki sent out a waves of ice at the falling hero killer. When he landed, their eyes widened that he wasn't moving. You knocked him out, Todoroki said, completely surprised that he defeated Stain in just 11 seconds. I increased my percentage to 60%. Right now, I can only use that 55%. So I'm fine, Midoriya said, and Todoroki nodded. Let's restrain him and get out to the street. Is there anything to tie him up with? Just in case, let's take all his weapons off him. Good idea. The Black Nomu tried to strike a hero with a clone quirk, as he jumped up, throwing shurikens at him, but it nothing but bounced off, not even a scratch. Everyone then dashed toward him, attempting to attack him together. But the Black Nomu slammed both his hands on the ground, creating a large smokes and knock everyone away. Damn it, I can't see, a female blonde hero said, as Manuel turned to her, suddenly saw that the Black Nomu was behind her, as he reared his fist back. Run away. Suddenly, A fiery fist punched his left arm, sending the black Nomu to a building. As everyone gasped in shock. Endeavor. Then, the black Nomu's peeled off skin regenerate back. He can regenerate, huh? Then. Both of them rush each other, but Endeavor had his hands on his throat. How about this? He fired a stream of fire at the black Nomu's head, as it slowly turns into blue. Before he stopped, the black Nomu falls down on the ground, lifeless without a head and Endeavor smirk. Carbonized cells cannot regenerate. Look out. He looked up, seeing the Nomu with wings was carrying a hero. Those heroes with quirks that are not effective against the villain, go to Ika Street, District 4 to help there. Endeavor ordered. There's a villain there too. I don't know, but I'm counting on you. He then dashed off toward the winged Nomu, as he created a fireball and throws it at the winged Nomu, but he dodged. He then run on the walls, each steps creating a burned holes. As he jumps up, creating a fire spear and throws it at the winged Nomu's head, which it hit on his head, letting go of the hero, as Endeavor grabs him and landed on the ground. Native, Ilda, can you move? Midoriya asked, as Ilda nodded, including Native. Yeah, I'm okay now, he replied. As they walk out of the alley, they heard a voice. There you are, you little crackle. Midoriya looked up and saw Nana, glaring at him, as she appeared in front of him, and she chopped his head, making Midoriya biting his tongue, and he grunted in pain. Oh wow. What was that for? Midoriya questioned. His tongue was sticking out and was on the verge of tears. I told you to evacuate the citizens, not going off to handle the hero killer. She scolded angrily, before sighing. Anyway, you're not hurt, right? Midoriya shook his head. No. I'm not injured. Wait. Aren't you the number 3 hero, Silver Burst? Todoroki asked. His eyes widened and Nana nodded. Yup, that's me. And geez. I was suddenly told to come here to see what happened, but I'm glad you're okay. Nana, I'm so sorry. Geez, this part of you is exactly like Toshinori. Nana said, and she sighed. It's around here. Endeavor told us there was a request for help here, but... Whoa, is that Silver Burst? Hey, those injuries look serious. I'll call an ambulance right away, the hero said, as one of the her looks to the unconscious Stain in shock. Hey. This is... The blonde hero looked at the unconscious Stain, as she gasped in shock. Don't tell me. It's the hero killer. Call the police too. After the hero called an ambulance and police, Ilda approached Midoriya and the injured Todoroki, as the hero wrapped a bandage around his arm. Todoroki. They turned around, and Ilda bowed. You were injured because of me. I'm so sorry. I couldn't see anything through my anger. Ilda apologized, tears were on his eyes. Midoriya. I'm also sorry for making you bleed a little. I'm sorry too. Even though you were feeling so cornered, I noticed, but didn't give you any more advice. Midoriya said, and Todoroki looked at Ilda, worry. Hey. Pull yourself together, alright. You're the class rep. Todoroki said, and Ilda wiped his tears away and nodded. Yeah. Suddenly, the winged Noma flies toward them, making Nan gasp in surprise. Everyone get down. BNHA ordered, but it was too late, as the winged Noma grabbed Midoriya and flies away. Hey. Midoriya. Shit. If he gets too high, then I won't be able to reach him with max intact. Until, a blade come off Stain's sleeve, cutting off the rope around his arms, and he licked the blood on the blonde hero's cheek, making the winged Noma groan and began falling down. This society overgrown with fake heroes, Stain said while running toward the falling winged Noma and Midoriya, and the criminals who waved their power around idly. He then jumps up, diving his blade into the winged Noma's head, blood spilling out, as they landed on the ground. Should all be purged. Stain finished, as Midoriya slowly looks at him. This is all. HS then pulled out the blade off the dead winged Noma's eye. To create a more just society. Hey. What the hell? Why'd that Noma have to go and get killed? Why is that kid there? There's so much I want to say that I can't frickin' keep up. This is such a mess. He then scratched his neck very hard and furiously. Why? Why things won't go to the way I want? He growled. He saved Midoriya. Idiot, he took a hostage, a kid who won the sports festival and solved the beach park incident. He killed someone with no hesitation. Anyway, get ready to fight for now. Why are you standing around in a group? The villain should have escaped this way, Endeavor said, approaching them. How are things on your end? things got a little rough. Then, his right eyelid twitched. But don't tell me that man is. Warehouse. What? Midoriya whispered, as Stain got up and looked at him. Kid. One day. You will become a great hero. That's all he said before his mask fell off, revealing his face, and he turns around, making everyone in fear when they saw his face. I must make things right. Someone must be dyed in blood. I may take back what it means to be a hero. Come. Try and get me, you fakes. The only one I'll let to kill me, I the true hero. All might. Suddenly, he collapsed, which everyone fall on their butt. He's unconscious, Nana said, as Todoroki landed on the ground, including Ilda. He hadn't licked anyone's blood, but at the moment, the hero killer was the only one who stood up to fight against his opponent. In the Hosu General Hospital, both Todoroki and Ilda were on the hospital beds. Midoriya wasn't here because he only had a small little cut, and went back to his internship. Were you able to sleep, Ilda? Todoroki asked, and Ilda shook his head. Me neither. Their conversation was stopped when Manuel, Nana, and Midoriya came. Oh, you guys are finally awake, Midoriya said, and they nodded. Actually, we couldn't sleep at all, Todoroki said, which Midoriya chuckled sheepishly. Anyway, you two got a visitor, Nana said, as everyone watches as a dog-like person came in, wearing suit and a badge. As Todoroki and Ilda gasped in shock. Hosu's chief of police, Kenji Tsurigami. Oh, you can just stay seated, woof, Kenji said, when Todoroki and Ilda stood up. You must be the UA students who brought down the hero killer, right? Yes, Todoroki said, and he thought. The chief of police came all this way. Why? Since you are UA students, I'm sure you already know that when superpowers were still becoming the norm, the police attached high importance to leadership and standards, and made sure quirks were not used as weapons. AMS then, the profession of hero, emerged to fill that gap, woof. For an individual's use of force and power that can easily kill others, actions that normally would be appropriate to denounce, to be accepted officially is thanks to early heroes followed the ethics and rules of the profession, woof. Even up against the hero killer, for uncertified individuals to cause injury with their quirks without specific instruction from their guardians or supervisors is a clear violation of the rules. The two of you, and the pro-heroes, Endeavor, and Manuel must receive strict punishment, Kenji said. The green hair boy isn't getting a strict punishment because he got a permission from Silver Burst. Wait a minute. If Ilda hadn't done anything, Native wouldn't be here. If I hadn't come, Native and Ilda would have been dead. No one realized that the hero killer had appeared. And you saying we should have followed the rules and watched people get killed? Todoroki growled. Are you saying that as long as it turns out all right, it's okay to bend the rules? Kenji said, which Todoroki grit his teeth. Isn't it a hero's job to save people? He said. That is why you are not a full-fledged hero yet. My goodness, why are you being taught by UA? And Endeavor, woof. You damn dog. He growled furiously, approaching him while gritting his teeth in anger. Todoroki, stop. He is absolutely right. Ilda tried to stop him, but Todoroki continues to approach him. Hang on a minute, kid. Hear him out until the end. Nana stopped him, as Todoroki stopped. That was the official opinions of the police. AMDTH punishment, and such would happen if this were all made public, woof. If this were made public, you would probably be applauded by the public, but you would not be able to escape punishment. On the other hand, this is a bit underhanded, but if it is not made public, the injuries would support Silver Burst being the number 3 hero who saved the day. The green hair boy will also receive some credit, and it would end there, woof. Thankfully, there were few witnesses. This violation could be crushed here, woof. But this would also mean no one would know about your good judgment, or achievements. Which do you prefer? Personally, I don't want to be the one to find fault with promising young ones because of one big mistake, woof. Kenji said, giving them a thumbs up. Either way, we will need to take responsibility for being negligent in our supervisor duties, Manuel said, and Ilda approached him and bowed. I am truly sorry, he said, and Manuel chopped his head, softly. All right. You'll cause trouble for others. If you understand, then don't do it again. I won't. Please take care of it. Because of the unfairness of adult, you will not be received the praise you would probably have gotten, but at least. He then bowed. As someone who also protects the peace, I can say thanks, Kenji said, and Todoroki looked away. Please start with that next time, or I wouldn't have to say. Damn dog. Todoroki said, and Midoriya smiled. Midoriya and Nana stay, because Midoriya wants to see Ilda's results of his injuries, as he was calling Yaoyorozu. Oh, I see. Well, I'm just glad that you guys are alright. I was so nervous when I saw that the hero killer was there with you. Sorry, Yaoyorozu. Sorry for worrying you. There was a lot going on, so I couldn't call you or Uraraka. No, I know you went through a lot. Anyway, get some rest. And tell me more about it later. Kriati, we're going to patrol. Iwabami said, and Yaoyorozu nodded. Okay, well, I'll see you at school. Sorry to bother you while I'm busy. Bye. Yaoyorozu was about to hang up, until Iwabami put her hand on her mouth. Your boyfriend? She asked, and Yaoyorozu's entire body went red and steam come out of her ears. No. That's not it. The phone call was still on, which Midoriya heard everything, as he was shaking furiously, a blush on his face and eyes widened. Talking to a girl on phone is amazing. Ah. Her beautiful yet cute voice was so close. He head back to Todoroki and Ilda room, as he opened the door. So, how's Ilda examination? Midoriya asked, and Todoroki sighed. My left hand might have long-term damage. Ilda answered, looking down, and Midoriya's eyes slowly widened. Long-term damage. Both of my arms were pretty beat up, but it looks like the damage to my left arm was especially severe. There was damage to my brachial plexus. When you didn't arrive, the hero killer tortured me by giving advice that I wasn't a hero, so now I'll have trouble moving my hand and fingers and experience some numbness. Apparently, there's a possibility that it can be healed with nerve transplant surgery. Ilda said, then looked down. When I found the hero killer, I stopped being able to think. The first thing I would have done was tell Manuel. But I forgot myself in my anger. I don't like him, but he spoke the truth. That's why, until I become a true hero, I think I want to leave my left hand as it is. Ilda finished, looking at his left hand. Ilda, let's become stronger, together. Midoriya said, and Ilda nodded. I kind of feel bad. Todoroki said, looking at the ground, sweating, as the two look at him. About what? You did nothing wrong. Midoriya asked, and Todoroki looked at his right hand. I feel like whenever I get involved, other people messed up their hands. Is it a curse? Todoroki said, which Midoriya and Ilda's eyes widened in surprise, before they burst out laughing. Haha. Todoroki, I didn't know you could make jokes. No, I'm not joking. I'm like the hand crusher. Or something. The hand crusher. After weekend was over, Midoriya was outside, wearing his school uniform. Thanks for taking care of me, Nana. Midoriya said, and smiled brightly that Nana had to look away. Stop it. You're too bright. Nana said, and Midoriya tilted his head and Nana looked at him. Anyway, it's not a big deal, I actually have fun talking and training you. Nana said, as he pat his head. Remember, keep calm, right now, you can use one for all at 60%, and if increase the percentage, you'll felt your bones rattling and on the verge of breaking. Got it. Midoriya nodded, as she embraced him into a hug. Take care, and good luck. I will. As everyone was back to class, it was just a normal day, until Bakugo came in with a different hair, as Kirishima and Sero burst out laughing at him. Seriously. Seriously, Bakugo. They shouted, while laughing uncontrollably, as Bakugo was shaking in anger, trying not to let his anger out like what Best Genius said. Stop laughing. My hair's gotten used to it so it won't go back even after I wash it. Hey, stop laughing. Bakugo growled. I'd like to see you try, sidepart boy. Sero said, as Bakugo's hair exploded back into his normal state. What did you say, you? Don't worry about it. Bakugo said, as Sero stopped laughing and fell on his knees. That's a huge change for 1 week. Kaminari said, and Mineta looked at him. Change. That's not it, Kaminari. Women are all demons. They're just hiding their true personalities. Mineta said, shaking in fear and biting his fingernail. What did you see at Mount Lady's place? I was kind of fawned over and had a good time. But the ones who changed the most, or at least went through the most, were you three, right? Kaminari said, looking at Midoriya and Ilda with Todoroki. Oh yeah? The hero killer. I'm glad that you guys made it out alive. Seriously. I heard that the new number 3 hero, Silver Burst, saved you, right? That's amazing. As expected from the number 3 hero. A new one too. Yeah. She saved us. Todoroki lied, knowing that it was Midoriya who defeated Stain, as Hilda and Midoriya nodded, understanding. Yeah. I saw on the news that the hero killer was connected to the League of Villains. Imagining someone that scary coming to us literally freaks me out, Ojiro said, touching his head. He is scary, but did you see the video, Ojiro? Video? You mean of the hero killer? Yeah. Seeing that, you can see how he's really single-minded and, like, tenacious. Doesn't it almost make you think he's awesome? Kaminari said, as there were a long pause. Kaminari, what the heck? Midoriya said, feeling all eyes on Kaminari, who took a seconds before he realized what he just said. Oh, Hilda, I'm sorry. Kaminari apologized, and Hilda looked at his left hand, still bandaged. No, it's fine. It's true that he was tenacious. I understand how people could think he's amazing. But he chose purging as a result of his beliefs. No matter what happened thinks, that part is definitely wrong. In order to keep anyone else from turning out like me, I will once again walk on the path of becoming a hero, Hilda said. Yeah, Hilda. Now, it is time to commence class. Everyone take your seats, Hilda said, and everyone's sweat dropped. Oh, by the way, what pro did you internship with, Midoriya? Jiro asked, and Midoriya smiled. The number 3 hero, Silver Burst. What? Everyone shouted, surprised. You got offer from her? Midoriya nodded, obviously it was a lie. Man, that's intense. There weren't any number 3 hero because of the hero who passed away. I'm surprised she defeated Best Jeanist, Kaminari said before Mineta started drooling. But she is pretty hot and sexy. All eyes on him, but Midoriya was glaring furiously on Mineta, wanted to rumble him into pieces. Okay, I am here. Anyway, we'll start now. It's hero basic training. Long time no see, boys and girls. How've you been? For this time's hero basic training. Since you've all just gotten back from your internships, we'll have some fun with a rescue training race. All Might explained, and Hilda raised his hand. If we are doing a rescue training, then shouldn't we do it at USJ? This place is for training for disasters. Do you remember what I said? That's right. I said. Race. This is Field Gamma. A dense area filled with factories laid out like an intricate labyrinth. You'll break up into 4 5-person groups and go through the training one group at a time. When I send out a distress signal from somewhere inside, you'll start at once from the outskirts of the city. It's a race to see who will rescue me first. Of course, you'll have to keep damage to buildings to a minimum. All Might said, pointing at Bakugo who looked away with a sweat. Don't point at me. Alright, first group, get in place. First group was Midoriya, Ojiro, Ashido, Siro and Hilda. Hilda hasn't completely recovered yet, right? He should just watch, Kaminari said. This group had everyone in the class with good mobility, Kirishima said. Well, I don't know about Midoriya. I think he has a slight disadvantage, Sato said. Who do you think will win? I think Midoriya will be the first, Kirishima said, and Kaminari thought about it. But Siro's there, too. I think it'll be Ashido. She's really athletic. Well, Deku will be the first, alright. Bakugo growled, and everyone looked at him, surprised. TSK, I hate to admit it, but his speed are too far crazy than mine, and Sonic the Hedgehog, Bakugo said, his eyes glued to the screen. Okay, here we go. Start. As soon as it started, immediately, Siro fired tapes around, Ashido sliding down using her acid, Ojiro using his tail to jump high, and Hilda running. Midoriya charged up full cull 60%, as he instantly went back Siro, surprising everyone, as Midoriya landed on a pipe and began hopping and jumping. Heh. It's too perfect. For the training I did. Midoriya then arrived at the finishing line, in just 12 seconds, as everyone was shocked how he got here so fast, as Midoriya deactivated full cowl. It took a few seconds before All Might announced. Finish. Thanks and congrats. All Might handed Midoriya the gift, as Midoriya smiled. You surprised me. You've reached 60%, that's relief. Meet me at the lounge after class is over. All Might said with a thumbs up. Yes, sir. I forgot to tell you about the things I wanted to tell you, about me and One for All. That was some hard training, Sato said. Our first class in a while made me sweat. I need to work on my mobility. You must compensate for it by gathering information. That'll put me a step behind everyone. I'm jealous of guys like you and Midoriya. Midoriya didn't care what he said, but he was still lost in thoughts after what All Might said. To be told, He actually forgotten about that time when All Might wanted to explain him about he and One for All, but couldn't because of Yaoyorozu's father. Hey Midoriya. Midoriya snapped out of his train of thought, as he looked at Mineta. I discovered something crazy. Come here. Look at this whole Shawshank. It is probably thanks to the efforts of those who come before us. Next door is, the girls' locker room. Then, everyone froze as Hilda approached him and started to wave his hands around. Stop this, Mineta. Peeping is literally a criminal act. My little Mineta is already his criminal act. He then looked inside the hole, as Midoriya was frozen, before he charged but a 2% smash on his right hand. Ashido's slender wrist, Hagakure's floating underwear. Uraraka's fine Uraraka body. Jiro's nice slender and petite body. Yaoyorozu. Before he could finish, Midoriya punched his stomach with a lot of power, as Mineta falls down, clutching his injured stomach, as Midoriya began to kick his family treasure. You such a disgusting pig. No wonder why everyone hates you. Midoriya shouted, repeatedly kicking his family treasures softly, not too hard. Thanks a lot, Midoriya. They heard Ashido shouted behind the walls. Yes. Now, let's fix this up. Yaoyorozu said, and Jiro was in no better shape. See, she was curled up to her crotch, sweating and eyes widened in terror. As class was over, Midoriya went to the lounge, and he opened the door, seeing All Might, in his true form, sitting down on the couch. Have a seat. All Might said, serious, as Midoriya sat in front of him. You went through a lot, huh? I'm sorry I couldn't be nearby. That's not something you need to apologize for, All Might. More importantly, what did you mean when you said you want to talk about One for All? I heard that the hero killer got a lick of your blood. Oh yes. His quirk was one that could keep someone from moving after ingesting their blood. What about it? Do you remember what I said on that day, when I gave you half of my power? Eat this. Midoriya's face suddenly turned into All Might, which surprised All Might. And no, not that part. I said that it didn't matter what it was as long as you took in my DNA. All Might said, and Midoriya's eyes widened and got up. Then DD, don't tell me, the H hero killer H has One for All now. No, that's not it. I thought you might have been worried about that, but I see. You forgot about it, huh? One for All cannot be transferred to anyone unless the bearer wishes it. It cannot be stolen by force. It can be transferred by force though. Kind or like this, a young Nana that likes me forcefully give me her chocolate, even I don't want it, but she wishes me to have it. What? One for All is a special quirk. Yes, and this is how I came about. One for All was derived from a certain quirk that existed in the past. All Might said. A quirk that existed in the past. All Might nodded. The name of that quirk is All for One. A quirk that could steal quirks from others and make them the holders, and one that could give those quirks to others. All. Everything for one person. Midoriya asked, shocked. Yes. This was when superpowers were first showing up, before society had figured out how to deal with the changes. With the appearance of quirks, suddenly, what made someone a normal human crumbled away. With just that, the laws lost their meaning, and the progress of civilization stopped. It was a literal decay. All Might said, and Midoriya looked outside of the window. If superpowers had never appeared, then humans would be taking interstellar holidays by now. Someone important said that in the past. Midoriya said, look at All Might. That's right. During the chaotic period, there was someone who was the first to unify all the people. I'm sure you've also heard of him. He stole Quirks from people, and with his overwhelming power, he spread his influence. He moved people in a calculating way, committing evil acts to his heart's content. In the blink of an eye, he became the leader of the evildoers and ruled over Japan. I often see rumors about this online, but isn't this a fabrication? It's not in the textbooks or anything. Well, they can't put secret dealings in textbooks, can they? If people get powers, they look for places to use them. How does this relate to One for All? I said that All for One could give quirks to others, right? He made others trust him or surrender to him by giving them quirks. But apparently, there were many given quirks who could not bear the burden and became living folks who couldn't speak. Just like the Nomus. Meanwhile, there were also quirks that changed and mixed once they were passed on. All for One had a quirkless younger brother. His brother was small and sickly, but he had a strong sense of justice. It pained him to see his older brother's deeds, so he kept resisting him. He loved his younger brother so much that he forced a quirk that could stock power onto him. At this point, It is impossible to know if that was out of kindness or to force him into submission. Yes. He was thought to be quirkless, but other was something inside him. Something that neither he himself nor those around him noticed. He had a useless quirk that could pass on quirks. The quirk to stop power mixed with the quirk to pass on quirks. That was the origin of One for All. All Might explained, and Midoriya's mind was blowing up. It's sad that justice always comes from evil. But I understand how that came about, but why are you bringing up an evildoer from so long ago now? He can steal quirks, you know. A quirk to stop aging, he probably stole something like that. The symbol of evil was pretty much immortal. With huge difference in their combat abilities and the state of society at the time, the defeated younger brother decided to entrust his quirk to future generations. He believed that even if he couldn't win then, if he slowly cultivated the power, then one day, it would become strong enough to stop his older brother. And then, when it was my turn, I was finally able to defeat him. At least that's what I thought, but he survived and has started moving again as the brain behind the League of Villains. He then got up and looked outside of the window. One for all is power inherited to defeat all for one, so to speak. You may one day have to fight against this great evil. This is very harsh on you, but I'll do my best. All Might stopped and turned to him as Midoriya got up. I'll do whatever you ask of me, no matter what it is. As long as you're with me, I can do anything. That's what it feels like, Midoriya said, and All Might watched in shock and sadness. Tell him, All Might. Why? You must. That's not it, young Midoriya. All Might covers his mouth before looking at him. Thanks. He watched as Midoriya walks down the hallway, his eyes showing sadness. That's not it, young Midoriya. Probably by that time, he whispered, and looked out the window. I won't be able to be by your side anymore. Well, anyway, it's almost time for summer vacation, but of course, it wouldn't make any sense for you to rest for the whole month, Aizawa said, and everyone's eyes widened. Wait, don't tell me. Yup, during summer vacation, we'll have a training camp in the woods. Aizawa finished, and everyone erupted into cheers, before his iris glows red. However, everyone stopped, and pay attention as his iris returned to normal. Those who do not pass the final exam before that will be in summer school hell. As soon as homeroom was over, and Aizawa closing the door, both Kaminari and Ishido shouted. I haven't even studied at all. Kaminari panicked, while Ishido doesn't give a crap about it, as she began to laughing. With the sports and internship, I didn't study at all. It's true that we had one event after another, but Tokoemi said, and sweat dropped. For the midterms, we just started school, so they didn't cover much, so I didn't really have a hard time with them, but with the back-to-back events and stuff, the finals will definitely be different. Sato said, and Midoriya approached Ishido and Kaminari, who was shouting at Mineta for being at 9th midterm. Ishido, Kaminari. Let's do our best. We all emails to go to the training camp together, right? Midoriya said, he is on 3th midterm. Yes. As a class rep, I also have high hopes that you'll all be moved into action. Hilda said, at 2th midterm. It's pretty hard to fail if you would have pay attention in class instead of snoozing. Todoroki said, being on 5th midterm. Be careful what you said. Kaminari said, clutching his chest in a fake anxiety. You too, I may be able to be of assistance with the class lectures. Yayarosa said, she was at 1th midterm. I'm not one of those two, but can I join too? I'm having some trouble with quadratic functions. Jiro asked, and Yayarosa looked at her. Huh. She said. Sorry, me too. How are you with classical Japanese? Huh. I'd like to join too. There's a bunch of stuff I don't get. Then, her face bright up. Everyone. Yes, of course, she said, and standing up. All right. Then, let us hold a study session at my residence this weekend. Seriously. I can't wait to see your house. Oh, in that case, I must tell Mother and have her open up the hall. What kind of tea do you all prefer? In my family, we always drink Harrods or Wedgwood, so if you have any preference, just let me know and I'll get it. Of course, you can trust me to help you study too. I will definitely show you how I can help, she said, her eyes beaming up with excitement, which Midoriya finds it adorable and cute, as he turns away, a blush on his face which Todoroki immediately noticed. Look at the difference in virtue, Kirishima said to Bakugo, who was shaking in anger, because of him not leaving him alone just 1 second. He was on 4th midterm. I can do it too. Want me to beat it to you? Yeah, I'm counting on you. The practical exam, huh? Well, if we're fighting robots then I'm fine with that, Midoriya said, taking a bite on his katsudon. If it is then it shall be easy for all of us to pass. Are you going to study, Midoriya? Ilda asked, and Midoriya shook his head. Well, I can pass, so I'm gonna spend 1 week doing nothing but training, Midoriya said, and Yaoyorozu looked at him. The table that people were sitting on is Midoriya, Ilda, Todoroki, Uraraka, Ajiri, her, Jiro and Hagakure. You can come over to my house. Mother wants to talk to you after that incident, she asked, and Midoriya looked at her and smiled. Sure. But seriously, I wonder what we have to do for practical exam, Midoriya said, tilting his head back. It'll be a comprehensive test of everything from first semester. That's all, Mr. Aizawa would tell us, Ajiri said. Everything we did so far. So, combat training and rescue training, and then basic training, Uraraka said, until someone elbowed Midoriya's head, causing him to look behind. He wasn't in pain because of Painrance, as the person who hit him is not other than the one that angered Bakugo twice during the sports festival. Oh, sorry, loser. Your head was so big that I accidentally hit it, Nito Monoma said, a damn cocky smile on his face, and Midoriya frowned. Accidentally? Huh. How dare you lie to me like that, freak? Midoriya said, clearly a bit angry, and everyone's eyes widened in shock. Bakugo, did your influence made Midoriya into this? Heh, I heard you guys met the hero killer. Just look at the sports festival, you guys in class just have to have all that attention, huh? But that attention isn't because people have high hopes for you. It's because you keeping trouble, right? Just like you, Izuku Midoriya, the beach park incident was your doing. Why do you consider being in UA? You should have been a villain instead. Everyone's eyes widened even more, as they saw that Midoriya was shaking in anger, his hair covering his eyes, as immediately, he charged up a 5% snags and punched right into Monoma's family treasure, causing the psycho to stop taunting at them, as he falls down, clutching his injured pelvis. They look at Kendo, who was shocked and surprised that Midoriya did that, as he returned back into his seat, and he shot Kendo a apologized look. As sorry for hitting your classmate's scrotum, he was getting on my nerves. Midoriya apologized before went back to eating his katsudon. Bakugo, look what have done to our cinnamon roll, everyone thought, as they watched Izuku eating his lunch, peacefully. Alright. I'll be really easy if it's robots, Kaminari said, having receiving information from Kendo. Yeah? You guys look like you'd have a hard time controlling your quirks against people, Shoji said, and Kaminari looked at him. Yeah. But I can just let loose on the robots, so it'll be a cinch. And it'll be cinch for me to melt them. Now you just need Yaoyorozu to help you study, and you'll be set for the finals. We'll definitely be able to go to training camp now, Kaminari and Ishido shouted, as Midoriya remembered what All Might said yesterday, and he watched as Bakugo got up, grabbing his bag and walk away. It doesn't matter if they're people or robots. They're the same if you beat them up, right? What were you damn idiots talking about it being a darn cinch for? He growled, glaring at Kaminari and Ishido. Who are you calling an idiot? Shut up. If you need to control your quirk, then control it. God. He then looked at Midoriya. Hey, Deku. Everyone looks at Bakugo, as he turns away. I take back what I said all these years ago. You are way better than me, in fact, you already went past me during the sports festival. So don't lose, okay? Or otherwise I'll just exploded your face into bloody plup, Bakugo said, surprising everyone as he walks out and closed the door. Unbeknownst to them, Aizawa was leaning against the wall, having hearing the entire conversation, holding a clipboard and a pen. It looks like Bakugo had been friendly toward Midoriya after they fought each other at the sports festival, Aizawa thought, before looking at his clipboard. Let's see what happened if I paired them up against this guy. Next day, Kaminari, Siro, Jiro, Ishido, Ojiro, and Midoriya was standing at the gate, and Midoriya shivered when he remembered that time when he destroyed the gate. Everyone was completely shocked and gobsmacked. Midoriya tapped the button, as Yaoyorozu's voice rang through. Everyone, I have been waiting for you. Please come in. The gate opened, as they were at the table, looking around in awe and shock, while Midoriya was at Nagoya's room, talking with her. So, about your husband. Midoriya looks at Nagoya, as she frowned. Well, when I was, I don't know, 16 or 17, I was walking back o' my house, until I was kidnapped by him. Then, well, he raped me, and for some reason, after I was 27 years old, he came over to me and forced me into a marriage by defeating my parents in a battle. He won, and I was forced to marry him. And you know rest of the story? Nagoya said, and Midoriya felt a wave of guilt hit his chest. I'm sorry for asking that. No, it's alright. I felt free when you defeated him in just an instant. Thanks. Nagoya smiled, which Midoriya felt the guilt disappearing as he smiled at Nagoya. No problem. Is there a gym? He asked, and Nagoya nodded. There is. It's just outside. You will see a gray building that has gum inside. Midoriya nodded before he left the room and went to the gym. After a while, they were done studying and now training, as they went to the gym, until they heard a thud, which Yayorozu opened the door. Her eyes widened, as a deep and red blush appeared on her face. Midoriya was taking off his shirt, revealing his back muscles, as she slammed the door closed. Sweating bullets, and everyone raised a concerned eyebrows. Hey, what's wrong? Kaminari asked, as they heard a loud squeak behind the door, realizing it was Midoriya. Why Yayorozu? What are D doing here? Midoriya shouted, completely embarrassed. He should have locked the door first. Oh. My. Gosh. You saw his abs. Ashido said, her eyes beaming up in excitement, as Yayorozu furiously shook her head, shutting her eyes and blushing very red. As Midoriya tried to put on his shirt, but he was panicking so it kept slipping off his body, since he was sweating a lot. Kaminari kicked open the door, as everyone's eyes widened when they saw his abs. I'm so done for. After 1 week was over, everyone was wearing their costumes and were at practical exam area, Center Plaza. As every class of teachers was there, except All Might. Now, we will begin the practical exam. Of course, it is possible to fail this exam. If you want to go to the training camp, then don't make any dumb mistakes. I expected that you all have gathered information ahead of time, and have some idea of what you will be doing. Aizawa said, and Midoriya raised his hand, and everyone looked at him. I know. We're fighting against the teachers, right? Midoriya asked, and everyone's eyes widened in shock and surprise, as Nizu came out of Aizawa's scarf. You're smart. That's correct. We'll have you form teams of 2 to fight against 1 teacher. Nizu said, and everyone gasped in shock. In addition, that pairs and who each pair will be up against have already been decided. These were determined at my discretion based on various factors, including fighting style, grades, and interpersonal relationships, so here they are. First, Yayorozu and Todoroki are 1 team, and they're up against me. And Midoriya and Bakugo are a team, and their opponent. Then, someone crashed to the ground in front of them. Is me. All Might. Both of them said in surprise and disbelief. Work together to beat me, you two. After everyone was done, it was now Bakugo and Midoriya's turn, as both of them walk inside. Should we run or capture? Midoriya asked, and Bakugo looked at him. I say, I'll distract All Might while you run. Here's why. If I let distract All Might, you have both power and speed. If I run, All Might would have likely come after me. If I distracted him while you run to the gate, he'll try to catch you, but I'll just stop him. Bakugo said, and Midoriya nodded, before he charged up full call at 60%. A wall burst open by All Might, as he lunged toward them, which both of them dodged and Bakugo dashed toward All Might. Now run, nerd! Bakugo shouted, as he repeatedly fired explosions at All Might, and Midoriya began to run away, jumping. I won't let you! All Might tried to catch Midoriya, but Bakugo put out a pin on his left gauntlet, firing a massive explosion at him. When Midoriya saw the gate, his back was met with a powerful smash, as he was sent into a bus, before getting up with a groan. Ouch! He saw All Might approaching him, which made his eyes widened. Even though half of his strength were locked by the bracers on his arms and legs. He got so fast. Midoriya thought, as he charged up 6 Delaware smash on his thumb, index, and middle fingers, looking like a handgun, as he fired 6 Delaware smash at All Might, who blocked it with both his arms, knocking him back a little. Bakugo roared as he slammed his palms on All Might, releasing a big explosion on him, sending All Might into a building, as Bakugo growled in pain, his arms injured when he used all his sweats on All Might. Damn. Go. He shouted, as Midoriya got up, attempting to get out of the gate, but All Might grabbed his back and threw him into a building. Deck. All Might knee kick his stomach, which Bakugo eyes widened and he puked, and was sent into Midoriya. Why you know? Maybe. You should have handled All Might instead of me. Me and dumbass brain, all wanted to do is battle All Might. Bakugo said, as both of them landed on the ground. I'm alright, what about you? Midoriya asked, getting up and crack his knuckles. I feel like I'm being soft toward you, Bakugo said, and Midoriya chuckled, which angered Bakugo. The hell you chuckling at? I'll get to the exit myself. Midoriya dashed toward All Might at 60%, while Bakugo was running to the exit. His arms were injured, so he can't use his quirk, and not to mention if he used his gauntlet, it'll make his right arm injured even more. He backflipped when All Might tried to punch him. As he punched All Might's back, and All Might turned around and headed him into the ground, as he groaned in pain, and All Might slammed his head on the ground, immobilizing him. Team Bakugo and Midoriya have passed. Everyone in the monitor room cheers, as All Might release Midoriya and help him get up, as Midoriya groaned, rubbing his bleeding head, which shocked All Might as he bowed. I'm so sorry, young Midoriya. I should have go easy on you. All Might apologized, and Mid began to sweating bullets and waving his hands around. It's alright, All Might, Midoriya said, and All Might sigh and pick him up, as they walk away to Bakugo, his hair covering his eyes. Next time, you think of a plan. Geez, look at yourself, bleeding, such a useless nerd you are. Bakugo growled and Midoriya chuckled sheepishly. As Kirishima, Kaminari, Ishido, and Sato were standing in their class, yesterday they lose as Ishido was sobbing faking. Everyone. I'm looking forward to hearing your stories about training camp, Ishido said, which Midoriya sweat drop. We don't know for sure yet. There might be a last-minute twist. Stop it, Midoriya. If you say it out loud, it'll probably jinx it. If we failed the exams, then we'd have to skip training camp and be in summer school hell. And since that we didn't pass the practical. If you guys still don't get it, then you're dumber than monkeys. Kaminari shouted, and poked Midoriya's eye, which he squeaked in surprise, having able to block it when he blinked. Why calm down? That's too far. I don't know either. Our team passed thanks to Mineta, but I was just sleeping the whole time. Anyway, since we don't know how they're scoring it. If you feel bad for us, then I dunno, just bring me back lots of stuff. The doors slide open, instantly. Once the bell rings, get in your seats. Morning. Unfortunately, there are those who did not pass the final exams. For the training camp in the woods. He then flashed a shit-eating grin. Everyone is going. A last-minute twist. We can go. Really? Yeah. Some failed, but no one failed the written exam. In the practical, Ishido, Kirishima, Kaminari, Sato, and Sero failed. Aizawa said, and Sero faced palm. I knew it. For this time's exam, we on the villain side make sure to leave a way for the students to win, while watching to see how you all would take on the task at your hand. If we hadn't, most of you would have gotten stuck before you started, Aizawa said. So when you said that you were really going out to crush us, that was to make you feel cornered. In the first place, the training camp in the woods is one to increase strength. So those who failed need to the most. They have to get stronger. Then, he got the shit-eating grin back on his face. I lied, it was just a rational falsehood. A rational falsehood. I was tricked again. As expected of you, Ilda then stood up. However, since you lied to us twice, our faith in you will waver. Wow, you're being a wet blanket, Ilda. That's true. I'll consider that. But I wasn't lying about everything. Failure is failure. I have prepared an extra lesson for you 5. Frankly, it'll be a lot tougher than the extra lessons you'd get if you stayed at school. Soon, classes were over, as everyone were discussing about the training camp. Well, I'm glad that all of us can go together, Ojiro said, holding a training camp book. A week of training camp, huh? Ilda said. We'll have to bring a lot of stuff with us then, Midoriya said, glancing over Ilda's training guide book. I don't have a bathing suit or anything though. Guess I'll have to buy some stuff. Kaminari said. They looked at him. Like night vision goggles, Mineta said, interrupting their conversation. Oh, since we're off tomorrow, and we just finished our exams, so let's have all class go shopping together like last time, Hagakure said, and everyone smiled widely. That's a great idea. That'll be the second time we have hang out together, Kaminari said, and Uraraka nodded. Hey Bakugo, wanna come with us? Kirishima said, as Bakugo walks away. I'm out. Last time was boring. Only got to play some games at the arcade, Bakugo said, walking out of the classroom. What about you, Todoroki? Visiting your mom again? Midoriya asked, approaching Todoroki as he smiled and nodded. Yeah, on days off I visited my mom, Todoroki said. What's with you icy hot? Get a clue, you clueless guys, Mineta said. Next day, they were at the mall, as everyone had left to go buy some stuff before training camp, as Midoriya was left alone after Yaoyorozu hot flustered and run off, which Jiro and Uraraka left to find her. When they left, there are some asked him to sign their autographs, which mainly was a full of children. When he was done signing up their autographs, and left, Midoriya sigh and look around. Wow. I don't know that many people admired me that much, Midoriya said. Even though we all came like last time, except Ilda and Koda. I'm all by myself. Oh, it's someone from UA. A famous one too. Then, a man approached Midoriya and wrapped his arms around Midoriya's shoulders. Hey, let me have your autograph. You were the one who won the sports festival by winning first place in every test, right? The man said, and Midoriya chuckled sheepishly. Why yeah, that's me. Midoriya shudders, and he thought. Whoa, why I'm being praised by everyone. I'm getting famous. So many people watched and remember me. And weren't you also one of the guys who ran into the hero killer in the Hosu incident, and defeated him with Silver Burst? That's so awesome that the number 3 hero is with you. The man said the news about the hero killer incident had him included inside, about he and Silver Burst teaming up and defeated Stain, which gained his popularity. Wow, you sure do know a lot. Hey man. I seriously can't believe it, he said, until his voice changed into a familiar voice. I can't believe I'd see you again in a place like this. Midoriya's eyes widened in surprise, sweating a lot. It makes me feel like there's something to it. Something like fate, or destiny. He then placed 4 of his fingers at his throat, his middle finger sticking out. But well, judging your perspective, I guess we haven't met since the attack on UA. Huh. The man said, as Midoriya turns to him, in fear, and the man revealed his face. Why don't we sit down and drink tea, Izuku Midoriya? Tamura. Shigaraki. Act natural, like I'm an old friend. Don't make a fuss, alright? Calm down and catch your breath. I want to talk to you. That's all. Just try and do something funny. It's really simple. Because the instant all 5 of my fingers touch your neck, you'll start crumbling from the skin of your throat. You'll turn to dust in less than a minute. Shigaraki said, moving his middle finger up and down. If you do that in a place like this with many people, someone will call a hero and catch you. Midoriya said, hoping that someone would notice it and call a pro. Oh, I'm sure. He then pointed at the people. But look at these guys. Even though anyone could wield their quirk at any time, how can they smile and gather like that? When it comes down to it, laws and rules assume that individuals have morals. They're convinced that there's no way anyone would do it. Before I'm caught, I could disintegrate 20, actually, no, I could disintegrate 30 people in just a touch with 5 of my fingers. Shigaraki said, as Midoriya stopped gripping his fists, giving up. What do you want to talk about? This is great. Since we've got this chance, why don't we sit down and have a good chat? As they were sitting down on the fountain, 4 of his fingers were still at his throat. Anyway, I hate everything. But what pisses me off the most right now is the hero killer, Shigaraki said, and Midoriya's eyes widened. He's not with you. I didn't acknowledge it, but that's how it ended up in the news. That's the real problem. Almost everyone is looking up at the hero killer. The attack on UA, and the Nomus I released on Hosa City. Everything was upstaged by him. No one's looking at me. Why is that? No matter how much he boasts, he just destroyed the things he didn't like, right? He then turned to Midoriya with a smile. What do you think of the difference between me and the hero killer, Midoriya? As Yaoyorozu was waving herself with her hand, likely to catch her breath after she got flustered when she remembered Todoroki's words. As Yaoyorozu and Todoroki was leaning against the wall, waiting for Eraserhead to come out, they scanned the area to see if he was there, looking for them. Luckily, he wasn't here, as Todoroki signaled her to follow him. Yaoyorozu, I've been meaning to ask you, Todoroki said, and Yaoyorozu looks at him in concern. Sure, what is it? I noticed that you and Midoriya are close together, how you two talk, laugh, and smile together, Todoroki said, in his usual monotone voice, and Yaoyorozu's eyes widened, realizing where this conversation is going. Why yeah? So. He stopped, and she stopped too, as Todoroki turned to her. Do you like him? Midoriya must be so confused. I feel bad for leaving him like that. Yeah, so I need to go back and apologize, he said, as she saw Jiro and Uraraka approaching her. Yamamoto, next time don't just run away like that. Jiro huffed, and Yaoyorozu chuckled sheepishly. Sorry. It's time for you to tell us about your feelings, we won't tell anyone about it, Uraraka said, as Yaoyorozu blushed and rubbed her hand. Who's the lucky boy? Jiro asked, and Yaoyorozu looked away, embarrassed. It's Midoriya. I knew it. Haha. We're going to get tons of money, Uraraka said, and Jiro nodded, which Yaoyorozu looked at them in surprise and shock. You guys bet. They nodded. Ishido, Hagakure, and Ashri said that you have feelings for Todoroki, while me and Uraraka bet on Midoriya, Jiro said, and Yaoyorozu nodded. But please, don't tell Midoriya, or anyone that is close to him. What is the difference? Midoriya said, looking at the ground in thought. I can't understand or agree with who you are. For the hero killer, I don't agree with him, but I can understand him. Because for me and the hero killer, it all started with All Might. This is all. To create a more just society. At that time, I saved and praised by him. At this very least, he wasn't destroying just because he wanted to. He didn't just abandon it in vain like you did. Even if the way he did was wrong, he was trying to live up to his ideals, I think. Midoriya looked at Shigaraki, whose eyes were fury and anger. As his eyes widened in horror and fear, time seems to stop around the people, as he groaned. I feel like there's a weight off my chest. I feel like I've finally connected the dots. Why the hero killer pisses me off, and why you irritate me so much. I finally understand now. A wide grin appeared on his face, his eyes full of excitement. Everything is because of All Might. Yeah, that's it. When all's said and done, that's where I ended up. He then looked up, still grinning widely and eyes widened. What was I worrying so much about? These guys are able to smile thoughtlessly because All Might, too, is smiling thoughtlessly. It's because that damn trash us smiling thoughtlessly, as if there was no one he couldn't save. His grip on Midoriya's throat tightened, as Midoriya was desperately trying to get air. Oh, I'm so glad and happy that we could talk. It's really great. Thanks, Midoriya. I don't have to do anything different now. Midoriya tried to pull the grip away, gritting his teeth, and Shigaraki pulled closer to him. Don't struggle. Do you want to die? Are you okay for the masses to die? It's so ironic, hero killer. Stain. I'm your opposite, but you let me live, and now your ideals and convictions will all become a stepping metal for me. Midoriya tried to activate One for All, but couldn't as he was begging for it to stop. Midoriya. They turned to Yaoyorozu, Uraraka, and Jiro, Showa staring at him. Tears were on his eyes, his face full of fear and nervousness, which they looked at Shigaraki. A friend. No. Shigaraki turned to them, smiling widely. Get your hands off him, Uraraka said, as the grip loosened. It's alright. I'm fine. Don't get any closer, Midoriya shouted. As Shigaraki let go of his throat, he began to coughing and breathing for air, and Shigaraki was acting like a normal people to them. Oh, that's your friend. Sorry about that. He turned to Midoriya. I'm off then. He then stopped smiling. If you try following me, I'll get angry. He stood up and walked away, his hands on his hoodie pockets. Deku, are you alright? Uraraka said, as she, Jiro and Yaoyorozu ran to him, as he stopped coughing, looking at Shigaraki. Shigaraki, wait. He growled, clutching his throat, as they turned to him in surprise and shock. Shigaraki. Yaoyorozu whispered, as he stopped, and turned to him. What is all for one after? Midoriya asked, as they raised curious eyebrows, and Shigaraki shrugged his shoulders. Who knows, really? Here's a piece of advice, you should be careful. He may have been planning to capture you, or I'll have decided to kill you, Shigaraki said before walking away. After a while, Uraraka reported the incident to the police, and the shopping mall was temporarily closed, and the heroes and police undertook investigation, hoping to find Shigaraki. And Midoriya was sent to the police station. He began to tell Tsukachi about his conversation with Shigaraki, as he out his pen on his head, looking at his clipboard. As he thanked Midoriya for explaining this situation to him, as they were outside, and All Might, in his true form, come and pat Midoriya's head. Then, his mother arrived as a police officer took them back home. After that incident, Midoriya was in his room, doing one-hand push-ups, drifting off in his train of thoughts. He got up, and began to do weightlifting. I wish Nana was here to train me, or even All Might. I can use full cowling at 64%, after I got hit by All Might a lot. There's still times when I can't believe it, that All Might and Nana acknowledged me and transferred their quirks to me. Midoriya thought, stopping as he put the 120 kilograms on the ground and began watched his favorite video. The video that made him wanted to become a hero. Suddenly, he heard the door ring as he opened it, revealing Kaminari and Mineta. Mineta. Kaminari. Hey, Midoriya. Kaminari waved at him. Let's go to the pool, Mineta said. The pool? Yeah, before the summer training camp, Kaminari said. Let's train together. In the staff room. Vlad, about the strength increasing part of the summer training camp, Aizawa said, and Sekijiro-kan, aka Blood Vlad, looked at him. Eraser, before that, can you confirm the quirks of the class of students for me? Vlad asked, and Aizawa nodded. Alright. Seat number 1, Yuga Oyama. Quirk. Naval laser. HR can shoot a powerful laser from his belly button. Number 2, Mina Ishido. Quirk. Acid. She can secrete acid from her body and melt her target. Number 3, Tsuyu Ajiri. Quirk. Frog. She can do pretty much everything a frog can. Number 4, Tenya Ilda. Quirk. Engine. He can move very fast using the engines in his calves. Number 5, Achiko Uraraka. Quirk. Zero gravity. She can make anything she touches weightless. Number 6, Mashireo Ojiro. Quirk. Tail. He can manipulate his tail freely and use it like his arms or legs. Number 7, Denki Kaminari. Quirk. Electrification. He can discharge the electricity stored up in his body. Number 8, Eijiro Kirishima. Quirk. Hardening. As the name implies, he can harden his whole body. Number 9, Koji Koda. Quirk. Ani voice. He can control living things other than humans, Luke animals and insects. Number 10, Rikido Sato. Quirk. Sugar Rush. He can change the sugar stored up in his body into power. Number 11, Mizo Shoji. Quirk. Duple arms. He can make things like eyes, mouths, or ears the tips of his arms. Number 12, Kyokujiro. Quirk. Earphone jack. Using the plugs on her earlobes, she can distinguish between even the quietest sounds, and she can use the speakers on her legs to release explosion sounds. Number 13, Hanto Siro. Quirk. Tape. He can shoot sticky tape from his elbows and use it to apprehend his opponent, or use it to move around. Number 14, Fumikage Tokoemi. Quirk. Dark Shadow. He can manipulate the shadow Dark Shadow at will. Number 15, Shoto Todoroki. Quirk. Half cold, half hot. He can emit ice from his right half, and flames from his left half. Number 16, Toru Hagakure. Quirk. Invisibility. Basically, she's invisible. Number 17, Katsuki Bakugo. Quirk. Explosion. He secretes a nitroglycerin-like sweat and makes it explode. Number 18, Izuku Midoriya. Quirks. Painrance. He can strengthen his bones and body by taking damages. Superpower. He can increase the power of part of his body, or his whole body, and increase his physical abilities. Number 19, Minoru Mineta. Quirk. Pop off. He pops off his hairballs that can stick to anything and throws them. Number 20, Momo Yaoyorozu. Quirk. Creation. She can create any non-living thing from the lipids in her body. Aizawa finished, before he looked at Class B's quirks. We should look at Class B's quirks, too. He was cut off when the door's slide opened, revealing Kaminari, Mineta and Midoriya. Excuse us. What is it, you three? Mr. Aizawa, about the form we turned in the day before yesterday to use the pool. Oh right, the school granted permission. You can use the pool until 5 p.m. Aizawa said, as they thanked him, as they were about to leave the room, until Aizawa stopped Midoriya. Midoriya, your training will be different from everyone else, due to that you have 2 quirks. So I suggest you to get ready, because your training will be far harder than everyone else, Aizawa said, and Midoriya nodded, as they step outside. Using the pool for endurance training, huh? That's great, Mineta. If we're at school, then we can use our quirks too, Midoriya said, closing his locker shirtless, revealing his 8 rock-hard abs and muscles. You should have known, we're in the hero course, Kaminari said, and they shouted plus ultra, unknown to he and Mineta. Midoriya had texted if everyone wants to come for endurance training, which all of them agreed. As both Kaminari and Mineta were running down the entrance of the pool, they were drooling and had a blush on their faces, and once they were inside. You two are late, Ilda said, as Kaminari and Mineta slid down the floor. Hey. When did you guys arrive? Mineta demanded. Since we're doing endurance training at the pool, I messaged everyone to see if they wanted to come," Midoriya said, as the girls were stretching their arms, but Yaoyorozu was trying her best not to look at Midoriya, biting her lips. Kaminari was disappointed when the girls was just wearing a swimsuit, while Mineta said it was good on them, as Ilda approached him. "Kaminari, Mineta. It was a great idea to suggest endurance training at school. I'm very impressed." Both them froze in fear, as Ilda continues to approach them. "Now why don't you two come and sweat with the rest of us?" After a while, everyone were resting after they were finished, as Ilda brought a box of orange soda, much to everyone's relief, and Midoriya was just swimming the pool, not stopping, and everyone watched in amazement. "It's impressive how Midoriya can still continues like that then during the first day of UA," Jiro said, every girl's looking at him. "It is. He is really amazing that people started to admire him like All Might. Even I too admire him," Yaoyorozu said, a slight blush on her face, causing them to smirk. Yaoyorozu and Midoriya, sitting in the tree, Kising. The girls shouted, as Yaoyorozu blushed furiously, and all eyes looked at them. "Oh look! Looks like Midoriya is getting up now, wo." Jiro was cut off, a blush appeared on her face, as the girls looked at him, and a blush creeped on their face. Midoriya flipped his hair back, eyes closing, his head tilted back, the water on his small, yet muscular body glistening, his abs shining, as the girls turned away, while Yaoyorozu had to create a handkerchief for herself to cover her nose bleeding. Everyone was also surprised, too, how much Midoriya had improved ever since they hang out together on the beach, as Ilda approached him and handed him an orange soda. "Midoriya, I'm impressed," Ilda said, and Midoriya smiled and nodded. "Thanks, Ilda," Midoriya said, drinking the orange soda, and Ilda was looking at him, which made him concerned. "What's wrong?" "Well, I just thought it was really strange," Ilda said, sitting down. "During the entrance exam, I didn't think I'd end up being such good friends with you, Midoriya. Frankly, I didn't think much of you back then. But during the practical exam, you prioritized saving Yaoyorozu over passing the exam," Ilda said. "How can a hero course reject people who save others to do the right thing? Come, young Midoriya. This is your hero academia." Midoriya smiled. "I was so happy." He then sat down. "It had always been my dream to attend All Might's alma mater UA. But when I was told that whoever was just last place in the fitness would be expelled, I thought it was literally over for me. But I was 10th place," Midoriya said, chuckling. "But even so, you didn't give up. Not during the combat training either." He stand up. "It's true that your methods were sometimes reckless, but I could feel your tenacity, Midoriya. I think that's what Bakugo and I lost to." Ilda explained, and Midoriya got up. "I'm here thanks to the help of many different people that supported me. That's why I must get even more stronger than before." Yeah? Whatever." Bakugo scoffed, which Midoriya looked at the arrived Bakugo and Kirishima. "Sorry for the long late. It took some time for me to drag Bakugo out," Kirishima said, and Bakugo just scoffed, before smirking. "Oh, Deku. Let's see who's better at swimming," Bakugo said in a challenging tone, which Midoriya think about it, and nodded. "That's actually a great idea, actually. Training just got boring," Midoriya said, which Ilda nodded and called everyone out. "Everyone, do you want to see which of the boys can swim 50 meters the fastest?" Ilda asked, which all of them agreed, and the girls asked that they wanted to help, and so, it begins. "On your marks. Get set. Go." Yaoyorozu shouted, blowing the start whistle blower, as Bakugo launched himself with explosions, making him first place without swimming, as he turned to them, smiling cockily. "How do you like that, extras?" he shouted, as Shiro and Kirishima furiously pointed at him. "What do you mean? How do you like that?" she shouted. "You didn't even swim or touch the water," Kirishima shouted, and Bakugo made small explosions from his palms, and shrugging his shoulders. "It's freestyle. On your marks. Get set. Go." There are some like Shiro, using his tape, Oyama using his laser, and Todoroki creating a path of ice. Oyama couldn't handle it and crashed into Shiro, making Todoroki the winner. "You're supposed to be swimming," Kaminari and Mineta shouted, and Todoroki looked at them with his dull eyes, not giving a damn. "On your marks. Get set. Go." Ilda used his engine to run on the pole, as Midoriya charged up full call at 20% and swim, already beat everyone, as everyone cheers. "Wow. Good job, Midoriya. Ilda, you were so close. You beat me so fast, Midoriya," Ilda said, as Midoriya pulled him up from the water. You were awesome too, Hilda, Midoriya said, and Todoroki was looking at the duo. Midoriya, if you have something from the number 1 hero, then I have even more reason to beat you. Without using my goddamn old man's quirk. No. I'll completely reject him by winning first place without using it. You want to win with just half of your strength. You haven't even put a single scratch or bruise on me, you know. So, come at me with everything you've got. It's your power, not his. Now, do you still want to become a hero? Yes. Todoroki remembered that events of the sports, as he looked at Midoriya and Hilda, who looked back on him. You must be hero killer. Stain. I am the younger brother of a hero you attacked. The younger brother to a most excellent older brother. I have come here to stop you in his place. You and your brother are both weak. Because you're fakes. Smash. I came to save you, Hilda. You've made me late. Why are you two? Why? Please stop. I've inherited my brother's name. Todoroki, Midoriya, I vow once more that I will become a hero like my elder brother. I will also become the hero I wish to be, like Midoriya said. I will also become a hero. A hero like All Might, who saved people with a smile. The winners of each race, Bakugo, Todoroki, and Midoriya will race for first place. Is that alright? They nodded, as Bakugo looked at Todoroki. Hey, half and half bastard. Go all out like you did at the sports festival. Come at me, Bakugo said, and Todoroki nodded. Alright. You too, Deku. Midoriya nodded, his eyes and body glows electric, green aura, full cowling at 64%. Then, the 50 meters freestyle final will begin now. Hilda assistant, and everyone began to cheer. Go, Bakugo. Todoroki, don't lose. Midoriya, do your best. On your marks. Get set. Go. As soon as Hilda shouted, Bakugo launched himself to the air, Todoroki creating ice path, but Midoriya vanished from the view and reappeared on the finishing line, making everyone godsmacked. Huh. Right on time, Aizawa said, coming out of the door. It's now give P.M. Midoriya, you did great. Prepare yourself tomorrow, Aizawa said, and Midoriya nodded, before everyone began to head back home. Midoriya was at Tagoba Municipal Beach Park, looking out of the seas. He sighed and looked at his right fist, and gripped on it. Young Midoriya. He turned and saw All Might approaching him. All Might, why are you here? Midoriya asked, as All Might stand next to him. What about you? All Might asked, as Midoriya looked back at the ocean. I'm here. Because this is the place where I started, Midoriya said, and All Might smiled and they both watched the beautiful ocean. Young Midoriya, the summer camp will be tougher than your classmates' training will do. Do your best, I'm counting on you. I will. That's it, guys. Thanks for watching and supporting us. See you in the next part.